In my previous life, my younger brother Lu Jin had carefully framed me and tricked me into stealing his watch, and I was inexplicably cursed. From that moment on, my sister completely distanced herself from me, and my parents only sided with my brother. They were not willing to get to the bottom of the matter, and instead pressed me again and again until I could hardly breathe. The funds I had worked so hard to save and the cultivation resources I had purchased were also ruthlessly snatched away by my younger brother. In desperation, I chose to give up resistance and let fate take its course. However, my brother did not give up. He put poison into the food of the Qilin colt we raised at home, which made the colt go crazy and hit me to death. When I opened my eyes again, I was back to the day when my brother had just framed me. You even dare to steal things from our family. Do you have any shame? The bad habits you learned from the orphanage have made the whole family a mess. If I had known you were such a person, I really shouldn't have brought you back. I sat on the ground, holding the back of my head, which was in great pain, and my fingers touched a layer of cold liquid. I could hear angry scoldings everywhere, and the people standing in front of me made me feel dazed. Everything in front of me seemed like a dream, but also like reality. I looked around and gradually realized that this was the home where I had spent countless miserable days and nights. The familiar 3 women and 1 man all looked exceptionally young. In an instant, I suddenly recalled those words that were deeply engraved in my memory in this scene that I could never forget. I was shocked to realize that I seemed to be reborn. I was back to the skinny boy who was abused by his family. Monsters and beasts are rampant in this world, and humans practice qi and blood martial arts to protect themselves. And I happen to be born into a martial arts family. His father, Lu Jin, is a 7th grade master-level warrior with a distinguished family background. However, I disappeared when I was 3 years old and ended up in an orphanage. I was not found by the Lu family until I was 15. In order to fill the gap left by my disappearance, the Lu family adopted a boy and named him Lu Jin. Lu Jin is handsome, talented, and has received all the love from the Lu family. When I came back, I'd already missed the golden period of cultivation. Life in the orphanage was hard, and malnutrition made me thinner than ordinary people. To the Lu family, a martial arts family, I was simply a waste. Even in the Lu family, my life was worse than in the orphanage. I lived in a shabby storage room of a few square meters, had only 2 sets of school uniforms, and could not even guarantee a regular meal. I was often punished by being starved. The Lu family treated me coldly, but doted on Lu Jin. In order to get rid of me, a person who posed almost no threat, Lu Jin often framed me and used various means to make me the target of public criticism. My family mistakenly believed that I had developed bad habits in the orphanage, and whenever something went wrong, they would put the blame on me without hesitation. The real tragedy happened after a big exam. With his amazing talent, Lu Jin successfully entered the strongest academy. That day, my family celebrated for Lu Jin, and I went to feed my father's monster Qilin as usual. Unexpectedly, the Qilin suddenly went crazy and bit me severely. However, the Lu family did not care about my injuries. They just rushed me to the hospital and continued to celebrate Lu Jin's success. Eventually, I died from my injuries. What's even more heartbreaking is that the Lu family didn't even hold a funeral for me. They just buried me hastily in an inconspicuous place. But strangely, my soul did not dissipate. Full of resentment, I drifted in this world for many years, watching the fate of the Lu family with cold eyes. I just found out that the Qilin colt went crazy that day because Lu Jin had put drugs in the feed. After that, his father Lu Jin was lured by Lu Jin into the beast tide and died tragically in it. Mother Lin Shuya was poisoned to death by Lu Jin using a chronic poison. Several sisters were framed by Lu Jin one after another, and their families were broken up. Lu Qianru, who had always been coveted by Lu Jin, could not bear the humiliation after being raped and committed suicide by jumping off a building. Their deaths bring me great pleasure. However, what saddens me the most is that Lu Jin not only inherited everything from the Lu family through all means, but also relied on the Lu family's resources to break through and become a 9th-rank martial saint, becoming a winner in life. Speak. Where did you hide your brother's watch? Don't think you can get away with not speaking. Just as I was stunned, I suddenly felt someone pushing me again. The one who pushed me was my 4th sister, Lu Qianru, who was wearing a youthful and beautiful JK uniform, with a delicate face and a hot body. She glared at me with disgust. She is the person who hates me the most in the family. She's a third-rate singer and always likes to criticize me from high position. Lu Sheng, just admit it. If you picked it up accidentally, we won't blame you as long as you hand it over. The speaker at this time was the second sister Lu Jin, a teacher at a high-end private school. On the surface, she seemed to be thinking about me. But in fact, once something happened to her, she would always side with Lu Jin first. Her gentle but sanctimonious attitude has made me increasingly unwelcome at home. What do you mean picked up? He obviously stole it. He didn't admit his mistake and never learned his lesson. My mother, Lin Shuya, who was standing next to me, was wearing a dark green cheongsam. She had a dignified look and elegant temperament. She stared at me coldly. She is the person I want to be close to the most, but she is also the one who hurts me the most. Usually, any explanation I make is regarded as a quibble by her. Mom, if my brother really likes that watch, I will just give it to him. Don't be angry about such a small thing. At this time, Lu Jin came over, hugged his mother's arm, and tried to persuade her skillfully. He deliberately mentioned the watch after hiding it, and the family members did not think much about it and immediately pointed all their suspicions at me. He has mastered this trick and almost never fails. In order to get a little bit of love, I became a slave to this cold-blooded animal and endured endless abuse and contempt. In my previous life, I was a complete idiot. I don't need such a family, especially Lu Jin. I must let him die in despair so that I can dispel the hatred in my heart. But now I must first leave this vicious and cold-blooded family and cut off all ties with them. Otherwise, sooner or later, Lu Jin will kill me again. I looked at the people in front of me calmly, and after a moment of recollection, my eyes suddenly became extremely firm. At this moment, a translucent light curtain suddenly flashed before my eyes. Name, Lu Sheng, Wisdom, 5, Strength, 3, Agility, 4, Constitution, 3, Demon Yuan Balance, 0. Tip, you can obtain monster essence by killing monsters. I was stunned. These seemingly strange things suddenly made me understand that this was the golden finger in the novel. Realizing that I had a chance to turn over, my breathing became rapid and my heart beat faster. As expected, it's our Jeaner, always so kind. Even when such a valuable thing was lost, she was still so forgiving. Although Jeaner won't argue with you, I won't indulge your bad habits. Tell me quickly, where's the thing hidden? As soon as Lu Jin finished speaking, Lin Xia touched Lu Jin's head lovingly and praised him a few words. But in the blink of an eye, her tone when speaking to me turned cold. Something was missing from my house, and you accused me of stealing it without any reason. But when did you accuse me of stealing? When did you ever provide any evidence? Or do you not care about the truth at all, and just want to find an excuse to humiliate me? Although I still don't know the specific purpose of this golden finger, I finally have the confidence at this moment. How can I continue to swallow my anger? I stood up and asked coldly, "What did you say?" Several people in the room were stunned. They couldn't believe that I said such words. Normally, I never dare to contradict them and always try to please them. This direct counterattack made them feel at a loss. Nothing has ever been lost in our house before. Why do things happen so frequently since you came back? Who else in the family could do such a shameful thing except you? My words immediately angered Lu Qianru. She stamped her feet in anger and pointed at me and said, "There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the house. You can tell if there is any theft by just looking at them. You only want to believe what you want to believe. Your real purpose is not to get the truth, but to drive me out, so as not to hinder that bastard picked up from outside from inheriting the family property." I sneered and finally said what had been in my heart for a long time. "Well, brother, why do you say that to me? Saying that I'm a bastard? If you really don't like me, then I'd better leave." As soon as I said this, Lu Jin lost control and burst into tears, looking sad and aggrieved. Every time he encountered a situation that was not favorable to him, he would use this method to soften everyone's heart. The Lu family just fell for it. When they saw him crying, they immediately started to persuade him in a hurry. Bah! A crisp slap echoed throughout the room. I had never expected Lin Shuya to suddenly attack me. I was knocked to the ground by her slap. My eyes were spinning and half of my face was numb and unconscious. "You are so bold. Jeaner is our most beloved family member. How dare you say that about him?" Lin Shuya was furious, her eyes filled with intolerable anger. While accusing me, she became more and more aggressive. "You've really gone too far. Apologize to Jeaner right now." Seeing that I said the word bastard, my second sister no longer concealed her anger. She frowned and shouted coldly, "Mom, give me the cane. We must teach her a lesson this time. We can't let her continue to act so recklessly. Who knows what unforgivable things she will do in the future." "Kneel down." Lu Chanru pointed at me angrily, her tone cold. "You didn't admit your mistake, and you even dared to insult your own brother. Today, I must make you admit your mistake." Lin Shia walked towards me with a cane in her hand, raising her hand to hit me hard. However, just as she raised the cane, I suddenly raised my hand and grabbed the cane. "You are not even qualified to be a mother. Why did you hit me?" I asked coldly. My eyes were cold, and the pent-up anger in my heart finally found an outlet. "How dare you disrespect your mother like this? Are you trying to rebel?" Lu Chanru pointed at me and cursed angrily. "How dare you say such things to your mother?" Lu Jiesin immediately joined in the accusations. "You are their mother, but not mine." I sneered. "How can a woman who never cares about her own children call herself a mother?" Before I finished speaking, I pointed at them coldly and said, "All of you are just their mothers, but not mine." My words made them freeze in place, their faces turning extremely ugly. Lu Jin was so angry that he almost exploded, his chest heaving, but his handsome face still maintained an innocent and pitiful expression. Didn't you learn a lot of bad habits in the orphanage? I worked so hard to educate you. Wasn't it for your own good?" Lin Shia's words made me sneer. She didn't think she was wrong at all. To her, I, a child from an orphanage, didn't deserve her attention and love. Lu Jin, with his elegant and handsome image, looked completely different from me, and I always looked like a worthless street dog, which made her feel disgusted. "Brother, you should apologize soon. What Mom said just now was just out of anger. She doesn't really want to drive you away." At this time, Lu Jin pretended to be helpless and began to persuade me. "Jiner is really sensible. Even at this time, you are still worrying about that ungrateful bastard. Mom, I suggest you and Dad take a DNA test again. I seriously suspect that I sneaked into our house to eat and drink for free. I don't look like a Lu family member at all. Fortunately, I never treated him as a younger brother." As soon as the words fell, Lu Jin immediately took over the conversation, and Lu Chanru, who was closest to him, followed without hesitation. "I know you are already 18 years old, and you should be able to distinguish right from wrong. Mom has advised you so earnestly. Why do you feel that she is harming you? What you just said makes us all feel chilled." Lu Jiesin still put on her usual persuasive attitude. "You have always regarded me as a thorn in your side. In this case, let's be frank. From today on, I will not return to this house. I have nothing to do with the Lu family anymore. You'd better have some backbone and don't come to me again." I glanced coldly at everyone in the room, my eyes lingering on their faces one by one. These people despise me, so how can I not despise them too? I really don't want to stay in this disgusting home any longer. This is outrageous. This is really outrageous. Hold down this rebellious son for me. I must teach him a lesson today. Lin Shia's dignified and graceful face had already been distorted beyond description. She could have kicked me out, but I actually dared to take the initiative to sever ties with the Lu family, which was simply treasonous. "What are you doing? What happened?" Just then, a tall, cold-looking man quietly appeared in the living room. He glanced around with an indifferent look and spoke coldly. "This person is my father, Lu Jin." His appearance made the whole room seem to freeze, and everyone, no matter how arrogant they were before, became cautious and greeted Lu Jin respectfully. I looked at him with mixed feelings in my heart. This father had never beaten or scolded me, but his attitude towards me was always as cold and indifferent as air. It was because of his indifference that the other family members dared to act so recklessly. If he had said a word for me, I might not have ended up like this. I never really got to know this father until later in life, when I discovered that this man was completely cold-blooded and heartless. In his eyes, there are only power and interests, and family affection and emotions are nothing but illusions. To him, there are only two kinds of people in the world, valuable and worthless. Lu Jin was gifted, so he was carefully trained by him. And I am nothing at all. In his eyes, I'm even less worth mentioning than a cat or a dog. "Dad, you're here, just in time." Lu Xing stole my brother's famous watch, but not only did he not admit it, he also called him a bastard. After that, Lu Sheng even dared to accuse Mom and said he would sever ties with the Lu family. "You must teach him a lesson today." When Lu Qianru saw her father, she immediately acted like she saw a savior and complained in a tender voice. Is that so? A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Jintian's eyes. He had been listening to the housekeeper talk about some of the things that happened at home, but his own son, who used to be timid, actually dared to resist today, which made him a little interested. His eyes remained calm, but when they fell on me, I felt like I was facing a wild beast that was about to devour me, and cold sweats broke out all over my body. I have never stolen anything. This family has never treated me as a human being. There is no family affection at all, so I asked to sever ties with the Lu family. Even if I die outside, it has nothing to do with you. I looked at Lu Jintian without fear. Even though the man in front of me was unimaginably powerful, I knew he wouldn't kill me easily. It didn't matter whether I was a person of no value to him or not. You are thin and weak and have no talent for martial arts. Your grades are average, and you may not even be able to enter an ordinary cultural college. Apart from being a little diligent, you have almost no advantages. I really want to know, what else can you do after leaving the Lu family? If you plan to survive by begging, the Lu family can't afford to lose you. It's best to give up this idea as soon as possible. Since I returned home 3 years ago, it seemed that this was the first time that Lu Jintian looked at me, his biological son, so carefully. He couldn't help but frown when he saw that I dared to look him in the eye with my frail body. Don't worry, if I leave here, I can live 1,000 times better than now. Even if I can't survive in the end, I will never do anything to survive, even if it means feeding myself to monsters. I sneered without fear. Jintian, listen to what he said. He made it sound like we were being unfair to him by taking him home. If we hadn't taken him back, would he be able to live in such a mansion? He's simply an ungrateful person. Lin Shuya had already returned to her appearance as a lady, but my words immediately made her face change drastically. Then just leave, don't just talk and don't do anything. Anyway, staying at home will only cause trouble and make the house a mess. I don't believe that if you leave the Lu family, you can do better than the homeless people on the street. Seeing that her mother was angry again, Lu Qianru did not hesitate to mock her again. Don't be so willful. You have no idea how dangerous the world outside is. You will suffer a lot when you get out, and you may even lose your life. You should apologize to everyone sincerely, and then you can still be a member of this family. Lu Jiesin seemed unable to bear to watch anymore, and began to persuade him earnestly. Brother, you won't have enough to eat, you won't have warm shelter, and you won't even have a place to live. Just give in and stay. Although Lu Jin really wanted me to be kicked out, he still looked kind and considerate. Let him go. Since he has a backbone, he should never enter the Lu family again. Lu Jintian had no expression on his face, and his tone was cold as if he was talking about something insignificant. To him, it didn't matter whether his son, whom he regarded as a waste, was at home or not. Yes, since you are so stubborn, then never come back. See how you can do out there. Lin Shuya crossed her arms and glanced at me with cold eyes. Facing the cold words of these two people, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without further delay, I turned around and walked straight to my room. Seeing that my parents had made up their minds, the other 3 people didn't say anything, although they might have been sincere or pretending, or they might have been eager for me to leave. I returned to the small room with almost no furniture. It was a small space with almost nothing except a hard bed and a simple desk and chair. This room was the smallest and most shabby in the whole mansion, even worse than the servants' living quarters. Before leaving, apart from a few sets of school uniforms and some savings from secretly doing odd jobs over the past few years, the only thing left was an alloy dagger as a weapon for self-defense. As for the cultural books, I have long ignored them. After all, my future does not lie in these books, but on the road to becoming a warrior. After cleaning up, I didn't pass through the living room, but chose to leave quietly through the side door to avoid meeting those people who disgusted me. I left the house without looking back at this place that had brought me so many painful memories. From then on, this place had nothing to do with me anymore. I took the bus to the slums in the suburbs of Beijing City. Although I'd saved some money by doing odd jobs over the years, with more than 8,000 dragon coins, I couldn't afford to buy a house in the city. The monthly rent in the slums was cheap, only 500 or 600 yuan, which was much more cost-effective than in the city. The only concern is that the security here is not good, and a frail student like me might become the target of some malicious people. After more than half an hour of bumpy ride, I finally arrived at my destination, which is called Jixiang Village, the only undeveloped wasteland in Beijing City. The surrounding area was filled with low buildings and simple prefabricated houses, and the air was filled with an unbearable, fishy smell. The pedestrians on the road were pale and staggering. Some of them leaned against the wall with empty eyes, as if they were in deep confusion. Although I had heard about the poverty in the slums before, I was deeply shocked when I saw it with my own eyes today. I carefully observed the surrounding environment and decided to rent a house farther away from the slums. The price was slightly higher, but it was safer. Month payment. The bald, middle-aged landlord, who was dressed simply, leaned against the door and lazily reminded, "Don't talk too much with the people here, try not to go out at night, and remember to lock the doors and windows when you sleep." I looked at the house carefully. It was about 40 square meters, with basic furniture, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Although it was shabby, it was the most ideal choice for me. At least it was much better than the house I had lived in for 3 years at the Lu family. After everything was done, I started to clean the house and finally collapsed on the bed, breathing a sigh of relief. Now, my first priority is to use my golden finger as soon as possible to become a powerful warrior. Becoming a warrior means that I can easily gain money, status, and fame. This is my only way out of the past and my only goal in the future. However, the registration for the martial arts exam is imminent and time is running out. Now, my blood and chi value is only 60 calories, far below the minimum standard of 150 calories for the martial arts exam. If I can't improve my blood and chi value within 2 days, I will miss the martial arts exam. Although the golden finger has improved my physical fitness, at present, it mainly improves basic attributes. Martial arts, as the key to improving combat effectiveness, is the core of the road to becoming a strong man. Apart from martial arts families, martial arts academies, and the Demon Suppression Bureau, there are almost no other ways to obtain martial arts resources. Without the assistance of martial arts, no matter how strong my physique is, I still cannot show my true strength in battle. Now, the only choice is to enter the martial arts academy. However, if I can't even register, then everything will be in vain. At this critical moment, I silently read the panel, and sure enough, the translucent page appeared in front of me again. Although the previous prompt about killing monsters to obtain monster essence has disappeared, that sentence has long been deeply engraved in my mind. So, how can I get the demon essence? Although I know that I can get the demon essence by killing demon beasts, but with my current physical condition, I am afraid that even the weakest demon beast is no match for me. What's more, the demon beasts live outside the city, and leaving the city rashly is tantamount to seeking death. Let's go out for a walk while it's still light, I thought to myself. After thinking for a long time, I still haven't found a suitable solution. However, when I was riding the bus just now, I saw a convenience market nearby. Usually, people in this kind of market will sell some low-level monsters. Since the panel indicates that you can get monster essence by killing monsters, maybe I can buy a monster, kill it myself, and get the monster essence. I locked the door, walked out of the yard, and walked through a winding and narrow alley. When I reached a fork in the road, I noticed a tall, thin man with a dark complexion leaning against the wall at the alley, staring at me with malicious eyes. He seemed like he hadn't seen a new face in a long time. When I glanced at him, he smiled and showed his yellow teeth, asking, "Did you just move in?" I remembered the landlord's instructions and didn't intend to say more to him. I gave him a cold look and turned away. You little brat pretending to be calm." The man laughed disdainfully, but didn't give up and continued to follow me. I quickened my pace and walked for more than 10 minutes before finally reaching the market. As soon as I reached the door, a mixed smell of animal feces hit my nose, almost suffocating me. I couldn't help but frown, pinched my nose, and went in. The market is divided into several areas, namely fruits and vegetables, poultry and meat, and daily necessities. I walked toward the poultry and meat area without hesitation. As soon as I entered the area, I saw processed raw meat everywhere, and the screams of animals kept coming from the depths. I waved my hand to drive away the annoying flies and walked towards the source of the sound. Finally, I saw some strange animals locked in iron cages. "Boss, what is this called? How much is it?" I looked around and finally stopped in front of a store, pointing at the creature in the cage that looked like a chicken but was different, and asked. The chicken's lower limbs were extremely strong, and its body was twice as big as the big rooster raised at home. Its sharp beak and claws emitted a cold light, and it looked extremely ferocious. If I really encountered such a guy in the wild, I don't think even I would be able to resist it. This is a steel claw chicken, 200 for a live one, 240 for a processed one. The boss answered calmly while wiping his hands. Which one do you want? This price seems reasonable, but the problem is that I don't have much money in my pocket. The rent has already taken up most of the money, leaving more than 6,000 yuan, and I have to keep some for living expenses. Therefore, I can only use 4,000 yuan at most to buy the monster. Moreover, buying steel claw chicken at this price and killing it yourself is too cost-effective. I didn't answer immediately, but held my chin and thought for a moment. My goal was simple, to solve the monster problem, but I had no interest in eating meat itself. So, I decided to find a more economical solution. Boss, can we discuss this? Brother, what's the matter? The boss obviously didn't expect me to take the initiative to speak. I can help you kill the chicken. How much do you charge? I asked seriously. Are you here to tease me? The boss smiled and shook his head. Go away, don't delay my business. Seeing that the boss looked unconvinced, I quickly changed the subject. Wait a minute, if I help you kill the chickens, I'll pay you. Okay? You're gonna kill these chickens eventually anyway. The boss was slightly stunned, and then stopped, as if he was attracted by my proposal. Okay, then it's like this, 30 yuan per piece, you give me 30 yuan, and I'll let you kill it. Felt relieved when I heard the price, and finally agreed to it in order to save time. Watch carefully, the boss began to explain patiently. First, step on the chicken's feet with your feet, then pinch its mouth with one hand, and use a knife to cut its throat and let the blood flow. He demonstrated with a serious expression as he spoke. Be careful when grabbing a chicken's head. First, step on it with your foot, then grab it with your hand. Otherwise, if it struggles, it will hurt you, which will be even more troublesome. I stood in front of the steel-clawed chicken with the dagger that my boss lent me. Fortunately, these monsters were tied up with ropes, otherwise I might not be able to subdue it. I imitated the boss's movements and stepped on the chicken's neck with a rather unfamiliar foot. Although its wings had been broken long ago, the bound claw still struggled hard. I quickly increased my strength and finally controlled it. After grabbing the chicken's mouth, I nervously raised the dagger, aimed it at the chicken's neck, and cut it open with force. Instantly, blood gushed out, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Strangely, I didn't feel sick, but rather excited. After a few seconds, the chicken gradually stopped struggling. I raised my eyes and saw a scarlet number 0.1 suddenly appeared on the panel. I quickly opened the panel, and the data showed that changes had occurred. Name, Lu Sheng, Wisdom. 5, Strength. 3, Agility. 4, Constitution. Monster Yuan Balance. 0.1. This really works. Seeing the balance of demon energy increase, my heart beat faster, and I couldn't express my excitement in words. The demon element should be more effective when it is an integer. I speculated secretly. Killing a chicken will earn you 0.1 demon element, and killing 10 will accumulate to 1 point. Although there are no other changes to the panel, I'm not disappointed. On the contrary, I am full of anticipation for the next chicken killing work. Seeing how smoothly I killed the chicken for the first time, the boss couldn't help but nod and said, "Not bad. You are quite good." There were 44 chickens in the yard. I counted them, and the total was 1,320 yuan. I handed the money to the boss. After the boss counted the money, he ignored me and continued to deal with other chickens in the yard. The 9th, the 10th. When the 10th steel-clawed chicken stopped struggling, I excitedly opened the panel again. Name, Lu Sheng, Wisdom. 5+, Strength. 3+, Agility. 4+, Constitution. 3+, Demon Yuan Balance. 1. It's true. I licked my lips excitedly when I saw the changes on the panel. This time, not only did the balance reach 1, but there was also a plus sign after all the attributes. Everyone who's played the game knows what this plus sign means. Teacher once said that chi and blood are a kind of life energy. Only when the physique is stronger can one have more life energy. On the panel, the attributes related to physique are strength and constitution. But I think that compared to strength, improving physique is more important to me. After all, my body is too weak now, and a gust of wind can blow me down. The stronger the physique, the more energy and blood will increase accordingly. Let's give it a try. It doesn't matter if I add it wrong. I thought about it and decided to add the first attribute point to physique. I focused my attention on my physique and silently repeated to myself, "Improve my physique." In an instant, a golden light flashed on the panel, and all the demon energy balances instantly returned to 0, and the plus sign after the physical fitness disappeared. Then I suddenly felt a warm current flowing through my body, and the comfortable feeling spread from my skin to my bones, and even my internal organs began to feel warm. I have never experienced such a wonderful feeling, just like soaking in warm water. My muscles and skin became tougher, my heartbeat became stronger, and my breathing became smoother. Most importantly, I felt my strength returning, and my previously frail body became healthier. According to the attributes of the panel, the average value for a healthy adult is about 5. I have always been weak due to malnutrition, and my physique and strength are my shortcomings. After adding physique, my physical fitness has indeed been greatly improved. Although the appearance has not changed much, this improvement seems more natural. If I become a muscular man after adding some weight, it would be too unrealistic. Now, I can at least be considered a healthy young man. Feeling the changes brought about by the improvement of my physical fitness, my heart is surging, and I am full of confidence and expectations for the future. When I looked at those ferocious-looking steel-clawed chickens again, I suddenly felt that they were absolutely beautiful. In the following time, I almost turned into a cold-blooded chicken-killing machine. The balance of demon yuan on the panel continued to rise, increasing like running water. When the last chicken fell under my knife, the balance of Yao Yuan had reached 3.4. Before I knew it, night had quietly fallen. I was not in a hurry to add more, thinking to myself that if I added more over time, the appearance would change too much, and the boss might notice something was wrong, and if it got out, it might bring some unpredictable trouble. Boss, this big rat. 50 per piece, no bargaining. After washing my hands, I looked at the sharp-toothed rat in the cage outside the store again. But this time, the boss obviously didn't intend to bargain with me. Will there be chickens tomorrow? I asked, thinking that 50 yuan for a mouse was not a good deal. I don't even know when I'll be able to sell out these 40-plus chickens. Why did I buy in so many chickens? The boss said impatiently. If you want to kill a chicken, go to the store at the Far East. They have it, the boss added briefly. I nodded my thanks. It was already too late tonight, and I felt it might not be safe to go back, so I decided to come back tomorrow. Gurgle. As soon as I walked out of the market, I heard a rumbling sound in my stomach. I realized that I hadn't eaten for a day. After my physical fitness was strengthened, my stomach's needs obviously increased. Although I was refreshed, the feeling of emptiness in my stomach was still strong. Passing by a steamed bun shop, I couldn't help but buy 20 big meat buns and ate them while walking. However, when I walked into the alley, I suddenly heard light footsteps behind me. I looked back and found a tall and thin figure following me silently in the darkness a few meters away. My heart tightened, and before I could react, I quickened my pace. However, I had only walked a dozen steps when I saw a short man at the other end of the alley, holding a shining dagger in his hand. I stopped inside. I didn't expect to get into trouble on the first day I moved here. Little brother, lend me some money to spend on Huabei. I haven't eaten for a day, and I'm starving to death. A joking voice came from behind me, and I recognized at a glance that this was the man who spoke to me during the day. If I give you the money, won't I be the one starving to death? I sneered, knowing full well that what was about to happen next might be a life-and-death duel. Although the opponent has a knife in his hand, I now have 3 points of demon energy and have also learned some boxing and kicking skills, so I should not be defeated so easily. It seems like you're planning to refuse my toast and drink the wine for punishment. You little bastard, you have to understand that the rules in Jixiang village are different from those in the city. The police are too lazy to care, even if a few people die. If you don't listen to me, I'll use a white knife to kill you and your life will be in danger. The man's voice was cold, and he obviously thought I would be afraid. The police won't care about dead people. That's great. When I heard the threat, instead of being afraid, a sneer appeared on my face. Did your head get caught in the door? Hand over the money quickly. These words stunned the two men for a moment, but then they spoke sternly. Okay, but you'll have to wait a moment. I smiled and slowly put the unfinished bun in my hand in a clean place in the alley. Then I stood up straight, silently called out the panel, and whispered in my heart, add all to physical fitness. The next changes were extremely rapid. The golden light on the panel once again converged on the plus sign of the physical fitness, and I could feel the familiar heat flow. This time the feeling was stronger than before. The muscles expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the stretching of the bones was accompanied by a loud popping sound. This pain was like the feeling of muscle being torn after excessive strength training, and it was extremely intense. I couldn't help but frown, thinking to myself, next time I'll take it slow. Adding 3 points at a time is really too much. However, all this only lasted for a few dozen seconds, and the pain finally disappeared. As the change was completed, the school uniform I was wearing became a fit. In the moonlight, I looked at my hands. They were no longer thin and frail, but the powerful hands of an adult man. What's wrong with this guy? How did he suddenly grow taller and stronger? The alley was dimly lit, with only a few rays of moonlight shining in, but the two robbers could still see that I had obviously grown several sizes bigger. The short man rubbed his eyes, as if he thought he had seen it wrong. Don't worry about it. Just subdue the man first. The tall and thin man felt something was wrong and immediately rushed towards me. I didn't hesitate and rushed towards the short man. I was less than 10 meters away, and I was in front of him in a few steps. He was holding a knife, so I naturally wouldn't fight him in close combat. The fighting skills I had learned in school flashed through my mind quickly, and with the advantage of my height and long legs, I quickly accelerated and kicked him with a powerful front kick. The other party obviously did not expect that my foot was faster than he could imagine. When the knife was halfway through, my foot kicked him hard in the chest. He flew out like a cannonball, crashing straight into a telephone pole and fell to the ground with a dull sound. I looked at the man who had fallen to the ground and was stunned. Why is my strength so strong all of a sudden? Although he was small, he was still an adult after all, so a kick shouldn't have been so violent. However, the result surprised me. How dare you attack us? We are from the Black Tiger Gang. The tall and thin man behind him roared. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he took out the sharp knife from his waist, ready to continue the attack. Black Tiger Gang? I raised my eyebrows. I've heard of this name before. Almost the entire Jixiang village is their territory. The Black Tiger Gang is a notorious underworld organization that treats the lives of its subordinates as worthless. If these two were to go back alive today, it would undoubtedly be a huge trouble for me. Then I can't let you stay, I said coldly. Anyway, he just mentioned that if a few people died in Jixiang village, the police would not care at all, especially for long-term drug addicts like him. The police would even hope that more of them would die. As he watched me walk towards him step by step, a hint of cruelty flashed in the man's eyes. He immediately turned around, grabbed the knife, and rushed towards me. But I didn't become arrogant because of this. After all, the enemy in front of me held a deadly knife in his hand and could easily end my life. However, the moment the knife approached, I noticed that his movements were surprisingly slow. Before I could think about it, I subconsciously reached out and grabbed his wrist tightly. The man was startled instantly and felt as if his wrist was tightly clamped by a pair of pliers, unable to move at all. "Let me go," he roared and punched me in the face with his free hand. But just before he threw his fist, he suddenly felt a powerful force pressing down on his wrist. The intense pain made him go limp, and he fell to his knees. The knife in his hand also fell to the ground weakly. Just as he was about to scream, I did not hesitate to use my fingertips instead of the blade and cut his neck fiercely. He didn't even have time to react. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. After I finished all this, I didn't stop for a moment. Although few people dared to wander outside at night in Jixiang village, it was just nightfall, and there might still be people passing by nearby. I quietly approached the alley entrance and observed, and after confirming that no one appeared, I made a quick decision. I wrapped my hands with my school uniform, picked up the knife on the ground, and used my foot to turn the tall and thin man over so that he was face down. Then I grabbed his hair and pulled his neck hard. Just like the skillful movements when I slaughtered the chickens in the afternoon, I cut with the sharp knife and blood gushed out like a fountain. Soon, I turned around and aimed at another person, repeating the same technique. Perhaps because I had killed quite a few steel-clawed chickens today, I was surprisingly calm when facing these two bleeding corpses. I even felt that the situation was no different from when I was slaughtering chickens. Afterwards, I threw away the knife, picked up the buns on the ground, and walked quickly towards my rental house. As for what will happen next, I don't care. After all, there is no surveillance in Jixiang village, and there are no witnesses at the scene. The chances of the real culprit being tracked down are almost zero. Why did my strength suddenly become so great? After returning to the house, locking the door, and checking that there was no blood on my body, I began to think about this question. When I looked at the panel again, I was stunned when I saw the numbers on it. Name, Lu Shang, Wisdom, 5. Strength, 5. Agility, 4. Constitution, 7. Demon Yuan balance, 0. 7 point for Constitution is fine. But how come strength went from 3 points to 5 points? Noticing the changes on the panel, I was a little confused. It turns out that my physique is too weak, which is why my strength has always been small. The physical value of a healthy adult male is 5, and now my physical value has reached 7, which is almost considered a strong adult. So my strength has also increased. However, I think this is because my physique has not been trained enough, and its potential has not been fully released. Otherwise, my strength may be even higher. But judging from the current state, as my physique improves, the increase in strength may become smaller and smaller. As for the effect of increasing wisdom and agility, I still have to give it a try. In just one afternoon, the changes in me were so obvious that I was filled with excitement. After taking off my clothes and standing in the shabby hut, staring at the only broken mirror, I noticed that I was now muscular. Although not as huge as those muscular men, the lines of each muscle were clear, and I could feel the feeling of drawing with a little effort. It must be because I used to be too thin and didn't have much body fat, which is why my muscles are so obvious now. I seem to have grown a bit taller, and my frame has become bigger, and although there isn't much difference after I put on clothes, overall I look a lot stronger now than before. The future is full of hope. I will continue to ask for leave from the teacher tomorrow and continue to kill chickens. My physical fitness has reached 7 points, and my chi and blood values should have also increased. I have to find time to go to the pharmacy to check how far away I am from the standard deviation of the martial arts exam. In short, I must meet the minimum requirements before signing up. After planning my schedule for tomorrow, I felt energized and started to recall the fighting techniques I learned in school. In addition, the martial arts moves that Lu Jin secretly taught Lu Jin during his private lessons also came to mind. In the past, my skinny body could not even punch and kick with the strength of a girl. But now, when I practice again, every move is full of power and has a lot of momentum. The excitement in my heart made me release my energy all night long, until I was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep on the dry, hard bed. At the same time, in the courtyard of the Lu family villa, a white sports car quietly parked in the garage. A beautiful woman in a white business suit and with a cold temperament walked out of the car. She is my elder sister, Lu Jin. At the age of 25, she is already the helmsman of the Euro Group, a company under the Lu family with a market value of tens of billions. When Lu Jin pushed open the door and walked into the living room, she saw her family sitting on the sofa and having a lively conversation. In the past, at this time of year, she was usually still working overtime, and I would always greet her immediately with slippers, help her change her shoes, or pour her some water and prepare some snacks. But today, she looked around and suddenly didn't see me, and she was stunned. "Jinghan, are you tired? Sit down and have a rest for a while," Lin Xia said casually when she saw her come back. The other brothers and sisters simply called her Big Sister and continued to talk about their own topics. Lu Jin quietly found a place to sit down, as if she had gotten used to her family's neglect of her. "Where's Lu Sheng? Why can't I see him?" Although Jin was thirsty, hungry, and exhausted, no one paid attention to her. After a moment of silence, she finally couldn't help asking. Hearing her question, the originally lively living room suddenly became quiet, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Everyone had an unnatural expression on their face. Lu Jin swept his confused eyes across everyone's faces, full of doubts. Why do they react so intensely whenever I am mentioned? Who is Lu Sheng? I don't know this person at all. When her eyes rested on Lu Qianru, the youngest sister sneered and said contemptuously, "Why are we still mentioning him? That heartless guy broke off relations with us a long time ago and ran away from home." Then, Lin Xia also spoke indignantly with a gloomy face. Break off relations, run away from home. Lu Jin couldn't believe it. Her usually well-behaved and obedient brother would actually do such a thing. He stole Xiao Jin's very valuable watch, but not only did he not admit it, but when Mom criticized him a little, he couldn't stand it and insisted on breaking off relations with us. Lu Jiesin said helplessly. My sister and I both advised him not to leave, but he insisted on going. My father happened to come home at that time, and seeing how determined he was, he finally agreed. Lu Jin added regretfully, "You just let him go like that? Didn't you ever think about what would happen if something happened to him, since he was in such poor health?" Lu Jinghan's face was filled with shock and disbelief after hearing his family's explanation. She knew that my family never liked me, but she was busy with work and had no time to pay attention to my brother's situation. I didn't expect that I was cruelly driven away by my family just because I lost control of my emotions. Isn't that perfect? How can he learn a lesson if he doesn't encounter some trouble? This time we must make him understand that without the Lu family, he is nothing, and even his survival will be a problem. Lin Shuya snorted coldly with a disdainful tone. Since he's cut ties with us, why should we care about him? Ever since that evildoer came back home, there's been no peace at home. I think we shouldn't have brought him back in the first place. This time he took the initiative to break off the relationship. I think we should just let him fend for himself out there and not come back to harm us. After Lin Shuya finished speaking, Lu Qianru sneered disdainfully. At this time, Lu Jiesin and Lu Jin did not interrupt anymore and seemed to agree with what the previous two said. You really are. Lu Qinghan was speechless for a moment. She suddenly remembered that every time she saw her brother, his eyes were always full of admiration and concern. That undisguised emotion made her suddenly realize that she must find this brother back. So she hurriedly took out her phone and searched for my number. However, she frowned because she didn't have my contact information. Who has Lu Sheng's phone number? Don't ask me. Lu Jiesin was the first to shake her head. Brother never told me his number. Lu Jin looked at Lu Qinghan eagerly. Why do I want his phone number? Lu Qianru said with disgust. I do have his old number, but he seemed to have changed it later, so I didn't ask again. Lin Shuya said casually, not taking it seriously at all. Seeing that everyone denied it, Lu Qinghan fell silent. Not to mention my relationship with them. Even if we were strangers living under the same roof for 3 years, it was incredible that no one had each other's phone number. This only showed that I had no sense of existence in this family, and no one even really cared about me. If there is no phone number, then there must be a friend of his on the mobile app, right? Lu Qinghan took a deep breath and asked again. His crappy phone can only make calls and send text messages. How can it have any mobile apps? Lu Qianru responded with mockery. What? You actually let him use this antique phone? Lu Qinghan was stunned. As sons, Lu Jin uses the latest smartphone, while I use an antique that is who knows how many years old. This gap is simply chilling. He learned all these bad habits in the orphanage. We didn't give him a better phone because we were afraid he would be exposed to things he shouldn't watch, which would make him harder to discipline and turn him into a complete loser. I gave him this phone for his own good, Lin Shuya said confidently, not thinking she had done anything wrong. These words reminded Lu Qinghan that every time Lin Shuya mentioned me, she always said that I learned bad habits in the orphanage. Those bad habits she mentioned were not as terrible as she said. It was just because I grew up in an orphanage and my living habits were incompatible with the wealthy Lu family. At the beginning, although my family was a little uncomfortable with my return, they were not as disgusted as they are now. It was not until Lin Shuya started to criticize me and bring up my lack of education and bad habits that my younger brothers and sisters began to dislike me more and more. Lu Qinghan has been busy with his family business in recent years and didn't pay much attention to these abnormal details. It was not until the day when I ran away from home that she recalled these things again and felt a chill in her heart and a little regretful. She even regretted that she was so enthusiastic towards me at the beginning, but did not respond to my care more. If she could give me a little more warmth, maybe I would not choose to run away from home. Since I can't find his contact information, I will go to the school to find him tomorrow. After all, he is also a child of our Lu family. If something happens to him outside, it will not look good if it gets out. Lu Qinghan stood up, her tone calm, and it was difficult to discern her inner emotions. Although she knew that my mother Lin Shuya played a big role in my running away from home, she was clear that with Lin Shuya's temper, blaming her would not only be useless, but would also cause unrest in the family. Lu Qinghan is the pillar of the family. The Euro Group has grown to its current size thanks to her amazing business acumen. Almost no one dares to disobey her at home. Even though everyone was dissatisfied with her wanting to find me, no one said anything. Only a hint of gloom appeared in Lu Jin's eyes. In the past, Lu Qinghan was busy with work and paid little attention to me. But this time when I ran away from home, I attracted her attention. Lu Jin knew that if she brought me back, the situation at home would definitely change greatly, and this was not what he wanted to see. But now, he had no way to stop it. He could only wait and see how Lu Qinghan would deal with it, or try to get rid of this troublesome thing directly. The next morning, I woke up early and waited for the right time, then called my homeroom teacher, Jiang Chunhua, to ask for leave. Jiang Chunhua agreed without hesitation, without asking for the reason. After all, as the head teacher of the graduating class, It would be best if I could worry less about a student like me who ranked last in all aspects. However, I was a little curious about how Jiang Chunhua would react when he saw that my qi and blood values were up to standard. After a quick wash, I did a few sets of boxing. My stomach started to protest, so I hurriedly got ready to go out. When I walked through the alley that I had to pass through last night, I found that the two bodies had disappeared. Only the traces of human figures outlined with lime powder were left on the ground. Apart from that, it seemed as if nothing had happened. All this made my originally anxious heart completely relax. After walking out of Jixiang village for more than 20 minutes, I finally found a larger pharmacy near the main urban area. $50 for one test, the clerk said expressionlessly while chewing bubblegum. It was a blood pressure tester that was very similar to an automatic blood pressure monitor. The tester only had to put his arm in it. I braced myself, and after the clerk pressed a few buttons, I felt a sudden increase in pressure on my arm, and then a thin needle pierced my vein. At the same time, the values on the instrument began to jump rapidly. 20, 60, 100, 140. With a soft beep sound, the value finally stopped at 140. I took a deep breath, feeling a little excited. In one day, my qi and blood value increased from a pitiful 60 points to 140 points. This speed of improvement was incredible. Although some expensive medicines can do this, they cost millions of dollars, which is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even a wealthy family, like the Lu family, would never waste such expensive resources on a child with no potential. 140, almost. The clerk curled his lips after seeing the number, and then changed his tone to a sales pitch. We have a cost-effective potion in our store, 1.8 million per bottle, which can help you make up for the last 10 calories. Go back and discuss it with your family. If you miss the registration tomorrow, you will miss the chance. I nodded and handed the clerk $50 from my wallet, thinking to myself that this price was ridiculous. Spending 1.8 million to buy medicine to increase 10 calories of qi and health is simply a joke. If I had this money, I would rather use it to hunt monsters. I believe my improvement will be more obvious. However, everything that followed was simple. Registering for the martial arts exam is to have a blood and qi of 150, which is the standard for ordinary talents. If the blood and qi reach 180, it means that you have a certain talent. If it reaches 210, you will enter the ranks of geniuses. This standard is not set out of thin air, but is based on the principle of qi and blood tempering. When the qi and blood value reaches 150 cards, the first tempering can be carried out and promoted to a first-class warrior. When it reaches 180 cards, the second tempering can be carried out and promoted again. And when the qi and blood exceeds 210 cards, one can become a first-class warrior after more than 3 temperings. Qi and blood quenching is to remove impurities from the qi and blood and purify its essence. The purer the qi and blood, the higher the utilization rate. On the road of cultivation, talent determines everything. People with insufficient talent, no matter how hard they try, can never catch up with the pace of genius. The martial arts exam is not only a competition of qi and blood, but also includes a ranking competition to determine the ranking of martial arts candidates. The higher the ranking, the greater the chance of entering a top university. I know that if I want to stand out, the most direct way is to improve my physical fitness by adding points and use my strong physique to crush all opponents. And if I want to continue to improve myself, killing monsters and accumulating monster essence has become my current priority. On that day, Lu Qinghan did not go to the company early in the morning, but drove to number 1 middle school where I was. She explained her purpose to the guard, but was told that outside visitors were not allowed to enter the school because of the approaching major exams. She could only ask the security guard to help contact her class teacher, Jiang Chunhua. When she introduced herself as Lu Sheng's sister, Jiang Chunhua's reaction stunned her. Lu Sheng is obviously an orphan. Where does his family come from? If he has a family, why haven't I seen you at the parent-teacher conferences in the past 3 years? Lu Qinghan was speechless for a moment. She knew that Lu Jintian usually went to every parent-teacher meeting of Lu Jin. If he didn't have time, Lin Shuya would also actively participate. But it seems that no one has ever really cared about me. At this moment, Lu Qinghan was filled with self-blame. She knew very well that if she, as a sister, had shown more concern, perhaps Lu Sheng would not have severed ties with his family. Jiang Chunhua told Lu Qinghan that I had asked for leave and did not come to school. Lu Qinghan asked for my phone number again, but Jiang Chunhua flatly refused. Fortunately, the security guard was helpful and told her that all candidates needed to come to school to register tomorrow. Lu Qinghan then remembered that Lu Jin and I were in the same school and would also come to register tomorrow. The whole family had already agreed to go with him. She secretly made up her mind that she would try her best to persuade me to go home tomorrow. Chapter 10. It's none of your business. Today is the day for test registration. Lucian got up early before dawn. Jixiang village is far away from number 1 middle school, and it takes at least an hour to get there by bus. After adding another point of physical fitness, Lu Shang's total physical fitness reached 8 points. Fortunately, it only increased by 1 point, and the body shape did not change much. Wearing that baggy school uniform, it would be difficult for ordinary people to notice him except for those who were particularly familiar with him. After arriving at the bus stop closest to the school and getting off the bus, Lu Shang put his hands in his pockets. In the past, he always walked with his head down, looking quite introverted and inferior. At this moment, Lu Shang held his head high and chest puffed out, his whole body emitting an invisible aura of confidence. Passing students would unconsciously keep their eyes on him for 2 seconds. Just as Lu Shang was about to reach the school gate, 2 black cars quickly stopped not far in front of Lu Shang. One of the car doors opened, and a pair of slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings stretched out from the car. Then a beautiful woman in a white uniform skirt got out of the car. He walked quickly towards Lu Shang, stretched out his hand to pull Lu Shang's arm, and said anxiously, "Xiao Sheng, where have you been these 2 days? Do you know I'm worried to death?" Lu Sheng glanced at the woman indifferently. Then he turned around and saw almost everyone in the Lu family getting off the car one after another. The woman in front of him was his elder sister, Lu Qinghan. It could be said that he is the person in the Lu family who has the least malice towards him. But that's all. Lu Sheng got lost when he was a child because Lu Qinghan took him out to play. As a result, he had so much fun that he forgot about his younger brother. It was not until one person returned home and asked his family that they found out that his brother had disappeared. Logically speaking, I lost my brother. When a younger brother is found again, any normal person will feel a certain degree of remorse, make some amends for the serious consequences caused back then. However, Lu Sheng never saw any guilt in Lu Qinghan. I don't know if it's due to my personality or some other reason. No matter how Lu Sheng tried to please Lu Qinghan at home, the other party, like Lu Jintian, always treated him with a distant and indifferent attitude. Lu Sheng still clearly remembered that the doctor in his previous life had just announced that he had died after failed rescue efforts. Lu Qinghan just frowned impatiently and then said in a cold tone, "I still have things to do in the company. Let me know when the funeral is." Then he left the hospital without looking back. Lu Sheng didn't expect that this woman was out of her mind today and suddenly ran over to him with an expression of great concern. "It's none of your business." Lu Sheng just twisted his body slightly to avoid the other party's outstretched hand and continued walking forward with an expressionless face. Lu Qinghan's expression froze, and she suddenly felt that this younger brother was very strange to her. In the past, Lu Sheng had always been extremely enthusiastic towards her, and even when she showed impatience, he would always keep her smiling. Lu Sheng's cold attitude today made her feel so disappointed that her heart ached slightly. "Lu Sheng, can you please stop making trouble?" Lu Qinghan quickly chased after him and tried to grab Lu Sheng's arm again. This time she really achieved her goal. However, Lu Sheng swung his hand without hesitation, causing Lu Qinghan to stagger. Then he pointed at Lu Qinghan and growled coldly, "Don't bother me anymore. I have nothing to do with you now." Lu Qinghan didn't expect Lu Sheng to be so ruthless. He felt extremely aggrieved for a moment, and his eyes were a little red. Whatever I wanted to say, I couldn't say it. "Are you okay, sis?" Lu Qinghan was caught off guard and almost fell down. Lu Jin, who was not far away, was quick-witted and rushed over to support Lu Qinghan and asked with concern, "How could I have given birth to such an uneducated thing? How dare you even attack your own sister?" The scene just now was seen by several people from the Lu family. Lin Shuya immediately glared at Lu Sheng's receding back and cursed. "Why has he become like this now? My eldest sister wanted to persuade him to go home with good intentions, but he not only didn't appreciate it, but instead had this attitude." Lu Jiesin also hurried to Lu Qinghan, held Lu Qinghan's arm, and after checking that Lu Qinghan was not seriously injured, she said with an indignant look on her face, "I've said it before, Lu Sheng is nothing at all. Don't waste your feelings, big sister. Unlike our Xiao Jin, who always thinks of his sister first when something happens. Raising a thing like that is like raising an ungrateful person." Lu Qianru stared at Lu Sheng's back with disgust and spoke loudly. It was obvious that she did this deliberately to let Lu Sheng hear what she said. Lu Jintian didn't say anything, but his brows were slightly furrowed. As a 7th-rank master, his observation skills are extremely sharp. He clearly remembered that the day Lu Sheng left home, he was still as skinny and weak as ever. But after just 2 days of not seeing him, his son's complexion looked rosy, his steps were stronger, and even his spirit and energy seemed like a completely different person. Although Lu Sheng was still wearing the worn and loose school uniform, Lu Jintian could still vaguely sense the strong muscles revealed under the thin school uniform every time Lu Sheng moved. This made him curious about what had happened to Lu Sheng in the past 2 days. Naturally, Lu Sheng heard everything those people said clearly. But now, no matter what they say, it is difficult to disturb Lu Sheng's emotions. As he just said, these people have nothing to do with him anymore. For today's test registration, all candidates need to line up according to their classes in the playground and then proceed in turn. Students taking the military examination have to take an additional Qi and blood test than those taking the liberal arts examination. Only after their Qi and blood values meet the standards can they collect information and submit the registration form. When Lu Sheng came to the team, where Class 12 was, he was like a transparent man, and no one noticed him at all. Look, isn't that Lu Jin? He is one of the most likely candidates to win the top prize in the city's martial arts exam this time. I heard that when he was tested half a year ago, his Qi and blood value had already reached 210 calories. I don't know how strong he is now. After all, his father is one of the few 7th-grade masters in Beijing City. If I had such family resources, I might be stronger than him. Isn't it the fact that he is handsome, he is much more handsome than those idols. I almost faint every time I see him smile. I think the one who has the best chance of winning is the school beauty, Su Liloa. Her grandfather is the principal of our school. In the previous test, her Qi and blood value was 10 calories higher than Lu Jin's. Don't keep your eyes on our school. The ranking in the competition is not based on the blood value. Li Yongheng from number 6 middle school is the real muscle maniac. He is so strong that he can lift a car. If you say so, I have to mention Han Xiaodong from number 21 middle school. It is said that he seriously injured more than 30 gang members with his bare hands some time ago. His fighting ability is simply appalling. The students in the class were discussing the influential figures in this martial arts exam. Lu Sheng did not say anything and just listened quietly. The 8 people who are going to take the martial arts exam, please stand up and line up separately, then follow me to take the test. At this moment, the head teacher, Jiang Chunhua, walked quickly to the front of the line with a folder in his hand and shouted loudly. Amid the envious looks of others, 8 excited boys and girls consciously walked out of the team and lined up from tallest to shortest. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. 9. Jiang Chunhua was worried, so she counted them again from beginning to end, fearing that someone would be left out and miss the opportunity to register. But to his surprise, as he was counting, one more person appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 11, I can make a bet with you. Lu Sheng, did you fall asleep? Why are you going in there to cause trouble? The team with his fat belly that looked like he was pregnant. At a glance, he noticed something strange mixed in and immediately shouted at the top of his voice. Ha 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 ha. Lu Sheng, are you here to make people laugh? Do you think a poor fellow like you can even take the martial arts exam? I remember that during the last test, his blood and energy were only 60 calories. I guess there's no one lower than him in the whole school. Come back quickly and don't embarrass our class, okay? If the other classes saw you fooling around here, they would definitely laugh their heads off. With your tiny body, I'm afraid you can't even beat a stronger elementary school student. Who gave you the courage to stand there? As soon as Jiang Chunhua finished speaking, the students in the class also discovered Lu Sheng, the outlier hidden in the martial arts examination team. Some people looked as if they were watching a joke, while most people started to mock him. My Qi and blood values have reached the standard, so I'm standing here to sign up for the martial arts exam. Lu Sheng has long been accustomed to these harsh voices over the years and is too lazy to argue with them. He just looked at Jiang Chunhua calmly, as if he was talking about something very normal. Come on, come out. Today is such a critical day. We can't let you mess around. You can't afford to delay the registration of other students. Jiang Chunhua has taught Lu Sheng for 3 years and knows exactly what this student is like. How could she possibly believe his one-sided story? He rushed forward in a few steps, stretched out his hand to pull Lu Sheng's arm, ready to pull Lu Sheng out. Lu Sheng did not dodge and let the other party grab his arm. Jiang Chunhua originally thought that Lu Sheng's small body, which could be blown down by a gust of wind, could be easily pulled out with just a little effort. But what surprised Jiang Chunhua was that, although he did use force, the person he was pulling just stood there and didn't move at all. Can't pull it. Jiang Chunhua widened his eyes. Although he was not very strong and had been lazy in practicing for many years, he only focused on theoretical knowledge and could only barely reach the strength of a first-grade warrior. But he was a first-rank warrior, and he couldn't even pull up a thin student just now. This was somewhat unbelievable. Lu Sheng, please stop wasting everyone's time, okay? You're the last one, so please don't hold us back at the last minute, okay? Get out of the team now. Do you dare not listen to Teacher Zhang's words? If you don't leave the team, be careful on your way home from school. Jiang Chunhua asked Lu Sheng to leave the team for the second time, but he still stood there and refused to leave. The other students who were going to sign up for the martial arts exam also started yelling at Lu Sheng, and some even threatened him. If Teacher Jiang doesn't believe that my qi and blood have reached the standard, I can make a bet with you. If I can't pass the test, I won't sign up for the liberal arts exam, but will choose to drop out directly. But if I pass the test and successfully register, Mr. Jiang and those who just spoke rudely to me need to publicly apologize to me. To everyone's surprise, even after they had said so much, Lu Sheng was not moved and instead made such a strange request. Jiang Chunhua frowned and stared at the student in front of him who was a complete stranger to him. He remembered it clearly from the time he entered his class 3 years ago, even until the holiday last Friday. Lu Sheng has always been in a timid state. He dare not look directly at anyone when talking to them, and when answering questions in class, his voice is so low that it is almost inaudible. At this moment, Lu Sheng not only dared to look him in the eye, but also spoke with strong confidence, especially making a bet that was disadvantageous to him. If he doesn't have a problem with his brain, then he really has the confidence to gamble. Childish face with suspicion. In fact, he was more inclined to believe that Lu Sheng had a mental problem. If Lu Sheng failed the test and really chose to drop out as promised, maybe the average score of their class would be raised by a few points. This is a really good thing for him. Teacher Jiang, make a bet with him. Agree to it, Mr. Jiang. Those who can sign up for the martial arts exam are the best of the best. I don't believe that someone like him can pass. Ha! If he can meet the standard, I will perform a handstand diarrhea show for everyone right there. If he can pass, we will sincerely apologize to him. If he is just bragging here, he should get out as soon as possible. When Jiang Chunhua was still hesitating whether to agree, the students around her had already started to make a fuss, as if they were afraid that Jiang Chunhua would refuse Lu Sheng's request. Okay, then I'll give you this chance. Jiang Chunhua smacked his teeth. Now, that public opinion was so strong, he was just following the trend. Why not? After adding Lu Sheng's name to the registration form, Jiang Chunhua led the team towards the direction of testing qi and blood. Look, isn't that Lu Sheng at the end of the team? That's where the martial arts exam is held. What is he doing there? At this moment, the Lu family also accompanied Lu Jin, talking and laughing as they walked in the same direction. The sharp-eyed Lu Qinghan spotted Lu Sheng's figure at a glance. Who knows? That ungrateful guy must have been secretly following the team, wanting to see what's going on. Lu Qianru sneered and said with some disdain, "Why don't I look like that?" That teacher looked back at him several times. If he had sneaked into the team, he would have been chased away. He's not really going to take the martial arts test, is he? After careful observation, Lu Jesin found that it was not what Lu Qianru said. Has he ever measured his qi and blood before? What were the values? Lu Jintian narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Sheng's back, asking thoughtfully. I've tested it naturally, and it's only 60 calories, less than 1/3 of Xiao Jin's. He's simply a waste. Lin Shuya snorted coldly and didn't even want to look at Lu Sheng. I haven't seen you for 2 or 3 days. Maybe you've encountered something strange, right? Otherwise, where would you get the confidence to take the martial arts test? Although Lu Jin said this, he felt very dissatisfied with Lu Sheng's appearance here. Due to his various schemes, Lu Sheng often didn't even have enough food to eat. To expect the blood and qi to reach 150 calories in such an environment is simply a fantasy. You are just too kind-hearted. It's already this late, and you're still flattering him. Others may not know what kind of person Lu Sheng is, but how can we not know? Let alone taking the martial arts exam. Even if he takes the literary exam, with his useless learning ability, he can probably only get into a technical school or something like that. The tuition for technical schools is so high. Where does he get the money to go there? When he is left with nowhere else to go, he will come back and beg for our forgiveness. Then wait and see how I can take care of him." As soon as Lu Jin finished speaking, Lu Qianru rolled her eyes and said sarcastically. Chapter 12. Jiang Chunhua was stunned. It is very necessary to publicly test the qi and blood again before the martial arts exam. Would take risks and use special medicines to make their qi and blood values skyrocket in a short period of time in order to get their qi and blood values up to the standards when applying for exams. Although in the subsequent exams, his true colors were revealed and his health dropped, making it difficult for him to get a good ranking. But as long as you cross that hurdle and enter the martial arts academy, your life will be very different in the future. The machines used by schools for testing were specially developed by the country. Their accuracy and comprehensiveness are incomparable to those machines on the market. Moreover, the specific test results of each person will be announced through the radio after the test, which can basically expose all fraudulent behaviors. Gao Pingyan, the test result is 168.48 cards, passed. Li Guangming, test result 151.23 cards, passed. He Xiaofei, the test result is 187.62 calories, passed. Luna, the test result is 147.98 calories, which is unqualified. One by one, students entered the testing room with trepidation. When some people are happy, others are sad. Some people had just passed the passing line when they were tested outside before, but when they were tested here, they were just a little bit short. At this last moment, many people lost the opportunity to take the exam and broke down and cried loudly on the spot. This is also the reason why the school allows parents to accompany their children to school today. Su Luluo and Lu Jin, they actually came together to take the test. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. They are simply a perfect match. Su Luluo is the dream goddess of all the boys in our school. She usually looks superior and cold, but she only smiles in front of Lu Jin. They won't be together, right? I have to support this couple. You can go in and get tested without queuing up, but we still have to wait here. They are real geniuses. Geniuses have this kind of privilege. Lu Sheng's team had been waiting in line for more than an hour. It was almost their turn. Lu Jin and a girl with a pure and beautiful face wearing white sports shorts and a bun, chatting and laughing. He walked straight past all the people in line and headed towards the testing room. When passing by Lu Sheng, this guy glanced at Lu Sheng with contempt and gave him a disdainful sneer. Her attitude towards Lu Sheng in front of her family is completely different from her usual attitude towards him. Lu Sheng glanced back calmly without any expression. Now, let's introduce this person to be arrogant for a while. When we meet in the big competition, he will definitely give the other party a little shock. The school beauty Su Liluo was originally talking to Lu Jin with a chuckle. Noticing Lu Jin's sudden silence and sudden change in expression, he immediately locked onto Lu Sheng, an inconspicuous figure in the team, and his eyes immediately became unfriendly. "What's this man's name? Has he offended you before?" Su Liluo restrained her smile, turned around, and asked in a low voice. "His name is Lu Sheng. We had some friction before. It's just a small matter, so let's not talk about it. But I heard that his qi and blood value was only 60 calories before. He was able to take the martial arts test so soon. This improvement speed is really unbelievable." Lu Jin waved his hand generously, looking like he didn't want to bother with Lu Sheng. But then he questioned Lu Sheng's appearance here. "Oh, did you use any illegal drugs? Otherwise, how could it be possible to improve so quickly? The exam is the best opportunity for all candidates to achieve class advancement in a fair and just manner. Anyone who cheats like this will not be tolerated. The situation you reported is worthy of attention. Let him take the test first. After that, I will report it to the school leaders. If he dares to take banned substances, not only will he not be able to continue taking the exam, he will also face jail time." Although Su Luo's grandfather is the principal of a middle school, she doesn't like to meddle in other people's business on weekdays. But what Lu Jin said was able to attract enough of her attention. Nothing else, just because Lu Jin is her sweetheart. It's really rare to find a girl with such a strong sense of justice like you nowadays. Hearing Su's words, Lu Jin couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. Knowing that his goal had been achieved, he praised insincerely. After being praised by Lu Jin, Su Liluo felt sweeter than eating honey. Her smile was like a newly blooming snow lotus, almost captivating the boys around her. Because of their genius privileges, the teacher naturally put the two of them in front of the other test takers. Regarding the situation, no one dared to say anything. Su Liloa, test result 229.58 calories, passed. Lu Jin, the test result is 233.61 cards, passed. Soon, the test results of the two were broadcast throughout the campus. No one was surprised by this result. Apart from some people being amazed, it did not cause much stir. More than 10 minutes later, it was finally Lu Sheng's turn to take the test. But when he entered the testing room, he found that Lu Jin and Su Liloa had not left, but were whispering something with a bald middle-aged man. As they talked, they glanced at Lu Sheng from time to time. Lu Sheng didn't care. His qi and blood values were real. Moreover, with the leaders of the Education Bureau present today, there is no need to worry about them causing any trouble. Under the arrangement of a teacher, after the previous student came out, Lu Sheng immediately entered a huge closed machine. In a glass compartment behind the machine, there are 7 or 8 staff members carefully observing the data transmitted from the machine. It's not as troublesome as testing it at the drugstore. After the hatch was closed, a red ray appeared inside the machine and began to scan Lu Sheng's body from head to toe. He did not feel anything during the scan. After about 2 minutes, it suddenly went dark inside the machine and the hatch slowly opened. Lu Sheng, test result 163.17, passed. Then a sweet female voice was heard on the radio, making an intelligent voice announcement. He actually passed. When the result came out, Jiang Chunhua, who came in with the students, opened his mouth slightly and was completely stunned. He stared at Lu Sheng blankly and opened his mouth several times, but didn't know what to say. Lu Sheng passed the test, which meant that there was one more student in his class who could be admitted to the martial arts academy. Just because of this extra person, he could get an extra 10,000 yuan in year-end bonus. But he didn't know why. He just couldn't feel happy. Teacher Jiang, the previous bet should still count, right? Lu Sheng stopped and asked when he walked to Jiang Chunhua's side. It was not until this time that Jiang Chunhua suddenly came to his senses. But before he could open his mouth to speak, a clear female voice came from the other side of the testing room. Student, you can't leave yet. Chapter 13, do you think this is normal? Fuck, are you kidding me? Lu Sheng actually passed the test. It's ridiculous that such a person could get through. It's totally unjust. I don't believe it. With a small body like him, how could he have an HP value of 160? The last time I tested him, he only had 60 calories. He cheated. He definitely cheated. If he didn't take any illegal drugs, he wouldn't have such high qi and blood. Stop being sour, okay? What if he's been hiding his strength all along? I am 180 centimeters tall and weigh 180 kilograms, which is only 135 calories. I don't believe he can be taller than me. The school must give us an explanation. The moment Lu Sheng's test results were announced on the radio, all the students in Class 12 were shocked. Most people could not accept the fact that Lu Sheng successfully passed the martial arts test. Did you hear that? The name just read seems to be Lu Sheng, and he seems to have passed the test. Am I hallucinating? Lu Jiesin looked at her family members around her with disbelief. Impossible. How could that idiot pass the test? There must be someone with the same name and surname as him in the school. Lin Shuya flatly denied it. Even if it's Lu Sheng himself, I don't believe he can pass it with his real ability. He learned a lot of bad habits in the orphanage when he was young. Who knows if he did something illegal to fool the testing equipment. If we were discovered, we might even end up in jail. Lu Qianru proposed a different idea this time, but what she said was even more unbearable than Lin Shuya's. It was as if seeing Lu Sheng's life ruined would make her very happy. I just found out yesterday that no one has ever attended any of Xiaoxing's parent-teacher conferences during the 3 years he has been studying at No. 1 middle school. The information left in the archives remains an orphan to this day. He always acts like an outsider at home. All people pay attention to are his shortcomings. No matter what, he is still the offspring of our Lu family. He may be able to grow up quietly and quietly. In the final analysis, none of us know him at all. I think it's time for us to reflect on this. Lu Qinghan was very happy to hear that Lu Sheng could pass the martial arts test. Even though Lu Sheng had been impolite to her before, or even very rude, she didn't care too much, because she knew that the people in this family owed Lu Sheng too much. However, even though Lu Sheng has achieved such a miraculous result, the words coming from the mouth of a close relative sounded chilling, which made Lu Qinghan unbearable. We also have to take care of Xiao Jin. So how can we find a time to take care of him? Lin Shuya, as always, didn't think there was anything wrong with her and curled her lips in embarrassment. He's such a hopeless case. Isn't it a waste of time to spend time on him? It can be said that Lu Qianru inherited most of her mother's personality, with her neck stiff and a look of dissatisfaction on her face. I did ask him about his school situation before, but he was always evasive and didn't want to tell the truth. He has this attitude. What else can I do? Lu Jiesin rolled her eyes and looked at the faces of her family members before she spoke helplessly. Lu Qinghan sighed inwardly, feeling deeply that what he had just said was like talking to a cow. I realized that no matter how much I said, it would not have any effect, so I finally chose to keep silent. Did I really underestimate him? 160 calories of qi and blood. To be honest, it's not enough, but I have never invested any resources in him. If his results this time are truly valid, give him another chance. You will be a warrior in the future. Even if you can't do anything useful, it's still okay to invest a little bit of resources and help the family. But we still have to pay attention to Xiao Jin's mentality. He is the future of the Lu family. We can't let him feel uncomfortable just because Lu Sheng is back. Lu Jintian still did not express his opinion, but he had already started planning the next arrangements for Lu Sheng in his mind. In the testing room, Lu Sheng calmly watched the people walking towards him and did not ask them why they called him. Because from the expressions and tones of these people, he could tell that they had ill intentions. Director Wang, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with me, the student? Jiang Chunhua asked respectfully. He naturally knew who these two talented students were, but the bald man who came with them was the head teacher. If this person comes along at this time, the meaning will be completely different. This is your student. You should be very familiar with the situation. According to other students, his blood and energy value was only 60 calories the last time he was tested. It's only been half a year, and it's already over 160 calories, an increase of 100 calories. I have been in education for so many years, and I have never heard of a student improving at such a terrifying speed. You are also an experienced teacher. Do you think this is normal? Director Wang just glanced at Lu Sheng coldly, then questioned Jiang Chunhua in a serious voice. When asked this by Director Wang, Jiang Chunhua was stunned again. When testing before, they used an ordinary portable instrument, and he did remember that Lu Sheng had the lowest score of 60 calories in the class. Therefore, when Lu Sheng said that he had met the requirements, he did not believe it at all. After Lu Sheng passed the test, he didn't have time to think about the irrationality of it before he was stopped by Su Liluo. At this time, he really didn't know how to explain it. You're that other student, right? Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Jin. He could guess with his toes who was causing trouble for the head of the grade and who was behind it. I just suddenly remembered your terrible grades last time, so I mentioned it casually. Is this something that cannot be mentioned? When Lu Jin first heard Lu Sheng's test results, his face looked quite ugly. Anyway, he didn't believe that Lu Sheng's extremely poor qualifications could reach the threshold of the martial arts examination. He must have used some shameful means to reach this point. Fortunately, his deliberate talkativeness before received enough attention from Su Liluo and the head teacher. When asked by Lu Sheng, he put on his usual harmless attitude without any psychological burden. Student, I don't know how you fooled the testing machine, but I still advise you to confess your problems as soon as possible and cooperate with the investigation to seek leniency. If the school finds out and reports it to higher authorities, you will face severe punishment under the law. You are still so young, so don't be stubborn. As soon as Lu Jin finished speaking, Su Liluo put on a righteous look and began to interrogate Lu Sheng like a law enforcer. Chapter 14. The Brainless Dog Being Used as a Gun. Whoever advocates must provide evidence. If you doubt me, then show me the evidence. I have no obligation to cooperate with you, and I will never admit to something I didn't do just because of your empty slander. It was impossible for Lu Sheng not to be angry when someone threw mud at him out of the blue. But he has nothing to fear if his shadow distorts his character. He also knows that everything about the martial arts exam registration is based on instrument testing, and no one can decide a person's life or death with just a few words. Therefore, he was not panicked at all, but his tone was particularly cold and stiff. I'll ask you again, did you cheat? Lu Sheng's toughness surprised several skeptics, and the head teacher was like a loyal pug. Seeing that the principal's granddaughter looked unhappy, she immediately roared at Lu Sheng. His voice not only attracted the attention of everyone in the testing room, But the students queuing outside also heard the noise and rushed to the door to watch the excitement. What are you making all this noise about? Didn't anyone tell you that you had to be quiet after you came in? At this moment, a tall, thin, and dignified-looking middle-aged man rushed out from the glass partition, pointed at several people, and shouted, Director Lu, this is the case. We suspect that this student may have taken some contraband, which is why he deceived the instrument and passed the test. I think it is necessary to strictly investigate those who commit fraud like this. Once a problem is found, it must be dealt with severely. When Director Wong saw the person coming, he immediately put on a smiling face and explained with a nod. Tricked the instrument. Are you questioning the fairness of our testing? However, to everyone's surprise, after the grade director explained the reason, Director Lu's face turned a little ugly. No, what I mean is that maybe this student used some special method that made it impossible for the instrument to detect it. The testing process is naturally fair and equitable. The head of the grade, noticing that something was wrong with Director Lu, hurried to explain again. Lu Jin and Su Luo were puzzled as to why the Education Bureau leader reacted like this, even though Director Wong had pointed out such a serious problem. Lu Sheng smiled coldly, having roughly guessed that these self-righteous people might end up shooting themselves in the foot. Director Wong has really lost his mind. After listening to the words of two students, you dare to question the test results of the Education Bureau. Isn't this just a slap in the face of these leaders in front of everyone? Jiang Chunhua also came to his senses at this time and understood why the leader reacted in this way. This is a nationwide unified test. Anyone who cheats will lose his head. Who would dare to take such a big risk and open a back door for an orphan with no money and power? Wouldn't that be crazy? Director Wong has really ruined himself this time. Leader, the reason we doubt this is because during the last test, this student Lu Sheng's qi and blood value was only 60 calories. It's only been half a year, and the calories have increased by more than 100. This is obviously extremely unreasonable. I hope the leadership can be fair and investigate this matter thoroughly. At this point, Su Lulu still didn't realize where the problem lay. He thought that the leader did not know the reason for the incident and therefore did not conduct a strict investigation into Lu Sheng's plan, so he argued righteously. On the contrary, Lu Jin seemed to suddenly realize something and took a few steps back without making a sound, putting some distance between him and this upright school beauty. Since this most advanced tester came out, no one in the entire Dragon Country has ever been able to get away with it. You're questioning me because you think the staff responsible for the test neglected their duties. Is someone cheating for personal gain? Or is it that there is no fairness or justice in the entire Dragon Country's martial arts examination? From Director Lu's increasingly ugly expression, Lu Sheng had completely grasped the key to the matter. If he doesn't add fuel to the fire at this time, then what's the difference between him and the mouthless gourd in his previous life? It's their ability to increase 100 calories in half a year. Some people are slow to become enlightened, and it's common for them to suddenly become enlightened. Just because you haven't seen it, does that mean it's impossible? You have long hair, but little knowledge, but you are questioning this and that all day long. What qualifications do you, as a student, have to speak so arrogantly here? When it comes to their own interests, these leaders don't care whether you are beautiful or whose granddaughter you are. Sure enough, after Lu Sheng added fuel to the fire, Director Lu immediately pointed at Su Lulua's nose and started scolding her in a harsh voice. And you, it's fine if the students don't understand what's going on, but you're a school leader after all, and you're just joining in the fun without considering the consequences at all. I think you should not be the head teacher anymore. You are not capable of holding such an important position. Then Director Lu glared at the head of the grade with cold eyes, his eyes full of disgust. Student, please go ahead and register with peace of mind. There will be no problem with your test results. Non-essential people, please leave the testing room immediately and do not disturb others here. Then he solemnly gave Lu Sheng a clear result, then coldly said something to Su Luluo and Lu Jin and walked into the glass compartment without looking back. Through the glass, one can clearly see that he seems to be reporting something to someone on the phone with a serious expression. Director Wong looked like a bereaved family member, with sweat all over his face and head. It was not until this time that I finally understood what a big taboo I had committed. Knowing that the situation was beyond redemption, his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Lu Jin's expression was as if he had eaten a fly. His face turned pale and red. I never thought that the leaders of the Education Bureau would actually support that loser Lu Sheng. What's even more infuriating is that the waste not only passed the test, but also did not have any problems. What's the point of looking for a piece of trash like the head teacher? If I had found your grandfather earlier, why would I have to endure this humiliation? Lu Jin looked at Su Liluo with great frustration, thinking that this woman was largely responsible for his failure to trick Lu Sheng just now. At this moment, he no longer had any mood to stay here, and left quickly without saying a word. Su Liluo had tears in her eyes. She grew up surrounded by stars. In her 18 years of life, she has never heard anyone say a harsh word to her. But today, just because she was upholding justice, she was severely scolded, which made her feel very wronged. However, when she turned around and prepared to seek some comfort from Lu Jin, she found that her lover had left her without even looking back. A mindless bootlicker who is used as a tool by others. Lu Sheng glanced at Su Liluo with sarcasm in his eyes and said, "A genius student like Su Liluo is naturally not the kind of person who is extremely stupid." Hearing Lu Sheng's words, he was stunned at first, and then he immediately realized that he had been used by Lu Jin. You are sincere to others, but they treat you as a tool and discard you as soon as you lose your usefulness. Su Liluo, who suffered a series of blows, naturally could not accept it. She covered her mouth and ran out crying. "Come on, I'll take you to register first. After I finish registering, I will apologize to you in front of the whole class." Jiang Chunhua let out a long breath, patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder, and said, at this moment, he felt extremely fortunate that he did not get carried away and join Lu Sheng in questioning him. Otherwise, he would probably be one more unlucky person today. But what he didn't know was that Lu Sheng, a student in Class 12, was reported by the school belle Su Luo for cheating in a test and is now being severely dealt with by the leaders of the Education Bureau. What just happened was already seen by half of the students who were watching the fun, and it was passed back in such a way that it was taken out of context. One after another, people who were unaware of the truth fell into a carnival of gloating. Chapter 15. A wasted celebration. I was right, wasn't I? There's no way Lu Sheng could pass the test on his own. That's right. To increase the qi and health value by 100 points in half a year is impossible, even if you think about it. This is going to be fun. Do you think Lu Sheng will go to jail for this? This is a national test. Anyone who doesn't follow the rules will be put in jail for life. He also said that he won and asked us to apologize to him. Now you should think about how to apologize to the school leaders and the police. Upon hearing the news that Lu Sheng was being investigated, the students in Class 12 were overjoyed. They all turned into messengers of justice and began to denounce Lu Sheng in various ways. When I was in the bathroom just now, I heard the students discussing that Lu Sheng seemed to have been caught cheating by the Education Bureau and would be sent to the police station soon. In a shady spot in the playground, the Lu family was sitting on stone benches waiting for Lu Jin. Lu Jiesin suddenly came back jogging, excitedly sharing the big melon she had just eaten with her family. Haha, that's what I said. Lu Sheng must have done something illegal to trick the test equipment. But he never expected that he could fool the instrument, but not the people. It really is true that the net of heaven is vast and nothing can escape it. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianru immediately clapped her hands and laughed excitedly. Humph, it's a good thing he took the initiative to cut off relations with us before. Otherwise, if this gets out, our Lu family will lose all face because of him. Lin Shuya snorted coldly. Impossible. Is there some misunderstanding here? As far as I know, the banned drugs that can hide from the testing machine can easily cost millions of dollars per dose. Where does Xiao Shang get the money to buy that kind of stuff? Lu Qinghan's first reaction was disbelief, because Lu Sheng simply did not have the qualifications to do such a thing. At this moment, several people suddenly saw Lu Jin walking towards them hurriedly with a gloomy face. Xiao Jin really brought honor to our parents by easily winning the first place in number 1 middle school, unlike some people who only do petty and sneaky things. As soon as Lin Shuya saw Lu Jin appear, she immediately smiled happily, put her arms around her adopted son's neck, and praised him with a look of satisfaction on her face. Aren't the results very good? Why don't you look happy? Did anyone offend you? Lu Jiesin on the other side nudged Lu Jin with her shoulder and asked, It's nothing, actually. I just feel that the test results are still somewhat different from what I expected. Lu Jin gave a forced smile and said with a look of disappointment. Of course he was unhappy now. He had wanted to use Su Lilua to accuse Lu Shingan of cheating, but he didn't expect this woman to be so useless that she couldn't even do such a small thing. But of course, he couldn't say such things openly in front of his family. Don't be too hard on yourself. There's still 10 days left. I will ask someone to buy me a blood and qi strengthening potion in a few days. After the injection, your qi and blood values will increase significantly. What you need to do next is to temper your qi and blood with all your strength. The higher the purity of the qi and blood, the stronger the energy released and the less the self-consumption. Your martial arts skills are rarely matched in Beijing City, but this doesn't guarantee that you will definitely win the first place and enter Shengwu College. Only by tempering your qi and blood to the extreme can you ensure that you can do this. Lu Jin patted Lu Jin on the back and encouraged him in a deep voice. He had originally thought that if Lu Sheng could be admitted to the martial arts academy, he would give him another chance to return home. But now it seems that mud will always be mud and can never be propped up against the wall. So he put Lu Sheng out of his mind without hesitation and chose to provide more resources to Lu Jin. By the way, Xiao Jin, some students said that Lu Sheng was caught cheating. Do you know the details of this matter? Did Lu Sheng really commit such a serious crime? Lu Qinghan was worried about Lu Sheng at this time, and suddenly thought that Lu Jin might know something, so he hurriedly asked, "I'm not sure, it should be fake. I just saw Lu Sheng following their class teacher to register." Lu Jin gritted his teeth hard. Even though he was very unwilling, he knew that it was meaningless to continue to plot against Lu Sheng. It might even backfire on him, so he could only give a vague answer. That's good. As long as you're okay. I was almost scared to death just now." After hearing what Lu Jin said, Lu Qinghan finally put his mind at ease. He patted his chest gently and said with lingering fear, "So it was made up? I thought Lu Sheng would go to jail this time." "Really? I was so happy for nothing." Lu Qianru immediately started screaming, pouting, and looking disappointed. Forget it. Let's not talk about him anymore. It has nothing to do with us now anyway. Let's choose a better hotel to celebrate with Xiao Jin at noon." Lu Jiasin also looked unhappy and acted like she didn't want to talk about Lu Sheng. "You guys go first. When Lu Sheng comes out, I have something to say to him." Lu Jintian glanced at Lu Jiasin, who spread the false information and seemed speechless. After completing the registration, Lu Sheng finally solved a major problem. Following Jiang Chunhua, he walked towards his class. When the two arrived near the class team, the students in the class were still discussing Lu Sheng enthusiastically and did not notice their arrival at all. All the unbearable words were heard clearly by the two of them. Jiang Chunhua glanced at Lu Sheng subconsciously with some embarrassment. If other students heard those words, they would definitely break down on the spot and emotionally prove their innocence. But this student, who had always been inconspicuous, had a face as firm as a rock, and his eyes did not show even the slightest fluctuation. With such a strong mentality, even Jiang Chunhua couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up in his heart. Suddenly, it seemed not so difficult to accept that Lu Sheng's qi and blood value increased by 100 calories in just half a year. Quiet. Following Jiang Chunhua's loud shout, all the students suddenly shut up. When they turned around and saw Lu Sheng standing next to Jiang Chunhua, the expressions on everyone's faces were very interesting. Who is spreading rumors that Lu Sheng cheated to pass the test? Stand up honestly, or don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Chunhua glared at him and said in a harsh voice. The fact that Lu Sheng could appear here in good health speaks volumes. Jiang Chunhua's statement at this time instantly refuted the rumors. Everyone looked at each other, and some even looked ashamed. Chapter 16 Lu Sheng, I'm sorry. The leaders of the Education Bureau have confirmed that Lu Sheng passed the test based on his own abilities. You heard some news that had no beginning or end, and you are here to make irresponsible remarks about other people's right and wrong. Is this what I usually teach you? You guys are the ones shouting the loudest just now. Were you the ones who spread the rumor? Stand up front. Seeing that everyone was silent, Jiang Chunhua did not stop his outburst. He pointed at the few people who had spoken the loudest before and scolded them. Teacher Jiang, it was Wang Yu who said that. He said he saw Lu Sheng being arrested by the school leaders, so he hurried back to inform us. Several students walked to the front of the line with sad faces. Under Jiang Chunhua's stern gaze, someone soon gave in and confessed the culprit. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I didn't fully understand the facts and said that Lu Sheng cheated. A short and fat boy with a flat head walked out of the team reluctantly, stood in front of Jiang Chunhua, and said pitifully, "Why are you apologizing to me? You should apologize to Lu Sheng." Today, all members of our class 12 owe Lu Sheng an apology. I'm the head teacher of this class, and I was the first to distrust my students. This is what gives rumors a breeding ground. I'm sorry, Lu Sheng. I apologize to you for my previous words and actions. Jiang Chunhua first reprimanded Wang Yu, and then, in front of everyone's astonished eyes, he bowed deeply to Lu Sheng, his tone sounding extremely sincere. As soon as Jiang Chunhua did this, some students who were already feeling guilty followed suit and came to Lu Sheng, bowing to him and apologizing. "I'm sorry, Lu Sheng, we wronged you." After someone took the lead, more and more people came to Lu Sheng and apologized. As the victim, Lu Sheng still looked calm at this time. If it were anyone else, they would have been deeply moved by all the sincere words and would have gladly accepted the apologies from those who slandered them. But after being hurt countless times by that family, Lu Sheng had already erased the word forgiveness from his dictionary. Besides, after the exam, he is destined to have no more contact with these people. What's the point of not forgiving? Seeing that Lu Sheng was still unmoved, Jiang Chunhua thought that their apology was not sincere enough. He glanced at Wang Yu, who was still standing there, and immediately had an idea in his mind. "Wang Yu, the rumors you spread have caused a very bad impact. Since your apology is quite sincere, I can choose not to report this matter to the school for further action. But I will remove you from the list of the martial arts exam intensive sprint class. If you're not convinced, you can report the situation to the school leaders." Wang Yu nodded with a sad face, not daring to say no. The school will always deal with malicious rumors seriously once it is discovered. If the school leaders really knew about this, not only would he not be able to get a place in the sprint class, he might not even be able to take part in subsequent exams. "Lu Sheng, I didn't know you would improve so quickly, so I didn't sign you up. This martial arts exam intensive sprint class is mainly to strengthen the fighting ability of martial arts students in the last 10 days and guide the students to temper their chi and blood more efficiently. It will be very useful for the subsequent big exam qualifying rounds. Especially for candidates like you who lack training, the improvement effect will be very obvious. I think at your rate of improvement, your grades will improve significantly if you take this sprint class. I'll put your name in later, and you can start training tomorrow." Jiang Chunhua's attitude towards Lu Sheng at this time can be said to be extremely gentle, not to mention Lu Sheng's sudden rise, which allowed him to earn an extra 10,000 yuan. And now he suddenly realized another thing, that the martial arts students in his class were basically mediocre, and health value increased dramatically in such a short period of time, so his talent must be extraordinary. 3 levels, A, B, and C according to the chi and blood values tested today. If Lu Sheng joins the sprint class, his strength will improve rapidly in a short period of time. If he performs well again in the qualifying round and can enter Class B, he might be awarded the Teacher Progress Award, which would give him another bonus. "No need, Mr. Jiang. I have my own plans. Also, during this period before the exam, I plan to take some time off to practice on my own." But what Jiang Chunhua didn't expect was that just when he thought Lu Sheng would gladly accept it. However, Lu Sheng rejected his proposal without even thinking about it. Are we going to use the remaining 10 extremely precious days to improve those basic fighting skills? Lu Sheng would have to be crazy to attend some crappy sprint class. Various schools started practicing martial arts at a young age. Even if Lu Sheng had a golden finger now, he didn't think he could catch up with others' years or even decades of hard work in just 10 days. If he wants to get good grades in the exam, or even win the title of Beijing City's martial arts champion, there's only one way for him to do so. That is to constantly hunt monsters and improve one's 4-dimensional attributes. As long as his body is strong enough, it doesn't matter how many years his opponent has been training. No matter how others hit him, it didn't hurt at all, and they couldn't even break his defense. And facing his punch with a force of several tons, can the so-called genius at this stage resist it? No way. Are there any arrangements? Jiang Chunhua was stunned. For a moment, I didn't understand what arrangements could be made for an orphan like Lu Sheng, but he soon felt relieved. It would be impossible for a young boy who was originally weak and frail to have made such a great improvement in just half a year without any special means. Jiang Chunhua even suspected that there was some master who had been giving Lu Sheng some special training that they could not imagine. Since the other party is not interested, he naturally cannot force the other party to participate. As long as the other party has a way to improve his strength, taking a long vacation doesn't matter to him. Then you must not relax during this period of time. After all, a higher ranking means you can enter a more prestigious university, which will be a huge opportunity for your future life. If you miss this opportunity, it will be too late to regret. Jiang Chunhua gave Lu Sheng an earnest instruction. I understand, Mr. Jiang. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lu Sheng nodded, said hello, and turned to leave. It was obvious that he had no attachment to anything here. At this time, both the classmates and the head teacher Jiang Chunhua were silently watching Lu Sheng's receding back. Everyone had a feeling that this previously inconspicuous last-place finisher seemed to have suddenly become unfathomable. And when Lu Sheng put his hands in his pockets, he had just left the school and walked toward the bus stop. The very familiar black car slowly slid to a stop not far in front of Lu Sheng again. Get in the car, I have something to tell you. But this time, after the car door opened, it was Lu Jintian who spoke. Chapter 17, Let Genius Use More Profits. Let's put it that way. The Lu family's young master's car is not suitable for someone like me to ride in. The black car parked in front of Lu Sheng is the special car that picks up Lu Jin on weekdays. It is worth more than 10 million yuan, which is something that ordinary people can never afford in their lifetime. In comparison, Lu Sheng is just such an ordinary person who doesn't even have an electric bicycle and can only take a crowded bus to go to school every day. Seeing that the person who spoke this time was Lu Jintian, Lu Sheng did not leave immediately. He wanted to hear what nonsense the other party would say after learning that he had successfully registered for the martial arts exam. Go home. As long as you're willing to go home, I can forgive what happened that day. You're going to take the martial arts exam soon. If you have the resources provided by your family, I'm sure your results will be even better. Lu Jintian was choked by Lu Sheng's sarcasm and was speechless. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly spoke. Haha, this is really a great favor. But Mr. Lu's charity is too much for a small person like me to bear. You should keep it for your dear baby. Lu Jintian's condescending attitude made it seem as if Lu Sheng was a stray dog that could no longer survive. As long as he threw some leftovers on the ground, Lu Sheng would come over wagging his tail to express his gratitude. Lu Sheng was so angry that he laughed on the spot. He didn't even bother to say any more words to him and just turned around and left. At this moment, Lu Jintian's expression indeed seemed extremely stiff. He originally thought that as long as he showed a little kindness, Lu Sheng would immediately agree to go home. But he never expected that Lu Sheng was so stubborn that he even disdained the olive branch he extended. Dad, my brother still has some resentment in his heart. When Lu Jin first learned that Lu Jintian was going to take Lu Sheng home, he felt very uncomfortable. But even he didn't expect that Lu Sheng would reject Lu Jintian's request so decisively. Although the result was unexpected, it was exactly what he had hoped for. However, the fact that Lu Jintian was planning to let Lu Sheng go home also made him feel threatened. A person who was originally so weak unexpectedly made rapid progress in strength just 2 days after leaving, and then miraculously passed the martial arts test. You have to know that this time, when Lu Jintian asked Lu Sheng to go home, he actually had no sincerity. But Lu Jin was very worried about what would happen if Lu Sheng achieved greater success. The balance in Lu Jintian's heart was originally completely in his favor, but it was very likely to tilt in the direction of Lu Sheng. He had worked hard for the Lu family for so many years, and he could not accept such an outcome at all. Therefore, he felt that he must find an opportunity as soon as possible to get rid of this annoying thing, so as to avoid any trouble in the future. Resentment. Having resentment shows that he is not mature enough. After he has suffered the beatings of society, he will understand how regretful it is to miss the opportunity one gave him today. After being rejected by Lu Sheng, Lu Jintian was unhappy. But for people at his level, it is unlikely that they will be overly affected by such small things. After hearing Lu Jin's words, he just shook his head slightly. Dad, tell me, how come my brother has become so powerful in such a short time? Did he have some adventure? Or is there some expert behind the scenes giving him advice? Lu Jin agreed deeply with Lu Jintian's words, but then he continued to ask, I'm actually very curious about this question. It's simply a fantasy to say that Lu Sheng can hide his strength under my nose. I think it's very possible that, as you said, he had some rare adventure during those 2 days. Lu Jin raised his hand and stroked the light stubble on his chin, staring at Lu Shang's receding back, and said thoughtfully, "If only I could improve my strength so quickly. Maybe it's possible to win the provincial championship." Lu Jin glanced at Lu Jin beside him calmly and said with envy, "You're right. If there's something good and a genius like you uses it, the benefits will be much higher than someone like Lu Shang. F you, I have a task for you. You don't need to drive Xiao Jin these days. Just focus on keeping an eye on Lu Shang." He had to remember exactly where he lived, where he went, and what he did, and report to me in detail every night. And Lu Jin's words seemed to wake Lu Jin up. He immediately sat up straight, patted the driver's seat in the front row, and then made arrangements with a serious expression. Naturally, the driver didn't dare to object. He agreed and got out of the car. Lu Jin acted so decisively that Lu Jin was naturally overjoyed. Lu Jin sent people to keep an eye on Lu Shang's every move. The first point is to discover the secret of Lu Shang's rapid growth. Secondly, once he has figured out Lu Shang's current location, he just needs to spend money to find some killers. It is extremely easy to get rid of a student like Lu Shang who is inexperienced in the world. The bus slowly stopped at the entrance of Jixiang village. Lu Shang found a cheap restaurant and had a big meal before returning to his rental house. But when he walked to the alley where the accident happened that night, he found 4 or 5 sturdy men with dragons and phoenixes painted on their arms, looking ferocious, stopping passersby, and asking them something. Lu Shang thought about it for a moment and realized that this should be a member of the Black Tiger gang. After calming himself down, Lu Shang walked forward as if nothing had happened, but was soon stopped by 2 people. "Boy, did you hear any strange noises around here the night before last?" One of them put his hands around Lu Shang's neck and asked aggressively. "I stayed in a room doing homework right after school and didn't hear anything." Lu Shang didn't want to get involved with this bunch of mad dogs in broad daylight, so he quickly pretended to be afraid and answered tremblingly, "Forget it. What can a student know? Let him go now." Perhaps it was because Lu Shang's performance was too confusing. The other gang members seemed to think that he couldn't get any useful information from him, so he waved his hand impatiently at the man who hooked his arm around Lu Shang's neck. After Lu Shang escaped, he pretended to be in a panic and walked towards the alley without arousing the other party's suspicion. Arriving at the door of the rental house, Lu Shang was about to open the door and go in. Just then, the landlord came out from the next door. "Young man, you must have been stopped and questioned just now, right?" After seeing Lu Shang, the landlord hurried over and asked in a low voice. "Yeah, they look like gang members." Lu Shang nodded honestly. 2 members of the Black Tiger gang were killed the night before yesterday in the alley ahead. I heard that one of them is the brother-in-law of a leader of the Black Tiger gang. The Black Tiger gang has been offering a reward for the capture of the murderer these days. I'm telling you, try to go out less recently if you have nothing to do. If I get involved in this, it's no joke. The landlord was kind-hearted and quickly grabbed Lu Shang's arm to remind him, but he didn't know that the real murderer was standing in front of him. "Got it, uncle. Thank you. But what is the origin of this Black Tiger gang?" "Uncle, can you tell me about it? I can avoid them in the future." After thanking the landlord, Lu Shang suddenly became interested in this gang. "I told you, don't go out and talk nonsense." The landlord looked around and saw that there was no one around, so his voice became a little lower. Chapter 18. Transformed into a muscular man in seconds. The leader of the Black Tiger gang is Lu Qingwen. He's not that strong. He's just a second-rank warrior. He's gotten to this point because of his ruthlessness and his willingness to do anything to get what he wants. As long as you pay him, there's nothing he won't do. The reason why he has dozens of desperate people following him now is because he is very generous to his subordinates. But in the end, they're just a bunch of hooligans. At most, they can only bully the old, weak, sick, and disabled people like us at the bottom of society in Jixiang village. If you accidentally offend someone powerful someday, you will definitely end up in a bad way. After Lu Shang agreed, the landlord leaned close to his ear and told him some of what he knew. After listening to this, Lu Shang thought that there was really nothing to worry about for just a second-grade warrior. As long as he is given a little time to kill more monsters, these people will be nothing but chickens and dogs. However, before you grow up, it is better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it will be strangled in the cradle by these ruffians. After thanking the landlord again, Lu Shang returned to his rental house. After roughly calculating the money he had left, he found that he could no longer afford to buy monsters to kill. After thinking it over, Lu Jin finally decided that his only option now was to leave the city. Go outside the city to hunt low-level monsters and accumulate monster energy. Open the panel, and there are still 5 points of Yayuan remaining. Lu Jin plans to add all these 5 points first. After learning from his first lesson, he decided to take the safe option and add to his physical fitness bit by bit. When Lu Shang's physique reached 10 points, his strength increased by 1 point, and his agility also increased by 1 point. It's just as I expected. As your physical fitness continues to improve, your strength will be less and less affected. But later on, when we go outside the city to hunt monsters, it will definitely be more efficient if we have more strength. After a little thought, Lu Shang added the remaining 2 points to strength. Name, Lu Shang. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 8. Agility, 5. Constitution, D. Balance of Demon Yuan, 0. Open the panel again. Lu Shang felt as if he was playing a game where he could develop himself. Seeing his character's stats improve little by little, he felt a strong sense of accomplishment that was indescribable. But then, Lu Shang discovered something speechless. Due to his continuous addition of points, his height reached nearly 1.8 meters in a short period of time. After the strength increased by 3 points, the whole body was covered with bulging muscles. It turned out that the school uniform could not hide his muscular body at all. It fits tightly to the body like a straitjacket. The pair of worn-out shoes on his feet, which had been patched up many times, had been burst by his big feet. Stand in front of the mirror again. A tall and strong young man with a determined look appeared inside. Compared with idol-like handsome boys like Lu Jin, his facial features are not too delicate and handsome. But with his current height and figure, he is enough to attract the attention of most women when he goes outside. But there is one downside, because now apart from his face, the only person who can be identified is Lu Shang. It can be said that other places have basically no relationship with the past. He opened his backpack and found nothing but an alloy dagger. There is only one other spare school uniform. Lu Shang thought about it, took out the school uniform from his bag, tied it around his waist, and put on a pair of slippers that fit him fairly well. After putting the backpack on his back, he decided to go out and buy 2 new sets of clothes, and then go outside the city to hunt monsters directly. But Lu Shang didn't walk out stupidly. Instead, he went out carefully several times to observe whether those people from the Black Tiger Gang were still there. After all, with his current physical condition, if those people saw him, they would definitely be suspicious. Fortunately, those people did not stay for too long. When Lu Shang went out for the 5th time, he found that they had disappeared. Only then did Lu Shang feel relieved and hurriedly left this place of trouble. What Lu Shang didn't know was that he had just walked out of Jixiang village. A sneaky figure followed him out, staring at his back, and muttered to himself with a puzzled look. Strangeness. That face clearly belongs to Master Shang. But how come you are so tall and strong? Lu Shang found a men's clothing store on the side of the road that was having a sale. The total cost was less than 400 yuan, and I bought 2 t-shirts, 2 pairs of loose and elastic sweatpants, and a pair of sneakers. After putting on new clothes, Lu Shang looked brand new. The clothes worth 100 yuan made him look like high-end goods. Compared with the shabby look he had before when he was wearing that worn-out school uniform, it is completely different now. Been indifferent to him, immediately looked infatuated with Lu Shang when she saw him change his clothes. He even took the excuse of helping Lu Shang tidy up his clothes to rub his bulging pectoral muscles and 8-pack abs several times. Finally, the female clerk did not forget to ask for Lu Shang's contact information. Unfortunately, Lu Shang rejected him on the grounds that he was still a student and did not have a mobile phone. In order to resist the invasion of monsters, tens of meters high steel walls were built around every city in Dragon Country. The city walls are covered with all kinds of powerful thermal weapons, which are densely armed like a hedgehog. There is usually a small door open in each direction of the city wall, produced to some hunters or monster hunter guilds to hunt monsters. Jixiang village is at the edge of the city, so Lu Shang doesn't need to take a car and can just walk out of the city. After undergoing an iris scan at the exit gate, Lu Shang left the city for the first time in his life. Looking around, there was nothing but empty land within a few kilometers outside the city. And beyond, that is the endless primeval forest. When he first arrived in the wild, Lu Shang didn't dare to go too deep into the forest, just searching for your target carefully on the edge. Fortunately, he was lucky and soon found his first prey of the day, a rabbit with gray fur. It is not quite accurate to say that it is a rabbit, because this guy is as big as a large hound. Two big ears like palm leaf fans stood up high, a pair of scarlet eyes that were a little scary. The slightest movement reveals the strong muscles hidden beneath the fur. The most outrageous thing is that this guy is currently holding down an unknown animal that is slightly smaller than him. With those sharp teeth, they could tear off a large piece of bloody flesh from the opponent with one bite. Lu Jin remembered that he had seen this thing in a book. It seemed to be called the sharp-toothed rabbit. It seems that it is a bit difficult to deal with. Lu Jin licked his lips, calmly took out the alloy dagger from his backpack, and held it in his hand. Chapter 19, First Hunt. Lu Jin hid beside a big tree, carefully observing the strange, sharp-toothed rabbit more than 10 meters away. Even though this was just the lowest level monster, he had no experience fighting it. If you get bitten by the other person's sharp teeth, it's no joke. Just as Lu Jin was thinking about how to take it down, he accidentally stepped on a dead branch that fell on the ground and broke it. It's very quiet around here. The dead branches made a crisp snap sound when they broke, which was particularly harsh at this moment. Which was still gnawing on the animal carcass, suddenly stopped. As soon as he raised his head, those scarlet eyes had already discovered Lu Jin not far away. Ha tilde tilde tilde. The sharp-toothed rabbit immediately showed its ferocious appearance, stood up, and let out a strange scream. It suddenly pushed off the ground with its sturdy hind legs, leaped several meters high, and pounced towards Lu Jin. Good fellow. Lu Jin didn't expect this thing to be so fierce. As soon as I saw him, it was as if we had an irreconcilable hatred. My heart skipped a beat, but I didn't move in a panic. Rabbits are good at jumping, but they can only move in a straight line. He is hiding behind a tree now, so he is not afraid of being directly attacked by this thing. The sharp-toothed rabbit jumped continuously and covered the distance of more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Lu Jin judged at a glance that it had landed right next to this tree, and an idea immediately flashed through his mind. If I hit it right when it lands, will it work? Without much time to think, the sharp-toothed rabbit drew a beautiful arc and fell to the ground with a plop. Lu Jin seized the opportunity and stabbed the back of the sharp-toothed rabbit's neck with a knife. Because he used too much force, he actually nailed the monster to the ground. Although it was suddenly hit hard, the sharp-toothed rabbit did not immediately lose its ability to resist. He screamed with all his might and kicked the ground frantically with his strong limbs, causing a large amount of mud to fly up and splash all over Lu Jin. Fortunately, Lu Jin has a strength of 8 points. Even though the limb-toothed rabbit is also quite strong, it can't break free. In order to kill this thing as quickly as possible, Lu Jin had no choice but to step heavily on the sharp-toothed rabbit's head to suppress it. Then he pulled out the knife and stabbed the sharp-toothed rabbit repeatedly. After being stabbed more than a dozen times, the ground was covered with smelly blood, and the sharp-toothed rabbit's struggle became weaker and weaker until it could no longer move. A few seconds passed until a bright red number of plus 0.1 floated across my sight. Lu Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that the monster was completely dead. The sharp-toothed rabbit is obviously much stronger than the steel-clawed chicken. But as long as you use reasonable tactics, it's not difficult to kill. It seems that even if I only hunt 20 sharp-toothed rabbits every day, I can at least gain nearly 20 monster essences in 10 days. When the official exam comes, with this 20-point improvement, I will definitely be able to surprise everyone. Lu Jin was undoubtedly very happy to be able to obtain demon essence without spending any money. Although hunting one by one is inefficient, it is safe enough. He didn't want to fail to improve his strength, but end up hurting the monster because of his greed and recklessness. Pull the dagger out of the sharp-toothed rabbit and wipe the blood off its thick fur. Lu Jin didn't dare to stay here any longer and immediately turned to the next location. He was afraid that the smell of blood would attract something terrible. However, the subsequent hunting was not as smooth as expected. Not every sharp-toothed rabbit will land exactly in the position where Lu Jin can stab it. Therefore, Lu Jin inevitably suffered some injuries when fighting with these ferocious little guys. Fortunately, he dodged in time and only had some superficial injuries. Although it was a bit painful, it did not affect hunting the next day. After a period of hunting, Lu Jin killed a total of 14 sharp-toothed rabbits and obtained 1.4 demon yuan. The reason why he didn't plan to attack other monsters. This is because most low-level monsters live in groups, and if he goes alone to hunt them, he will undoubtedly be seeking his own death. Only this kind of sharp-toothed rabbit is the most suitable target for him in his current novice period. Lu Sheng was generally satisfied with the result. Seeing that the sun was about to set, he didn't dare to stay in this place any longer and hurried towards the city. Not long after he walked out, the sneaky figure appeared from the woods and followed Lu Sheng from a distance, looking thoughtful. When Lu Sheng looked back, he actually found someone following him in the distance, but he didn't think much about it and just thought it was a hunter going into the wild. After returning to Jixiang village, Lu Sheng found a place to have a big meal and then went straight back to the rental house. Ah Fu, who was sent to monitor Lu Sheng, waited until the lights in Lu Sheng's room went out before returning to the city. You mean he just went home for a while, and when he came out he became taller and stronger? Did you see clearly? Is that really Lu Sheng? In Lu Jintian's study, Ah Fu began to report to Lu Jintian in detail what he had seen and heard while following Lu Sheng today. But after listening for a while, Lu Jintian showed an incredible expression and interrupted Ah Fu. To answer your question, Master Sheng has indeed changed a lot in other aspects of his appearance, but I have seen his face very clearly, and there is no way I could have made a mistake. Ah Fu said confidently. Go on. Lu Jintian frowned, somewhat confused. Then Master Sheng bought a set of clothes that fit him well and left the city directly. I spent the afternoon in the woods outside the city hunting sharp-toothed rabbits. What's strange is that he just killed the sharp-toothed rabbits but didn't take the bodies away. I don't understand why he did that. When it was almost time for dinner, he returned to Jixiang village. After eating, he stayed in the house and didn't come out. Honestly. After listening to this, Lu Jintian also fell silent. He began to analyze Lu Sheng's series of strange actions. Could it be that he suddenly became stronger because he has been hunting those sharp-toothed rabbits? No one knows what he did in the previous 2 or 3 days. Is it because of this reason? But why doesn't this make sense? Even though Lu Jintian was knowledgeable and experienced, he had never heard of such a strange thing. As long as you can become stronger by killing the sharp-toothed rabbits, wouldn't the entire Dragon Kingdom be full of 9th grade people? He thought about it and felt that there must be something else going on. Go ahead and keep watching him tomorrow. If you have a chance, try to get into his room and take a look. Be careful not to let him find out. Lu Jintian waved at Ah Fu. Since he couldn't figure it out for the time being, he was too lazy to continue wasting brain cells. Whatever people do will always leave traces. He believed that as long as he observed for a few more days, he would definitely be able to find some clues. Slightly to Lu Jintian and left the study. After tiptoeing down to the first floor, he was about to open the door and leave. But at this moment, a person emerged silently from a shadow in the living room. Ah Fu was almost scared to jump up. Chapter 20, the panel's incredible ability. Jin, Master Jin, why are you here? Ah Fu patted his chest and asked with lingering fear. Of course I'm waiting for you. Lu Jin replied with a smile. Wait for me. Master Jin, do you have any instructions for me? Ah Fu had been Lu Jin's driver for many years, so he naturally reacted immediately. Tell me about it too. What did my brother do today? Lu Jin said with a gentle smile. This, Ah Fu hesitated. As a younger brother, it shouldn't be a problem for me to care about my older brother, right? Did your father tell you not to tell anyone else? Lu Jin asked innocently. That's not the case. Ah Fu thought about it and decided not to mention that Lu Jin and Lu Sheng were brothers. The master did not say that we should not tell others what we saw and heard today. Lu Jin is the most favored child in the Lu family, so it's not a big deal even if he knew about it. Then he repeated to Lu Jin almost exactly what he had said to Lu Jintian before. It seems that Lu Sheng really had some kind of adventure. The old man has already said that he will give me his chance. In that case, I will wait patiently. It won't be too late to take action against that loser after I get what I want. After listening to this, Lu Jin's eyes kept flickering, and he had a strong curiosity and desire for Lu Sheng's unknown opportunity. But he is a patient man, and he can afford to wait for this period of time. I heard that Jixiang village is not only dirty and messy, but also has poor public security. I'm really afraid that my brother will meet some bad guys there. Lu Jin looked worried. Isn't it? It's really rotten there, full of drug addicts and gangsters. There's a Black Tiger gang in particular, but they're the bullies there, killing people, setting fires, cheating, and defrauding people all the time. They have done all kinds of bad things. It is really very dangerous for Master Sheng to live there. When it comes to Jixiang village, Ah Fu has a lot of complaints, especially since he has to stay in that disgusting place for a long time recently. It is really a terrible job for him. The Black Tiger Gang? Lu Jin was absorbed in pondering these words, not knowing what he was thinking about. Seeing that Lu Jin was in a daze, Afu did not dare to interrupt and waited quietly by the side. Nothing else, Uncle Afu. You should go back and rest early. I will mention this to my father again. After a moment, a strange look appeared in Lu Jin's eyes, and then he said with a smile. Afu didn't think much about it. He said goodbye to Lu Jin and left. The next morning, Lu Sheng woke up early at daybreak. It's not that he didn't want to sleep a little longer, but the place where he was hurt by the sharp-toothed rabbit yesterday was painful and itchy. Lu Sheng seriously suspected that there was some kind of toxin in the nails of that thing that aggravated the pain. He turned on the lights in a room and could clearly see that the 5 injured areas had become visibly red and swollen. Fortunately, they were on both arms and the wounds were not deep. But just leaving it alone is not a solution. What should I do? Go to a nearby clinic and get some medicine. It's so early now, the clinic must not be open yet. Then again, after getting so many injuries on the first day of hunting, the next ones are bound to be unavoidable. If we continue like this, not only will our hunting efficiency be seriously slowed down, but if we get hurt more seriously, it may even affect our performance in the exam. We have to find a way. Lu Xing thought for a moment, but couldn't find any clues. He attributed it to his mind not being clear enough after waking up. After washing his face with cold tap water, he sat back on the bed to think and opened the panel again. Name, Lu Sheng. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 8. Agility, 5. Constitution, D. Balance of Demon Yuan, 1.4. I put most of my demon essence into my physique. Now, my overall physical quality is more than double that of a healthy adult. From what I understand, physical improvement doesn't just mean becoming stronger. It also enhances resistance, physical fitness, recovery, organ function, and the strength of muscles, bones, skin, and flesh. Before, every time I added a little bit of physical fitness, my body would change to a certain extent, just like an optimized program, with fewer and fewer bugs. Then if I increase my physical fitness a little bit while I am injured, will it be completely unaffected, or will it have some healing effect? After opening the panel, Lu Sheng observed for a long time, and finally focused his attention on the physique, which was most important to him at the moment. After a somewhat self-righteous and reasonable analysis, he suddenly came up with a bold idea. With a little excitement in his heart, Lu Sheng added the 1 point of available demon energy to his physique without hesitation. Then he stared at the wound on his arm. The feeling after adding some is the same as before. There is no novelty. What surprised Lu Sheng enough was that the scars on his arms actually began to show subtle changes that were visible to the naked eye. The redness and swelling around the wound gradually faded and then slowly subsided. Then, the bloody marks left by the sharp-toothed rabbit's claws began to gradually disappear. A piercing, tingling sensation almost made Lu Sheng unable to resist scratching it. Fortunately, the numbness and itching completely stopped in less than a minute. Lu Sheng stretched out his hand and gently scratched the blood scab that had formed earlier, and the scab fell off easily. Apart from a faint pink mark on his skin, there was no visible wound. It's too amazing. This incredibly amazing healing effect left Lu Sheng stunned for a moment. Doesn't this mean that as long as I have demon energy points, I won't be afraid of getting hurt anymore? No, that's not entirely true. The injury I sustained this time was too minor, so I only needed to add 1 point of physical fitness to heal it. If the injury is more serious, I'm afraid more demon essence will be needed. But even so, with the help of the panel, the amazing recovery speed is just like the super speed regeneration in those anime. It's no exaggeration to say that this is a heaven-defying skill. I was wondering how the panel could have the simple function of improving the 4-dimensional attributes. Now it seems that I have not discovered its hidden abilities at all. We must find ways to experiment with more ways to use it in the future. The discovery that improving physical fitness could quickly recover from injuries made Lu Xing fall into great surprise. In this world, humans are constantly at war with huge numbers of monsters. The peaceful atmosphere in cities like Beijing now. You never know when you might fall into a beast tide launched by a top-level demon. In the future, Lu Xing will inevitably join the team to resist monsters and face many unimaginable dangers. But once he has this life-saving skill, it is equivalent to giving him countless more lives. As long as there is enough demon essence, it is possible to turn the situation around in despair. Chapter 21 being followed. After a full meal, Lu Sheng went out into the wild again. Maybe it was because he killed too many sharp-toothed rabbits in that area yesterday. It's hard to find a solitary, unlucky person today. It took him nearly 3 hours to kill 6 of them and save up 1 demon essence. On the way here, he kept thinking about why he was injured so many times yesterday. Later I found out that it was because my reaction and speed were too slow. By continuously increasing his physique and strength, his attack power has indeed increased a lot. But often after he made a mistake, when the sharp-toothed rabbit launched a counterattack, he could clearly see the opponent's movements, but was very slow in avoiding them. Therefore, this time, he added the newly acquired 1 point of demon essence directly to agility. My muscle circumference has actually shrunk. The speed and explosiveness have also improved a lot. As for other changes, no changes have been found yet. After adding some, Lu Sheng moved his body a few times and found that he had lost a lot of weight. He was very satisfied with this change. In this way, no matter how much strength and physique he adds in the future, he only needs to make up for a certain amount of agility, so that he will not become a big muscular man. It was also difficult for others to tell that his body had undergone such drastic changes in a short period of time. As for his height, he is in the period of growing up, so it is understandable that he suddenly becomes taller. In subsequent hunting, Lu Sheng's efficiency was obviously improved. Another most significant change is that his nerve reaction speed seems to have increased a lot. Often, as soon as the sharp-toothed rabbit makes an attacking move, he can react extremely quickly and control his body to dodge. The sharp-toothed rabbit, which had a fairly good speed to hurt him. After a day of hunting, Lu Sheng obtained a total of 3 demon points. 2 points were added to agility, which brought his agility to 7 points. As for the remaining 1 point, he did not use it for the time being, but planned to keep it as a backup to quickly recover from his injuries after being injured. On the way home, Lu Sheng inadvertently turned back and noticed again that there was someone following him from a distance. His eyesight is very good now. Even from 200 or 300 meters away, he can clearly observe the man in the baseball cap. It seems to be the one he saw yesterday. Is this person following me? Lu Sheng frowned and thought about it, and couldn't help but become suspicious. However, he has no plans to act rashly for the time being. After all, the other party has not shown any malicious intent at the moment. But when Lu Sheng returned to the rental house after dinner, he found that the lock of the door had been broken. After carefully checking inside with the dagger in hand, there was no one inside. However, there were obvious signs that the house had been ransacked. It's probably related to the person who followed me. But who on earth would be so bored as to stare at me? Lu Sheng lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, and soon understood that the person who could do such a thing was definitely a member of the Lu family. After all, his strength improved so quickly, especially Lu Jin would definitely be very curious. Given the way that man behaves, it is perfectly reasonable to send someone to monitor him. It's better to be more restrained from now on, so as not to be discovered. Lu Jin is a cold-blooded man. If he finds out my secret, I don't know if he will do something cruel. I'll just have to bear with it for now. As long as I'm admitted to the Martial Arts Academy, with the importance the Academy places on geniuses, even Lu Jin won't dare to do anything to me. At that time, the sky is high and the birds fly freely. But there is one thing that I have neglected before. Lu Sheng then remembered another very important thing, which was to temper his qi and blood. Although he now has an attribute panel, he still has to follow the path of qi and blood martial arts. Before being promoted to a first-grade warrior, tempering qi and blood is the most critical link in every warrior's life. Every time you temper your qi and blood, its purity will increase significantly. It greatly improves both combat effectiveness and cultivation potential. Each of those famous 9th-grade martial saints has completed at least 5 temperings. To complete 5 temperings, at least 280 calories of qi and health are required. It can be said that the number of times one's qi and blood are tempered can determine a person's upper limit in the height he or she can reach. For Lu Sheng, qi and blood value is not a problem at all now. He now has 220 calories and only needs to add 3 more points of physical fitness to reach 280 points. Surpassing 5 times is no problem at all. However, the difficulty of tempering qi and blood increases as time goes on and is not determined by high qi and blood values alone. You will only know how many times you can achieve it by trying. The method of tempering qi and blood is very simple, and the martial arts teacher taught it in class. Lu Sheng immediately sat cross-legged on the bed and began to temper himself according to the steps taught by the teacher. In the evening, Afu returned to the Lu family to report on his work. Lu Jin was sitting in the living room, talking to his family. Seeing Afu coming, he let Afu speak directly in front of everyone without any hesitation. In his opinion, it wasn't a big deal. Master Sheng lives in a place where there is nothing except bedding and some daily toiletries. What I did today was no different from what I did yesterday. At most, my skills have become more skilled when it comes to killing monsters. We observed it again today and found nothing new. Afu knew that Lu Jin liked simplicity and efficiency, so he described it in the simplest language. Why do you have people staring at that ungrateful bastard? Isn't this a waste of energy? Before Lu Jin could say anything, Lin Shuya, who was browsing on her phone, spoke unhappily without even raising her head. Lu Sheng lives in Jixiang village now. Ha ha ha. It's true that birds of feather flock together. Trash likes to live with trash. After learning that Lu Sheng rented a house in Jixiang village, Lu Qianru couldn't help laughing as if she had heard something funny. Kill the monster? He actually went to kill the monster. Why not just wait for the exam? Why does he have to do something dangerous at the critical moment? I really don't understand what's going on in his mind all day long. Lu Jiesin looked very disappointed with Lu Sheng, and it seemed like she was worried about him. A hint of disappointment flashed across Lu Jin's eyes. He comforted himself in his heart that he could wait a little longer and did not make any comments. What are you guys talking about so passionately? At this moment, Lu Qinghan was coming down from upstairs. Hearing the noise in the living room, he couldn't help but ask curiously, big sister, please come here quickly. I'm about to die of laughter. Afu said Lu Sheng now lives in the dirtiest and most chaotic Jixiang village. It is said that he went outside the city to kill some monsters. It's like looking for death in a toilet. Qinghan suddenly appeared and asked. She immediately laughed and explained. What did you say? However, after hearing what Lu Qianru said, Lu Qinghan was shocked and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Chapter 22, Lu Sheng's Diary. I said Lu Sheng lived in Jixiang village and went out of the city to kill monsters. What's wrong? Lu Qianru noticed that her elder sister's expression and tone had become extremely serious, and she immediately stopped smiling. Xiao Sheng, don't you even have money to rent a house? Why do you live in a place like Jixiang village? Lu Qinghan glanced at several people, his tone becoming more and more dissatisfied. He only has 500 yuan pocket money a month. If he hadn't secretly gone out to do odd jobs and save some money during the holidays without telling us, I guess we'll have to sleep on the streets. Lu Qianru said with some disdain. If I remember correctly, Xiao Jin gets 100,000 yuan in pocket money a month. So why does Xiao Xing only get 500 yuan? Hearing this, Lu Qinghan became even angrier. He didn't expect his family to be so partial to one person over another. It's because he has a lot of problems. Give him more money. What if he goes out and becomes a bad person? Isn't it for his own good that I'm doing this? Lin Shuya curled her lips and said as a matter of course. Okay, let's not talk about pocket money first. Has any of you ever bought clothes for Lu Sheng? Could it be that he has lived at home for 3 years and doesn't even have a new piece of clothing? Lu Qinghan was suddenly furious and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that every time she saw Lu Sheng, he seemed to be wearing the school uniforms issued by the school, and she couldn't help but ask again. Why should I buy clothes for him? Who does he think he is? Lu Qianru rolled her eyes. I don't know. Aren't all Xiao Jin's clothes bought by her mother? Lu Jiesin said innocently. Didn't I buy him any clothes? Annie Wang, do you remember if I bought clothes for Lu Sheng? Lin Xia looked confused and asked the servant who was mopping the floor nearby. Aunt Wang looked embarrassed, as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Just say whatever you want to say. Don't be hesitant. Lu Zhentian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke at this moment. Master Xing only has 2 sets of school uniforms to change into winter and summer. The shoes on his feet have been torn several times, and I sewed them for him. With Lu Zhentian's words, Wang Ma also plucked up the courage to speak frankly. Even the servants couldn't stand the family's different treatment of their own son. But after all, they were all living under his roof, and even though they felt very sorry for the poor child, they dared not say much. Outrageous! Lu Zhentian frowned and looked at Lin Shuya coldly. Although he usually didn't care about family matters, when he learned that Lu Sheng didn't even have a decent set of clothes, he felt that his wife was really going too far. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Lu Sheng flatly rejected his kindness. It was obvious that he had a deep resentment in his heart. Xiao Sheng is the flesh and blood of our Lu family. He is our relative. Did you really treat him as a family member? If you don't want to consider him as a family member, why do you want to bring him back? After hearing what Aunt Wang said, Lu Qinghan's eyes were filled with tears, and he choked up while questioning his family. She worked hard for the Lu family and was busy until very late every day before going home. So she had no time and energy to care about Lu Sheng's situation. But these people were at home every day, but they ignored Lu Sheng. She really couldn't understand what they were thinking. She now even seriously suspected that this was just the tip of the iceberg of her family's different treatment of Lu Sheng. Under Lu Qinghan's questioning, it seemed that everyone in the room felt guilty and remained silent. Any trace of guilt in their expressions. Auntie Wang, do you have the key to Xiaoxing's room? Take me to have a look. Lu Qinghan wiped away his tears, knowing that it was meaningless to continue blaming these people. So he turned and said to Wang Ma. After Lu Sheng's room was opened, Lu Qinghan was stunned by the scene inside. The whole house is only 5 or 6 square meters in size. There was a single bed only 1 meter wide, a chair and a desk, and no other furniture. Has this place always been used for living? Lu Qinghan asked in surprise. This used to be a utility room. It was converted into a bedroom after young Master Sheng came back. Aunt Wang answered honestly. I remember there are several empty rooms at home. Why don't you let Xiaoxing live there? Lu Qinghan asked again. This was arranged by the madam. How would we servants know about it? Aunt Wang said with a dry laugh. At this moment, Lu Qinghan only felt a strong anger surging in his chest. She really wanted to rush down and ask her mother why she treated Lu Sheng like this. But she also knew Lin Shuya's temper and never thought she was wrong. As long as someone questions her, she can find countless reasons to defend herself. You go ahead and do your work. I'll stay here for a while. Lu Qinghan was silent for a long time before he finally suppressed his anger and spoke to Wang Ma. After Wang Ma left, Lu Qinghan sat on Lu Sheng's bed. I found that there was only a thin mattress on the hard wooden bed, and there was not even a mattress. Sitting on it is almost the same as sitting on the ground. She simply couldn't imagine how Lu Sheng had slept on such a bed for 3 years. There were only a few worn-out pens in the pen holder and some books on the desk. Lu Qinghan casually opened a drawer of the desk and found a diary inside. Although he knew it was wrong to peek into other people's privacy, Lu Qinghan still couldn't control his strong curiosity and took out the diary carefully. After opening the diary and reading the words inside, Lu Qinghan's breathing couldn't help but stop. April 22nd, Sunny. I'm so happy that I'm no longer an orphan. The sisters are as beautiful as fairies, and the brother is also very handsome. My mother is even more beautiful than I dreamed of. It's a pity that I didn't see my father. April 23rd, cloudy. No one talks to me much. Maybe it's because I just arrived and they are not familiar with me yet. Maybe we'll be fine after a while. The food at home is so delicious. It's simply the most delicious thing on earth. But because I ate too fast and made noises, my mother scolded me and said that this was uncultured. I think my mother is right. I have to work hard to change myself so that everyone will like me. April 24th, sunny. My elder sister is simply my idol. Today she was awarded the title of Outstanding Young Entrepreneur by the government and appeared on TV. I'm so proud of her. But my eldest sister works so hard. She comes home very late every day. I feel so sorry for her. I made a cup of coffee for my elder sister in the evening, but unfortunately she was busy on the phone and knocked it over, staining her clothes. Fortunately, my elder sister was still discussing important matters with someone. Although she looked very angry, she did not scold me. I will be more careful next time. Heavy rain on April 25th. Today the whole family went to the temple to burn incense and pray for blessings. This is the first time I participate in such an event. But when I came back, everyone seemed to have forgotten me. I had no choice but to walk home in the heavy rain. It's really cold. I think I have a cold. April 26th, cloudy. My younger brother broke a valuable vase at home. But my fourth sister said that when my mother asked about it, she said that I broke it. At first I didn't agree, but my fourth sister said that as long as I agreed, she would persuade my mother to give me a mobile phone, and finally I agreed. When my mother found out, she was very angry and beat me with a cane. Even though it hurt, I finally had my own phone, and that was the most important thing. Next time I'm forgotten, I can use the phone to contact my family. Chapter 23, Put Away Your Hypocrisy. Lu Jin had burst into tears without knowing when. What was recorded in that diary were all Lu Sheng's true past and his family. She had only read a small part before she started crying so hard that she couldn't continue reading. From those simple and plain words, Lu Jin could clearly sense his younger brother's desire for family affection. He was so cautious in every move he made, fearing that his family would dislike him. But even so, he seemed redundant in this family. No one cares about him, and all that is left to him is cruelty and indifference. Lu Jin couldn't help but recall that night when Lu Sheng carefully placed a cup of coffee in front of her. Her hand impatiently and spilled the coffee. Thinking about it now, she really felt that she was nothing. The guilt I felt towards Lu Sheng reached its peak at this moment. Even if the rest of the family doesn't want to accept him, he's still my brother. I must make it up to him. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Jin stopped crying and hugged the diary tightly in his arms. And he secretly swore in his heart that he would never let Lu Sheng suffer again. She planned to go to Lu Sheng's place to find him tomorrow. Even if Lu Sheng is unwilling to return to this home, at least she can provide Lu Sheng with a comfortable living environment and let him have no worries about food and clothing. Because she knew that a place like Jixiang Village was not a place for human beings to stay. Another day passed, and today, Lu Sheng harvested another 3 points of demon essence. 2 of them, one added to strength and the other added to agility. Of demon energy left, which he reserves for his physical fitness. When he went home, the man in the hat was still following him. Lu Sheng still ignored him and went straight home after dinner. He had completed his first blood tempering last night. After expelling many impurities from his blood, he felt a lot lighter. After returning home and resting in bed for a while, he prepared to start the second tempering. However, just as he was getting into the mood, there was a knock on the door. Who could it be at this time? Lu Sheng thought about it, and thought that it might be the landlord who came to talk to him about something. However, when he opened the door, the person standing at the door was Lu Jin, who was wearing a black long dress, followed by 2 tall and mighty bodyguards. "What are you doing here?" Lu Sheng asked coldly with a frown. "Xiao Sheng, Lu Jin looked up at Lu Sheng's stern face, somewhat confused as to how Lu Sheng had suddenly grown so tall. Especially those eyes that were so indifferent and devoid of any emotion. They made even this female CEO with a net worth of billions feel a little uneasy, stammering and unable to speak clearly. "If you have nothing to do, don't disturb me." Lu Sheng didn't have the patience to listen to her nonsense and was about to close the door. "Wait a minute. I'm here to apologize to you. I am sorry, Xiao Sheng. Sis was too busy with work, so she neglected you and caused you to suffer so much unfair treatment at home. I promise to treat you well in the future and never let you suffer any injustice. Will you please forgive me, sister?" Lu Jin quickly grabbed the door to prevent Lu Sheng from closing it, and then said sincerely. After hearing what Lu Jin said, Lu Sheng felt no joy in his heart, but instead was filled with anger. He didn't know whether Lu Jin was sincere or not. He only knew that if this woman had woken up earlier in her previous life and said these words to him earlier, he would not have lived such a miserable life. Now she came to him and acted hypocritically, which Lu Sheng found extremely ridiculous. "Don't you think it's too late to say this now? Forgive you? Haha, I don't know how to write the word forgive." Lu Sheng sneered. How could he forgive their crimes just because of an apology? But when it really happens, I still feel a little uncomfortable. I know you won't be able to accept my apology for a while, but I truly recognize the mistakes I made in the past. After I lost you that year, I actually felt very guilty. But when you came back, not only did you forgive me, you were also so enthusiastic towards me. I've been so cold to you because I don't know how to face you, so I use work as an excuse to avoid you. So, can you give your sister a chance to make it up to you? It doesn't matter if you don't want to go home. I can give you a large sum of money so that you can live a carefree life. Please move out of Jixiang Village as soon as possible. I am really worried about you living here." Lu Jin face froze, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. In fact, on the way here, she had roughly guessed that Lu Sheng would react like this. But she was not discouraged and continued to explain patiently and sincerely. "According to what you said, it's my fault for being so enthusiastic about you. Put away your hypocrisy. I am just an orphan. My family died out 15 years ago. I don't want your dirty money. Where I live is my business and has nothing to do with you. Please don't bother me again in the future." Lu Sheng said this coldly and slammed the door shut. Lu Qinghan was caught off guard and was immediately knocked down by the huge force coming from the door, falling heavily on the concrete floor. The severe pain from her but made her groan. But compared to physical pain, heart pain is the real pain. Lu Sheng was so resolute that Lu Qinghan felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and he burst into tears instantly. But even so, she didn't think there was anything wrong with what Lu Sheng did. After all, compared with what my brother has gone through, what is this? Being treated like this now is the retribution she deserves. Seeing Lu Qinghan's repentant look at this moment, if it were a soft-hearted person, they would probably be moved. After all, this woman holds the financial power of the Lu family. Even if Lu Jintian wants to mobilize funds exceeding a certain amount, he needs her approval. She said that she could give Lu Sheng a large sum of money, and it would definitely not be just a few $100,000 or a few million. Such an attitude can be said to be very sincere. But the reason why Lu Sheng lived such a miserable life in his previous life was because of this woman. If she hadn't lost Lu Sheng, everything that happened next would never have happened. Lu Sheng was able to live again and obtain the golden finger, perhaps because God compensated him with a pill of regret. But he can take the pill of regret, and those who have hurt him also want to take it, but it's impossible. You're regretting it now? What the hell were you doing before? Chapter 24, Shameful Lu Jiesin. Mr. Lu, are you okay? The two bodyguards hurriedly helped Lu Qinghan up. It's okay. Let's go. Lu Qinghan shook his head, without even brushing off the dirt on his body, and left with his head down, looking dejected. When I got home, Lu Jiesin was the only one in the living room. I didn't know where the others had gone. Sister, what's wrong with you? What happened? Lu Jiesin immediately noticed that Lu Qinghan was in a bad mood, and there was some dirt on her skirt. So she hurried forward and asked with concern, "Come with me." Lu Qinghan looked at the other person with complicated eyes and didn't want to say anything more. But for some reason, he opened his mouth as if possessed by a ghost. Lu Jiesin was very curious about Lu Qinghan's strange behavior, but she didn't ask any more questions and followed Lu Qinghan into his room. This is the diary that Xiaosheng forgot to take with him. Take it and have a look. But don't let anyone else know for now. Lu Qinghan carefully took out the diary, touched the rough cover gently, as if it were a treasure, and then handed it to Lu Jiesin. Diary. Lu Jiesin looked at her elder sister strangely. She didn't expect that the other party called her over for such a matter. She didn't know that Lu Sheng had the habit of keeping a diary, so she didn't think much about it and just took it. She was actually quite curious about the contents inside, but she could guess without even reading it that it must have said a lot of bad things about her and her family. Go ahead. I'm tired and want to rest early. Remember what I said, don't let anyone else know. Then Lu Qinghan waved to his sister. Lu Qinghan's instructions were so serious that Lu Jiesin did not go downstairs to the living room after she left the house, but returned to her room. Lying on her soft and comfortable big bed, Lu Jiesin casually opened the diary. But what surprised her was that the content recorded in it was not what she had imagined before. It was all fine at first, but the more Lu Jiesin read on, the more she felt inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart. Between the lines of this diary, there is not even a single word saying that these family members are bad. On the contrary, Lu Sheng is extremely respectful and even worships everyone. He is always trying to fit into this family and gain recognition from his family members. However, the end result was disappointment again and again. Not to mention the content about other people, there are quite a few that are related to her. There were a few pages in particular that made her feel extremely ashamed. May 18th, Sunny. My second sister is really a very competent teacher. She not only has a wealth of knowledge, but also understands a lot of principles of life. My mother always likes to teach me directly, but my second sister will explain some principles to me. No one ever told me this when I was in the orphanage. And at home, my second sister is the only one who seems to be so patient with me, which makes me feel very warm. May 30th, Cloudy. Something happened at home again today. My mother's expensive white dress was stained with dirt. No one admitted it, but everyone doubted me. The reason was simply because I had sneaked into my mother's room before. Everyone blamed me, but I never admitted it because it was not me who did it. But in the end, I still had to bear the blame. It's just because my second sister told me that a real man must be responsible, and a responsible man will be loved by everyone. I know I will be unhappy if I admit it, but I would rather be liked by everyone. Unfortunately, everyone seems to hate me even more. He was whipped 3 times with a cane and had no food to eat that night. Another night of pain and hunger. Lu Jin was the same. She only watched a small part of it and couldn't continue watching. Her face turned red with shame. Lu Sheng's innocence and his unconditional trust in her were like loud slaps in her face. Only Lu Jin herself knew that she told Lu Sheng those things not because she really wanted him to understand something. It was because she looked down on Lu Sheng from the bottom of her heart. Because Lu Sheng grew up in an orphanage, and because Lu Sheng was too bad in every aspect. Compared with the excellence of everyone else in the Lu family, he is simply a waste. She likes to teach others and just wants to use this method to show her superiority in front of her younger brother. As for persuading Lu Sheng to admit things he had not done, it was simply because she had always believed that only idiots like Lu Sheng would make such stupid mistakes. Therefore, she only needs to use her wisdom to guide her stupid brother a little, and he will confess immediately. This method can be said to be effective all the time. But it was not until she saw what was recorded in Lu Sheng's diary that she finally understood. Lu Sheng was not stupid, but he chose to believe her without reservation. With this comparison, Lu Jin suddenly felt that she was a despicable and shameless person. The family members disliked Lu Sheng more and more. Obviously, a big part of the reason was that under their instigation, Lu Sheng admitted many things he had not done. How did I become such a person? I wouldn't treat other people this way. Why would I treat Lu Sheng differently? Lu Jin was filled with regret for a moment, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It's a pity that Lu Sheng has now severed ties with them and left. Otherwise, she would really rush over immediately and give Lu Sheng a sincere apology. Find a chance to apologize to him. If he is willing to come home, I will never treat him the same way again. The more Lu Jin thought about it, the more upset she felt. After a moment, she remembered that they were still able to meet again. So he made up his mind to find a way to ask Lu Sheng for forgiveness later. For the next week, Afu continued to follow Lu Jintian's instructions and kept an eye on Lu Sheng's daily routine. However, the results of the surveillance made Lu Jintian very disappointed. Lu Sheng's life was as regular as his work. Every day was the same, and he didn't find anything suspicious. Therefore, 2 days before the final exam, Lu Jintian recalled Afu. Even more disappointed was Lu Jin. But it's no big deal for him. On the contrary, Afu stopped monitoring Lu Sheng and gave him a chance instead. That night, Lu Jin found an excuse to leave home and withdrew some money from a bank ATM. We took a taxi to the central area of Jixiang village, where we saw a billiard hall in the basement. After inquiring for some time, he knew that the Black Tiger Gang boss Lu Qingwen would appear here every night. Chapter 25, Help Me Kill Someone. When Lu Jin, carrying a school bag, entered the smoky billiard hall, his image as a dandy boy immediately attracted the attention of all gang members. Lu Jin frowned, somewhat uncomfortable with the environment here. "Excuse me, is Boss Lu here today?" Lu Jin walked towards the nearest person and asked politely. "You are just a little brat? What do you want from Boss Lu? Is he someone you can see whenever you want?" However, the man did not give him a good look. He looked Lu Jin up and down with a ferocious look and asked, "What's wrong? What does this kid want?" Soon after, several burly men with dragons and phoenixes painted on their bodies surrounded them, and one of them, with a bald head, asked with a cold face. "Brother Hai, he said he wants to look for Boss Lu." The man said politely, "What do you want from Boss Lu?" The bald man raised his chin towards Lu Jin. "Of course I have some money to give to him," Lu Jin said calmly. He has now completed 5 rounds of tempering and has become a true warrior. He is very confident in his own strength. He didn't take these gang members seriously at all. "Come with me." The bald man took a look at the bulging school bag on Lu Jin's shoulder and immediately realized that there was business coming. So he turned his neck towards Lu Jin and said. Lu Jin followed the other party expressionlessly through a dark corridor and was then taken to a luxuriously decorated room. A short and strong man wearing a floral shirt was sitting on the black leather sofa in the room. Lu Jin guessed that this should be the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Lu Qingwen. "Boss, this guy said he wanted to give you money." The bald man spoke respectfully as soon as he stood at the door. "Oh, sit down and talk." When Lu Qingwen saw that the person who came to see him was such a handsome young man, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "Help me kill someone. A student about my age. The 500,000 here is a deposit." Lu Jin opened his backpack, revealing the pile of cash stuffed inside, and spoke bluntly. You're giving so much money to a mere student. I'm afraid this student's identity is not simple, right? Lu Qingwen just glanced at the money in the bag and did not reach out to take it. Instead, he sneered. You don't have to think too much. He's just an orphan. And now I live in Jixiang Village. Lu Jin said with a smile. Live in Jixiang Village. That's easy. I'll take the job. When Lu Qingwen heard that the target was just a poor guy from Jixiang Village, he agreed without thinking. You made it to Jixiang Village. What kind of big background can you have? Here he is, the biggest background. That's the man. I live in Demenkyo Lane, Jixiang Village, house number 1264. He goes out of town every day to hunt some low-level monsters. I think it would be a better choice for you to do it there. Lu Jin took out a photo of Lu Sheng and placed it on the table. That would be great. Outside the city, people don't even have to deal with their bodies when they die. The monsters will eat them up completely. Lu Qingwen took the bag from Lu Jin with one hand and the photo with the other hand with a relaxed look. He just glanced at the photo, casually, and handed it to the bald man standing nearby. You keep an eye on him personally. Don't let this cute kid run away. Wait until he leaves the city tomorrow and find an opportunity to take action. Bring a few guns just to make sure things are safe. Lu Jin didn't expect things to go so smoothly, especially when he heard that Lu Qingwen had someone bring a gun. He couldn't figure out how Lu Sheng could escape death. Then I'll wait for good news from Boss Lu. I'll send the rest of the money over after this is done. Goodbye. Lu Jin had no intention of staying any longer and decisively stood up and said goodbye. Lu Qingwen did not try to persuade Lu Jin to stay and let him leave. Let someone keep an eye on this guy and find out where he lives. But not long after Lu Jin left, Lu Qingwen gave another instruction to the bald man. In the dense primeval forest, a strong rabbit with fierce eyes rushed towards a young man in a black t-shirt and gray sweatpants like crazy. The man seemed unusually calm and walked leisurely in the direction of the rabbit. When it was 5 or 6 meters away from the man, the rabbit pushed the ground hard. Its speed suddenly doubled, and it was in front of the man in the blink of an eye. However, just when the rabbit was about to pounce on the man moved sideways very lightly. The moment he passed by the rabbit, he just waved his hand casually. The rabbit's head and body were separated while it was still in the air, and blood with a strong fishy smell spurted out instantly. After falling to the ground with a thud, the rabbit kicked its limbs vigorously a few times and soon became motionless. After the agility reaches 15 points, the speed that the demon rabbit is so proud of is slow motion in my eyes. My strength is now 14 points. I'll use the new demon energy I got to increase my strength. It's getting harder and harder to find sharp-toothed rabbits these days. Tomorrow I will take the martial arts theory test. I will gather some more demon essence and go back early to see if I can complete the 6th tempering. Lu Sheng looked at the rabbit corpse on the ground expressionlessly and spoke softly. Then he opened the panel and skillfully added a little demon energy to the strength. Name, Lu Sheng. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Constitution, 16. Balance of demon yuan, 3. At this moment, Lu Sheng suddenly turned his head and looked in a direction in the woods. Continuously strengthening his physique made his 5 senses become extremely powerful. From a distance of several dozen meters, he heard several messy footsteps approaching him rapidly. Squinting my eyes and looking into the distance, I saw 5 sturdy men. One of them had a shiny bald head. At first, Lu Sheng didn't take it too seriously, thinking it was a hunter who went out of the city to hunt. However, after careful observation, he noticed something unusual. These people did not carry any hunting tools. 3 of them were holding black pistols, and the other 2 were holding machetes that gleamed with a cold glow. He could even clearly see that those people had various tattoos on their bare arms, and they were obviously gang members. In the wilderness, a group of gangsters carrying weapons came towards him with a clear purpose. Lu Sheng seriously suspected that these people were coming for him. He quickly hid behind an extremely thick tree, and like a nimble monkey, he climbed up the tree in a few steps, carefully concealed himself, and secretly observed those people. Huh, I clearly saw him right here just now. How come he disappeared in the blink of an eye? Are you sure he is the man in the photo? It's absolutely correct. I followed him all the way from Jixiang Village to here. Could it be that he discovered that we were hiding? Hurry up and look for him carefully. If we can't kill him today, Boss Lu will kill us when he returns. The 5 men quickly came to the place where Lu Sheng had just been, but when they arrived there, they lost sight of Lu Sheng and began to communicate in low voices. Chapter 26. Unfortunately, it's useless. Okay, you are here to kill me. Then I want to see if you have the ability to do it. Lu Sheng's eyes were cold, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. It doesn't take much thought to guess that it must be that bastard Lu Jin who hired someone to kill him. No one else in this world has such motivation except him. The killers dispersed and carefully searched every corner of the forest, getting closer and closer to Lu Sheng. The 3 gunmen made Lu Sheng feel extremely threatened. For low-level warriors, hot weapons are enough to cause fatal damage, even if he can perform super speed healing by adding some physical strength. But if he was shot in the head, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to get treatment. Therefore, these people with guns must be dealt with first. At this moment, one of the gunmen had already arrived under the tree where Lu Sheng was. Lu Sheng jumped down quietly and lightly, and the man didn't notice anything at all. Before he even hit the ground, the extremely sharp alloy dagger in his hand had already slashed across the man's neck. There he is. Shoot now. The victim opened his eyes wide, covered his neck in disbelief, and the gun fell to the ground as his hand loosened. Lu Sheng was just about to pick up the gun on the ground, but unfortunately, he was discovered by someone coming from the other direction. Lu Sheng quickly hid behind a tree, and crisp gunshots rang out immediately. His agility is now 15 points, and his speed, reaction, and explosive power have long been beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Even cheetahs have to admit defeat when it comes to its speed of movement. It was just a dream to think of shooting him with a pistol. Be careful, it's a bit tricky, surrounded from both sides. Seeing his companion in serious condition, the bald man holding the gun warned him sternly. Lu Sheng hid behind a tree and quickly glanced in the direction of the other 2 gunmen. If he were in an open area, it would be difficult for him to deal with these people. But in this dense forest, with so many trees serving as cover, he could be said to be invincible. After roughly planning the movement route, Lu Sheng quickly began to move towards the other gunmen. Each move took less than a second to reach another tree 10 meters away. This is when starting from the spot, without any running start or acceleration. Brother Hai, he's too fast. Another gunman with yellow hair shouted in panic. In his eyes, every time Lu Sheng moved, he was just a black shadow flashing through the woods. Huang Mao fired several shots in desperation, but didn't even touch Lu Sheng's hair. Brother Hai was not much better than him. His bald head was covered in sweat. He held the gun in both hands and pointed it carefully in Lu Sheng's direction. I thought this job was just killing a student and it would be very easy. Even if the opponent is a first-grade warrior, 3 guns are definitely enough. But they didn't expect that this person was so vigilant. He had already hidden himself and was ready for a sneak attack before they even got close. The most outrageous thing is the opponent's outrageous speed. Even a second-grade warrior like Lu Qingwen is far inferior to him. Damn it. No wonder that guy is so generous, paying a deposit of 500,000 right away. This guy is not a student at all. He is clearly a powerful warrior. Brother Hai wiped the sweat from his head. Faced with this situation, even the gun in his hand could not give him a sense of security. Don't panic. Save your bullets, and wait until he gets closer before shooting. Brother Hai soon discovered that the man had been dodging nonstop, as if he was deliberately wasting their bullets. So he quickly reminded him loudly, I don't have many bullets today, and if I run out of bullets, I still can't kill this person. In front of warriors, ordinary people like them are no different from stronger children. Oh, you reacted so quickly. It's a pity that it's of no use. Lu Sheng was a little surprised that his intention was discovered by the other party. Consuming the opponent's ammunition was indeed one of his goals. However, his ultimate goal was to close the distance between himself and the gunman. And now, he was less than 20 meters away from the yellow-haired man. For him, this was so close. After finding the yellow-haired man's position, Lu Sheng suddenly accelerated his pace. He first ran quickly toward a tree in the direction of the yellow-haired man, and then changed direction repeatedly. The yellow-haired man fired randomly in a panic, trying to hit Lu Sheng in this way. Brother Hai was not idle either. He carefully aimed at the direction where Lu Sheng was moving and fired several shots. Unfortunately, Lu Sheng's movements were too agile, and the 2 of them were unable to predict where his next move would land. The result of doing this was that their guns soon ran out of bullets and made a click, click, click sound of empty shots. With a look of horror, The yellow-haired man took out a magazine from his pocket and prepared to replace it. But how could Lu Jin miss such a good opportunity? With another bounce of his feet, he arrived in front of the yellow-haired man. Without hesitation, he stabbed the opponent's chest several times with the dagger in his hand. Then he slashed the other person's throat with a knife. Huang Mao seemed to have all his strength drained away and fell softly to the ground. A ho-ho sound came from his mouth, and his limbs began to twitch randomly. There is absolutely no difference between them and the demon rabbits that Lu Jin had hunted before. He shook the blood off the knife with force. There was only one gunman left and two with knives. Lu Jin didn't even have the thought of dodging now. He just walked towards the bald man with a knife in hand with a calm expression. Brother Hai, what should we do?" The two men holding knives were stunned and asked tremblingly. They have committed many murders and robberies over the years, but they have never encountered such a ferocious person. The two guns had emptied their magazines, but they didn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes before they killed two people in succession. Brother Hai hurriedly changed the magazine, but when facing the young man walking towards him calmly, his heart was filled with only fear. He really wanted to turn around and run away immediately, but he also knew that with the man's speed, leaving his back to the other party would only lead to his death faster. If you fight to the death, there may be a glimmer of hope. Gather together, so he won't defeat us one by one. We have to fight him to the death. Brother Hai shouted with a fierce look on his face. After receiving the order, the two men hurriedly ran towards Brother Hai. Lu Jin looked at this scene, but he had no intention of stopping it. He still walked toward the group of people at a leisurely pace. "You're not even going to hide? Do you really think my gun is a toy?" Lu Shan's contemptuous behavior also angered Lu Qingwen's #1 gunman. He immediately raised the gun with both hands again, squinted his eyes, aimed at Lu Shang, and shot again without hesitation. Chapter 27, I Swear Not to Kill You. Pa pa pa. The sound of gunfire echoed in the dense forest. However, Brother Hai's face was pale at this moment. Even the hand holding the gun couldn't help but tremble. He had clearly aimed at the opponent's body, and there was no way he could miss the target at a distance of only 20 meters. However, what terrified him was that every time he pulled the trigger, the young man, not far away, just twisted his body very easily and was able to dodge the bullet he shot. Even though he fired repeatedly, it had no effect. It was as if the other party could predict where the bullet would land in advance. Every time you dodge a bullet, you can get closer to them. Brother Hai felt his hair stand on end, and he was completely enveloped by deep despair. "You have 2 bullets left. If you miss again, you will die here." Lu Shang continued to walk forward slowly, his face showing no emotion at all. It was as if the person in front of him was not a thug with a gun who wanted to kill him. Child playing with him holding a water gun. Of course, Lu Shang does not have any ability to predict the future. It's just that now, through a large amount of points added, his 5 senses and nerve reaction speed have far surpassed ordinary people. The movement of haigu aiming and firing is no different from slow motion. Therefore, he only needed to rely on his eyesight and extremely strong reaction speed to avoid these not-so-intensive attacks. "Don't come over here. The boss of our Black Tiger gang is a second-rank warrior. He knows who you are. If you dare to kill us, he will not let you go." Brother Hai pointed a gun at Lu Shang and shouted in a timid voice, his voice trembling. He did have 2 bullets left in his gun, but this was his last resort to save his life. Unless he was sure he could hit the target, he didn't dare to continue shooting. "It's the Black Tiger gang again. You rubbish are really annoying." Lu Shang's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect that he had such a close relationship with the Black Tiger gang. After what happened today, it can be said that he and the Black Tiger gang have become sworn enemies. If these people are not completely eliminated, there is no guarantee what actions these desperate criminals will take against them in the future. "As long as you let us go, I will ask Boss Lu to let you go. You must not make a big mistake on impulse." Brother Hai saw that Lu Shang was unmoved and continued to shout in panic. "No need to bother. Your boss will come to me personally to plead for mercy." Lu Shang sneered. At this point, you still try to scare him with such a crude method. Do you really think he was scared? After saying that, he leaned forward and rushed towards the other party. The distance was less than 10 meters, which was reached in an instant for Lu Shang. In his panic, Brother Hai only had time to fire 1 shot, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he saw that the hand holding the gun was broken at the elbow and fell freely. The other 2 swordsmen quickly swung their swords at Lu Shang. However, after the cold light flashed twice, 2 more arms fell down at the same time. Ah, my hand! Scary howls rang out one after another. All 3 of them grabbed their broken arms and screamed loudly. Quiet. A few questions for you. If someone answers correctly, I can spare his life. Lu Sheng frowned and said in a low voice, You can ask me anything. As long as you leave us alive, I will tell you everything I know. The 3 of them shut up at first when they heard this, and then one of them said that he had a very strong desire to survive. Where's the Black Tiger Gang's lair? How many people and guns are there inside? When is your boss usually here? Lu Sheng asked 3 questions at once, and then looked closely at the expressions of these people to see if anyone was lying to him. At the Black Billiards Club on the main street of Jixiang Village, Boss Lu is there every night. Usually there are about 30 people there. We still have more than a dozen guns, all under the control of Boss Lu, but they won't be used easily. Before the other 2 could speak, the first person took the lead and told everything he knew in one breath. The other 2 were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that this guy would not leave them any chance to survive. There were clearly 3 questions, but he answered them all at once. I'm sorry, you 2 are too slow. Lu Sheng made a knife flower and said indifferently, Wait a minute, I know something else. As long as you don't kill me, I can tell you anything. I know where Brother Hai's money is hidden. I will tell you as long as you promise not to kill me. Brother Hai said hurriedly, Okay, I swear I won't kill you. If I disobey you, I will be struck by lightning. Just tell me now. Lu Sheng's eyes moved. This was very valuable news for him. After all, the Black Tiger Gang leader must die. Wouldn't it be a pity if his money was lost without an owner? In Boss Lu's office, there is a dark room behind the desk. He likes to use cash and puts all the money he earns in it. Now he has almost $1 million left. No one else knows about this except me. Seeing Lu Sheng swear such a poisonous oath, Brother Hai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The oaths made in this world can sometimes be very effective. He's a gangster boss after all. I heard he's still dealing drugs. How come he only has so little money? Lu Sheng felt somewhat dissatisfied when he learned that the Black Tiger Gang leader had so little money. He used all the money he earned before to buy blood and energy-strengthening potions, so this is all left. Brother Hai hurriedly explained. Lu Sheng thought about it and decided that if he could get more than 1 million, at least he wouldn't have to worry about his livelihood in the future. The tuition fees for the next few years have been settled, which can be considered a pleasant surprise. What about you? Do you have anything else to say? Lu Sheng then looked at the last person with despair on his face. Tin Thing. I know that Boss Lu has a very beautiful female anchor who lives in. When a man was asked by Lu Sheng, his whole body was shaking, and there was even a water stain in his crotch. He spoke with a trembling voice. You can go die now. However, before he finished speaking, Lu Sheng had already lost interest in listening further. He stabbed the opponent's heart with a ruthless knife and then pushed him to the ground with a light push. Then can we 2 go now? Lu Sheng's ruthlessness frightened the 2 gangsters, who had killed many people. Brother Hai endured the severe pain in his arm and asked Lu Sheng for his opinion pitifully. He was afraid that this fierce man would suddenly attack and kill him. What? I just said I won't kill you. What did I say? I would let you go. Lu Sheng raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Chapter 28. Close the door and beat the dog. Are you going to go back on your word? Brother Hai roared. Please let me go. The remaining henchmen knelt down and begged. I promise not to kill you, and I won't break my promise. However, it is normal for some accidents to happen in the wild, where monsters are everywhere. Lu Sheng grinned. He had just killed 3 people in succession, and the bloody smell emanating from this area had already spread far away through the breeze. When he asked the question just now, he noticed that some monsters were approaching here, and there were quite a few of them. They should be some kind of low-level monsters that lived in groups. Therefore, even if he didn't kill them personally, there was no way these 2 people would be able to leave here alive. However, in order to prevent them from informing the Black Tiger Gang, Lu Sheng had to slightly violate his oath and swung his knife again to chop off the only remaining hands of the 2 men. You will die a miserable death. You are such a treacherous and despicable person. Just as the 2 of them were madly cursing Lu Sheng, he found a large group of giant rats covered with red hair, running towards this direction, following the smell of blood. Some friends are here to play with you guys. Be more enthusiastic. Lu Sheng pointed in the direction of the giant red-haired rat and spoke to the 2 of them with sympathy. This thing is much more ferocious than the sharp-toothed rabbit, and it is basically difficult to find any living creature wherever it passes. Even when he saw it normally, he could only stay away from it. These two men had both their hands chopped off and had lost a huge amount of blood. There is no way to survive when being chased by such a ferocious creature. Fuck you. Brother Hai followed the direction of Lu Sheng's finger and immediately spotted the blood-red figures running towards them. He cursed in despair, then staggered away. The other person didn't even dare to fart and stumbled after Brother Hai. Maybe he thought that as long as he could outrun Brother Hai, he might be able to escape. Lu Sheng did not stop the two people, nor was there any need to stop them. He jumped onto a big tree in a few steps, and then jumped to another tree like a light and nimble monkey, following behind the two of them to make sure that no accidents would occur. The giant red-haired rat is extremely fast, almost as fast as a hound running at full speed. It didn't take too much time to catch up with the two people who were fleeing for their lives. Seeing the two men being knocked down and bitten wildly, letting out screams of pain, Lu Sheng finally put his heart at ease and quickly left this place of trouble, because he didn't even plan to let go of those giant red-haired rats. After what happened today, Lu Sheng did not return the same way, but chose to take a long detour and enter the city from another direction. I bought a new set of clothes, a mask, and a baseball cap, and waited until nightfall before I took a taxi to Jixiang Village. The Black Diamond Billiards Club was easy to find. Lu Sheng observed quietly for a while from across the street and discovered that all those coming in and out were gang members. Ordinary people would rather avoid it than dare to play in it. After waiting for about 9 o'clock, Lu Sheng found that there were very few people coming in and out, so he decided not to wait any longer. Walked down a long flight of stairs and pushed open a heavy wooden door. Just standing at the door, he could see the entire situation inside the billiard hall. The smoke-filled place was like a paradise on earth, and gang members were playing billiards at more than a dozen billiard tables. There were people sitting in the rest area next to them, smoking, and some of them were obviously drug addicts. Lu Sheng roughly counted and found that there were indeed more than 30 people. I just don't know if there are still people inside the billiard hall who haven't come out. What are you doing? What are you doing blocking the door? A strange man, who was wrapped tightly and whose face could not be seen, appeared and quickly attracted some people's attention. One of the hedgehog heads pointed at Lu Sheng and scolded him, but Lu Sheng ignored him. Seeing an iron chain 2 fingers thick thrown by the door, he picked it up without thinking and tightly wrapped the door handle with the chain. This is to prevent someone from suddenly breaking in from outside, and also to close the door and beat the dog. What are you doing? Why are you locking the door? This is the Black Tiger Gang's territory. Do you want to die? Another big man with a ponytail saw Lu Sheng locking the door and walked towards Lu Sheng quickly with a golf club in his hand, cursing. Lu Sheng walked toward the other party without saying a word. Just when the two were a few meters apart, the alloy dagger suddenly fell from Lu Sheng's sleeve and landed directly in his hand. The man only had time to show a hint of surprise in his eyes before Lu Sheng swung his knife forward. A shiny knife tip immediately pierced through the man's throat. The man's eyes bulged out, revealing an expression of disbelief. Lu Sheng casually reached out and pushed the man, and he fell to the ground on his back. This sudden scene really shocked everyone who saw it. No one expected that someone would dare to run alone to the Black Tiger Gang's territory and openly kill people. The entire billiard hall was silent at first, and then someone was the first to react and let out a loud and angry roar. Fuck this son of a bitch. After being reminded by this shout, all the Black Tiger Gang members in the venue immediately took out various knives and axes from under the pool table and swarmed towards Lu Sheng. Facing the siege of dozens of people, Lu Sheng was not panicked at all. He took a step forward and kicked the person in front of him away, knocking down the people behind him. Then he used the pool table as a barrier and began to move around flexibly, making it impossible for the Black Tiger Gang to take advantage of their numbers. Anyone who encountered him would be hit in the vitals by one blow, and there was no match for him at all. In just a few dozen seconds, more than a dozen people were stabbed and fell to the ground. For a moment, the entire billiard hall was filled with curses and screams. As more and more people were hit hard, Lu Sheng became more and more at ease. Like a slippery loach, the people from the Black Tiger Gang couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes for a long time. It was not until most people lay down that someone finally reacted and ran to inform Lu Qingwen, who was still unaware of the situation. Boss, something bad has happened. A master suddenly broke in and killed anyone he saw without saying anything. The brothers can't stand it anymore. Before the henchman broke into Lu Qingwen's office, the boss was still constantly calling Brother Hai and others. That something might have happened to the person he sent out. But not long after, someone came to tell him that someone was coming to kill him. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Qingwen was shocked and angry. He slammed the table and rushed outside. Chapter 29. The more we fight, the more desperate we become. When Lu Qingwen rushed to the hall, he was completely stunned by the tragic scene. In the entire billiard hall, there was no one standing except for a tall man wearing a baseball cap, a mask, and all in black. Most of the people lying on the ground were motionless, while some were still groaning in pain. However, judging from the location of their injuries, they would probably not live long. Who the hell are you? Lu Qingwen asked angrily with bloodshot eyes. These were all his most elite men, but he didn't expect that they could all be easily killed by just one person. And looking at the other person's body, not even his clothes were torn, let alone any scars. Even if he was a second-rank warrior, he probably wouldn't be able to do this when facing the siege of so many people. While Lu Qingwen was extremely angry, he was also wary of this master who suddenly appeared. He knew that this was definitely a master who was as powerful as him. Of course, it's the person who killed you. Are you going to cut your own throat? Or do you want me to do it myself? Lu Sheng raised the hand holding the dagger, waved it casually at Lu Qingwen, and said with some contempt. However, although he said this, Lu Sheng did not have any intention of looking down on the other party. After a warrior has completed the tempering of his qi and blood, the next thing he needs to temper is the bones throughout the body, followed by the internal organs. Once the upper limb bones begin to be tempered, it means that the warrior has entered the first level. You can borrow the power of qi and blood to burst out with strength far beyond your own flesh and blood. When the upper limb bones are completely tempered and the lower limbs are started, it means that one has entered the second level. The strength of bones tempered by qi and blood will be greatly improved. The higher the purity of the qi and blood, the higher the quality of the bones tempered. From low to high, they are iron, copper, silver, gold, and jade. It's not that the material of the bones is the same as these names, it's just the appearance. In fact, as the quality improves, the strength of bones of different levels is enough to create a huge difference in combat effectiveness. Generally, 9th-rank martial saints have golden bones, but some are extremely powerful and have reached the level of jade bones. Legend has it that there's a kind of skeleton that is as crystal clear as crystal, but that is just a legend, and no one has ever seen it so far. Lu Qingwen's strength has reached the second level. Lu Sheng cannot guess the quality of his bones for the time being, but his limbs must be extremely hard. Moreover, the opponent can borrow the power of qi and blood, and the power he bursts out must be much stronger than his. Would obviously be at a disadvantage if he went head-on with the opponent without any tempering. Fortunately, his advantage is agility, and using his strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses is his best choice. This is too much. This is too much. Do you really think you can defeat me? When I subdue you, I will let you know what cruelty is. How could Lu Qingwen tolerate that he, a second-rank warrior, was looked down upon like this? Since the other party refuses to reveal his identity, just beat him up and ask him later. He immediately roared and rushed towards Lu Sheng. The heavy footsteps stepped on the ground, crushing the marble floor immediately with an unstoppable momentum. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and saw some clues from the other party's steps. He held the knife in his backhand and bent slightly, like a cheetah ready to pounce. Seeing Lu Qingwen getting closer and closer, Lu Sheng lowered his eyes and suddenly kicked hard at a silent corpse on the ground. The corpse was quite tall and strong when alive, weighing at least 170 to 180 kilograms. But after Lu Sheng's kick, he was thrown directly into the air and hit Lu Qingwen head-on. Lu Qingwen immediately stopped his forward momentum and raised his hand to push the corpse away. But in just this short moment, Lu Sheng had already arrived and kicked Lu Qingwen hard in the abdomen, kicking Lu Qingwen backwards and hitting him heavily on a pool table. Seeing Lu Sheng rushing over again, Lu Qingwen's face turned grim and he quickly stood up, kicking out a heavy and powerful kick in counterattack. Knowing that the opponent's strength lies in his hands and feet, Lu Sheng did not confront him head-on, but dodged by turning his body to the side. Lu Qingwen's kick continued with force and directly caused the billiard table next door to collapse in an instant. The destructive power caused by a second-grade warrior with the help of the power of qi and blood is indeed much stronger than mine, but his speed is as slow as a turtle, and he can't touch me at all. This was Lu Sheng's evaluation after his first attack on Lu Qingwen. A person who is extremely slow cannot pose much of a threat to him. Lu Sheng immediately put aside his worries and started to move forward. After lowering his head to dodge the opponent's heavy punch, the dagger in his hand stabbed Lu Qingwen's side like lightning, without any defense. This guy is a second-rank warrior after all, and he acted like nothing happened after being hit by such a knife. He just let out a muffled groan, and his attack became even more fierce. Under his iron bones, the originally extremely hard solid wood pool tables seemed like tofu. Anything that was touched by his fists or feet would shatter immediately. Lu Sheng is very patient with such an opponent. If one knife doesn't work, try two. If $2 doesn't work, then $20. The two men exchanged more than 10 moves. Lu Qingwen's floral shirt was completely stained with blood. As a large amount of blood flowed out, even a second-grade warrior like him began to lose strength. Why? Why is this kid so fast? It was like he could see through all my moves. I couldn't hit him at all. The more Lu Qingwen fought, the more desperate he became. It had been many years since he had experienced a true life-and-death fight with anyone. In the past, opponents would choose to fight him head-on, but would eventually be defeated by his powerful punches and kicks. However, this man was like a cunning assassin, and every time he attacked with his knife, he was caught off guard. The most frustrating thing is that I can't even touch the corner of the other person's clothes. If he continues like this, he will surely die. Wait a minute, wait a minute. The Black Tiger Gang has no grudges against you. Is there any misunderstanding? As long as you let me go, I can give you all the money. Lu Qingwen was kicked away by Lu Sheng again. He leaned on the pool table and waved his hands in horror. Do you remember that you sent a few men out of the city to kill someone today? Lu Sheng asked coldly. Could that person be you? Lu Qingwen exclaimed. Since the other party asked this, there could be no other reasons. Who asked you to do this? How much did he spend? Lu Sheng asked again. He is a very handsome young man. He lives in building 1245 in the villa area in the west of the city. I was totally fooled by this son of a bitch. He told me that the person he was going to kill was just a poor student living in Jixiang village. If I knew he wanted me to kill a master like you, I wouldn't accept it even if it was 10 million, let alone 1 million. Lu Qingwen was almost crying. At that time, the man wanted to pay him 1 million yuan to kill a student, which he found a bit strange. I never expected that the target person would be such a cruel and ruthless person. The Black Tiger Gang only wanted to kill him, but he wanted to kill the entire Black Tiger Gang. Chapter 30, A Rich Harvest. Since you've already laid hands on me, this can no longer be considered a misunderstanding. If it weren't for the fact that I still have some skills, any other poor student would have definitely fallen into your hands. Do you think I can let you live? Knowing that Lu Jin only spent 1 million to take his life, Lu Jin couldn't help but curse this stingy bastard in his heart. He would settle the score with him later. However, he would never let go of trash like Lu Qingwen. I don't know how much innocent blood has been shed on these people's hands. Killing them would be considered as getting rid of harm to the people. And the blood in his body was flowing out like water. After the negotiations failed, Lu Qingwen fell into final despair and madness. Like a trapped beast, he roared hideously and kept grabbing the billiard balls on the table and throwing them at Lu Sheng. However, he now had neither strength nor accuracy and could not even stand steadily. Most of the time, Lu Sheng didn't even need to dodge because he couldn't hit him at all, just as he had thrown all the billiard balls on one table and was about to move to another table. Lu Sheng seized the opportunity, took a few steps to get behind Lu Qingwen, and stabbed him in the back of the head with a knife. The moment he pulled out the knife, Lu Qingwen, a gangster boss and second-rank warrior, collapsed to the ground like mud. As for the people lying on the ground, whether they were alive or not, they were all stabbed several times by Lu Sheng. After that, Lu Sheng felt relieved and walked towards the billiard hall. Whenever he saw a room, he would kick open the door and check carefully to make sure there was nothing missing. He was so careful and actually gained something. Sure enough, in one of the cabinets, there was a trembling henchman hiding. The moment Lu Sheng opened the cabinet door, the man was so frightened that he was shitting and pissing all over the place, and he couldn't even utter the words to beg for mercy. Lu Sheng didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He just took him away with a sharp knife. Only after making sure that there was no one alive in the entire billiard hall did Lu Sheng finally come to Lu Qingwen's luxurious office. After knocking on the wall with the handle of the knife, he actually found a secret room. The space inside is not big, only 4 square meters at most. There are more than 10 long and short guns hanging on the wall, but there were no powerful weapons. In addition to pistols, there are some small caliber shotguns. There was a small cabinet against the wall with no lock on it. After Lu Sheng opened it, he found several large bags of white powder inside, and he guessed that this should be some kind of drug. In the bottom drawer, there's a glass bottle filled with blue, translucent liquid. The label on the top of the bottle reads Aggressive Type 2 Blood Strengthening Potion. Lu Sheng knew about this thing, especially this model, which was worth 20 million per bottle. One injection can at least increase your qi and blood values by 200 points. However, this type is not for novices, and even warriors below the 3rd rank cannot use it. This is also the reason why Lu Qingwen has not used it yet, because with his current body, he simply cannot withstand the side effects of a sudden surge of 200 points in qi and blood value. Naturally, Lu Sheng can't use it now. However, it would be great to keep it, whether for your own use in the future or to sell it for money. There was a box standing against the wall, about the width of a palm and more than 1 meter high. Lu Sheng opened it and found that it was actually a long knife. When it was pulled out of the scabbard, the blade was completely black and felt quite heavy in the hand. One could tell at a glance that the material was of extraordinary quality. His strength has increased dramatically recently, and the original alloy dagger now feels light and fluttery to use, almost like a toy knife. This knife seemed to be tailor-made for him, and Lu Sheng couldn't let it go for a while. With just a light wave of his hand, the cabinet next to him was cut open by a knife, so sharp that it made people gasp. The last thing Lu Sheng noticed was a large school bag and a suitcase on the ground. There was no surprise. When I opened it, it was full of money. The number can be roughly seen. It is basically over 1 million, as the bald man said. He also poured the money in the suitcase into the big school bag and packed the medicine. Lu Sheng left the secret room, holding the box containing the knives. After finding a lighter on Lu Qingwen's desk, he lit up everything in the room that could be easily ignited. The same thing was done in other rooms, and finally the entire billiard hall was set on fire. He untied the chain at the door and waited until the fire grew bigger before leaving leisurely, as if nothing had happened. After returning to the rental house to get his ID, Lu Sheng decided not to continue living here. After changing clothes and leaving Jixiang village, I took a taxi directly to the vicinity of tomorrow's examination venue and checked into a hotel to stay. The first day of the exam is the theory class exam. Lu Sheng had not studied very well before, so he wrote down everything he knew and left the examination room early when it was time to hand in the paper. There is no exam for martial arts students on the first afternoon. Lu Sheng returned to the hotel and went to the bank with the money. He applied for a new card and deposited all the money into it. Then I went to the commercial center in the main city and bought myself the latest mobile phone and several sets of good quality sportswear. Finally, I went to the barber shop and gave myself a neat and capable hairstyle. He had no psychological burden in spending the money that he earned with his life. After being refreshed from head to toe, Lu Sheng stood in front of the mirror and almost couldn't recognize himself. After 10 days of continuous additions, his changes were much greater than before. I can only marvel at the magical panel, which has really transformed him. The second day of the exam is the real highlight. Every candidate must defeat as many opponents as possible in the qualifying round to obtain a higher score. According to the examination process, candidates are divided into 3 levels: A, B, and C for assessment based on their qi and blood values when they registered. A qi and blood value below 180 is Class C. Between 180 and 210 is Class B. Above 210 is Class A. There are a total of 8,562 candidates in Beijing City this year, of which nearly 6,000 are in Grade C and just over 2,000 are in Grade B. And there are less than 500 top-level A candidates. However, this number is not absolute. If you win 15 games in a row or get 100 points in the C division, you can be promoted to the B division. To advance from Class B to Class A, you need 10 consecutive wins or 75 points. The first day's assessment was for Class C, which had the largest number of people. At 7 o'clock in the morning, when Lu Sheng arrived at the examination center, many students were already waiting in the designated area. Afterwards, the teacher will need to lead the team to undergo blood test again and receive a special wristband for the exam. Lu Sheng finally found his class's team. But neither the class teacher, Jiang Chunhua, nor the other students recognized him. Classmate, which school and class are you from? Did you go to the wrong place? In the end, Jiang Chunhua couldn't help it and walked to the back of the team to ask. Chapter 31, the exam officially begins. Teacher Jiang, I'm Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was stunned. He didn't expect that Jiang Chunhua didn't recognize him. Fuck, he's actually Lu Sheng with all those branded clothes. I thought he was some rich and handsome guy from another school who got into the wrong place. How did he suddenly become so handsome? I was fucking stunned. That face does look a lot like Lu Sheng's, but it's also very different from before. Is he really not Lu Sheng's twin brother? Let's not talk about his face first. His body is also amazing now. He has broad shoulders and a thin waist. His body proportions are very well proportioned. He is simply a perfect male model. As soon as Lu Sheng finished speaking, all his classmates exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe that this was the Lu Sheng they knew before. You're Lu Sheng. Jiang Chunhua was also shocked at the time. The last time I saw Lu Sheng, when I registered, although there were some changes, he was nothing like he is now. He was like a completely different person. Jiang Chunhua was a little skeptical whether this was the real Lu Sheng. However, when he thought about the pre-test blood test, which could not be false, and the false could not be true, and there was no possibility of impersonation, Jiang Chunhua finally felt relieved. He was just very curious about what Lu Sheng had experienced in the past few days that had caused him to change so much. The classmates actually wanted to ask Lu Sheng the reason, but first of all, they didn't have a good relationship with Lu Sheng before. Secondly, Lu Sheng has always been cold and indifferent, keeping people at a distance. Therefore, even though they were as curious as a cat scratching its head, no one dared to ask. After waiting for a while, Jiang Chunhua led the team to start pre-exam blood tests, which was also to prevent candidates from taking banned drugs on the day of the exam. In addition, the blood test during registration has already recorded the DNA information of each candidate. At this time, the blood test will be used to authenticate the identity again, and there will be no problem of taking the exam for someone else. After passing the test, each candidate will receive an electronic bracelet to record the candidate's test information, as well as qualifying points and ranking. The rules for qualifying are very simple. The total examination time is 8 hours, and the examination system will randomly select 2 candidates to compete against each other. Each match lasts 3 minutes, with 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. All candidates must obtain as many points as possible within the 8-hour examination time. This kind of assessment mode is a great test of each candidate's combat effectiveness, physical fitness, and recovery ability. If you meet a strong opponent, just admit defeat and never let yourself get hurt. As long as you don't get hurt, you'll have a chance to take advantage of the weak and get higher scores. After a match, if you run out of energy, come to me to replenish your energy and recover. Remember not to force yourself to continue fighting. The exam is about to begin, and Jiang Chunhua still does not forget to give everyone earnest instructions on various things that need to be paid attention to. Everyone else was listening attentively, except Lu Sheng, who looked absent-minded. Even second-rank warriors were no match for him, and this level of examination no longer interested him much. The competition venue is a huge stadium divided into densely packed small squares. The Class C candidates will compete on this narrow stage of just 10 square meters. As the bracelet on the wrist vibrated, a string of information appeared on everyone's display screen. Candidates need to find their own competition arena according to the number above. Lu Sheng's first opponent was a strong boy with dark skin. He is about the same height as Lu Sheng now, but his body is several times bigger than Lu Sheng. His lips are very thick, making him look like a chimpanzee. After standing opposite Lu Sheng, he seemed eager to try. The examiner confirmed the information of the 2 people, asked if they were ready, and then announced the start. When the boy saw Lu Sheng standing there blankly without even posing, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. "Be careful," he shouted softly and then rushed forward, intending to strike first. Seeing that Lu Sheng remained motionless, the examiner shook his head helplessly. He has seen many such candidates, and they all perform like this because they are too nervous. The 10-meter square arena is extremely small for an ordinary person, let alone these martial arts students who have been practicing martial arts for many years. In just 2 steps, the boy was in front of Lu Sheng, swung his arm, and threw a big punch, trying to end the fight with his powerful blow. At this moment, Lu Sheng, who had been motionless all the time, finally moved. He just took a leisurely step to his right, and the opponent's punch, which was determined to hit him, missed. Then he put his left hand's fingers together like a knife and casually chopped the opponent's neck. It was so fast that not only the opponent, but even the examiner had no time to react. Plop! Immediately afterwards, Lu Sheng's first opponent fell straight down, face down like a robot that had lost power. From the start to the end of the game, not even 10 seconds were used. Medical team, come to stage 1428 quickly. A candidate has lost consciousness. The examiner was stunned for 2 seconds before he reacted. He rushed over to check on the candidate's condition while calling the medical team through the intercom. Try pinching the philtrum. He probably just fainted, probably. Lu Sheng looked down at the candidate in astonishment and found that his mouth was slightly open and his eyes were tightly closed, and he seemed to be sleeping soundly. The force he just used was less than 1/10 of what it should be, but he didn't expect this to be the effect. The current situation seems to be much more serious than he thought. Even Lu Sheng himself was not sure whether the other party was just unconscious. The examiner believed Lu Sheng's lies and pressed hard on the candidate's head, but the candidate showed no signs of waking up. Why would such a freak student be assigned to take the Level C exam? Isn't this bullying? I don't know how the registration group reviewed the information. It was simply dereliction of duty. After many unsuccessful attempts, the examiner looked at Lu Sheng with resentment. Although he didn't see Lu Sheng's move clearly, he knew it very clearly in his mind. Based on his many years of experience as an invigilator, he knew that the abilities of these two people were simply not on the same level. Especially this calm and composed guy. His terrifying speed of attack was extremely rare even among Class A students. The injured part is the neck. In less than a minute, the medical team arrived. A female paramedic with a high ponytail and a look not inferior to Lu Qianru was half kneeling on the ground. She turned over the victim's eyelids and shone a flashlight into the pupils. She soon discovered a blue mark on the neck. Chapter 32, I'll pay attention next time. Yes, it's the neck, the examiner said confidently. Upon hearing this, the female paramedic immediately took out a tablet-sized instrument from her bag and irradiated the injured person's neck. A clear X-ray image immediately appeared on the screen. Displayed, the victim's cervical vertebrae were already broken. Bring the stretcher over here and get emergency help. Be careful, it's a cervical fracture. The female paramedic hurriedly shouted to her colleagues with a serious expression. 3 male paramedics rushed over immediately, fixed the injured person's neck, and then carefully placed him on a stretcher and carried him away. It's just a test. Is it necessary to use such harsh measures? Don't you know that the neck is a fatal part? The injured were carried away, but the female paramedic did not leave. She glared at Lu Sheng angrily and questioned him. I'm sorry, I didn't control my strength just now. I will pay more attention next time. Lu Sheng opened his mouth, tried to explain that he didn't mean to be so harsh. But he never expected that his opponent would be so vulnerable. But after thinking about it, he finally gave up the idea of explaining and spoke very sincerely. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the opponents he encountered in the martial arts exam were not ferocious monsters, not vicious gang members, nor real warriors with strong bodies. Winning the game is easy for him. All he needs to do is make his opponent lose his fighting power. There is no need to use the methods that I used to fight life and death with those enemies on these people. That's better. The female paramedic rolled her eyes at Lu Sheng, then left angrily after saying a few words. You don't have to worry too much. With today's medical level, injuries like that are easy to treat. It's a pity for that candidate. You probably won't be able to continue the exam. I can see that your strength is far beyond Class C. I hope you won't hit so hard in future matches. After all, if you put in a little more effort, you may change someone else's life. The examiner saw Lu Sheng standing there in silence and thought that Lu Sheng was worried about the candidate's injury. He walked up to Lu Sheng, patted him on the shoulder, and spoke earnestly. I will. Lu Sheng nodded and replied. Then I declare that candidate number 103583 has won this battle and received 3 points. You can prepare for the next battle. After getting off the stage, Lu Sheng decisively clicked on the bracelet to start matching. In less than 10 seconds, the system found his next opponent. Without spending too much effort, Lu Sheng found the competition arena through the number provided on the bracelet. The opponent this time is a cute girl who looks a little chubby. She was wearing a pink training suit and was only about 1.6 meters tall. She has a thin and small figure, but her breasts are huge. Wow, the little brother looks so tall and handsome, and he looks like a very kind person. Please be gentle to me later. After the examiner confirms the identity information, he announces the start of the battle. But this girl didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Instead, she stared at Lu Sheng like a fangirl and spoke in a sweet voice. Okay, Lu Sheng originally planned to treat his future opponents well, so he uttered a word softly. He still remembered the examiner's reminder not to injure the other party too seriously. He looked at his opponent from head to toe. Lu Sheng finally fixed his gaze on the other person's lower abdomen. I don't think the injuries will be too serious if we hit here. Lu Sheng thought uncertainly. Seeing Lu Sheng pretending to be so profound, the girl in pink couldn't help but sneer in her heart. It was a senior who taught her to show weakness on purpose during exams. Because boys of this age like to show off in front of pretty girls. As long as you use words to elevate them as much as possible, you can make them feel proud and careless, revealing fatal flaws. This method works better for prettier girls, as they are very confident in their personal conditions. Then I'm going to start. The girl smiled sweetly again and immediately began to take stance, approaching Lu Sheng little by little. Lu Sheng still looked unmoved, and when the distance between the two was less than 2 meters, the girl's pace, which had been extremely slow, suddenly increased dramatically. In just a moment, her white and tender fist almost hit Lu Sheng's chin. The chin is the death triangle. If it is hit hard, the brain may become dizzy at best or fall into a coma at worst. Her purpose can be said to be very clear. It's a pity that the opponent she is facing now is Lu Sheng. The beauty trap she thought was right was completely unnoticeable to Lu Sheng due to his dullness towards the opposite sex. Her mediocre skills were even more poor in Lu Sheng's eyes. He almost hit Lu Sheng because Lu Sheng had extremely precise control of the distance and knew that the opponent's short arms could not reach him at all. I got it. A hint of cunning and joy suddenly flashed in the girl's eyes. But the next moment, the girl suddenly widened her eyes and let out a muffled groan. At first, he froze in place as if he had been hit by a pressure point. Then he felt at his knees, holding his stomach. Lu Sheng subconsciously took a step to the side to prevent the other person from spewing out disgusting things from his mouth and splashing on him. Candidate, are you still able to continue the competition? Upon seeing this, the examiner hurriedly ran up to the stage, half knelt in front of the girl and asked. However, the girl was unable to say anything at this moment. Her tears and snot flowed out uncontrollably, and her cute image from before was long gone. 10-9-8-2-1. Candidate number 103-5831 won this battle. After getting no answer, the examiner started counting down without hesitation. After the countdown of 10, Lu Sheng was immediately announced as the winner. Rescue team, there are injured candidates here. Seeing that the girl was still unable to get up, the examiner could only call for help through the intercom. Not long after, the rescue team arrived. The first person to appear was actually the beautiful female paramedic from before. Why are you here again? The female paramedic was speechless when she saw Lu Sheng standing on the stage again. I've really been very light this time. Lu Sheng felt helpless. Let me see where you're injured. The female paramedic asked the girl with concern. Belly. It really hurts. Perhaps the pain was relieved at this time. The girl burst into tears and cried out with extreme grievance. Just bear with it for a moment. Lie down and I'll check you. The female paramedic gently stroked the girl's back and soothed her. The girl took a while to relax, then endured the pain and slowly laid down on the stage. With the help of another colleague, the female paramedic took out the previous machine again and applied it to the girl's lower abdomen for examination. Chapter 33, It Should Be Never See You Again. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. It's just a stomach cramp caused by the pain. Resting for a while won't affect the next exam. Where's your class's rest area? We'll take you there first. After reading the content displayed on the instrument, the female paramedic said in a soft tone, Thank you, sister, the girl said with some gratitude. The severe pain from the heavy blow to her lower abdomen just now made her whole body limp, and she had no strength at all. She almost thought she couldn't continue with the exam. When she learned that she was not seriously injured, she breathed a sigh of relief and let the ambulance team carry her away. But when he looked at the culprit, his eyes were full of resentment. Although you were much gentler this time. But as a man, it's better to be gentle and considerate to girls. In just less than 10 minutes, You have injured 2 people in succession. I sincerely hope that I won't run into you again." This time, the female paramedic did not look at Lu Jin coldly. She seemed to think that Lu Sheng made the change after being scolded by her before. But the tone of his voice was still not very polite. Lu Sheng didn't say anything, but looked down at the sign hanging on the other person's chest. Volunteer, Jiang Yueru. Affiliation, Cambrian College. Job content, emergency medical rescue, psychological counseling for candidates, etc. Lu Sheng was speechless for a moment. He was just a volunteer. What qualifications did he have to lecture him? Then you should be busy from now on. Lu Sheng was too lazy to deal with this woman anymore. He left the stage after saying this. You. Lu Sheng's attitude made Jiang Yueru so angry that she stomped her feet. Looking at Lu Sheng's receding back, she almost couldn't help but chase after him to have a good talk with him. In the following battles, Lu Sheng was just like in the previous 2 and would easily resolve the battle with 1 strike. But the rescue team doesn't have it easy, as they will be called by the examiner every few minutes. Candidates at this level are all on par with each other in strength. Even if they injure the opponent, most of them will not call for help. But every time Lu Sheng made a move, someone would lose the ability to move. In just 1 hour, Jiang Yueru alone was called 8 times. She even felt that Lu Sheng deliberately injured every opponent just to torment her. Because in school, there are so many boys who want to use this method to attract her attention. Student Lu Sheng, are you done yet? After sending away another injured person, Jiang Yueru put her hands on her waist and glared at Lu Sheng angrily and asked. Having seen him so many times, Lu Sheng's name had already been deeply engraved in her mind. Due to running continuously in the huge examination room, Jiang Yueru was already slightly out of breath when she spoke. The ends of her hair were covered with sweat, and even the red first aid suit on her body was mostly soaked. Lu Sheng glanced at this woman who looked extremely beautiful even when she was angry, and then looked at the information on the bracelet. I found that I had won 15 games in a row without realizing it. After 15 consecutive wins at this level, you can be promoted to a higher level. In other words, he will continue to take the Level B assessment tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, we probably won't see each other again today, Lu Sheng said after thinking for a while. Then it's best if there are no accidents, Jiang Yueru said unhappily, not realizing that Lu Sheng was only talking about today. Goodbye. Lu Sheng looked at the other person with some amusement again, then walked towards the rest area of his class, intending to tell Jiang Chanhua and then go back to rest. We should never see each other again. Jiang Yueru rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. When Lu Sheng returned to their class area, except Jiang Chanhua, there were already 5 other students sitting there resting. At this time, everyone looked exhausted, and most of them even had bruises on their faces. Lu Sheng, please sit down and drink some water to replenish your energy as soon as possible. When Jiang Chanhua saw Lu Sheng coming, he quickly and enthusiastically opened a bottle of energy drink and handed it over. Lu Sheng was indeed a little thirsty, so he didn't bother to be polite and just gulped down the drink. Lu Sheng, how many games have you played? Why do you look so spotless? One of the students with a bruised face couldn't help but ask. When Lu Sheng came, he looked very calm, with not even a speck of dirt on his body, but his state was very different from that of the others. Yes, Lu Sheng, how many games have you played? Have you ever won? Jiang Chanhua asked with concern. Teacher Jiang, I came here to tell you that I plan to go back and rest first. Lu Sheng did not answer, but looked at Jiang Chanhua calmly and said, planning to go back and rest? No, the exam has only started for more than an hour. Why are you going back to rest? Don't you know that you can't come back in after you leave the examination room? Jiang Chanhua didn't expect that this student, whom he had high hopes for, would suddenly do this to him. He immediately raised his voice and asked in anxiety and anger. Because I have finished the exam. Lu Sheng stretched out his bracelet and tapped on the screen. Haha, it's only been over an hour. Did you get 15 consecutive wins, or 100 points? You're not afraid of getting beaten, so you didn't even fight? It's just one match, right? Otherwise, how come he is so clean? What are you afraid of, man? If word gets out that you don't participate in this, won't our class 12 become a laughingstock? In fact, there are still schools that would accept you even if your scores are at the bottom, but they are not good schools. We should respect Lu Sheng's own choice. The classmates obviously didn't believe that Lu Sheng had finished the exam. No one even thought of taking a look at the bracelet that Lu Sheng held out. Lu Sheng, it doesn't matter if you lie to us, but don't lie to yourself. This is such an important exam. If you fool others, you will be the one who suffers in the end. Take the teacher's advice and don't leave in a hurry. Try your best and win as many games as you can. Don't wait many years to look back at today and regret the decision you made on impulse. Jiang Chunhua also did not believe Lu Sheng's words. She squeezed Lu Sheng's shoulders and encouraged him sincerely. Teacher Jiang, I really finished the exam. If you don't believe me, check it out for yourself. 15 consecutive wins, total 45 points. Although Jiang Chunhua seemed to be genuinely doing this for his own good, Lu Sheng was still speechless. Lu Sheng, after what happened on the registration day, I had high expectations for you. I didn't expect that at this critical moment, you would choose to abandon yourself. As your homeroom teacher for 3 years, I am really disappointed. However, even though Lu Sheng put the bracelet in front of Jiang Chunhua, the other party did not even look at it, but instead looked heartbroken. Inform. Candidate number 103583 Lu Sheng achieved 15 consecutive victories and successfully advanced to the next stage. Beijing City Education Bureau wishes Lu Sheng even better results in the upcoming exams. Chapter 30 for the 6th tempering failed. The examination center's broadcast, which had never been heard before, began without warning. Except for those candidates who were concentrating on fighting, everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully to the content. The entire huge examination room was quiet for a moment, and then immediately became as chaotic and noisy as a vegetable market. Everyone started talking about Lu Sheng's feat. This is too fast. Is there such a talented person in the C-level group? It's outrageous. How long has it been since the exam started, and he's already won 15 games in a row? Only 1 hour and 25 minutes have passed. Excluding the time for preparation and waiting, the time this person spent on each opponent was definitely no more than 2 minutes. Could it be that some genius deliberately concealed his chi and health value to level C to fry the fish? You've already made it to the C level. I guess you're just good at fighting. If your chi and HP aren't high, it's useless to be in the B level group. There are also many candidates who have won 15 consecutive games in previous years. But there has never been someone like Lu Sheng who can end every battle with one strike. With his incredible efficiency, if he didn't have to wait for the emergency team to treat the injured after each game, he would probably have completed 15 consecutive victories in less than half an hour. If that were the case, I'm afraid many people would suspect that he cheated in the exam. Jiang Yueru sat sullenly in the rest area of the emergency team, drinking a 2-liter bottle of mineral water. It wasn't until that annoying guy stopped hurting anyone that she finally got a chance to breathe. When the announcement came over the radio, she didn't pay much attention the first time. It was not until the second repetition that she could hear clearly what was being said. Puff, cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yueru, who was drinking water in big gulps, immediately vomited. Not only that, he also inhaled water into his trachea, choked severely, and began to cough violently. Are you kidding me? He has never lost a single game. Jiang Yueru couldn't help but let out a wail. At this moment, she finally understood what Lu Sheng meant when he said before he left that they would probably not see each other again today. This time, as a volunteer for the first aid team, she had to take part in all the exams for groups A, B, and C from beginning to end. Lu Sheng has now advanced to Group B, which means she will have to meet the person she really doesn't want to see again tomorrow. The candidates in Group B are not as weak as those in Group C. There's no way he'll be as relaxed tomorrow as he is today. Maybe he is one of the people being carried away. Jiang Yueru comforted herself silently. You actually achieved 15 consecutive victories? Jiang Chunhua was stunned. He originally thought that Lu Sheng had given up on himself, and that was why he lied to him like that. Unexpectedly, this student gave him such a shocking surprise. It's all shown on the bracelet. How could anyone be fooled by something like this? Lu Sheng curled his lips with a helpless look on his face. Not only Jiang Chunhua was dumbfounded, but also the classmates who had questioned Lu Sheng before all opened their mouths wide and stared at Lu Sheng with idiocy. It was as if Lu Sheng was some terrifying monster. How on earth did you do that? You are so strong. Why have you never shown it before? So the gap between us is so big. Are you a hidden genius? Our class 12 is going to be famous now. I'll have something to brag about when I go out. Everyone was full of doubts and wanted to get an answer from Lu Sheng. Keep going, you guys. But how could Lu Sheng satisfy their curiosity? He didn't even think of explaining anything and just said something very perfunctory. Lu Sheng, wait a moment. As your homeroom teacher, I have the obligation and responsibility to accompany you to take the Group B exam tomorrow. I'll wait for you at the old place then. Just when Lu Sheng was about to turn around and leave, Jiang Chunhua hurriedly stopped him. The fact that this student was able to advance so easily with consecutive wins shows that his strength is definitely far superior to other candidates at this level. Not to mention being able to advance to Class B now, even Class A may not be impossible. If Lu Sheng could really advance to Class A, it would definitely be a great thing for him. Therefore, he must do a good job of logistics for this only seedling. Ensure that Lu Sheng has no worries in subsequent competitions. Okay. Lu Sheng thought about it for a moment and nodded in agreement. With a teacher around, if he encounters any small troubles, the other party should be able to help him solve them. Why not have someone dedicated to serving you? After leaving the examination center, Lu Sheng found a place to have a good meal and then went straight back to the hotel. During this period, he has completed 5 qi and blood temperings. I wanted to continue the 6th time yesterday, but unfortunately, it was disrupted by those rubbish from the Black Tiger gang. Fortunately, the gains made up for his losses. The tempering of qi and blood must be completed as many times as possible before the age of 18. If you fail to complete the tempering after reaching this age, the effect of further tempering will be greatly reduced. No one knows why, but this is a valuable experience summed up by countless predecessors, and those who do not believe in it and go against it often regret it. Lu Sheng still has more than 3 months to go before he turns 18, so he is not in a hurry to reach the 1st rank. First, even a 2nd grade warrior is not his match, so even if he is in a hurry to upgrade to the 1st grade, there is not much point at the moment. Secondly, his qi and blood are very sufficient. If he can temper them as much as possible before he turns 18, his future achievements will definitely be more extraordinary. Sitting cross-legged on the bed again, Lu Sheng chose to give up after trying for a while. The first 5 temperings went very smoothly, except for the 5th one, which was a bit difficult. But when he tried it for the 6th time, he found that the original method had no effect at all. The process of tempering qi and blood is to remove impurities from qi and blood and retain only the most essential part. After the first 5 times of tempering, Lu Sheng's blood can be said to be extremely pure. Now, when he wanted to continue tempering it, he found that it had reached its limit. That shouldn't be the case. Many legendary 9th grade martial saints have said that they have gone through 6 temperings. Only after completing 6 rounds of tempering can the bones of the whole body be refined into jade bones. It doesn't make sense that when it's my turn, there's nothing I can do. After thinking for a long time without finding any clues, Lu Sheng suddenly remembered that he had bought a new mobile phone. If there was anything he didn't know, he could now look it up online. So I quickly opened my phone and started searching the internet clumsily. At this time, on the main street of Jixiang Village, there was a luxury car that obviously did not belong here, driving on the road, which attracted the attention of many people. Uncle Afyu, please drive slower. I want to take a closer look here. Lu Jin, who was sitting in the back row, said in a gentle tone. Okay. Afu agreed and immediately slowed down the car. Lu Jin lowered the car window and looked around the street for the billiard hall he had been to that night. But after walking for a long time, I still couldn't find the large lightbox door. There was an area that had obviously suffered from a fire, and an entire row of 2-story shops were burned beyond recognition. Stop the car. Lu Jin suddenly shouted at Afu, not knowing what he was thinking of. Chapter 35, Is Lu Sheng Still Alive? A whole day passed, and Lu Jin still didn't receive any news that Lu Sheng had been killed. He felt something was wrong, so he asked Afu to drive him to Jixiang Village. The excuse was that he wanted to see how bad the environment was where his brother lived. When he first saw the burnout state of the Black Diamond Billiard Hall, he didn't recognize it. It was not until we saw a small red building nearby that we were finally sure that the Heiyao Billiard Hall was located below the row of 2-story shops that had been burned down. After Lu Jin got off the car, he noticed an old man standing there looking at the place, so he walked over quickly. Hello, sir. May I ask what happened here? Why is it burned like this? Lu Jin asked politely. Who knows? It suddenly caught fire the night before yesterday. The fire was so severe that 6 fire trucks came, and it took more than an hour to put out. The old man saw that Lu Jin was handsome, polite, and had a very kind tone. What about the people in here? Did they escape? Lu Jin asked again. The people upstairs are fine. It was those hooligans in the billiard hall who burned dozens of them to death. It was so tragic. When they were carried out, they were all charred. The old man pouted and shook his head and said, "All dead. Was it intentional or an accident?" Lu Jin was also shocked when he heard this. The gang members of the Black Tiger Gang are all strong. Don't they know to run away when there is a fire? Dozens of people were burned to death in there. This is really too strange. Let me tell you, all those people in there are from the Black Tiger Gang. I do all kinds of bad things on weekdays. Everyone around them speculated that they must have offended some powerful person, which is why they suffered this misfortune. It can be said that evil deeds will eventually lead to one's own destruction, and he has received the retribution he deserves. The old man approached Lu Jin mysteriously and whispered. Jin deeply agreed with what the old man said. Unless there was an explosion inside, it would be impossible for dozens of adults to stay in there and die. The only possibility is that an expert entered the billiard hall ahead of time, killed everyone inside, and then set it on fire to destroy the evidence. Now that something has happened to the Black Tiger Gang, the only thing Lu Jin is unsure of is whether Lu Sheng is still alive. It doesn't matter if the money is wasted. The most important thing is to determine Lu Sheng's current situation. If Lu Sheng were alive, it would not be good news for him. "Thank you, uncle." After Lu Jin thanked the old man, he went straight back to the car. "Uncle Afu, go directly to where my brother lives," Lu Jin said anxiously. Afu agreed and drove to the rental house where Lu Sheng lived. When I arrived, I knocked on the door, but no one opened it. Afu skillfully broke the door lock again, and when he opened the door, he found that the room was empty. Could it be that Lu Sheng noticed something and moved to another place in advance? Lu Jin had a strong premonition that the Black Tiger Gang had not succeeded and Lu Sheng should still be alive. As for the strange fire in the Black Tiger Gang, Lu Jin did not associate it with Lu Sheng, because he knew that Lu Sheng didn't have that ability at all. "Go back, my brother should have moved away." Having gained nothing, Lu Jin was in a very bad mood. His handsome face was now so gloomy that water could drip from it, because he felt that if he lost this opportunity, it would not be so easy to kill Lu Sheng without leaving any trace. The next morning, Lu Sheng arrived at the examination center neither early nor late as usual. But he didn't look very happy today, and his face was always gloomy. After searching the internet all night last night, he did find the answer he wanted to know. But this answer made him very dissatisfied, because after he tried every possible way to check many times, he finally found out that the first 5 temperings were completely different from the 6th one. The contents of the 6th tempering are already highly confidential. Apart from the top 10 martial arts academies, the Demon Suppression Bureau, and the families with the legendary 9th grade martial saint heritage, no one else knew about it. Therefore, if he wants to obtain the 6th tempering method, he must enter one of the 10 top colleges. However, there will be a 3-month vacation after the final exams before the colleges start classes again. This means that it will take at least 3 months for him to obtain the method for the 6th tempering. By that time, he was already over 18 years old, and there was a high chance that he would miss this precious opportunity. But when he arrived at the place where he had agreed to meet Jiang Chunhua, he found that Jiang Chunhua was not alone. There was a middle-aged man who looked like a teacher who was talking to Jiang Chunhua with a few students. "Teacher Jiang, you're here again today. Are you planning to serve us as a volunteer?" The man asked with a malicious smile on his face. "The reason I came here is naturally because I also have students participating in the Group B competition." Jiang Chunhua looked a little unnatural. "Ha ha ha. Everyone at number 1 middle school knows that there isn't even a single student with grade B qualifications in Teacher Jiang's class. We are all colleagues. Why do you have to say such big words just to save your own face?" Jiang Chunhua's answer made the man burst into laughter. The students beside him also laughed along with a mocking look on their faces. "Who boasted? One of my students won 15 consecutive games in the C-level exam yesterday, which qualified him to participate in the B-level competition." Being looked down upon like that, Jiang Chunhua's fat face immediately turned red. "Is there such a thing? Congratulations to Teacher Jiang. But the strength of the students in the C-class group is already average, so winning 15 games in a row is not a big deal. If the students I teach are to take the C-level exam, I think everyone should be able to do it easily." Upon learning that Jiang Chunhua really had a student qualified to participate in the Class B competition today, a hint of surprise flashed across the man's face. But then he sneered, and there was a sense of superiority in his tone. At this moment, Lu Sheng had already stood behind Jiang Chunhua quietly. "This should be the student you mentioned, right? He doesn't look that great." The man looked Lu Sheng up and down and said with some disdain, Lu Shang, you're here. Jiang Chunhua was startled and turned around. After seeing Lu Shang, she tried hard to force out a rather ugly smile. Chapter 36, Let's Wait and See. Teacher Jiang, what are they doing? Lu Shang asked after glancing at those people. Oh, this is our number 1 middle school teacher Wang Lei and the candidates in his class. For some reason, Jiang Chunhua suddenly felt at a loss when Lu Shang asked her. No, I have memorized their appearances. Lu Shang nodded in a calm tone. Huh? What do you mean? Jiang Chunhua was a little confused by Lu Shang's words. It means that if they meet me, it will be their last battle in this exam. Although Jiang Chunhua had not taken Lu Shang seriously in the past 3 years and had basically left him alone. But apart from this point, he has never disgusted Lu Shang and can be considered a qualified teacher. What's more, Jiang Chunhua came here specifically to serve him today. Letting these people bully him for no reason would be no different from bullying him. Naturally, he would not turn a blind eye. Ha ha, that's really the tone of a toad yawning loudly. Hua Gang from our class has a chance to make it to Class A. You just won a few games in the C-class group. Who gave you the courage to speak so arrogantly here? Wang Lei patted a strong student who was over 1.9 meters tall beside him, stared at Lu Shang with a sneer on his face, and said, I can beat 10 trash like you who were promoted from Class C with one hand. The student named Hua Gang also knew how to show support. He crossed his 2 strong arms and raised his chin proudly. Next time you brag, could you please make a draft first? There's no need for Hua Gang to take action against a weakling like you. That's right. Any one of us can easily take you down. You'd better pray that you don't run into us during the exam. Otherwise, I guarantee that your ending will be very miserable. Wang Lei's other students then rushed to mock Lu Shang. Then let's wait and see. Let's go, Teacher Jiang. Lu Shang was too lazy to argue with these people. When you meet him during the exam, you will naturally know whether he is bragging or not. Jiang Chunhua followed Lu Shang with a heavy heart. She wanted to say something several times, but didn't know how to say it. In the end, she just sighed a few times. Teacher Jiang, you don't have to worry so much. Lu Shang noticed Jiang Chunhua's abnormality, stopped and turned around to say, Lu Shang, I'm sorry that I dragged you into the conflict between Wang Lei and me. It's not that the teacher doesn't believe you. It's because the candidates of grade C and grade B are at 2 completely different levels. Although you can thrive in the C level, the level of those candidates is indeed far behind that of the B level group. If the average students in Group B are placed in Group C, there will definitely be many who can achieve 15 consecutive victories. The level of Wang Lei's students. Jiang Chunhua looked ashamed. He knew that Lu Shang had just said those words to vent his anger. But he really didn't want to see Lu Shang being targeted by Wang Lei's students because of him, which would lead to accidents in the exam. However, before Jiang Chunhua could finish his words, Lu Shang couldn't help but interrupt him. Teacher Jiang, actually, whether it's Class C, Class B, or Class A, the difference is not that big for me. In my eyes, they're just good babies who grew up in a greenhouse. They will break if touched lightly. There is no need to worry about them at all. I have only one goal this year, and that is to be the top pick. When Lu Shang spoke, his voice sounded indifferent and without any emotion, as if he was telling something that was very matter of course. But Jiang Chunhua could hear an indomitable momentum and a strong self-confidence that was about to burst. He didn't know where Lu Shang's confidence came from, but for some reason, his subconscious told him that Lu Shang was not lying to him, but could really become the strongest candidate in the entire Beijing. I believe you can do it. Jiang Chunhua had never taught such a student before. At this moment, being stared at by Lu Shang's eyes as calm as a lake, he became like a poor student being questioned by a teacher, and his words stuttered. That's good. Lu Shang nodded and turned back to the examination center, as if acknowledging Jiang Chunhua's trust. This strange feeling made Jiang Chunhua scratch his head. He stared at Lu Shang's back for a long time with a dazed look on his face. Then he suddenly came to his senses and followed him. When he was almost at the entrance of the examination center, Lu Shang saw the paramedic named Jiang Yueru from yesterday from afar. At this moment, she was standing at the bottom of the stairs, talking to a middle-aged man who was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and had an elegant appearance. Today, Jiang Yueru was still wearing the same red first aid suit she wore yesterday. The slim-fit jeans on her lower body made her straight and well-proportioned legs and round buttocks look unusually full. She still has that high ponytail, and her delicate facial features without any makeup full of a youthfulness that only a girl can have. Alas, if Grandpa were still alive, there wouldn't be a need for you, a dean, to go to the B-class exam site to recruit students. Lu Sheng could already hear Jiang Yueru's voice when he was still dozens of meters away. She looked a little depressed. Only an academy headed by a ninth-grade martial saint can catch the eyes of those Class A candidates. After your grandfather's death, Cambrian College is no longer a top 10 college. There is nothing we can do about it. We can actively come here to discover some good seedlings of grade B. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses with a rather bitter smile on his face. While the two were talking, Lu Sheng had already walked not far from them, her head inadvertently, and saw Lu Sheng, who was also looking at her. Lu Sheng had no intention of paying any attention to her. He looked at her for a moment and then naturally looked away. However, his attitude of ignoring her made Jiang Yueru somewhat dissatisfied. Wait a moment. Jiang Yueru took a few steps forward without saying a word and stood in front of Lu Sheng. Is there something? Lu Sheng tilted his head and looked at the woman in front of him. I'm telling you, don't be complacent. Today's B-level candidates are much better than the C-level candidates. I will never let you win as easily as I did yesterday. If you become complacent because of your small achievement yesterday, you will definitely be beaten to a pulp. When the time comes, the stretcher of our emergency team will be your best destination. Jiang Yueru put her hands on her hips, looked up at Lu Sheng with a proud look on her face, and said. However, after hearing what she said, Lu Sheng's expression became a little strange. He thought the other party was here to pick a fight with him, but what Jiang Yueru said sounded like a reminder to him. Chapter 37. You call this trouble? Thank you for your kind reminder. Then you might as well prepare the stretcher and follow me. This can save a lot of time. Lu Sheng said this and walked around Jiang Yueru. Jiang Yueru was stunned. Her mind was unable to wrap around her head for a moment. No, who reminded you? What I mean is... However, when she finally reacted and wanted to explain, she found that Lu Sheng had already walked away. Jiang Yueru was so depressed that she stomped her feet hard. How did you get into a conflict with the examinee? The elegant middle-aged man asked curiously. Dad, you don't know, this guy is really annoying. During the C-level exam yesterday, he didn't show any mercy at all. All 15 candidates who competed with him were carried away on stretchers. I talked to him several times, but he didn't take it seriously. It made me so tired, Jiang Yueru explained gloomily. You mean to say that he was able to continue to take part in today's Class B exam because of his 15th consecutive victory? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man adjusted his glasses again, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes as he stared at the back from behind the lenses. The assessment for Group B is not much different from that for Group C, and opponents are also matched through bracelets for battles. But what Lu Sheng didn't expect was that not long after he stood on the ring, Jiang Yueru and 2 other paramedics were actually waiting at the sidelines carrying a stretcher. Lu Sheng guessed that there were probably fewer candidates today, so she was not as busy as yesterday. Lu Sheng's first opponent today was a very sunny and handsome boy. He was wearing a white sportswear and looked very fresh and clean. Soon the battle officially began. Because it was the first match of Group B, Lu Sheng did not rush to make a move, but instead planned to see what level the candidates of this level were at. After Lu Sheng easily dodged several waves of attacks from his opponent, he already had a rough idea in his mind. An ordinary punch to the abdomen, and the handsome guy knelt on the stage as expected. Jiang Yueru was stunned to see Lu Sheng finish the battle so quickly and win so effortlessly. She had been busy all day yesterday and hadn't watched any of Lu Sheng's games. I thought that after Lu Sheng was promoted to the B-level group, the opponents he met would at least be equally matched. Unexpectedly, he just shook his body a few times and then ended the fight with a light punch. This had nothing to do with the scene Jiang Yueru had imagined. Did you compete like this yesterday? Jiang Yueru directed the other 2 boys to carry the person away, and then asked with a look of surprise. Well, it wasn't so troublesome yesterday, Lu Sheng said after thinking for a while. You call this trouble? Jiang Yueru widened her big, Caroline eyes. Some people can't believe that these are words that a normal human being can say. It was clearly just a few casual movements of the body and a few casual swings of the fist, but this person actually found it troublesome. This is totally outrageous. I will try my best to ensure that future games won't be so troublesome, Lu Sheng said seriously. You just haven't met anyone powerful yet. Jiang Yueru didn't know how to respond for a moment, but she felt that this person didn't seem to be joking with her or deliberately exaggerating. However, she did not want to admit so easily that Lu Sheng was really much stronger than others. In the second game, Lu Sheng still won very easily, but Jiang Yueru was still stubborn. By the third game, I don't know if it was fate's favor or some other reason. Lu Sheng's opponent turned out to be Wang Lei's student, and the most powerful one among them was Hua Gang. This suddenly made Lu Sheng feel a little interested in the boring exam for Group B. Ha 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 ha. It seems that I am really lucky. I met you in the second game. You were just a piece of trash promoted from the C-class group. Where do you get the courage to challenge our class? Tell me how you want to die. Do you want your legs or arms broken? I can be merciful and give you a chance to choose. When Hua Gang came on stage and saw that his opponent was Lu Sheng, he immediately started to use taunting skills just like his idiot teacher. It's clear at first glance that this opponent is very strong. Be careful not to get beaten up. Jiang Yueru looked a little gloating, but there was no smile on her face. I suggest you call 2 more people over. It may be a bit difficult for 2 people to lift him with his physique. Lu Sheng ignored Hua Gang and gave Jiang Yueru sincere instructions. You have to win the fight first. Jiang Yueru curled her lips in annoyance. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Hua Gang was very angry at Lu Sheng's disregard, and he immediately pointed at Lu Sheng and roared. The exam is in progress. Please do not make loud noises, candidate. At this time, the examiner could not bear it anymore and glared at Hua Gang and warned him. The examiner's warning made Hua Gang even angrier, and he also blamed Lu Sheng for it. Are you ready? If you are, let's start. Seeing that Hua Gang stopped talking, the examiner asked. I'm Fina. Hua Gang said angrily. Okay. Lu Sheng nodded, his face unusually calm. Dying. After getting permission, Hua Gang immediately rushed towards Lu Sheng. When he was within attack distance, he punched Lu Sheng in the face with a heavy punch. The momentum was so fierce that it was a little scary. However, this time Lu Sheng still did not make any dodging move and stood there like a wooden stake. Jiang Yueru couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed when she saw this scene. If Hua Gang's powerful punch hit Lu Sheng, his nose would be broken at the very least, and he might even be at risk of a concussion. But neither Hua Gang nor Jiang Yueru had expected this. His hand like lightning and grabbed Hua Gang's punch that was about to hit him. Even after blocking it, his arm didn't shake at all. How is this possible? Hua Gang exclaimed, his eyes almost popping out of his head. He couldn't understand why his attack could be taken in this way by this opponent whom he had looked down upon so much. Of this, Jiang Yueru was also stunned. She also came from a martial arts family, so she knew very well that it would be difficult to catch the opponent's punch so easily unless the strength of the 2 sides had widened by several levels. Lu Sheng's move was really beyond her expectations. Is that all the strength you have? That's really weak. Lu Sheng tilted his head and looked at the other person, speaking softly. Chapter 38. Finally got some relief. Let go. Hua Gang roared, his face flushed red, and he used all his strength to try to break free from Lu Sheng's control. He had never suffered such humiliation since he started practicing martial arts. However, no matter how hard he tried, Lu Sheng's hand remained motionless. Hua Gang could even feel that as his opponent gradually increased his strength, his fist felt like it was about to break. In great pain, Hua Gang immediately swung his right leg backwards like a swung axe and chopped at Lu Sheng's calf with all his strength. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly and did not launch a counterattack. He just casually let go of his hand, then raised his knee and blocked it with his shin bone. Crack! The 2 people's legs collided in the blink of an eye. But what no one expected was that a crisp sound of bone breaking was heard at the moment of impact. Hua Gang's calf was strangely bent at 90 degrees. It seemed to be just attached to the skin and flesh, hanging down limply. At first, Hua Gang only felt a sudden pain in his calf and did not realize that his leg had been broken instantly by the violent impact just now. When he tried to step on the ground with his right foot, he found that his foot had lost feeling. He immediately lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. My legs! When Hua Gang sat on the ground, he felt an unprecedented pain. It was not until then that he finally realized that his leg was broken. He fell to the ground weakly, covering his broken leg with his hands and wailing loudly. I have already fulfilled your wish of having your legs broken. Don't thank me too much. Lu Sheng lowered his head and looked down at the loser in front of him. It's not that he is not capable of mocking such things. I just feel that if you do it after the dust has settled, the damage will often be greater. Unfortunately, Hua Gang had no time to pay attention to him at this time. His face was full of pain, and his heart was full of regret. Because what he lost was not just a leg, but also his future for the rest of his life. Hurry up and rescue. Jiang Yuru reacted quickly. She immediately called another friend to rush onto the stage and provide first aid to Hua Gang. While she was busy with her hands, she was still thinking constantly in her mind. Such a tall and strong man just touched Lu Sheng's legs and broke them so easily. How strong must Lu Sheng's legs be? She subconsciously looked up at Lu Sheng and found that Lu Sheng was also looking at her. You should have seen it this time. He broke it himself. Lu Sheng thought Jiang Yuru was going to say that he was too harsh, so he quickly made up for himself. You're still ungrateful after getting the advantage. Jiang Yuru rolled her eyes in annoyance. After Hua Gang's broken leg was fixed, Jiang Yuru and another person lifted him onto a stretcher, and he covered his face with his hands and cried. In his condition, he had to be sent to the hospital. After Jiang Yuru found out where their class's rest area was, she sent him there first. Hua Gang, what's wrong with you? Seeing Hua Gang lying on a stretcher and crying bitterly, Wang Lei felt like he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, and everything went dark before his eyes. Teacher, my leg is broken. Hua Gang cried inconsolably. How did it break? Who did it? Wang Lei's voice trembled as he asked. Hua Gang was his greatest hope for winning the title of Outstanding Teacher this year. But unexpectedly, his leg was broken just as the exam began. This was undoubtedly unimaginable bad news for him. It was Jiang Chunhua's student. He was the one who broke my leg. Wu! Hua Gang cried out in resentment. What? Can his students break your legs? Wang Lei showed an expression of disbelief. The area where Jiang Chunhua was located was originally some distance away from Wang Lei's class. Hua Gang's crying and Wang Lei's exclamation caught his attention. Full of curiosity, Jiang Chunhua went over to see what was going on. However, before he even got close, he was spotted by the sharp-eyed Wang Lei. Jiang Chunhua, I'm going to fight you. Wang Lei rushed over, shouting with an angry face, and grabbed Jiang Chunhua by the collar. Wait a minute, what happened? I didn't do anything. Jiang Chunhua didn't know what was going on. He grabbed Wang Lei's hand and asked in confusion. What's wrong? That student of yours broke Hua Gang's leg. You ordered it, didn't you? You ordered it, didn't you? Do you know the Hua Gang's life is over because of your students? Wang Lei roared, while shaking Jiang Chunhua hard. How is that possible? Doesn't your student have the strength of the A-level group? How could Lu Sheng break his legs? Jiang Chunhua was completely confused. Although he had heard Lu Sheng speak so confidently outside the examination room before, Jiang Chunhua also believed that Lu Sheng had certain abilities. But he never expected that Lu Sheng would be so powerful that he could break Hua Gang's leg. This sounds somewhat incredible. Teacher, calm down first. First of all, the injured person needs to be treated as soon as possible. If he delays for too long, his legs will be left with sequelae. Also, the injured person's leg was not broken intentionally by someone else, but he broke it after he kicked the other person's leg with too much force. He can only blame himself for being overconfident, not anyone else. If you don't believe it, you can go to the examiner on duty and retrieve the live video of the game. Wang Lei was so hysterical that Jiang Yuru, who was sent by Hua Gang, couldn't bear it anymore and explained. When he first stepped onto the ring, this man shamelessly asked Lu Sheng to choose between breaking his legs or his arms. Now that he was being retaliated against, he even had the nerve to be the first to complain, causing his teacher to act unreasonably. She really despises this kind of person. Break your leg by kicking someone else? Wang Lei let go of his hand weakly and looked at Jiang Yuru blankly. He did not doubt the truthfulness of what the paramedic said. However, when Hua Gang was training, he could easily bend steel bars as thick as 2 fingers without suffering any damage himself. Breaking your own leg by kicking someone else? That sounds a bit unreasonable. A good blacksmith must be strong himself, Mr. Wang. You should also know that there is only one possibility of breaking your leg by kicking someone, and that is that the other person is much stronger than you. Your situation as a student is indeed regrettable. But if he had stopped at the right time in the spirit of the exam, he wouldn't have ended up like this. I think you should reflect on this. As a teacher, you need to reflect on yourself for being so indulgent to your students. Jiang Chunhua looked heartbroken at this time. When he finally knew the truth, he was so happy as if hundreds of hot beauties in hot clothes were dancing in his heart. Although Wang Lei's student had a broken leg, He could not show his happiness in public. But that didn't stop him from feeling so happy that all the pores in his body opened up. After being bullied by Wang Lei for so many years, he finally got to hold his head high. Chapter 39. Examiner, I give up. Hua Gang, tell me the details honestly, don't hide anything. Jiang Chunhua's pretense left Wang Lei speechless, and he couldn't find any words to refute. At this moment, he urgently needed to know whether Jiang Chunhua's student was really that powerful. If it is true, the other students would probably be in trouble if they encountered it. That kid had said before that he memorized the appearances of everyone in their class. Now that Hua Gang is disabled, he absolutely cannot let anything happen to anyone else. He was so strong that I used 70% of my strength to punch him, but he grabbed my fist, and I couldn't break free. I was so angry that I used the sweeping kick you taught me to kick his calf. He just raised his leg to block it, and I felt like I kicked a mountain, and my leg broke. Hua Gang covered his eyes with his arms and dared not look at Wang Lei. After hesitating for a while, he finally told the painful memory. Biss. There were two sounds of people sucking in a breath of cold air at the same time. Wang Lei looked at Jiang Chunhua in shock, wondering where this coward found such a monster student. Listening to Hua Gang's description, Wang Lei even thought that his opponent was a second-grade warrior who had already tempered the bones of his limbs. The battle between the two was a one-sided crushing victory. Jiang Chunhua's eyes were also filled with surprise and doubt. She couldn't understand why Lu Sheng could be so strong. He knew Hua Gang's strength, and he was well known throughout the entire No. 1 middle school. Hua Gang's punch with 70 of his strength with ease, and Hua Gang couldn't even break free. It sounded like a 3-year-old hitting a grown man with all his might. He was an outstanding candidate who had the ability to enter the A-level group, but after meeting Lu Sheng, he didn't even have the ability to resist. It sounded magical to him. Are you looking for a formal warrior to take the exam for you? Wang Lei stared at Jiang Chunhua with suspicion. Don't spread rumors. Otherwise I'll sue you for defamation. Lu Sheng is the secret weapon I cultivated. You have been in my class for 3 years. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. Jiang Chunhua felt a little nervous, but his tone was very firm. I'll check it out. Wing Lei snorted coldly. I'm going to take Hua Gang to the hospital now. Hurry up and inform the others that if you encounter the student from Jiang Chunhua's class in the next battle, don't hesitate and give up immediately. Make sure they follow through, otherwise they will most likely be sent to the hospital like Hua Gang and miss the rest of the exam. Just at this time, a student from his class came back to rest. Wang Lei saw him and hurriedly called him over and gave him serious instructions. Although the student didn't know what had happened, Hua Gang, who was lying on the stretcher, had explained everything, so he quickly agreed to go find other classmates. What a great seedling. My whole body is full of qi and blood. My physical fitness, strength, explosive power, and reaction speed are so good that I won't be at a disadvantage even if I meet a second-grade warrior. Taking part in such an exam is simply a dimensional attack. But with his ability, why would he start the exam from Group C? At this time, on the stands beside the field, there was a man wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, holding a telescope and staring intently at an arena in the examination room. And when he saw Lu Sheng end the fight with one punch again, he couldn't help but talk to himself. After sending Hua Gang to the ambulance, Jiang Yuru hurriedly trotted around the examination room looking for Lu Sheng. She estimated that other candidates would not have any major problems today, so it would be easier to keep a close eye on Lu Sheng. Fortunately, Lu Sheng's unique temperament was very eye-catching, and it didn't take her too long to find him. How many rounds are you in? Did you hurt anyone again? At this time, Lu Sheng was about to rush to the ring for the next match. Jiang Yueru saw him and hurriedly stopped him. It's the 5th game. I'm not a mad dog. I'm not going to bite anyone I meet. The first 2 matches were all girls. I just threw them off the ring. I wasn't hurt. Lu Sheng was a little helpless, but still patiently explained to Jiang Yueru. Oh, that's good. That has progress. It seems that you took what I said yesterday to heart. It would be even better if you were this gentle to boys. Jiang Yueru suddenly felt happy and wanted to pat Lu Sheng's shoulder for a moment, but Lu Sheng dodged her by turning his body. Lu Sheng felt that Jiang Yuru and himself were not yet familiar enough to require physical contact. Perhaps due to his personality, Lu Sheng felt aversion to this kind of outgoing person. After all, living in such a family, social phobia is difficult to avoid. There is no such preferential treatment for men. Lu Sheng replied expressionlessly and turned away. Humph, favoring boys over girls. He must be a big pervert. Jiang Yueru stared at Lu Sheng's back and snorted inwardly. Seeing that Lu Sheng was about to disappear in the crowd, he quickly trotted after him. When Lu Sheng saw his opponent in the sixth game, he almost couldn't help laughing. There were almost 2,000 candidates in Group E. He didn't expect that he and Wang Lei's student had such a good relationship and were matched with another one so quickly. The candidate was originally standing on the stage with a confident look on his face. But when Lu Sheng jumped onto the stage, the man's face turned pale after seeing Lu Sheng's appearance clearly. After being reminded, Wang Lei students now all know that the only young man under Jiang Chunhua is a real tough guy who can break Hua Gang's legs. Examiner, I give up. Without any hesitation, the student immediately raised his hand and shouted at the examiner. Let me solemnly remind you that giving up is different from losing. Points will be deducted. Are you sure you want to give up? The examiner solemnly reminded. I'm determined to give up, the student said loudly in a firm tone. Okay, then I declare candidate number 103583 the winner of this battle. Candidate number 107865 will have 3 points deducted, the examiner announced after performing some operations on the tablet in his hand. Now, it was Lu Sheng's turn to be dumbfounded. He had originally planned to teach a lesson to Wang Lei's other students who like to talk big. Unexpectedly, the other party chose to give up, and gave up so resolutely that he even did not hesitate to lose the precious points he had already obtained. Jiang Yueru, who was in the audience, saw Lu Sheng's expression and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Just as she was about to say something, the phone in her pocket suddenly rang. When I saw who was calling, I picked up the call without thinking. What's wrong, Dad? Jiang Yueru asked with a smile. But then the smile on her face disappeared immediately. Instead, there was a look of embarrassment. Chapter 40. Oh no. Dad, are you serious? Jiang Yueru glanced at Lu Sheng secretly, covering the phone with her hand, and whispered, I see you've been following him around, and you're getting along pretty well. It shouldn't be difficult to just ask for a phone number. The man on the other end of the phone said gently, What? That guy is very difficult to deal with. He always looks like he's keeping people at a distance. Besides, if a girl like me takes the initiative to ask for his phone number and he refuses me, it would be so embarrassing. Jiang Yueru pouted with a reluctant look on her face. Can you help Daddy for once? I can see that he is really a rough diamond. If he can be trained well, he will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Cambrian College is now short talent. It is already difficult to recruit outstanding students. If it continues like this, I am afraid that in a few years, it will not even be able to recruit ordinary students. If I can train him, maybe I can help Cambrian College get a good ranking in the next college martial arts conference and buy some precious breathing space for our college. You can't just watch your grandfather's hard work go to waste, right? After being rejected by Jiang Yueru, the man did not give up, but began to appeal to her emotions and reason with her. Well, okay then. Jiang Yueru hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. She also knew, of course, how difficult life had been for Cambrian College since her grandfather's death. Failure to recruit outstanding students means it is difficult to achieve good results in college martial arts competitions. Without a good ranking, various educational resources will no longer have anything to do with Cambrian College. If this continues, a vicious cycle will be formed, and there's even a possibility of closure in the future. Lu Sheng went down the stage in a depressed mood, feeling a little unhappy. But when he looked at Jiang Yueru, he found that the girl was looking at him with a conflicted expression. She wanted to speak several times, but didn't. Lu Sheng could naturally tell that the other party had something to say to him. He had plenty of time and was not in a hurry to ask. He just stood opposite Jiang Yueru and waited. So the two of them started staring at each other. Can you give me your phone number? Jiang Yueru finally gave in and asked in a voice so small that Lu Sheng could hardly hear it. I'll give you my phone number. What should I use? Lu Sheng didn't quite understand why this girl, whom he had just met for less than 2 days, would make such an unreasonable request to him. No. Can you tell me your phone number? Jiang Yueru explained, waving her hands desperately, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Oh no. Lu Sheng was not embarrassed because he had misunderstood, but just refused calmly. He didn't think he would have any communication with the other party in the future, so leaving a phone number was meaningless and would only cause a lot of trouble. How can you bear to reject such a lovely girl? Jiang Yueru asked with a disappointed look on her face. Although I have already prepared myself mentally for being rejected. But after being rejected, Jiang Yueru still felt a strong sense of loss. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. The next match will start soon. Lu Sheng had no experience in answering this kind of question, so he could only pretend he didn't hear it. However, although he rejected the other party, he still politely greeted Jiang Yueru before leaving. This damn guy is so merciless. Jiang Yueru waved her white fists at Lu Sheng's receding back, gritting her teeth. She stood there, and the more she thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. Dad had such high expectations of her, but she couldn't even do such a small thing as she had promised. I just don't believe that with my looks and intelligence, I can't even get a phone call. If I can't even handle you, how can I help my dad recruit more outstanding students? Lu Sheng, just wait for me. I won't let you go easily. Thinking that the academy still needed more fresh blood to save it, being rejected by Lu Sheng actually aroused Jiang Yueru's fighting spirit. So after making a secret vow, Jiang Yueru officially became Lu Sheng's staunch follower, and she would follow Lu Sheng wherever he went. As long as Lu Sheng was free, she would keep chanting in his ear like a mantra, "Give me your number! Give me your number!" It made Lu Sheng's head buzz. Some students from Cambrian College also volunteered with Jiang Yueru to assist in the Beijing City exam. When they saw Jiang Yueru following a boy like a follower, talking to him nonstop and trying to pester him, their jaws dropped in shock. Am I dazzled? Can anyone tell me if that is really Jiang Yueru? The school beauty of Cambrian College actually fell for the sweatpants of a Class B candidate. Isn't she always rude to all boys? Did she take the wrong medicine today? It turns out that the campus beauty of Jiang University likes this type. I will transform myself in this direction after I go back. That guy is just average in every way except that he's a little taller and has a better figure. Why did Jiang Yueru choose him instead of me? Could it be that this person has something on Jiang Xiaohua? Otherwise, why would she treat herself so badly? Seeing the record of 10 wins and 0 losses on his bracelet, Lu Sheng let out a long sigh, feeling relieved. He still won the next few games very easily, but Jiang Yueru put him under a lot of pressure. In his 2 lives, everyone treated him with indifference and full of malice. It was the first time he met someone who approached him so proactively, and he felt very uncomfortable. Fortunately, now he can finally get rid of this woman who gave him a headache for a while. But Jiang Yueru will definitely be in tomorrow's Group A competition, which makes him a little worried. Lu Sheng, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Jiang Yueru chased after him. Lu Sheng strode forward, not even daring to turn his head. How's Lu Sheng? Are you ready to take a break and continue? Jiang Chunhua saw Lu Sheng walking towards them in a hurry from afar, and hurriedly went to greet him with a bottle of water and a smile. I've finished the competition. Lu Sheng took the water and was about to leave after saying just one sentence. No, how come it was so fast? Jiang Chunhua looked at the time on his watch and found that less than an hour had passed. Even though he already knew that Lu Sheng's strength was far beyond that of students of this level, such speed still surprised him. See you at the usual place tomorrow. I have something to do, and I'm leaving first. Lu Sheng looked back and found that Jiang Yueru had caught up with him, so he hurriedly left after saying something. Even when the radio began reporting his impressive achievements, it did not slow him down in the slightest. Just when he left the examination center and thought he had gotten rid of Jiang Yueru, an elegant man in a white shirt in front of him blocked his way. Student Lu Sheng, is it convenient for me to chat with you? Chapter 41. Not even qualified for him to consider. Lu Sheng remembered this person. When he entered the examination room before, this person was standing and talking with Jiang Yueru. I don't know you. Lu Sheng has always been wary of strangers. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Zuozong. I am the current president of Cambrian College and Jiang Yueru's father. The man had a warm smile on his face, and his voice was gentle and mellow. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Lu Sheng heard hurried footsteps and turned around to see that it was Jiang Yueru. However, when Jiang Yueru saw Lu Sheng talking to Jiang Zuozong, she hesitated and did not approach, but just watched from a distance. Although Lu Sheng was a little annoyed by Jiang Yueru, he could feel that this girl had no bad intentions and her father should not be a bad person. So I also want to hear what the other person wants to say. As the dean of Cambrian College, I sincerely invite you to join Cambrian College. If you agree, I can accept you as my last disciple, and most of the resources of Cambrian Academy can be allocated to you. This will be very beneficial to your future development and will definitely not be worse than studying in a top 10 college. I hope you can think about it carefully. Jiang Zuozong did not beat around the bush, but spoke directly in a serious and sincere tone. Joining Cambrian College, Lu Sheng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would look for him for such a thing. He now finally understood that Jiang Yueru had asked him for his phone number before, probably for this reason. All the exams haven't been over yet, but this person came to him impatiently, probably because he had seen his amazing potential. They were afraid that after the A-level competition was over, the school would be snatched away by the top colleges. I'm sorry, my goal is Shunwu College, and other colleges are not within my consideration at the moment. Lu Sheng rejected the other party without even thinking about it. What a joke! He has a cheat now. If you want to go, you must go to the strongest academy ranked #1 to compete with the top talents in the entire Dragon Country. A second-rate academy that couldn't even make it into the top 10 possibly catch his eye. Furthermore, there are 7 ninth-grade martial saints in the Shungu Academy, and the teaching staff is so strong that it can be said to be the cradle of the Dragon Country's martial saints. He will only develop better after entering. How could it be worse than a second-rate college? That's wrong. Shunwu College is indeed top-notch, but all the students there are gifted with talent. If you want to get more resources, you will face extremely fierce competition. It's not as good as you think. If you agree to join Cambrian, I can guarantee that you will reach the 5th rank before graduation. Jiang Zuozong did not give up just because of Lu Sheng's refusal. Are you a martial saint? Lu Sheng asked after thinking for a while. I am currently at the 8th rank, but I am confident that I can reach the 9th rank within 5 years. When Lu Sheng asked this question, Jiang Zuozong's aura suddenly changed. He was originally just an ordinary and elegant middle-aged man, but at this moment, a strong sense of oppression erupted from him, which even made Lu Sheng have difficulty breathing. Fortunately, 7th-grade masters like Lu Sheng and Lu Jin have lived for many years. Although Jiang Zuozong's aura was much stronger than Lu Jin's, he still failed to scare him. Does the Cambrian Academy have a martial saint? Lu Sheng frowned. His expression did not change, but he was still a little dissatisfied with Jiang Zuozong's use of his aura to intimidate him. Cambrian College doesn't have it now. My father, the previous dean, was a martial saint, but he died heroically in the battle with the demon tribe a few years ago. Lu Sheng's question immediately made Jiang Zuozong's expression fall, and the powerful momentum he originally had disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. I'm sorry, I will still choose Shunwu College. Goodbye. Lu Sheng politely refused again. He is now eager to obtain the tempering method after the 5th time. An academy that doesn't even have a martial saint is not even worthy of his consideration. Alas, Jiang Zuozong sighed, looking helpless and lost. He is an 8th rank venerable, and he is a superior being no matter where he is. If it wasn't for fulfilling his father's last wish, how could he have been so humble as to beg a child who hadn't even entered the rank of a virgin? But the reality is so cruel that even an 8th-grade grandmaster has to bow to reality. However, the irony is that even so, he is still the one who is ruthlessly rejected. Dad, don't be too sad. Geniuses have their own pride. They all think they are the best. It is understandable that they want to go to a better place. The exam isn't over yet. Why don't you go in and take a look? You might find something else. Seeing her father's desolate expression, Jiang Yueru felt very upset for a moment. He walked over, grabbed Jiang Zuozong's arm, and comforted him softly. If I'm not sad, how can I be sad? Your father's gotten used to it over the years. But Yueru, you're right. The exam isn't over yet. Maybe there are other good talents waiting to be discovered by me. Jiang Zuozong touched his daughter's head with a smile, but there was a hint of bitterness in that smile. Finally, it's the last day of the Class A assessment. Since there are not too many people in this group, the assessment is open to the public. Although the number of candidates was small, the audience was so large that no one knew how many there were. Most people bring their families with them, and even invite relatives and friends. I'm afraid that others don't know that my child is a candidate in Group A. Naturally, the Lu family was no exception, and the whole family came out to accompany Lu Jin to take the exam. Xiao Jin, don't be nervous. Just relax. With your strength, it won't be a problem to enter Shunwu Academy. After Lu Jin came back from Jixiang village, he has been in a state of worry. Lin Xia thought he was too nervous and kept comforting her adopted son. Brother, you have to be more confident. You have to believe that you can definitely get the first place with your ability. I firmly believe in this. Lu Qianru carelessly hugged Lu Jin's neck, and even some of her private parts came into contact with Lu Jin. But she herself doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. Sister, don't worry, I won't let you down. Lu Jin sniffed the fragrance of Lu Qianru calmly, and immediately felt refreshed. He immediately showed a state of high spirits. Lu Qinghan frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Although Lu Jin and Lu Qian were siblings, they had no blood relationship. Such an action was a bit too intimate. And she remembered that Lu Shang's diary said that when Lu Shang went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, he saw Lu Jin sneaking into Lu Qianru's room more than once. This was definitely not a good thing. Huh, look, that guy looks like Lu Shang. But she is taller than Lu Shang and much better looking. Just then, Lu Qianru suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted, Chapter 42, I will settle this account with you. It's not like it's Xiaosheng. Lu Qinghan's eyes lit up, and he looked extremely happy. He's actually not dead. Lu Jin's mood, which had just brightened up, immediately became gloomy again. Pooh, 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 I didn't look carefully just now. He is still the same horrible look as before. Lu Qianru quickly changed her words when she found out that it was really Lu Shang. You're dressed like a human being. I wonder if you bought them with stolen money. Lin Shuya curled her lips with a look of disgust. I haven't seen you for a few days. How come Xiaosheng has grown so tall? He's like a completely different person. Is he here to watch the A-level assessment today as well? Lu Jiesin was surprised and had unknowingly changed the way she addressed Lu Shang. What's wrong with this kid? It's only been 10 days, but your energy and blood are much fuller than the last time I saw you. You walk like a dragon or a tiger, and it seems like you've made significant progress. Although Lu Jintian didn't say anything, his sharp eyes immediately noticed the changes in Lu Shang. Before, he had always asked Ah Fu to keep an eye on Lu Shang, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. He never thought that his biological son would grow up so fast. This was completely beyond his expectations. Lu Shang, do those people know you? Why are they pointing fingers at you? Lu Shang was originally talking to Jiang Chunhua with his head down as he walked towards the examination room and did not notice the presence of the Lu family. However, Jiang Chunhua discovered that a group of strangers seemed to be commenting on Lu Shang. When Lu Shang looked up, he found that all the Lu family members were looking at him not far away. Lu Shang originally wanted to go around and enter from another place. But on second thought, there was only one passage for candidates to enter the examination room, and the Lu family was blocking the passage. Besides, he didn't do anything shameful, so why should he hide from these people? I don't know him. Lu Shang replied indifferently, as if he didn't see him, and continued walking forward. I saw that my parents and sister didn't even say hello. It's really uneducated. Just when Lu Shang was about to pass by the Lu family, as if he had turned a blind eye, Lu Qianru suddenly said something in a sarcastic tone. He's just a heartless, ungrateful person. How can you expect him to be well-educated? Unlike our Xiao Jin, who is both obedient and polite. Lin Shuya followed suit and glared at Lu Shang. Lu Shang didn't want to pay attention to them at first, but since these two people were so disgusting, he naturally had to discuss them back. You must be disappointed to see me appear alive, right? Spending 1 million to hire a bunch of thugs to kill me. Isn't that a bit too naive? Lu Shang ignored Lin Shuya and Lu Qianru. Instead, he walked straight to Lu Jin and said with sarcasm, Brother, what did you say? I don't understand. A hint of panic flashed across Lu Jin's eyes, and he pretended to be innocent again. Lu Shang, are you crazy? What little thug? What do you mean he wants to kill you? Xiao Jin is so well-behaved and kind. How could she do that? The meaning of Lu Shang's words just now could not be more clear. He was publicly accusing Lu Jin of hiring someone to kill him. Lu Qianru was the first one who didn't believe this kind of thing. She quickly stood in front of Lu Jin and scolded Lu Shang. Lu Shang, explain yourself clearly to me. What did Xiao Jin do wrong that you have to slander him so maliciously? Lin Shuya would of course not agree, and pointed at Lu Shang and questioned loudly in front of everyone. Xiao Shang, is there any misunderstanding here? We are a family after all. Xiao Jin wouldn't want to take your life, right? Although after reading Lu Shang's diary, Lu Jiesin's attitude towards Lu Shang has changed a lot. But when Lu Shang suddenly brought up such a horrifying thing that Lu Jin hired someone to kill his brother, she still couldn't believe it. You need evidence to say this. Do you have any evidence to prove that Xiao Jin wanted to hire someone to kill you? Asked Lu Jintian, who had been silent all this time. Lu Shang brought up this matter for no reason and pointed the finger directly at Lu Jin. Lu Jintian still found it hard to believe that Lu Shang had made up the story. He suspected that Lu Sheng must have encountered something, which was why he was so confident. Evidence. Just check to see if there's $500,000 missing from his account. That was the deposit he paid to those killers. Lu Sheng glanced at Lu Jin and said, "Is this true?" Lu Jin looked at Lu Jin with a sharp gaze. Although Lu Sheng ran away from home in a bad mood, that child is still his, Lu Jin's biological child. If Lu Jin really did something like hiring someone to kill someone, he would definitely not sit idly by. I did spend $500,000 a few days ago, but I bought a boxing manual on the black market. My brother said that I hired someone to kill him. I felt really wronged. Lu Jin said aggrievedly. Just in case, he bought a boxing manual that day. It is difficult to judge the value of this thing. Even if he said he spent 500,000 yuan, it would be difficult for others to say anything. I didn't expect it would come in handy today. Who taught you to wrongly accuse someone without any substantial evidence? Lu Jin obviously believed Lu Jin more and questioned Lu Sheng coldly. You know very well whether you have done it or not, and I know it very well too. It doesn't matter if you don't want to admit it. I will settle this account with you when we meet in the exam. Lu Sheng ignored Lu Jin, sneered, said something, and turned away. He knew that he would not be able to prove Lu Jin's guilt just by talking. Besides, he killed so many people, so this matter cannot be investigated in detail. However, he originally just wanted to discuss the Lu family, and as long as he said it, his goal would be achieved. After just taking 2 steps, Lu Sheng found that Jiang Yueru was looking at him with a complicated expression. He had obviously seen and heard everything about his confrontation with the Lu family. It is a very embarrassing thing to have your family's dirty laundry seen by people you know. Lu Sheng didn't see Jiang Yueru at that time and just passed by her. Jiang Yueru was quite tactful today and didn't come forward to talk. It turns out that he has such a bad relationship with his family. No wonder he has such a weird personality. But I've only seen things like a younger brother hiring someone to kill his older brother in TV dramas about wealthy families. I never thought it would actually happen in real life. Although Lu Sheng rejected her and her father yesterday, Jiang Yueru did not blame Lu Sheng in her heart. On the contrary, Lu Sheng's family's attitude towards Lu Sheng just now made her feel some sympathy for this boy. Xiao Sheng just said that he would meet Xiao Jin during the exam. Is he here to take an exam instead of watching the game today? After Lu Sheng left, the atmosphere in the Lu family suddenly became a little depressing. But Lu Jin suddenly realized an unusual problem. Chapter 43, is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? Don't be funny. When he signed up, his Qi and HP were only over 160 calories. He is just a piece of trash who can only take the Class C exam. Lu Qianru sneered when she heard this. Of course, with his qualifications, being able to take part in the martial arts exam is already a great blessing. Today, he is only qualified to watch Xiao Jin's performance on the stage. Take the exam? That's just wishful thinking. Lin Xia also didn't believe that Lu Sheng was here to take the exam. That's not right. I know the man next to my brother. He is our class teacher, Jiang Chanhua. How did they get into the special channel for candidates? But then Lu Jin was dumbfounded. He found that Lu Sheng and Jiang Chanhua just showed their wristbands and certificates and walked into the candidate channel so openly. The staff at the door did not stop them at all. How did they get in? Could it be that they know the person at the door? Lu Jin looked surprised. Maybe they just went in for something? Lu Qianru had serious doubts. You probably didn't notice just now that Xiao Sheng is wearing a blue bracelet on his wrist. It is a necessary device for all candidates and will be taken back by the test center after the test. Xiao Sheng's bracelet has not been taken back, which can only mean one thing. That is, his exam is not over yet. Although Lu Qinghan did not communicate with Lu Sheng in front of his family before, but her eyes kept looking at Lu Sheng from head to toe. Seeing that Lu Sheng is living well now, she, as his sister, is happy from the bottom of her heart. When she was observing Lu Sheng just now, she found that he was wearing a bracelet specially used for the exam on his wrist. She didn't quite understand it at first. It wasn't until Lu Sheng successfully entered the candidate channel that she reacted. Why? Why don't we have to take back his wristband? Did he bribe the people at the test center? Lin Xia was obviously very dissatisfied with this answer and started shouting in public. Can you please stop embarrassing yourself here? Can the people at the test center be easily bribed? How can Lu Sheng do what I can't do? Lu Sheng's bracelet has not been taken back. I think there is only one possibility. He fought his way up from the C class to the A class. Lu Jin was also a well-known person. Lin Shuya's shouting in public made him lose face, so he immediately scolded his wife with a cold face. But when he expressed his guess about Lu Shang, he felt a little shocked. Don't think that the grouping during the martial arts exam is just because of the difference in qi and blood values of dozens of calories. In fact, before becoming a true warrior, this difference of several dozen cards in qi and blood is a natural barrier to aptitude. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to cross the border. Even those who can advance to the next level are rare. From the lowest level C all the way to level... Lu Jin has never heard of anyone in all these years. How did Lu Shang do it? This is a huge question in Lu Jin's mind. Did I make a mistake before? Is Lu Shang actually a genius? Lu Jin thought about it, and even began to doubt himself. No wonder he wanted to sever ties with us. He didn't even say hello when we met. It turns out he has grown too independent now. If I had known, I shouldn't have given birth to this evil child. By Lu Jin, Lin Xia didn't dare to shout loudly anymore, but that didn't stop her from mumbling softly. So Xiao Sheng is so powerful. If my third sister knew, she would be so happy. Lu Jiasen looked a little excited. I still don't believe Lu Sheng is that capable. Even if he is now qualified to participate in the Class A competition, the Class A group brings together the best candidates in the entire Beijing. If he can barely squeeze in, he would just be a gift boy. Lu Qianru still had that disdainful look on her face. Is it so difficult to admit that someone is excellent? What's more, he is your own brother. Lu Qinghan finally couldn't stand Lu Qianru's harsh words towards Lu Shang and spoke out angrily. Enough! Lu Qianru was very unconvinced and was about to retort, but Lu Jin stopped her impatiently. Don't think about those things, just focus on today's exam. This is one of the most important moments in your life. Don't let yourself have any regrets. Everything else will be discussed after the exam. Then Lu Jin grabbed Lu Jin's shoulders and gave instructions in a deep voice. I understand, Dad. Lu Jin answered very obediently. Didn't you say before that you were an orphan? Jiang Chunhua had been watching Lu Shang's experience with cold eyes before, and he just recalled that some time ago a woman said that she was Lu Shang's family member. It was not until he accompanied Lu Shang in line for another blood test that he could not help but whispered. It was in the past, and it will be in the future. Lu Shang answered in a very stiff tone, obviously unwilling to talk about this topic. Seeing that Lu Shang looked unhappy, Jiang Chunhua did not dare to ask any more questions, for fear of affecting Lu Shang's performance in the subsequent exams. There will be several strong contenders for the top spot in the exam later. Be careful when you meet them. Did you see that 2-meter-tall giant? His name is Li Yongan. Not only is his strength terrifying, his defense is also truly amazing. Remember not to fight him head-on. Try to roam around and look for opportunities. You should know Su Liluo from our school. She has learned Principal Su's unique skill, the butterfly step. Her movements are erratic and her speed is extremely fast. If you meet her, you must always be alert. The guy in the black waistcoat is called Han Xiaodong. His father is the gang leader in North City. He is extremely ruthless and cruel when fighting others. He doesn't care about the consequences at all. You must be careful when facing him. Once you are seriously injured, you are done for. The other one is Lu Jin from our school. His characteristics are... There's no need to talk about Lu Jin. I know him very well. After a while, Jiang Chunhua began to point at several candidates in the line and whispered their introductions into Lu Shang's ear. But when Jiang Chunhua mentioned Lu Jin, Lu Shang interrupted her. Well, the most noteworthy ones are these few people. The others who can reach this level must have some powerful abilities. You just need to be careful. After learning yesterday that Lu Shang broke Hua Gang's leg with just a casual move, Jiang Chunhua has been full of confidence in this student. Even without realizing it, Lu Shang had been compared with those candidates who were qualified to compete for the championship. He now hopes that Lu Shang can achieve good results, because if that happens, even his life will be changed. Just last night, after he reported Lu Shang's situation to the principal highly praised his work and promised him many benefits, asking him to help Lu Shang make further progress. This made him so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. Chapter 44. He has such strength? There is no promotion in the Group A exam, so everyone must strive to get higher scores to improve their ranking. Including those promoted from Group B, there are a total of 542 candidates in Group A. This time, The latest points ranking will be updated in real time on the big screen of the examination center. There were tens of thousands of spectators gathered in the stands today to watch the game, and it was as lively as a festival. Even though star players have their own fans. Holding the cheering signs that I made in advance, I cheered for the people I supported. Lu Sheng vaguely heard that Lu Jin's name was the one that was shouted the most. Looking up at the screen, he saw that his current ranking was 496th. Should be the highest-ranked candidate among those promoted from Group B. He estimated that the only person who paid attention to him was Jiang Chunhua. But what he didn't know was that Lu Qinghan, Lu Jiesin, and Lu Jintian in the stands were holding binoculars and watching his every move from afar. Jiang Yuru, who is still in charge of medical first aid today, would look at the arena where Lu Sheng was from time to time. Candidate number 103583. Are you ready? The examiner asked loudly. I'm ready. Lu Sheng, who was already standing on the ring, nodded. The venue for Group A is much larger than before, covering more than 20 square meters. Then the exam officially begins. The examiner then announced loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Sheng's first opponent, a boy with a bowl-shaped haircut and wearing a green sportswear, who looked honest, began to jump slightly left and right and began to approach Lu Sheng cautiously. This is an exam for the A-level group. The opponents I meet are all geniuses. I should give them enough respect. Lu Sheng thought silently. In today's highly watched occasion, he does not intend to treat his opponent as a joke as he did before. While the opponent was still looking for Lu Sheng's flaws, he had already taken the initiative to attack without any detours. So fast. The moment Lu Sheng started, his opponent's pupils shrank, and he quickly took a defensive stance. In his eyes, Lu Sheng was like a cheetah hunting, showing extremely amazing explosive power. Can you stop it? The opponent's reaction was logically correct, but in Lu Sheng's opinion, the game was over. He had not learned any advanced martial arts, and all he had were the simplest fighting techniques he had learned in school. However, with his physical fitness far exceeding that of his peers, even the simplest moves have extraordinary lethality. Lu Sheng's long and straight right leg lashed at his opponent like a whip. The boy did not dare to be careless and quickly raised his right arm to try to protect his head. But it is indeed too naive to think that you can stop Lu Sheng in this way. Bang! Just like a loud slap, Lu Sheng's instep hit the opponent's arm and then his face, making a very crisp sound. The next moment, the opponent flew to the side and fell directly out of the ring. Lu Sheng looked down at his unconscious opponent under the ring with an expressionless face. After separating from the Lu family, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. He found that after this kick, some of the energy was magically released, making him feel a lot better. Not good. Why did this guy attack so hard today? Hurry up and rescue. Jiang Yueru's face changed immediately when she saw Lu Sheng actually kicked his opponent out of the ring. Without even the examiner's call, he quickly called his companions and rushed over. Candidate number 103583 wins. The examiner did not expect Lu Sheng to be so powerful. He was stunned for 2 seconds before rushing over to check on the candidate. Noticing that the man had fallen into a coma, he announced without hesitation. He actually has such strength. Lu Jintian's breathing became a little rapid for a moment, and he clenched his free fist tightly, and the joints were cracking. It was the first time he saw his own son take action, and he never expected to see such an astonishing scene. Just now, from the moment Lu Sheng started to the moment he kicked, the entire process was clean and neat without any frills. No matter the speed, strength, or explosive power, they're all outstanding at this age. If the timing of the attack had not been unsatisfactory, Lu Jintian even suspected that Lu Sheng was a veteran with rich fighting experience. Lu Jin has been able to reach his current level thanks to my careful training over the years. But this kid, how did he do it? No, this is actually very reasonable. After all, he inherited my Lu Jintian's bloodline, so he should have such a powerful talent. What a pity. If he hadn't been lost and had been trained by me since he was a child, I don't know how strong he would be now. At least it will be much stronger than Lu Jin, who has been injected with drugs multiple times. But it's not too late now. I will let him go home right after the exam. As long as he is obedient and cooperative, I am confident that I can make him reach my current level before he turns 30. Perhaps it is not impossible to become the youngest martial saint before the age of 40. By then, Our Lu family will surely become a powerful force in Dragon Country. Lu Jintian's heart was really burning with excitement at this moment, and he was confused by Lu Sheng's strength at first. It was even hard to believe that this was the timid and skinny boy from before. But as he continued to think about it, he suddenly felt that Lu Sheng should have been so powerful because he was his own flesh and blood. He even began to look forward to a bright future for Lu Sheng after he returned to the Lu family and soared to success under his training. Sister, is that really Xiao Sheng? Am I seeing things? When Lu Jiaxin saw the moment Lu Sheng won the fight, she thought she was seeing things. She looked at it again and again, but was still unsure, so she hurriedly grabbed Lu Qinghan's arm and asked, "That's our younger brother, Lu Sheng. Is it hard for you to believe that the boy we always ignored is actually so outstanding?" When asked by his sister, Lu Qinghan's nose suddenly felt very sore. Seeing that Lu Sheng could defeat his opponents so easily, she was really happy for Lu Sheng from the bottom of her heart. But although he was such an excellent child, he was heartbroken because of his family's different treatment for many years and chose to sever ties with his family. At this moment, she really regretted not paying more attention to her brother earlier. Now, every time they meet, Lu Sheng regards all of them as enemies. Lu Qinghan has no idea whether he can win back his brother's heart and let him go home. Is it too late for me to apologize to him now? After getting Lu Qinghan's confirmation, Lu Jiaxin couldn't help but think of the contents in the diary, which made her feel even more guilty. Chapter 45 was added. I added it for my younger brother. Is it too late? I don't know if I'll be in time. But judging from the current situation, it is obviously not going to be easy. Lu Qinghan smiled bitterly and shook her head. After these few contacts, she found that Lu Sheng's attitude was extremely firm. There seems to be a tendency that I will never have any contact with him again. Even she didn't know how to make her brother change his mind. Yeah, Xiao Jin is so awesome. He defeated that opponent in just a few moves. Sisters, did you see that just now? Xiao Jin's moves were so cool. At this moment, Lu Qianru suddenly cheered. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Lu Qinghan didn't even look at Lu Jin. He just answered absent-mindedly. In the past, she had a pretty good impression of Lu Jin. Although she didn't dote on him as much as Lu Qianru, she could still treat him as a family member. But after she read Lu Sheng's diary and learned about Lu Jin's evil deeds of framing Lu Sheng time and time again, she no longer likes Lu Jin no matter how she looks at him, as if she was wearing a pair of tinted glasses. No matter what Lu Jin said to her, she felt that he was playing tricks on her. You are worthy of being the son I raised. You really bring honor to me and our Lu family. You two are sisters. Why don't you cheer for your brother when you come? Don't you have any self-awareness at all? Lin Shuya was also smiling happily when she saw Lu Jin win easily. But when he saw that his other two daughters didn't show any reaction, he immediately felt a little dissatisfied. Yes, I added it for my brother. Lu Qinghan glanced at Lin Shuya, raised his chin slightly, and said righteously. She was already in a state of guilt towards Lu Sheng. At this time, Lin Shuya's scolding instead aroused her confrontational psychology, because she knew that the most direct reason why Lu Sheng ran away was because of his mother's harsh treatment. As she learned more and more about Lu Sheng's experiences at home, she became more and more dissatisfied with her mother. I just said that just to deliberately piss off Lin Shuya. Don't you know who your real relatives are? Come on, that ungrateful bastard. Do you think he'll appreciate your kindness? As expected, Lin Shuya refused, but after being scolded by Lu Jintian once before, she only dared to speak in a low voice. He is related to me by blood, so he is naturally my relative. He doesn't appreciate it because we treated him too harshly before, and that's what he deserves. At this time, Lu Qinghan was completely competing with Lin Shuya, and he argued with her without giving in. Sister, stop talking. Lu Jiaxin didn't have the courage to intervene in the war between her mother and her elder sister. She only dared to cautiously pull at the corner of Lu Qinghan's clothes. Explain yourself. How do we treat him too harshly? Lu Qinghan's words seemed to step on Lin Shuya's tail. The two were originally a few meters apart, but Lin Shuya suddenly rushed in front of Lu Qinghan and pointed at her daughter's nose and questioned him. If you keep yelling, get the hell out of here and go home. Lu Jintian was still carefully observing Lu Sheng's every move, while immersed in his own beautiful fantasies about the future. But Lin Shuya's angry voice interrupted his thoughts. Lu Jintian suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart, and he glared at Lin Shuya angrily. What Lin Shuya feared most was her husband, So after being scolded, she immediately became obedient. He lowered his head and dared not say a word, looking aggrieved and pitiful. Well done, Lu Sheng. Let's get more points in one go. At the other end of the field, Jiang Chanhua put his hands in front of his mouth to form a megaphone and shouted wildly with his face flushed. There were too many people in the first 2 days, and he couldn't see Lu Sheng's game situation at all while staying in the rest area. When he saw Lu Sheng take action for the first time today, he finally understood how powerful his student was. He firmly believed that based on that kick just now, Lu Sheng had the strength to at least make it into the top 10. No one could know how excited he was at the moment. During the 3 years that Lu Sheng was in his class, he had always been an unknown and inferior student who was not noticed by anyone. In fact, Jiang Chanhua is the same as Lu Sheng in the teaching team of #1 middle school. The students I always teach are the ones with the worst qualifications left over from others. He was looked down upon by school leaders, other teachers, and even his own wife and children. The humiliation Wang Lei inflicted on him yesterday was the most realistic portrayal of his daily life. He couldn't even remember how many times it had happened. He had never had any chance to shine like a diamond, but he felt that this student might be able to make him truly proud. As long as Lu Sheng can get a good enough result this time, he believes that his life will change dramatically. Lu Shengyu. Jiang Yueru examined the injured person and found that he was showing signs of waking up. However, that arm was completely broken, and he would definitely not be able to take part in the subsequent exams. The kick she saw Lu Sheng give before was clearly accompanied by some emotion. She wanted to tell Lu Sheng not to pass on the misfortune she had suffered to others. She didn't say it out loud because she remembered what her grandfather always said: "Don't advise others to do good without having experienced their suffering." The military examination is a cruel game where the strong prey on the weak. Everyone who joins this game may encounter various situations. It's just that some people have good luck and some people have bad luck. Moreover, among today's candidates, there are many who are even more severe than Lu Sheng. She was just a volunteer in charge of rescue. Her job was to provide as much help as possible to the injured. She had no right to blame Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng noticed that Jiang Yueru was looking at him with a hesitant look as if she wanted to say something. Those pure and flawless beautiful eyes made Lu Sheng daze for a moment. "I'm afraid you'll have to work harder today." Lu Sheng quickly came back to his senses. He felt that it was somewhat awkward for the two of them to just stare at each other like that, so he blurted out these words for some unknown reason. "I deserve to work hard, but if possible, I hope you can give those who are much weaker than you a chance to continue the exam. If you have any emotions you want to vent, feel free to find those who are more resistant or more in need of a beating. For example, him and him." Jiang Yueru smiled at Lu Sheng, her tone unexpectedly gentle. But in the end, she pointed to the other two arenas not far away. One of them was a burly giant, 2 meters tall, who just stood there and allowed his opponent to keep bombarding him. He seemed to feel no pain at all, and even when his opponent seemed to have used all his strength, he kept laughing and urging him to use more force. On another stage, there was a young man with his hair covering one eye and wearing a black waistcoat. With a cruel smile on his face, he used his joint technique to break his opponent's arms bit by bit. Chapter 46. The gap is too big to catch up. Lu Sheng felt that Jiang Yueru's words made sense. For a candidate with average strength, the 50% strength he just used was indeed a bit heavy. However, the two people Jiang Yueru pointed out really seemed to deserve a beating. Now that he has a plug-in, like a panel, he can no longer feel excited when he uses his absolute strength to crush people with average strength. Perhaps it would be more interesting to bully those truly talented candidates. And he knew that he actually lacked practical experience. When you meet those ordinary players, it is better to use less effort and hone your fighting skills on those people. If you ever meet an opponent of similar strength, you won't be flustered and at a loss. So he decided that when he met an ordinary opponent, he would use him as a sparring partner. Only when you encounter those powerful geniuses can you show more of your abilities. He believes that this kind of carrying of weight will be helpful. In the following game, Lu Sheng did exactly that. Whenever we encounter an opponent, we will first conduct a wave of tests. Then he deliberately suppressed the strength of his attack to a level similar to that of the opponent. In this way, Lu Sheng seems to be able to fight with everyone. Sometimes, in order to test my own ideas about the use of techniques, I would even get hit a few times by the opponent. However, Lu Sheng discovered that after fighting a few battles like this, Not only did his experience in on-the-spot combat become richer, even some of the things that were difficult to understand during the practical classes I had previously discussed, I gradually began to understand them, and there was a tendency for me to gain a thorough understanding of them. Compared with the boring exams of the past 2 days, which were just formalities, Lu Sheng felt that today's exam suddenly became interesting. Compared with the growth brought by adding points to the panel, this kind of progress achieved entirely by himself makes him enjoy it more. That's right. Jiang Yueru had a relieved smile on her face. Whenever she has free time, she will pay attention to Lu Sheng's situation. Jiang Yueru was truly happy when she found out that Lu Sheng actually listened to her advice. This made her suddenly feel that although this boy was a little cold and had a strange temper, he was not that difficult to get along with. What's going on? Why did he suddenly become so weak? Is he hiding his strength? At this time, Lu Jin, after watching Lu Sheng's next game, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Lu Sheng won the first game so easily, it could be said that he won by crushing the opponent. However, in the following games, he seemed like a different person, fighting back and forth with everyone. In Lu Jin's opinion, in such a high-intensity exam, if he could defeat his opponent with minimal effort, he would undoubtedly gain a greater advantage in the next competition. If Lu Sheng clearly has the ability but deliberately hides it, it is undoubtedly very unwise. However, there's another possibility. That is, Lu Sheng was too nervous in his first game and burst out with strength far beyond his own ability, which caused considerable side effects. That's why he became so mediocre in subsequent games. Although I could win every time without encountering any powerful people, the wins were extremely reluctant. Lu Jin estimated that if he continued like this, Lu Sheng would have little chance of even making it into the top 100. It seems that I overestimated him. We still can't have too high expectations. Lu Jin shook his head in disappointment, turned around, and began to observe the situation on Lu Jin's side. TSK, I thought he was so awesome. In just a short while, I've already been hit several times by others. Look at our Xiao Jin. No matter what kind of opponent he is, he can't last more than 3 moves. I played more than 30 games in a row, and my white clothes weren't stained with dust. Lu Qianru glanced at Lu Qinghan with some complacency, and deliberately raised her voice in a sarcastic tone. Isn't it? Xiao Jin is the favorite to win the championship for Beijing this time. How can any rubbish be compared to him? Lin Shuya also glared at her eldest daughter and said with disdain. After the previous dispute, Lu Qianru and Lin Shuya would pay attention to Lu Sheng's situation from time to time. However, in their eyes, Lu Sheng was just a target for criticism, so naturally they looked down on him in every way. Lu Qinghan felt very aggrieved for a moment. She knew that with Lu Sheng's current behavior, if she argued with him, she would only be bullied even harder by the mother and daughter. So she could only choose to keep silent. Big sister, didn't Xiao Shan seem to be very good in the first match? Why did he seem to be so weak since the second match? I heard that only those who are in the top 100 are eligible to be admitted to the top 10 colleges. Do you think he still has hope? Lu Jiaxin leaned close to Lu Qinghan's ear and asked softly with doubt in her heart. Lu Qinghan pursed his lips and looked up at the giant scoreboard hanging high up. Lu Jin's name was clearly written on the first place. During the previous period, he had achieved an astonishing 38 consecutive victories, with a total of 114 points, which was a full 30-point gap from the second-place Han Xiaodong. Lu Qinghan continued to squint for a long time before he finally found Lu Sheng's name behind the number 278. Lu Sheng's current score is only 39 points. Compared with Lu Jin, who stole the limelight, the gap was so big that it was almost impossible to catch up. If I'm in the top 100, then I think I can do it. Although Xiao Sheng plays slowly, at least he hasn't lost yet. When Lu Qinghan said this, he actually lacked confidence, because she could roughly imagine that the later the exam went, the stronger the opponents she would encounter. Judging from Lu Sheng's current performance, if he were to encounter those top-ranked star players, his chances of winning would probably be very slim. The worst-case scenario is that Lu Sheng would be severely injured in the next competition and unable to continue the exam. Then we will completely miss the opportunity to become one of the top 10 colleges. This guy's attack angles are weird and tricky. If I weren't thick-skinned, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be his opponent. After several twists and turns, Lu Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after winning by knocking his opponent unconscious with a punch on the chin. The person just now was the most difficult one he had encountered after suppressing his strength. Several times, he was hit in vital parts of the body. Fortunately, his 16 points of physical fitness allow him to have a much stronger defense than ordinary people. Otherwise, the outcome would be hard to predict. After gently jumping off the stage, Lu Sheng looked up at the scoreboard that he had never paid attention to, only to find that Lu Jin had actually topped the list early on, and the gap between him and Lu Jin was incredibly large. It seems that I am a little slow, but it doesn't matter. It's only been less than 2 hours. In the remaining 6 hours, it's only a matter of time before I surpass that bastard. If I had met him earlier, he wouldn't have had a chance to get a single point. Seeing the gap between himself and Lu Jin, Lu Sheng was not in a hurry at all and planned to take the exam step by step according to his plan. But when he matched his opponent and stood on the stage for the next fight, he found that the person sitting opposite him was an old acquaintance. Chapter 47-something. Why are you here? When Su Luo recognized that the person standing opposite her was Lu Sheng, she couldn't help rubbing her eyes, thinking that she was hallucinating. If you can do it, why can't I? Lu Sheng raised his eyebrows, and he understood the feelings of the school beauty of No. 1 middle school very well. After all, it was a bit magical that a weakling whose health was just enough to register for the martial arts exam appeared in the elite examination of the A-level group. I've long said there's something wrong with you, but the machine just didn't detect it. Not only has he passed the test through special means, but he even dares to appear in front of me openly. After this competition, I will definitely find my grandfather and report it to the director of the Education Bureau. If the Beijing Education Bureau doesn't care, I will find a higher-level department. Su Luo was completely humiliated for not being able to expose Lu Sheng's true identity on the day of registration. Not only did the relationship between him and his sweetheart become strained, but he was also severely scolded by his grandfather when he returned home. These days, Su Luo has always regarded that incident as a great humiliation and could not forget it for a long time. Therefore, she recognized Lu Sheng at first sight. She originally thought that the two would never have any intersection again. She didn't expect that this person could pass the Class A exam with Class C qualifications. She would never believe it if there was no problem. Yeah, then defeat me first. If you can't even beat me, I'm afraid no one will believe you. Lu Sheng sneered. He also had a fresh memory of this stubborn woman. Although she was used by Lu Jin that day, judging from her words and actions, even if Lu Jin had not instigated her, if she knew Lu Sheng's past situation, she would probably have done something righteous and reported him. In this case, he would use his absolute strength to let Su Luo know how dangerous it was for a woman to think highly of herself. I'm now ranked 11th. Who do you think you are to dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me? Lu Sheng's words immediately caused Su Luo to laugh at him. In her opinion, a loser like Lu Sheng who relied on spraying pesticides to get to where he is today is no match for her. It's just luck that we have survived until now. What it is, you'll soon find out. I just hope that you won't cry when you lose later. Lu Sheng smiled indifferently. He was almost immune to such sarcastic words now. Court death. Su Luo's eyebrows immediately raised when she heard that, and she shouted angrily and rushed towards Lu Sheng. Although she looked like she was rushing towards Lu Sheng, she was not moving in a straight line. Like a nimble butterfly, it moved swiftly and erratically on the stage. Not only was its movement extremely nimble and erratic, but its speed was even faster than Lu Sheng's. Even though Lu Sheng had amazing eyesight, he was unable to predict Su Luo's next move for a moment. Such a novel opponent immediately aroused Lu Sheng's interest. While always keeping his body facing the enemy, he began to carefully observe Su Luo's every move. After Su Luo moved more than 10 times in succession, she seemed to have finally discovered Lu Sheng's flaw. He moved to the left side of Lu Sheng's body again and slapped him directly on the ear with an inconspicuous slap. There are a huge number of nerves in that location. Su Luo had tempered her qi and blood 5 times. She continued to temper her bones. Now he's a real first-class warrior who can call upon the power of qi and blood. If she slapped someone firmly, even a person with strong resistance would feel dizzy. At such times, the people who were hit would often be easily taken away by Su Luo's combo. Unfortunately, her opponent is none other than Lu Sheng, even though his brain had not yet reacted to Su Luo's swift and strange attack. But his body reacted involuntarily and leaped to the right in the nick of time. He could even clearly feel the wind from Su Luo's palm whistling into his ears causing his eardrums to hurt. Something. After killing Lu Qingwen, Lu Sheng actually thought for a time that there would be few people below the third rank who could be his opponent. It was not until this moment that he realized that he had underestimated the heroes of the world. This kind of talented student who has received elite education and has been carefully cultivated since childhood is obviously much more difficult to deal with than a second-grade trash like Lu Qingwen. He knew that if he just kept dodging, he would gradually fall into the opponent's rhythm, which would be very disadvantageous to him. However, although he did not have much experience in fighting with others, he was very clear about the simple principle of using one's own strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses. Before, Lu Qingwen was much stronger than him, and he won by using his speed and body skills. Now facing Su Luluo, who has outstanding physical skills, he is confident that his strength is definitely much stronger than hers. Huh, you actually dodged it. Was very surprised that Lu Sheng was able to dodge the attack she was determined to make. But she believes that this is just an accident, because she knew that people who were not as strong as him would never be able to escape her constant oppression and pursuit. But at this moment, she noticed that Lu Sheng, who had just dodged sideways, suddenly swung his tail like a dragon without any warning. Not only was it extremely fast, but it was also extremely powerful, like a sharpened sword, slashing towards her with incredible force. Not good. Su Luluo reacted very quickly. While he was shocked, he immediately realized that he must not take the kick head-on. In a flash, he quickly crouched down. The strong wind brought by Lu Sheng's kick made her hair a little messy. However, although the attack failed, Lu Sheng did not stop attacking. Extremely powerful sweeping kicks attacked Su Luluo continuously. Su Luluo still didn't dare to take it head-on, and used her extremely light steps to dodge it again and again. Don't they say that people who have taken drugs are like silver-plated guns? How come this guy is so powerful? Su Luluo was becoming more and more frightened as the fight went on. Although the attack and dodge of the two seemed extremely dangerous, fortunately, they were still under Su Luluo's control for the time being. As long as she concentrates enough, she can dodge it by using her butterfly steps. However, Lu Sheng's series of attacks also made Su Luluo discover a serious problem. She seemed to have underestimated this man's strength. His legs are too long, and his kicks are so fast and powerful that I can't get close to him at all. We must find his weakness. Using the butterfly step like this all the time is very exhausting for me. If I run out of strength, I won't be his match. Su Luluo dodged while her mind raced. Lu Sheng's tireless attacks put a lot of pressure on her. She knew that if she couldn't find an opportunity to inflict a heavy blow on the opponent, there would be a high probability that she would be defeated. However, what Su Luluo didn't know was that at this moment, Lu Sheng's eyes were looking at her brighter and brighter, and there was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 48 True. Slap in the face. Lu Sheng was not attacking blindly during this period. Instead, during the counterattack, he was carefully observing Su Luluo's steps as she dodged. Fortunately, he actually figured out some tricks. When Su Luluo's left and right feet landed on the ground, one was real and the other was false, and her movements were extremely subtle and concealed. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell where she will move next. Lu Sheng discovered that every time she moved to the left, her right foot and body would always make a feint to confuse the enemy. Although the left foot will also make extremely similar movements, the supporting leg used to exert force cannot deceive people. As long as you understand Su Luluo's movement patterns, it will be very easy to crack. He could even predict very clearly where she would move next. However, there are two necessary conditions to see through Su Luluo. One's eyesight and reaction ability must be very strong, otherwise it would be difficult to do. After confirming this, Lu Sheng stopped chasing her and just stood there looking at Su Luluo with a half-smile. Planned to wait for the other party to make the first move, and then strike back. Huh, why isn't he attacking? Could it be that he has consumed too much energy and is running out of energy? This is a good opportunity for me. I can't give him time to recover. Lu Sheng stopped, which made Su Luluo happy. After all, Lu Sheng's attack just now was too fierce, and he hadn't touched her once. You have to know that air strikes consume several times more physical energy than real hits. Lu Sheng's lack of physical strength means that his strength will become weaker and his speed will become slower, greatly reducing the threat to Su Luluo. Su Luluo naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. She immediately rushed forward and planned to take down Lu Sheng in one go. There's a flaw. Seeing that she had already attacked close to her, her opponent still stood there unmoved. The only movement was to slowly raise his right hand. Su Lilua's eyes suddenly lit up, and after a dazzling feint, she was ready to come to Lu Sheng's right side again. Bang! But what she didn't expect was that when she was halfway through her journey, she suddenly felt a pain on her face. The whole person unexpectedly lost control and flew sideways, rolling several times on the floor of the ring before he could barely support his body. How is that possible? How could he possibly hit me? Coincidence. This is definitely a coincidence. He must be guessing. Su Lilua half knelt on the ground with one hand covering her face, her eyes full of disbelief. Ever since she learned the butterfly step, only Lu Jin could beat her in battles with peers. Others couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes. Come on, continue. Lu Sheng hooked his finger at Su Lilua, somewhat satisfied with the slap he just gave. It was the first time that Lu Sheng slapped someone in the face, and the person he slapped was such a beautiful girl. Not only did he not feel any guilt, but he even felt a little inexplicably excited. Those faces that made him extremely disgusted, yet equally beautiful, could not help but flash through his mind. For a moment, I was curious whether the slap on their faces would feel different. Don't be so arrogant. It was just an accident. Su Law was so angry that she gritted her teeth, covering the half of her face that was hit and feeling a burning pain. It was such a shame that her beautiful face was hit by this drug-addicted trash. You could try again. You'll know if it's an accident after you try it. Lu Sheng hooked his finger at Su Lilua again. Su Lilua snorted coldly and started to move towards Lu Sheng again. But this time, her movements were obviously much more cautious. Perhaps Su Lilua has not yet mastered the skills. No matter whether she is fast or slow, careful or reckless, the core of this set of footwork remains the same for Lu Sheng. At this moment, in Lu Sheng's eyes, this goddess who was famous for being the campus beauty of Beijing No. 1 Middle School was like a clown jumping around in front of him. After watching it too much, he even felt a little bored. I just don't believe it. Su Lua noticed that Lu Sheng didn't even raise his hand this time, and immediately realized that this must be a great opportunity. Just when she was about to strike Lu Sheng again, a hint of sneer on Lu Sheng's face. Oh no, Su Lua realized something was wrong and immediately prepared to change direction. But now that the meat was right in front of him, there was no reason for Lu Sheng not to eat it. With a backhand slap, he hit the other half of Su Lilua's face with incredible precision. Although Lu Sheng did not use too much force this time, he only intended to humiliate the other party. But the crisp sound of the slap made the examiner next to him frown with some heartache. Su Li fell to the ground and rolled twice in a very embarrassing manner before she stood up dazed. When he covered his face, tears were already flashing in his eyes. What? What went wrong? Why can he predict my next move so accurately? Su Li's mood at this moment could no longer be described as shock, but rather an indescribable fear. Under Lu Sheng's indifferent gaze, she felt as if she was naked and everything was seen through. The strong feeling of shame made her body tremble. Come on, continue. Aren't you going to report me? If you can't even beat me, your words won't be convincing at all. Lu Sheng had no intention of pressing on with his victory. He felt that for such a self-important woman, destroying her mentally would make him feel more comfortable than physical satisfaction. I don't believe it. I don't believe that I, Su Lilua, am worse than trash like you. The reason why geniuses are called geniuses is not just because they have extremely high talents. Often these people have much stronger willpower than ordinary people. Despite being slapped in the face and humiliated by Lu Sheng twice, Su Lilua quickly regained her fighting spirit, prepared to attack again, glared at Lu Sheng, and shouted in a decisive voice. Then he rushed towards Lu Sheng without hesitation. However, her greatest support had already been dealt with by Lu Sheng, so how could she have any chance of winning? After that, Lu Sheng didn't even need to use any strength. He just slapped Su Lilua lightly on the face each time, just to break her mentality. At this time, dozens of well-dressed, middle-aged men and women were sitting in the VIP viewing room of the examination center. Among these people are school leaders from Beijing, relevant officials from government departments, and admissions officers from major martial arts academies who were sent to Beijing. At this moment, each of them looked quite relaxed. They watched the live images of some popular candidates in the examination room and expressed their opinions in low voices. Principal Su, Your granddaughter is truly a rare talent. Not only is she gifted, she is also very beautiful. As a girl, she can reach 11th place in such a short time and is only one step away from the top 10. She can really be called a genius. Yes, Xiaosu performed very well in the previous competition. I think it is not impossible for him to be in the top 3 and be admitted to Shengwu College. Xiaosu's next opponent doesn't seem to be a very strong character, so he should be able to get the three-pointer steadily in this game. One of the screens was showing the game between Su Liluo and Lu Sheng. Several people who looked like leaders kept praising Su Liluo, who was about to start the competition. No, this girl is just willing to work hard. In fact, compared with true geniuses like Lu Jin and Li Yongheng, there is still a certain gap. As long as I can stay in the top 10, I'll be satisfied. Su Yongqiang, the principal of number 1 middle school, smiled and waved his hand modestly. There were many people here who held higher positions than him. Although these people's compliments to his granddaughter were all very sincere, he didn't dare to get carried away. Hey, how did Xiaosu get hit by the other party just now? Isn't it because I was careless and underestimated the enemy? I saw that her opponents were already ranked outside the top 200. It must have been an accident that she was hit. In a battle of this level, it doesn't matter if you get hit once in a while. Isn't Xiaosu also not injured? Chapter 49, A Real Slap in the Face. Like Su Liluo always attract a lot of attention. After the discussion started, many people immediately turned their eyes to the screen. Like Su Liluo, many people thought that Lu Sheng was just lucky to beat Su Liluo. But the next scene made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. Su Liluo was seen using the butterfly step to rush towards Lu Sheng again and again, but was beaten back again and again. What made Su Yongqiang particularly embarrassed was that every time Lu Sheng attacked, he hit Su Liluo right on the face. This is no different from hitting him in the face. This young man is really amazing. Maybe his style just happens to be more restrained against Xiaosu. Xiaosu's unyielding spirit is still very admirable. Those people who had just praised Su Liluo were now extremely embarrassed. Finished praising Su Liluo when he was slapped in the face by the strange young man. For a moment, their faces felt hot. Well, what a little guy with so much potential. It's a pity that Cambrian College is not in his eyes. Jiang Zuozong, who was sitting in the corner, stared at Lu Sheng on the screen with burning eyes, looking very regretful. Which school is this candidate from? It's really a pleasant surprise that he can suppress that little girl, Su Liluo, to this extent. In the first row of the viewing room, a gray-haired old man turned around and asked the person next to him. Next to him was Director Chun, who had done justice for Lu Sheng on the day of exam registration. Director Qin, I'll check it right away. Director Chun agreed and hurried to check Lu Sheng's test information. When seeing Lu Sheng's photo and the school he attended, Director Chin's eyes flashed with surprise. He vaguely remembered that on the day of registration, it was this student that Principal Su's granddaughter wanted to report for cheating. After repeatedly checking the data, he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the student. What puzzled him was that the student's qi and health value was only over 160 calories. So how could he appear in the examination room of Class A? What he didn't expect was that when he checked Lu Sheng's test scores over the past few days, he found that this candidate had actually jumped all the way from Group C to Group A. Moreover, the time spent in each place is almost negligible. It is clear that they have reached this point easily by crushing others along the way. With only 160 calories of qi and blood, he could advance all the way to the A-level group and beat the talented candidate ranked 11th. This seemed a little incredible. Director Chun felt a little dry in the mouth for a moment. He knew that if he reported the astonishing data of this candidate to his leader, the other party would definitely not believe it and would think he was exaggerating. So he quickly printed out all of Lu Sheng's information and then quickly returned to Director Qin. Director Qin, please take a look. This candidate situation is quite strange. I'm a little unsure. Director Chun respectfully handed the piece of paper to Director Qin with both hands and said softly, "Oh." Director Qin looked at Director Chun in surprise, took the paper and examined it carefully. Why was my qi and health value only 163.17 calories when I signed up? Could it be that the test was not accurate? Director Qin had only read the beginning and was already a little dissatisfied, pointing at the list and asking. Director Qin, actually on the day of registration, Principal Su's granddaughter reported to me that this candidate had taken banned drugs. According to her, half a year ago, this candidate's qi and blood value was only 60 calories. But I checked all his data carefully at that time and didn't find any problems. When asked by Director Qin immediately broke out in sweat on his forehead and hurried to explain. Is there such a thing? Director Qin frowned tightly. Obviously, he had never encountered such a situation before. He originally thought that the candidate's qi and blood values were measured too low, but according to his subordinates, they seemed to be too high. Go and retrieve the data from his blood test before the test. Director Qin gave the order after pondering for a moment. I'll go right away. Director Chun hurried over and retrieved Lu Sheng's data again. How is that possible? Blood value data displayed in Lu Sheng's pre-test blood test. He couldn't help but exclaimed. Director Qin did not dare to be negligent. When he saw the recent blood and qi value data of this candidate, he knew that this was definitely a big deal. He hurriedly printed out the content again and handed the data to Director Qin as quickly as possible. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How is it possible for a student who has not yet entered the rank to double his qi and blood value in just 10 days? From Director Qin's somewhat panicked expression, Director Qin also realized that something might have gone wrong. Immediately sat up straight and examined it carefully. However, when he saw the bright red 324-calorie health value on it, he suddenly stood up and growled in shock and anger. Director Qin's unusual behavior immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the observation room. Everyone was guessing what had happened. Principal Su, please follow me. Director Qin suddenly remembered that this candidate was from number 1 middle school, so he frowned and shouted to Su Yongxiang, who was not far away, then walked out of the viewing room. Su Yongxiang was already feeling ashamed and angry because his granddaughter, whom he had high hopes for, was beaten up. For some unknown reason, Su Yongxiang was summoned by his supervisor in such a bad tone. He felt that he must have forgotten to check the almanac before going out today, which was why he was so unlucky. Take a good look at it. This is a candidate from your school. You need to give me an explanation. Su Yongxiang had just followed him out the door when Director Qin angrily slammed the 2 pieces of paper into his arms. Candidates? What happened to the candidates from our school? Su Yongxiang was confused and didn't dare to ask more questions. He hurriedly looked through the contents on the paper. Lu Sheng. Why does this name sound familiar? Su Yongxiang is also old, and when he saw the information registered on the form, he always felt that the name seemed familiar. Huh, isn't this the candidate who is competing against Li Luo? There is actually such a person in our school. How come I, as the principal, have never known about him? But when he continued to look down, he became even more confused. Chapter 50, Beating Mom Until She Can't Recognize Me. Director Qin, I don't know much about this candidate situation. Su Yongxiang looked at the leader with a bitter face. Not sure. You don't even know about this huge problem? How do you become a principal? Su Yongxiang's answer made Director Qin so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Such a big problem? What went wrong? Su Yongxiang had not yet found the key to the problem and could only look to Director Chun for help. Take a good look at this student's qi and blood value. There is definitely something wrong here. Director Chun was also terrified at this time. He was in charge of the examination and testing of number 1 middle school. If something went wrong now, he would definitely not be able to escape responsibility. Su Yongxiang suddenly woke up from his dream and quickly flipped through the 2 pages of paper in his hand. This. When I signed up for the test, it was over 160. How come it was over 320 during the exam? Su Yongxiang's face turned pale in an instant, and his whole body was trembling. No matter how stupid he was, he immediately realized what the problem Director Qin was talking about was. But the content reflected in these 2 pieces of paper is more than just a problem. It is simply an extremely serious accident. Yeah, I was just about to ask you what's going on. Director Qin glared at Su Yongxiang and asked unhappily. I don't know. Su Yongxiang was completely clueless at this moment and had no idea how to answer. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that a teacher named Jiang Chunhua, whose name he usually couldn't remember, called him last night. There was a candidate in their class who advanced all the way from Group C to Group A. At that time, he was busy instructing his granddaughter. He just listened to the general idea and gave her a few words of encouragement in a perfunctory manner. From Class C to Class A, he estimated that this candidate's potential should have been almost exhausted. When it comes to the Class A exam, I don't think there will be any trouble. There's so many students in the Class A group of number 1 middle school. How could he possibly spend too much time paying attention to them? But he didn't expect that such a big bomb would explode for him just one night later. Director Qilin, there are many outstanding candidates in number 1 middle school, and it is impossible for Principal Su to have a clear grasp of the situation of each candidate. In fact, we still can't make a conclusion as to whether there is a problem or not. Why not investigate first? When there are problems, we will deal with them ruthlessly. No problem, but of course we can't make too much of a fuss about it. After all, people from all the colleges are here now. If this gets out and someone takes advantage of it, it will have a huge negative impact on both Beixing and you. Director Chun tried to dissuade Director Qin earnestly. These two old men are about to retire, but he is still in the rising stage of his career and cannot withstand such a storm. Therefore, he must find ways to reduce the impact of this incident as much as possible. Su Yongxiang cast a grateful look at Director Chun, thinking that the other party was helping him out. Director Qin fell into deep thought. He will step down after this exam, and he doesn't want to have any stain on himself before leaving this position. Although this sudden situation really shocked and angered him. After listening to his subordinate's words, he began to consider how to properly resolve the matter at the lowest cost. Su Yongxiang, you must immediately go find the teacher of this candidate and ask him about his situation. You must be truthful and accurate to see if he has the conditions to cheat. Director Chun, please conduct further analysis on this student's blood sample. There's still more than 5 hours left before the exam ends. You must give me definite news before then. If there is any problem, I will send this black sheep to prison no matter what. Director Qin made a decision quickly and gave orders to Su Yongxiang and Director Chun. The two men did not dare to delay, and after agreeing, they quickly started to act separately. Lu Jin, who had just scored 3 points easily, was walking leisurely to the venue for the next game with a confident smile on his face. But when he swept his eyes across one of the arenas, he unexpectedly discovered that Lu Sheng was fighting a girl in a not-so-intense battle. Lu Sheng's strength is obviously much stronger than that girl's. Every time the girl rushed over, Lu Sheng could easily slap her and make her retreat again and again. It was the first time he watched Lu Sheng's match, and he saw the ordinary strength and speed of his shots. Lu Jin felt that if Lu Sheng met him, he would have no chance of winning at all. This girl is ridiculously weak. I don't know how she got to the A-level group. I was beaten into a pig's head by a loser like Lu Sheng. I guess even her own mother would have a hard time recognizing her after she returns. Lu Jin only took a few glances and lost interest in reading further. However, he never realized that the girl who was beaten into a pig's head was his number 1 pursuer, Su Luo. Wow, I lose. The people in the Mud District are too much. Ooh. When Su Luo was slapped to the ground by Lu Sheng again, she finally realized that she was no match for Lu Sheng. He covered his face, which was so red and swollen that it was unrecognizable, with his hands and sat on the ground, crying loudly. Perhaps because her face was too swollen, Lu Sheng couldn't hear what she was saying except for the sound of crying. Candidate number 103002, can you still continue the competition? The examiner thought that the girl could no longer hold on, so he stepped forward and asked with reluctance. Such a beautiful face was beaten into a pig-like shape. If it were him, he would have given up long ago. Well, Su Luo didn't say anything. She shook her head vigorously, staggered off the stage, covered her face, and ran in one direction. He looked so grief-stricken, as if he had just been raped by dozens of big men. Ahem, I declare candidate number 103583 the winner of this match. The examiner looked at Lu Sheng with a complicated expression and announced. He felt that this kid was exactly the same kind of guy as the sadistic Han Xiaodong. Defeating their opponents is no longer their ultimate goal. Only torturing their opponents can make them feel happy. This steely straight man really doesn't know how to be gentle with women at all. He had the heart to beat such a beautiful girl to such an extent that she was unrecognizable. Jiang Yueru covered her forehead and complained about Lu Sheng's bad behavior in a helpless manner. The competition between Lu Sheng and Su Luo started. She saw from afar that Su Luo was saying something to Lu Sheng with a bad look on her face. It was obvious that there had been a deep conflict between the two. Lu Sheng kept slapping the man in the face, but managed not to seriously injure him. Based on Jiang Yueru's understanding of Lu Sheng, this was already a very kind act. Jiang Chunhua, who was standing on the sidelines, looked worried and fidgety. He really didn't expect that Lu Sheng would defeat Su Luo in such a humiliating way. It would be fine if we could just defeat the principal's beloved daughter in one fell swoop. But Lu Sheng chose to slap him in the face. Jiang Chunhua didn't dare to imagine how he would face Principal Su in the future. The principal will make things difficult for him because of this incident. What you fear is what will come true. Just when Jiang Chunhua was racking his brains to figure out how to explain it to Principal Su, his cell phone suddenly rang, and the name displayed on it was Principal Su. It's over. They are definitely here to cause trouble for me. Jiang Chunhua was heartbroken, her trembling fingers not daring to press the answer button. Chapter 51 is related to Lu Jin. Jiang Chunhua, do you really want to do this? As soon as Jiang Chunhua answered the phone, she heard Su Yongqiang's angry roar. Principal Su, I didn't expect Lu Sheng to treat Su Lilua like that. If I had known this earlier, I would never have let him do this. Jiang Chunhua held the phone away with a bitter face and waited until Su Yongqiang finished yelling before she hurriedly explained carefully. What the hell are you talking about? Is that what I'm talking about? Su Yongqiang couldn't help but curse again, although he was also angry that Lu Sheng had slapped him and his granddaughter in the face. But this matter is insignificant compared to cheating in an exam. Not this matter? Jiang Chunhua was confused. What's the situation with your student named Lu Sheng? My Qilin health points were only 160 when I signed up, but how come it became 320 when I took the exam? Can the price increase be this fast? Who else can do that except cheating? Su Yongqiang explained unhappily. 302. How could it be 302? Jiang Chunhua was shocked when he heard the number. When Lu Sheng reached the A-level group, he felt that Lu Sheng's health value was at most over 200. Who would have thought that in just 10 days, this student's qi and blood value would increase to such a terrifying number? Even you don't know? Su Yongqiang asked with some suspicion. Although he was not there from Jiang Chunhua's reaction, he felt that this guy probably didn't know the reason either. I really don't know. This student used to be unknown in our class and was always at the bottom of the class. But on the day of registration, I actually met the minimum standard. I have also reported to you what happened afterwards. As for why he can grow so fast, I really have no idea. At this moment, Jiang Chunhua couldn't help but start to think carefully about the dreamlike experiences of the past few days. Perhaps because Lu Sheng brought him such a big surprise, he didn't even think about the rationality of this matter. It was not until Su Yongqiang asked him now that he suddenly realized that Lu Sheng seemed to be getting stronger too fast. Then think carefully, what does their family do? Is it possible that his family bought him some illegal drugs? Since Jiang Chunhua also didn't understand the situation, Su Yongqiang could only choose to start with Lu Sheng's family. This student joined the class shortly after the start of the first year of high school. I didn't know about his family situation at first. When I asked him about it later, he said he was an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. But Jiang Chunhua honestly recalled Lu Sheng's family situation, but there was really nothing worth recalling. He really didn't know anything about this student. But when he thought of the scene outside the examination center today, he began to hesitate whether he should tell Su Yongqiang. What is there at this time? Director Qin has spoken. We must find out the true situation of this student before the end of the exam. If we can't figure out, then all of us will be in big trouble. Jiang Chunhua's hesitant attitude really made Su Yongqiang angry. No wonder this guy has never been doing well. He is just so stupid. Today, outside the examination center, Lu Sheng had an argument with several people. I was nearby at the time and heard one of the women scolding Lu Sheng, saying that he was uneducated for not knowing how to greet his parents when he saw them. And Lu Sheng's attitude towards those people was also very bad. According to my guess, he must have had some conflict with his family, and they were quite deep. Jiang Chunhua thought about it and felt that this was not something that could not be said, so he answered honestly. Do you remember what those people look like? How's your dress and temperament? What time did you see him outside the door? Upon hearing this, Su Yongqiang immediately realized that the clue provided by Jiang Chunhua was very crucial, so he hurriedly asked, that family looks either rich or noble, especially the man among them. I can feel that he is very powerful. He must be a martial arts master. Oh, by the way, Lu Jin from our school is also with them. They look like a family. Jiang Chunhua continued. Lu Jin. Is it related to Lu Jin? Su Yongqiang naturally knows top talents like Lu Jin very well. It can be said that he knows Lu Jin's family situation very well. Lu Jin's father, Lu Jintian, is a genuine 7th rank master, the vice president of the Beijing branch of the Monster Hunters Guild. In a second-tier city like Beijing, he is a well-known figure. As far as he knew, the Lu family seemed to have only one son, Lu Jin, and the rest were all daughters. The information revealed by Jiang Chunhua at this time actually confused him. The identity of this student seems like a looming mystery. It seems to be very close, but I can't see it clearly. Well, now this could have some serious consequences. Your task is to carefully watch Lu Sheng's every move. If you find anything unusual, you must report it to me immediately. Got it. Now that I have a rough understanding of something, at least I am not completely in the dark. With what Jiang Chunhua has provided now, he may be able to find out something more. The easiest way is to start from a school and check the student's file. If all else fails, just ask Lu Jin directly whether he has any relationship with that student. However, it would be too presumptuous for him to ask a person like that directly, so this can only be used as a last resort. Understand principle. I will keep a close eye on it. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chunhua felt bitter. I thought I was waiting for an opportunity to change his life, but who would have thought that such a problem would arise now? If he was allowed to enter the examination room, he would have to ask Lu Sheng whether he had made it to this point based on his own abilities. After defeating Su Liluo, Lu Sheng made great progress. While accumulating a large amount of experience against the enemy in a short period of time, the speed of winning is also gradually increasing. In just 1 hour, he had already broken into the top 100 of the standings and is currently ranked 88th. And Lu Jin's name still stands high on the list, unshakably at the top. Even after several hours, voices cheering for Lu Jin could still be heard from the audience. Don't worry, soon, I will be able to break your ridiculous myth. Lu Sheng stared at the glaring name at the top of the list, his eyes full of anticipation. After clicking on match again, Lu Sheng's next opponent was quickly determined. After seeing the person walking onto the stage, Lu Sheng couldn't help but smile excitedly for the first time. Chapter 52. Are you satisfied with this little surprise? No. How come it's Li Yongheng's turn so soon? It's over now. Li Yongheng is a complete monster. Lu Sheng can never be his opponent, even though Jiang Chunhua was still worried about what Su Yongxiang said. But when he saw that the person appearing in front of Lu Sheng was Li Yongheng, he couldn't help but stand up in a hurry. He has been praying for a while that Lu Sheng can participate in the competition based on his true ability. I still hope that Lu Sheng can continue to achieve good results. But having met an opponent of Li Yongheng's level so early, he still didn't think Lu Sheng had any chance of winning. Moreover, Li Yongheng's attacks were extremely heavy-handed. Every opponent who encountered him would inevitably suffer some serious injuries, which had a great impact on the following games. Damn it, I was just talking before. I didn't expect Lu Sheng to actually meet this muscular man. Lu Sheng, you must make full use of your speed advantage and don't go head-on with this person. Otherwise, I'll really have to carry you away on a stretcher. Jiang Yueru soon noticed Lu Sheng's opponent in this match. In previous matches, she couldn't remember how many opponents she had carried away. Seeing what happened to Lu Sheng and Li Yongheng, Jiang Yueru couldn't help but become worried. Isn't that person Lu Jin's most important competitor? How come Xiao Xing met him so early? Lu Qinghan had been paying attention to Lu Sheng's movements from beginning to end. She was very happy to see Lu Sheng make it into the top 100. But when she saw Lu Sheng's opponent in this match, she immediately became worried. Because before the exam, Lu Jin had already found a way to get all kinds of information about Li Yongheng. Out of curiosity, Lu Qinghan also learned a little about this person and knew that this person was extremely powerful, and even Lu Jin was not sure of winning. Come on, Lu Jin! Come on, Lu Jin! At this moment, Lu Qinghan suddenly heard the extremely harsh cheers of Lu Qianru and Lin Shuya in his ears. Although Lu Jintian did not shout along, he was paying full attention to the battle situation on Lu Jin's side. Even Lu Jiasin was cheering for Lu Jin at this time, and no one paid attention to the situation on Lu Sheng's side. Big sister, come and cheer for Xiao Jin. His current opponent is Han Xiaodong, one of the main competitors in this exam. If I win, it means I have 1 foot on the top prize podium. Lin Xia noticed that Lu Qinghan hadn't said anything, so she put down the telescope and pulled Lu Qinghan's arm. Isn't it enough that so many of you are cheering him on? Lu Qinghan felt very heartbroken about his family's favoritism. The ungrateful bastard is only that capable. What's the point of cheering him on? It's a sheer waste of emotion. Seeing that Lu Qinghan was unwilling, Lin Xia turned away and ignored her. Xiao Sheng, even if you can't win, you must not get hurt. If you get injured and can't take the exam, your current ranking will soon be surpassed by others. Lu Qinghan picked up the telescope again and said softly with great concern, "It's boring. It's really boring. For all this time, there wasn't even one person who could hurt me." A 2-meter-tall, muscular man, with muscles that seemed about to explode, walked slowly onto the stage, shaking his head with a bored look on his face. This is Li Yongheng, the favorite to win the championship that Jiang Chanhua had reminded Lu Shang of before. Currently ranked 3rd after Han Xiaodong. "That's because you haven't met me," Lu Shang said, looking up at the other person. "Oh, everyone says that. Unfortunately, they don't understand how big the gap is between them and me. Come on, let me see if you can give me a little surprise." Li Yongheng put his hands in his pockets and sneered, then raised his chin towards Lu Shang. "Surprise? It will happen." Lu Shang was not angry when he saw that the other party didn't take him seriously. He suddenly remembered what Jiang Yueru had said to him before and decided to vent his emotions on this person. Decided not to procrastinate like before. After all, this guy does look like he can take a lot more beatings than the average person. When the examiner announced the start of the battle, Lu Shang took the lead and attacked Li Yongheng. Li Yongheng still had his hands in his pockets, and it seemed that he didn't think Lu Shang could do any harm to him. "Use 70% of your strength as a test first." Lu Shang narrowed his eyes and took a sudden step forward when he was only 2 meters away from Li Yongheng. The movement doesn't seem very fast, but it is steady and heavy. The fist hit Li Yongheng's lower abdomen, and there was a dull bang sound. Li Yongheng's eyes widened instantly, and he took 3 steps back. He finally took out his hands, which had been in his pockets all the time, and bent down to cover his lower abdomen. "Does it hurt? It looks like it hurts, right? Are you satisfied with this little surprise?" Lu Shang did not press on. The opponent just stood there and let him hit him, and it was somewhat shameless for him to take advantage of the situation. Awesome, awesome. Li Yongheng's recovery ability is also extremely strong. Soon she straightened up with one hand, covering her stomach, and with the other hand, she couldn't help but give Lu Shang a thumbs up. I finally met someone cool. Now I can finally have some fun." After rubbing his belly as if nothing had happened, Li Yongheng suddenly grinned. His reaction left Lu Shang speechless. He always felt that this man had a serious masochistic tendency. "She is a perfect match with the sadistic Han Xiaodong. Stop pretending. I don't have that much time." Lu Shang twisted his neck and rubbed his hands, signaling the other party to start fighting quickly. "I am pretending. Ha 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 ha. You're an interesting person. I like you. Then you better be careful." Li Yongheng also clenched his fists until they made crackling sounds, and then laughed again. Then, like a big bear, it pounced towards Lu Shang. Lu Shang's punch just now made Li Yongheng realize that this was definitely a powerful opponent who was as strong as him. Although he looked playful on the surface, he actually treated Lu Shang with unprecedented importance in his heart. As for power-type players like Li Yongheng, Lu Shang had previously fought against Lu Qingwen, who had a similar style. But that time he took advantage of the weapon in his hand. If he fought with bare hands, Lu Shang felt that he would have little chance of winning. Although Li Yongheng looks very strong, he is definitely far inferior to Lu Qingwen. Even though he was able to use his qi and blood, Lu Shang did not think that his physical strength was any worse than the other parties. He immediately went forward without showing any sign of weakness. Chapter 53, Who Are You? Although Li Yongheng is big and strong, his attack speed is not slow at all. Although not as sharp as Su Liluo, he is still much better than the average person. Lu Shang did not dare to be negligent towards such an opponent. He bent down and dived very flexibly while meeting the attack. A punch hit Li Yongheng's left rib. After the successful attack, he did not dare to stop for a moment and quickly dodged. Lu Shang's punch made Li Yongheng grimace in dismay again. Fortunately, this time he had already spread his energy and blood throughout his chest and abdomen, so although it hurt, it was not as severe as the first time. Punched again was like an enraged beast, and his attack became more and more ferocious. Lu Shang dodged back and forth very flexibly, looking for a better opportunity. After a brief confrontation, the two exchanged several punches. Lu Shang hit his opponent's torso 3 times, and Li Yongheng kicked Lu Shang's right shoulder once. Lu Shang could feel the opponent's strength after activating his qi and blood. It was slightly weaker than when he used all his strength, but not by much. Judging from the data on his panel, it should be around 13 to 14. Thanks to the 16 points of physical strength, Lu Shang only felt a little soreness and numbness in his arm after being hit. Although it hurt, it was not severe. Lu Shang guessed that if the other party really wanted to hurt him, he would have to unleash a force greater than his physical strength. Another way is to hit some vital parts of his body. However, Lu Shang was still very careful in defending key areas and would not let the opponent hit him easily. After this round of fighting, Lu Shang gradually relaxed his movements. He would often try to get hit by Li Yongheng by giving a hard blow to the parts of his body that were less covered by muscles. After each fight like this, he didn't seem to react much, but Li Yongheng always couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Muscle maniac Li Yongheng actually lost in a fight with an unknown candidate. Am I crazy or is this world crazy? Li Yongheng is no match for this guy. Where on earth did this guy come from? Why have I never heard of him before? His body clearly doesn't look that strong, so why didn't he seem to react when Li Yongheng hit him? Even Li Yongheng can be suppressed. Does this mean that this year's top pick is in suspense again? Star players like Li Yongheng naturally have a large number of supporters. But when his fans saw that Li Yongheng was defeated by his opponent in such a fist-of-flesh fight, everyone was a little bit unbelievable. Huff, huff, huff. Li Yongheng kept breathing heavily. After only 3 minutes of intense fighting, it seemed as if his strength was about to be exhausted. Since he started practicing martial arts, he had never experienced such a strenuous battle. On the other hand, his opponent didn't seem to have suffered much damage except for some sweat on his forehead. This was certainly because even when he attacked with all his strength, most of his attacks were unable to hit this opponent who had a strong dodging ability. But the man opposite him attacks much more frequently than him. Li Yongheng couldn't understand why the other party's physical strength was so good. Hey, who the hell are you? Why have I never heard of a person like you in Beijing? Can you tell me your name? Li Yongheng wiped the sweat from his face and asked solemnly. An opponent who can suppress him in such a strong confrontation deserves respect. Lu Shang. Lu Shang didn't say much, just told the other party his name. Lu Shang. Such a surname as that sanctimonious Lu Jin. But you look much more pleasing to the eye than that guy. Li Yongheng thought about it, but couldn't find any information about this name in his memory. Then he looked up at the rankings. What he didn't expect was that he looked down from the beginning and found Lu Shang's name on it with great difficulty. 88. With your ability, why are you ranked so low? Have you been hiding your strength? Li Yongheng scratched his head and once again encountered something that he couldn't understand. If you play slowly, you will eventually get first place. Lu Sheng said calmly. That makes sense. Go on. Li Yongheng opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond for a moment, and finally gave Lu Sheng a thumbs up. Lu Sheng looked at the time on his bracelet. Each game in Group A lasted 5 minutes, and there was more than a minute left. In the following period of time, he must give his all. He doesn't want to fight so hard and only get 1 point in the end. After taking a deep breath, he attacked Li Yongheng again. Even Li Yongheng is no match for him. The fierce confrontation between Lu Sheng and Li Yongheng in the past few minutes made Jiang Chunhua dumbfounded. I thought Lu Sheng would finally face his first defeat, but I didn't expect this result. If it was just an injection of banned drugs, how could it be possible to be a match for such a genius? Is there such a medicine in the world? If so, why do we work so hard to train students? If we inject one shot into everyone, will the monster still be a threat to humans? However, Jiang Chunhua soon realized an extremely important problem. The biggest benefit of existing banned drugs is that they can significantly increase qi and blood levels in a short period of time. But anyone with a little knowledge knows that although the higher the qi and blood value, the stronger it will be, this is not absolute. It's like a person who has never been exposed to martial arts. Even if he suddenly increases his blood value to 1,000 calories, he will not be able to win against a martial arts genius like Lu Jin and Li Yongheng. If Lu Shang used special methods to increase his qi and blood values to a level higher than those geniuses. But how do we explain things like speed, explosive power, reaction, and ability to withstand blows? Lu Shang definitely didn't cheat. He is a true genius, a late bloomer and a genius who has accumulated a lot of experience. After thinking through these questions, Jiang Chunhua felt his blood suddenly boiling. He believed that in the face of absolute strength, all doubts would be completely crushed. By then, those leaders who doubt Lu Shang will be shocked. At this time, on another stage, Lu Jin, dressed in white, is as handsome as a prince. Zheng and Han Xiaodong, who was wearing a black waistcoat and had a vicious look in his eyes, were each occupying their side of the stage and staring coldly at each other. Lu Jin's hair looked a little messy, and his white clothes seemed to have been cut by some sharp weapon, leaving some scars, and there were faint traces of blood. He is completely different from the image of a handsome and elegant young man he had before. Han Xiaodong didn't look much better either. Several fingers on his right hand looked like they had been broken by someone with great force. They were so crooked that it was unbearable to look at. Chapter 54, Lu Jin's Reverse Scale. Han Xiaodong, admit default. You only have one hand you can use now. You can't be my opponent. If you admit defeat now, you may still be able to fight against others later. Otherwise, you will be overtaken by others very quickly. Lu Jin said coldly as he stared at the young man opposite him, who still had a crazy expression on his face. Give up. There's no word like surrender in my dictionary. What a bullshit exam. I don't care at all. Relatively speaking, I would be happier if I could tear a few pieces of meat off of you. Han Xiaodong sneered with a strange smile. He was actually quite good-looking, but there was always a hint of cruelty and brutality in his phoenix eyes. Since you were so stubborn, you can't blame me. Lu Jin put on a righteous look, pointed at Han Xiaodong, and said loudly, I hate it most when people show off in front of me. Han Xiaodong said viciously and immediately pounced on Lu Jin. The left hand that could still be used was like an eagle's claw, as if it wanted to tear the flesh off Lu Jin's body alive. Lu Jin's eyes focused, and his hands waved like soft willow branches, easily defusing Han Xiaodong's seemingly fierce attack. This is Lu Jintian's unique palm technique, the Mianyun Jinyue palm. It looks soft and doesn't have much strength, but when the user really exerts force, he can release extremely strong shock force. Under Lu Jintian's careful teaching over the years, Lu Jin had already mastered this unique skill. In the past, because it was impossible to use the energy of qi and blood, the power could not be manifested. Now that he has become a first-grade warrior, he can finally truly bring this powerful palm technique into full play. Previously, Han Xiaodong's fingers were broken by Lu Jin after he grabbed Lu Jin's arm. After his attack was blocked by Lu Jin again, a ferocious look flashed across Han Xiaodong's face. He actually let go of Lu Jin's vital points and went straight for Lu Jin's handsome face that had fascinated thousands of girls. Lu Jin was caught off guard and dodged in panic, but was still scratched by Han Xiaodong's sharp nails, leaving several bloody marks. Ha. Winning or losing really doesn't matter to me. As long as I can scratch your pretentious face, it will be a very happy thing even if I lose. Han Xiaodong licked the blood on his fingertips, and a look of joy at having his conspiracy succeeded appeared on his face. You lunatic, you are simply seeking death. Lu Jin was really angry this time. It was obvious that Han Xiaodong had touched his sore spot. What he was most proud of, besides his extraordinary talent, was his pretty face. Han Xiaodong actually wanted to disfigure him, which was an absolutely unforgivable crime. Lu Jin, who had been in a defensive counterattack state, took the initiative to attack Han Xiaodong for the first time in anger. In order to save energy, he rarely used that shock force before. But now, he no longer cares about that. The palm technique, which was originally soft and weak, began to move irregularly, sometimes soft and sometimes hard, making it impossible to tell the real from the fake. Han Xiaodong immediately felt overwhelming pressure. In his panic, he forgot that his right hand had been seriously injured and used it directly to resist Lu Jin's attack. As expected, when Lu Jin touched the wound, Han Xiaodong's body instantly stiffened due to a piercing pain. Lu Jin naturally would not miss this brief flaw. After drawing a semicircle with his right hand, he grabbed the back of Han Xiaodong's left hand in the blink of an eye. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and the force of shock was instantly activated. With a crisp crack sound, Han Xiaodong's left hand broke. However, this was not the end. Lu Jin's seemingly soft and weak palms then pressed on Han Xiaodong's chest. Han Xiaodong only had time to let out a muffled groan before he flew backwards with blood gushing out of his mouth. Then he fell directly under the ring and lay on the ground motionless, as if he was dead. I declare that candidate number 100125 has won this battle. After suffering such a severe blow, the examiner obviously did not think that Han Xiaodong still had any fighting ability and decisively announced that Lu Jin won. The victorious Lu Jin slowly raised his right fist and couldn't help but let out a roar of venting. In this battle, he was actually under tremendous pressure. Although his strength is stronger than Han Xiaodong. But Han Xiaodong was a vicious and cruel person, and every move was aimed at his vital points. He played so cautiously to avoid injury. Now the most difficult person, Han Xiaodong, has been dealt with. If he can get another Li Yongheng, no one will be able to stop him on the road to becoming the top scholar. Lu Jin is so handsome. Lu Jin, I love you. Lu Jin, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Lu Jin, you are the strongest. Seeing Lu Jin defeat his rival Han Xiaodong, Lu Jin's supporters shouted loudly like crazy. There were even quite a few people who became fans of Lu Jin because of her righteous words to Han Xiaodong. You were not decisive enough and had too many concerns. Even though Lu Jin won, Lu Jintian was still a little dissatisfied. He shook his head and said softly, "Yeah, Xie Yin defeated Han Xiaodong. He'll be the top scorer soon." Lu Qianru hugged Lin Shuya's neck and shouted excitedly, "You are worthy of being my Jiner. You will never let me down." Lin Shuya looked very proud, her head almost raised to the sky. Sister, Xiao Jin defeated the powerful Han Xiaodong. Lu Jiesin was also very happy for Lu Jin, and informed Lu Qinghan of the good news with a delighted look on her face. However, Lu Qinghan was busy watching the fierce battle between Lu Sheng and Li Yongheng at this time, so he had no time to care about Lu Jin's life or death. He just agreed perfunctorily. Lu Jiesin was disappointed and had to go back to talk to her mother and sister. On the stage where Lu Sheng was, Li Yongheng had torn off his t-shirt at some point, revealing his muscular upper body. But his current condition is not so optimistic. The whole person looked like he was drunk, with blurry eyes and waving his fists staggeringly. It looked like he had completely exhausted all his strength and was barely holding on with one breath. Lu Sheng's condition was much better than his. Except for his clothes, which were soaked with sweat, he still looked as vigorous as ever and kept hitting Li Yongheng on the body and head. In less than 2 minutes, he couldn't even remember how many punches he had hit the opponent. But the opponent in front of him was like a mountain, standing tall and firm. This made Lu Sheng admire a person for the first time in his life. "Son, admit defeat. Stop fighting." In the stands, a middle-aged couple hugged each other and cried. Neither of them could bear to watch any further. Chapter 55, The Stupidest Thing in the World. Time is up. Both sides stop. I declare that the result of this match is a draw, with each side getting 1 point. At this moment, the examiner suddenly shouted, "Ooh." Lu Sheng stopped his actions and stood up straight after hearing the sound. This kind of high-intensity battle inevitably made him pant, even with his physical strength. During this last period of time, it almost became a one-sided attack by him, and Li Yongheng had no ability to resist. But this guy relied on his strong willpower to hold on until the last moment. He knew that Li Yongheng was tough, but he didn't expect that he was so tough. Fortunately, although the result was not satisfactory, Lu Sheng was very satisfied with the process. He was not too disappointed about only getting 1 point. When the examiner announced the result, the last bit of strength in Li Yongheng's heart completely relaxed, and he fell straight to the ground. "Are you okay?" Lu Sheng walked over and half knelt beside Li Yongheng and asked, "Hey, it feels good. Give me a hand." What made Lu Sheng speechless was that after being beaten like that, this guy could still laugh. He didn't waste any words. He held the other person's big hand like a palm leaf fan and lifted it up with a little force. "You are very strong, stronger than I thought. If I hadn't practiced hard skills, I would have been beaten to death by your fists. But you must be careful when you meet Han Xiaodong and Lu Jin next time. They are more sinister than the other. Especially Lu Jin. He is much stronger than me. Most importantly, that person has no shortcomings at all." After being pulled up by Lu Sheng, Li Yongheng did not let go of Lu Sheng's hand, but held it even tighter. "There's a feeling of mutual understanding between me and Lu Sheng. Thanks for the reminder. You're strong too." It was the first time that Lu Sheng received sincere recognition from someone, and this person was his rival. For a moment, he felt an indescribable warmth surging in his heart. He is not good at flattering others and can only give his opponent the simplest and most sincere feedback. What a shame. It ended up being a tie. But Xiaoshang didn't get hurt when facing such an opponent, which is already a very good result. Lu Qinghan put down the telescope with some regret, but soon regained his confidence. She couldn't help but think that among the strongest popular contestants, Su Luo was crushed by Lu Sheng, and Li Yongheng and Lu Sheng tied. Han Xiaodong's hands were crippled by Lu Jin, and he was no longer able to fight. The only huge mountain in front of Lu Sheng is Lu Jin. But Lu Jin is not like those others. He has received the most rigorous training from his father Lu Jin since he was young, and his comprehension is very high. If Lu Shang encounters this situation, the outcome would be difficult to predict. What a guy who always brings surprises to people. We went all the way from Class C to Class A. Now even the third strongest person on the list can't take him down. No, I should say that if there was more time, the big guy would definitely lose. I just don't know if you can still create a miracle if you meet that person who keeps calling you brother but hires someone to kill you. Jiang Yuru originally rushed over to rescue, but before she arrived, she found that Li Yongheng had already been pulled up by Lu Shang. She didn't get closer, but her eyes flickered inexplicably as she looked at Lu Shang's profile. After this game ended, Lu Shang was not in a hurry to continue matching. After fighting for several hours without a break, even an Iron Man could not bear it. Are you exhausted? You are such a fool. You should at least come back and rest every hour. Seeing Lu Shang coming back, Jiang Chunhua hurriedly brought him water and a towel. After Lu Shang sat down, she used a fan to gently fan Lu Shang to cool him down. However, while fanning himself, he couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction with Lu Shang. When Jiang Chunhua saw that the examiner had ruled the game a tie, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This result is definitely much more satisfactory to him than 0 points. What's even more gratifying is that Lu Shang doesn't seem to be injured now. After the battle, he became more and more convinced that Lu Shang would never cheat. But now he was a little hesitant about whether to tell the other party that the leaders suspected Lu Shang of cheating. Teacher Jiang, I'm fine. I'll come back when I'm tired. Lu Shang answered after drinking a large bottle of water in one go. Well, there's something I think I need to tell you. After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Chunhua decided to tell Lu Shang. Teacher Jiang, please speak. Lu Shang opened another bottle of water, poured some on his head, which was so hot that it was about to smoke, and said, The Education Bureau and school leaders discovered that your qi and blood value was 160 calories when you signed up, but has reached 320 calories in just 10 days. They suspect that you may have used some special means to cheat and are currently investigating you. Jiang Chunhua whispered with a worried look on his face. Oh, does Teacher Jiang think I cheated? Lu Shang didn't even look at Jiang Chunhua. He just asked back in a flat tone. It was as if this was something that had nothing to do with him at all. He had expected that the rapid increase in qi and blood values would attract some people's attention. I thought they might be discovered on the first day of the exam, but I didn't expect that those people would realize something was wrong when the A-level group exam was halfway through. I certainly don't believe you'd cheat. If cheating can beat someone like Li Yongheng so badly, then why should we teach students? Just let them cheat. Jiang Chunhua immediately raised his voice and spoke excitedly. That's enough. Lu Shang rarely smiled. First he was recognized by his opponent, and now he was trusted by his teacher, and his mood suddenly became very good. Aren't you worried at all about being accused of something like this? Maybe you should think about how to explain it to them, or find something to prove that you didn't cheat. I'm worried that they will use this as an excuse to make a big deal out of it. Canceling the exam results is a small matter, but it could lead to jail time. Lu Shang actually didn't take such a serious problem seriously, which made Jiang Chunhua very worried. Proving your innocence is the stupidest thing in the world. They think I cheated, so they should provide evidence. Why should I explain? Jiang Chunhua's proposal brought back many bad memories for Lu Shang. He had been framed time and again in the past, and every time he tried to prove his innocence, he was met with even deeper disgust and alienation. It was not until later that he understood that when someone determines that you are wrong, no matter how you defend yourself, you cannot change the outcome that they have already determined in their hearts. Chapter 56, Alarming All the Major Colleges. Although Lu Jin's victory was somewhat complicated, his strength is definitely better than Han Xiaodong's in all aspects. He had never shown this combination of hardness and softness before he faced Han Xiaodong. Now it seems that he has mastered the essence of it. It is a talent that is truly outstanding to be able to be gentle when necessary and strong when strong. It can be seen that his killing moves rely more on the power of qi and blood, which is extremely important. Don't be jealous. A genius like this will only join our Shungu Academy. Don't be complacent, Mr. Wang. Our Tiangang Academy has made full preparations this time. It's still uncertain who Lu Jin will choose in the end. As soon as the match between Lu Jin and Han Xiaodong ended, the admissions officers from various colleges in the viewing room began to discuss the matter. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Where did this candidate come from? He actually tied with Lee Yonghung. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the edge of the hall. That is where all the colleges outside the top 10 gather. Is your eyes okay? The examiner gave us a tie only because the time was up. Lee Yonghung was clearly crushed, okay? Didn't you see him lying flat after the fight? Number 103583. Damn, he is only ranked 88th. Number 88 beat number 3. Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Too strong. This candidate is simply too strong. Whether in terms of strength, speed, or physical fitness, he is much stronger than the favorite Lee Yonghung. He is simply a huge, undiscovered treasure. Now Han Xiaodong is no longer able to fight. Lee Yonghung actually lost to this person. Doesn't that mean that the two strongest contenders for the top spot are now this person and Lu Jin? The admissions officers of the top 10 colleges were all paying attention to the fierce battle between Lu Jin and Han Xiaodong. The candidate competing against Lee Yonghung was an unknown one, so naturally he failed to arouse their interest. However, the discussions coming from those second-rate colleges at this time immediately attracted the attention of these bigwigs. Quick, give me the video of Lee Yonghung's last game. A middle-aged woman wearing a black business suit, thick black-framed glasses, and with her hair tied up said to the assistant beside her with a serious face. Genius. This is definitely a genius who is not inferior to Lu Jin. We at Shunwu must get such a student. After just a few glances, the woman immediately said with finality, "What? Lee Yonghung didn't win? Hurry up and show me what happened." A bald man wearing a simple robe next to him showed an expression of great surprise. Okay, this is probably the biggest discovery I made during my visit to Beijing. If Lu Jin cannot defeat Xingwu at that time, then we Tian gang will go all out to take him down. After just a few glances, the bald man's expression changed from surprise to delight. As the primary target of Xuanwu College, Lee Yonghung was almost defeated before he met Lu Jin. I want to see what happened. A giant man who was taller and stronger than Lee Yonghung said with a very serious expression. His strength is even stronger than Lee Yonghung's, and his ability to withstand blows is far greater. What's even more valuable is that he is still so flexible. Students like this are more valuable than Lee Yonghung. However, if we Xuanwu can accept both of them, we will definitely become the biggest winner of this Beijing trip. The burly man watched Lu Sheng's every move in the picture carefully without blinking. Before long, his breathing began to become rapid. Although the other 7 academies realized it later, they soon learned that Lee Yonghung had failed to win and hurriedly studied the specific circumstances of the battle. For a moment, Lu Jin's victory over his biggest competitor was forgotten by everyone. The attention of the entire hall was attracted by Lee Yonghung, the unknown opponent. Director Qilin, for a candidate with such strength, what are you thinking of hiding from the Beijing Education Bureau? Now please tell me his useful information as soon as possible. After watching the video briefly, the middle-aged woman in black immediately found Director Qilin and questioned him aggressively. Wang Linghua, I can give up competing with you Shengwu for Lu Jin, but we're determined to get Lu Sheng. Because of his strength and physique, only our Xuanwu is most suitable for his growth. The burly man arrived right after the woman. However, he did not rush to ask Director Qilin for Lu Sheng's information, but prepared to get rid of his biggest competitor first. Do you two think our Tian gang does not exist? If I don't compete with you for such an outstanding student, I won't be able to explain to the dean when I go back. The bald man then came over with a smile. Everyone, please be patient. I will have someone print the information right away. It will be distributed to you soon. Director Qilin did not expect the situation to suddenly turn out like this. Fortunately, after discovering Lu Sheng's problem, he had been keeping an eye on the situation of this candidate. Even though he was surrounded by the 3 top colleges, he did not panic. Director Chun, please go and print out more of Lu Sheng's previous information. Director Qilin winked at Director Chun subtly, and especially when he mentioned the 2 words before, his tone was deliberately strengthened. Director Chun was also a smart man. He was stunned for a moment before he immediately realized that the director didn't want these people to see Lu Sheng's latest blood test report. As for the reason, it should be that the report is too shocking and the director does not want to cause too much sensation. Director Wang, it's not that we're deliberately covering it up. It's because this candidate has always been very low-key and never revealed his abilities before the exam. We just got to know his information. You will understand immediately after reading his information. Director Qin explained with a wry smile. As soon as he finished speaking, admissions officers from several other colleges came around in a hurry and asked him excitedly for Lu Sheng's information. Don't worry, everyone. Lu Sheng's information has been printed and will be delivered to you soon. Director Qin hurriedly calmed everyone's emotions. As for those second-rate colleges, they can only envy Lu Sheng, a rising genius. Competing with the top 10 for such a person, they knew very well that they must not be attractive at all. Alas, what a pity. If I could train such a student, Cambrian College would surely shine in the next college competition. Jiang Zhuozong, who was sitting in the corner, let out a long sigh with great regret. Chipter pedicitidum swingingis reluctance. Woo woo woo. Grandpa, how can I continue the exam in this state? Won't you be laughed at to death if you are recognized? After some treatment, Su Lila has recovered a lot, but she still looks a little unbearable to look at. Su Yongqiang took advantage of his free time to visit her in the rest area. Su Lila immediately threw herself into her grandfather's arms and cried out in grievance. Don't cry, baby. Don't cry. That boy humiliated you like this. He was humiliating me. Grandpa won't let him have an easy time. The leaders of the Education Bureau have discovered his cheating and are now investigating it urgently. Grandpa will definitely make him pay the price when the time comes. Su Yongqiang patted his granddaughter's back and comforted her softly. His heart was broken when he saw his granddaughter's beautiful face beaten into this state. Lu Sheng was a student at No. 1 middle school, so it was impossible for him not to know that Su Luo was the granddaughter of him, the principal. But the other parties still chose this extremely humiliating way to beat his granddaughter, which was clearly aimed at him. Moreover, Lu Sheng is now suspected of cheating, and it is very likely that he will be implicated. Su Yongqiang was so angry about this problem student who suddenly appeared. It's true that the law is long and wide, and nothing can escape it. I had already said that he was cheating, but those leaders didn't believe it. Now, this shameless guy has finally revealed his true colors. When he's in jail, I'll see how arrogant he can still be. Su Lilua's ugly face was moved when she heard this. A deep resentment flashed in her eyes, and she spoke with gritted teeth. Don't worry about these things for now. Grandpa will handle them. What you need to do now is to continue taking the exam and try not to be too far behind the top tier. I promise to give you a satisfactory result before the end of the exam. Su Yongqiang said in a deep voice. But how can I take the exam in this state? Su Lilua covered her face, feeling too embarrassed to see anyone. Find something to cover your face, a veil or something. You can't worry about these things at this time. You don't want to be unable to enter even the top 10 colleges just because of your face, right? If you can't even make it into the top 10, that will be the most embarrassing moment for you. Su Yongqiang suggested after thinking for a while. Principal Su, I have found the information you requested. I have just transferred it to your mobile phone. Please take a look at it. At this moment, Su Yongqiang's phone suddenly rang. When he picked it up, the person he had arranged to check the information hurriedly reported. Do well in the exam. I'll go deal with that kid right away. Su Yongqiang gave his granddaughter another word of advice, then walked towards the observation room while checking the information uploaded on his mobile phone. But after walking for a while, Su Yongqiang stopped again, and his old face was almost embedded in the phone screen. Is actually Lu Jintian's son? Although he was reluctant to believe it, the three words Lu Jintian were clearly written in the father's column of the family members recorded in Lu Sheng's archival information in the photo. Even his workplace and home address were exactly the same as the file information about Lu Jin that he remembered. Su Yongqiang was filled with resentment for a moment. Since this Lu Sheng is Lu Jintian's son, the possibility of him cheating must be extremely small. After all, they're both sons. If Lu Jintian can cultivate a genius like Lu Jin, it won't be a big problem for him to cultivate another one. The only thing he couldn't understand was why Lu Jin had always been such a popular figure in school, and why Lu Jintian would attend all of his school activities in a high-profile manner. But Lu Sheng, also a son, has always been unknown. He remembered that Jiang Chunhua had reported that no one had even attended Lu Sheng's parent-teacher meetings in the past 3 years. Is there really nothing we can do about him? Not necessarily. Director Qin's results haven't come out yet. The blood test results are what really matters. If there are any problems found in the results, it would be really fatal. Although the archival materials could not prove Lu Sheng's death, Su Yongqiang did not give up hope. It's nothing else. It's just that the student's blood and energy values increased too abnormally, and he felt it was impossible not to find some problem. When we arrived at the viewing room, we found it was so noisy inside, like a vegetable market for some reason. Especially the admissions officers of various colleges, all of them communicated with people on the phone with serious expressions. Su Yongqiang didn't think much about it, and soon found Director Qin and Director Chun in the corner. The two men were holding 2 pages of paper and whispering something to each other. Su Yongqiang guessed that the result from Director Chun should have come out. Director Qin, I have finished my investigation. I didn't expect that this Lu Sheng was actually Lu Jintian's son. That is to say, he and the genius Lu Jin are real brothers. Su Yongqiang reported in a low voice with a droopy face. It seems like there's really nothing wrong with Lu Sheng. After hearing the information provided by Su Yongqiang, Director Qin's originally tense expression finally relaxed completely. What's the meaning? Didn't his blood test find any abnormalities? Su Yongqiang was very surprised. Principal Su, please take a look yourself. Director Chun handed over the 2 pieces of paper in his hand. Su Yongqiang quickly took it and checked it carefully line by line, fearing that any subtle details might be overlooked by the leaders. How is this possible? How come his blood purity is so high? This is clearly a value that can only be achieved after completing 5 temperings. Although Su Yongqiang tried to lower his voice, his expression was still full of shock. Principal Su, please keep reading. There are even more outrageous things to come. From the subsequent data, it can be clearly seen that although this candidate named Lu Sheng completed 5 temperings, he did not temper his limb bones. That is to say, he is unable to use his qi and blood power, but he has maintained a winning streak in the A-level group assessment. Do you know what this means? It means that Lu Sheng relied entirely on his extremely strong physical fitness to overcome all the obstacles. Even though he was repeating his previous report to Director Qin, Director Chun could not hide the shock he felt when he first came to this astonishing conclusion. This is so exaggerated. Su Yongqiang opened his mouth wide, not knowing how to respond for a moment. You probably don't know why there's so much noise in the viewing room right now. Just now, in the battle between Lu Sheng and Li Yongheng, the 2 sides ended in a draw. Moreover, in terms of the entire match, Li Yongheng was completely suppressed. If it weren't for the hard training, the competition time would be too short. There is no chance that Li Yongheng will get this point. The people from the top 10 academies are all anxious now, trying to find a way to scramble for this superstar who suddenly appeared. Director Qin said with a very complicated expression. Even he himself didn't know whether he should be happy or unhappy about this situation. Chapter 58, when did he reach 5th place? Director Qin, what about Lu Sheng's cheating? Su Yongqiang was still a little unwilling. When did I say Lu Sheng cheated? Director Qin looked at Su Yongqiang as if he were an idiot. Su Yongqiang was dumbfounded. He thought about it carefully, and it seemed that Director Qin had never said that Lu Sheng cheated. Just say that they found a problem and ask them to investigate. It's okay now, go and do your own thing. Director Qin felt annoyed when he saw his stupid look and waved his hand as if to shoo away a fly. What a foolish old man. You jump to conclusions without any investigation. How can you run the best school in Beijing with such mentality? Director Qin said unhappily after Su Yongqiang left. Director Qin, what about this report? Director Chun did not respond, but handed Lu Sheng's latest test report to Director Qin. Keep it away first, and don't let those people know for now. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. Director Qin raised his chin in the direction of the top 10 academies and others. After defeating Li Yongheng, Lu Sheng continued his winning streak. During this period, I also met some powerful people who were ranked in the first echelon. However, these people are obviously not as tough as Li Yongheng. Even with a learning attitude, Lu Sheng can still easily win. There are less than 2 hours left before the end of all the exams. When Lu Sheng looked at the scoreboard again, he was already ranked 5th. Lu Jin is still the unshakable number 1. Li Yongheng surpassed Han Xiaodong and ranked 2nd. Han Xiaodong had already fallen out of the top 20 because he was unable to fight again. However, if Lu Xing wants to take first place, he must speed up because there is still a gap of nearly 50 points between him and Lu Jin. Why hasn't Lu Jin come yet? If we can get rid of this bastard sooner, it will be much easier to chase him. Lu Sheng felt helpless about not being matched with Lu Jin yet, But the games were random, and no one could predict how long it would take to be matched with their ideal opponent. However, what Lu Sheng didn't expect was that just after he finished complaining and clicked on the match button, the candidate number of his opponent appeared on his bracelet, which was 100125. Although the candidate's name does not appear on the bracelet, this candidate number is always at the top of the list. Anyone with eyesight can tell that this number represents Lu Jin. I finally waited for this. I finally waited for you. It's a pity that you can't kill people during the exam, so I'll just collect some interest first. Lu Sheng suddenly felt that the blood in his body was about to boil. He stared at the glaring name on the leaderboard, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. Come on, Xiao Sheng, you're almost there. You're almost there, and you'll be in the top 3. As long as you make it into the top 3, you will be noticed by the most powerful Shengwu Academy. Every student who graduates from there can have a place in Dragon Country, and I believe you can too. Watching Lu Sheng coming all the way, Lu Qinghan's excitement never subsided. On the contrary, she was increasingly looking forward to Lu Sheng's final results. However, she did not tell anyone in the family about Lu Sheng's current achievements. Lu Qinghan felt that since they only had eyes for Lu Jin, she would be the only one to protect Xiao Sheng. Unfortunately, gold will always shine. Lu Qinghan did not keep this little secret that belonged to her for too long before it was discovered by Lu Jintian. 5th? How do you get a 5th place without making any noise? Originally, Lu Jintian just glanced at the ranking unintentionally, but when his eyes swept down, he saw Lu Sheng's name inexplicably appeared not far below Lu Jin. Lu Jintian thought for a moment that he was dazzled, but after squeezing his eyes hard, he was sure that he was not seeing things. Lu Qing'an, when did Lu Sheng get to 5th place? Why didn't you tell me before he kept winning? Lu Jintian quickly remembered that it seemed that only the eldest daughter in the family was always paying attention to Lu Sheng's movements. So he questioned with a stern look. What? Lu Sheng ranked 5th. How could he do that with his strength? Lu Qianru's first reaction was still disbelief, so she hurriedly looked for it on the rankings. When she saw that Lu Sheng's name was only 3 people away from Lu Jin's, she felt sick as if she had eaten a fly. Impossible? Let me take a look. This is actually true. Lu Qianru didn't believe it, and Lin Shuya didn't believe it either. She didn't feel disgusted when she saw Lu Sheng's ranking, but her face felt hot, as if she had been slapped hard in the face. That's great. Now we have 2 people in our family who are admitted to the top 10 colleges. If Xiaosheng works harder, maybe he can enter Shengwu College with Xiaojin. Lu Jiesen's reaction was much more normal, and she was even very happy about it. In your eyes, Lu Jin is the only son. You don't care whether Xiaosheng is good or not. What's the point of me saying it? Responded bluntly. It seems that he is criticizing Lu Jintian, but in fact he is expressing his dissatisfaction with everyone. Lu Sheng is also my son. How could I not care? Don't say that again in the future. Lu Jintian looked very unhappy. Apart from scolding Lu Qinghan insincerely, he couldn't say anything else. Lu Qinghan sneered when he heard this, thinking that Lu Jintian had told a huge joke. Wait a minute, look. Why are Xiaosheng and Xiaojin standing on the same stage? At this moment, Lu Jiesen, who began to pay attention to Lu Sheng again, suddenly pointed in a direction in the venue and exclaimed, What? Lu Jintian hurriedly picked up the telescope and soon discovered that his adopted son and biological son were standing opposite each other. That ungrateful bastard has never lost before. That's because he hasn't met Jiner. I will definitely be severely punished by Jiner this time. After Lin Shuya confirmed that the next battle would be between her 2 sons, she curled her lips in disdain, although she didn't see how Lu Sheng managed to get to 5th place. But Han Xiaodong, who was ranked 2nd, had both his hands crippled by Lu Jin. How can a mere 5th place possibly be a match for his elder brother? Mom is right. Now, except for Li Yongheng, no one can threaten Xiao Jin. That loser wants to shake Xiao Jin's position? It's just a foolish dream. Lu Qianru raised her hands to show her approval, and the sarcasm on her face was even more intense than that on Lin Shuya's. Don't jump to conclusions too soon. Otherwise, your face will hurt. Lu Qinghan snorted coldly. Li Yongheng, the only person who could threaten Lu Jin according to Lu Qianru, was beaten by Lu Sheng an hour ago without any chance of fighting back. She doesn't think that Lu Sheng will not be a match for Lu Jin now. Xiao Sheng, you must win. Although I know it's difficult, as long as you win this game, you will let all those who look down on you know who the real genius is. Let them regret everything they have ever done. Chapter 59, let me give you another little shock. In the eyes of ordinary audiences and Lu Jin supporters, this was just an ordinary battle between the first and the fifth. The examination center was filled with cheers such as, "Come on, Lu Jin," and "Lu Jin will win." But in the eyes of those special audiences in the viewing room, this battle is undoubtedly the focus of this Class A exam. Everyone is curious about whether Lu Jin, the favorite, will make rapid progress. Or will Lu Sheng, the biggest dark horse, create miracles again? No matter who wins or loses between these two, we at Shengwu are determined to win. The woman in black was like a proud black swan, and she seemed to have determined that the two people standing on the ring were already in the hands of Shengwu Academy. I still say that Lu Jin is up to you, but Lu Sheng must join Xuanwu no matter what. I have just applied to the dean for a special genius position. There is no way you can compete with me. The giant glared at the woman and suddenly burst out with a powerful aura that made everyone in the room look at him sideways. You guys fought for it, and Itian Gang fought for it too. It's too early to tell who will be the real winner in the end. The bald man had a faint smile on his face, looking confident. Xiao Chun, do you remember? How many years has it been since Beijing produced a super genius who made the three big schools fight over it? Director Qin felt inexplicably emotional as he listened to the arguments among the students. If I remember correctly, the last time such a brilliant candidate appeared was 8 years ago. Director Qin thought for a moment and replied, "Tell me, if Lu Sheng wins this game and I throw out that report card, what will their reaction be?" Director Qin glanced at the people who were still arguing and suddenly smiled a slightly cunning smile. "Before today, I never thought that there would be a day when I could fight you in the ring, my dear brother." Lu Jin stood 5 meters away from Lu Sheng and said with a relaxed chuckle, "What a disgusting name." Lu Sheng said with disgust, "I don't know how you got a 5th place, but it doesn't matter. After meeting me, your exam can be declared over early." Lu Jin smiled indifferently and had already made up his mind to completely destroy Lu Sheng like he did to Han Xiaodong. Oh, Lu Sheng had no interest in responding to Lu Jin's contempt and provocation. "I know that the reason you work so hard is that you want to prove to your family that you are no worse than me. You want to return to the Lu family and regain their love for you. But unfortunately, as long as I'm here, you will never get what you want." Lu Jin smiled again with a smug look on his face. "You obviously made a mistake. I'm just an orphan. My whole family died when I was 3 years old. However, it's time to settle the debt you owe me." Lu Sheng corrected indifferently. "Since you are so anxious to finish the exam, I will mercifully grant your wish." Lu Jin sneered and immediately raised his hands half in front of him, one in front and one behind, and began to approach Lu Sheng with a seemingly weak step. Lu Sheng assumed the most common fighting stance. The first to launch the attack was Lu Sheng. Facing someone like Lu Jin, he did not dare to be arrogant at all. "At the beginning, I chose the safest, low sweep to test it." Lu Jin also took the opportunity to respond with his seemingly soft palm technique. Thanks to the strong physical fitness brought by 16 points of constitution. After being hit several times by Lu Jin's palm technique containing shock force, apart from some numbness and pain in the places where he was hit, it did not cause any major impact on Lu Sheng. The only thing that troubled him was that Lu Jintian's unique palm technique had the effect of moving a large object with a small force. Often, his powerful punches and kicks were easily neutralized by Lu Jin. This made Lu Sheng's rating of Lu Jin's strength increase by a few points. However, what Lu Sheng didn't know was how shocked Lu Jin was after experiencing Lu Sheng's terrifying power repeatedly. He had fought with Li Yongheng many times and thought that the muscular guy's strength was already the best among his peers. However, he did not expect that Lu Sheng's power was much stronger than Li Yongheng's. What was even more terrifying was that when the shock force that he was so proud of hit Lu Sheng, the other party didn't even frown. Why? How could a person who was so weak just 10 days ago suddenly become so much stronger? Although I can block Lu Sheng's attack now, it's obviously a bit strenuous. If his strength is a little stronger, my palm will definitely not be able to resist it. Even though Lu Jin was shocked, he still pretended to be mysterious on the surface, but he was already a little anxious in his heart. It seems that if I want to relieve the hatred in my heart, I need to be stronger. I don't want to make the same mistake again and end up in a tie. Then let me give you another little shock, Lu Jin. The two of them continued to attack each other for a while, and Lu Sheng also began to get a little impatient. He still has 3 points of demon essence to use, and this is his biggest trump card now. Then he deliberately distanced himself from Lu Jin, looking like he was trying to find a chance to catch his breath. In fact, he quickly opened the panel, and without hesitation, he added 2 points of strength and then added the last point to agility. Under Lu Shang's continuous fierce attacks, Lu Jin felt unprecedented pressure, which caused his physical strength and blood to be rapidly consumed. Seeing Lu Shang take the initiative to distance himself, he finally got a chance to catch his breath and seized every moment to adjust his breathing. However, Lu Jin soon noticed that Lu Shang, who was taking a defensive stance not far away, had his muscles hidden under his clothes beginning to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, he turned into a very burly man. He could even clearly hear the dense and popping sounds coming from Lu Shang's body. The expression on Lu Shang's face looked extremely ferocious, as if he was going through something extremely painful. What is he doing? Why did you suddenly become so strong? Are you going to use some powerful moves? Lu Jin had never seen anyone do such a thing before, and his eyes almost popped out of his head in shock. But in the next second, Lu Shang's physique, which had been swollen, quickly shrank as if it had lost air. This expansion and contraction lasted no more than 10 seconds. If Lu Shang had not been still stronger than before after losing weight, Lu Jin would have thought he was hallucinating. Chapter 60, he is too strong, stronger than I can imagine. Lu Shang is extremely strong and masculine, while Lu Jin is gentle yet strong. This fight was really beautiful. Lu Jin obviously looks more comfortable, while Lu Shang's attacking style will definitely consume a lot of physical energy and blood. In the later stages of the game, Lu Jin's advantage will gradually become apparent. No. Look carefully, Lu Jin's breathing has also become a little rapid, which shows that he has consumed a lot of energy under the continuous pressure. But Lu Shang's ability to withstand blows is really strong. He was hit by Lu Jin's soft palms one after another, but he seemed to be fine. No wonder Li Yongheng is not his opponent. Wait, what happened to Lu Shang? Why did he expand so quickly and then shrink back so quickly? What's the point of doing this? Is Lu Shang using some kind of secret technique? I've never heard of this secret technique. I think it looks more like some kind of breathing technique. No, I think it's more like a special way of using qi and blood. I suspect it can greatly improve Lu Shang's combat effectiveness. In the viewing room, admissions representatives from various schools kept discussing this focal battle, and the atmosphere was originally peaceful. But at the moment when Lu Shang's body changed, everyone present showed a shocked expression. Okay, it's worth it that I applied for a special genius quota for you. Your talent is simply born for physical training. We Xuanwu are determined to get you. When the burly man saw this scene, excitement gleamed in his eyes. What a good seedling. In addition to qi and blood, he actually has other special talents. We at Tian Gang are best at teaching special talents like you, so make sure you don't make the wrong choice when the time comes. When the bald middle-aged man saw the changes in Lu Shang, he couldn't help but reach out and rub his shiny baldness, and even licked his lips. This Lu Shang is indeed more talented than Lu Jin, especially for a person with special talents like this. If the Seven Deans knew about this, they would probably fight over him like crazy. The report has already been filed. If I can't accept this child into Shangwu, my life will be difficult in the future. The already stern face of the woman in black looked even more stiff at this moment. But this stiffness was obviously not directed at Lu Shang, but the two competitors beside her who were eyeing her covetously. How come? How come he has a special talent? I understand. I finally understand why his strength has increased so dramatically. This is definitely because he has awakened a special talent. Just now, his body was able to expand and contract freely in a very short time. So it was not difficult for him to grow from a skinny little boy to the tall and strong one he is now in just over 10 days. How foolish. I was so foolish that I treated Lu Jin as a treasure and discarded the true genius. I am simply blind. At first, Lu Jintian was able to accept the fact that Lu Shang and Lu Jin were fighting to a standstill. But when he saw the amazing changes in Lu Shang's body, he began to tremble with excitement. In the end, when he realized that he had missed a true genius like Lu Shang, he regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself twice. Lu Shang took a deep breath. After stretching his fists and feet a little, he found that his strength had increased by at least 20%. His current power base is growing, and just this 20% increase is an extremely terrifying number for others. What's more, it's not just his strength that has improved. What on earth did you do? Lu Jin was already extremely alert towards Lu Shang. It's not what I did that matters. It's about what I'm going to do next. Are you ready? Lu Shang narrowed his eyes and rushed towards Lu Jin. Don't underestimate people. Seeing that Lu Shang didn't even put up any defense and just rushed towards him without any scruples, Lu Jin felt greatly insulted. Facing Lu Shang's extremely ferocious punch, Lu Jin once again put out his soft fist stance, intending to resolve it as before. However, at the moment when their fists collided, Lu Jin was horrified to discover Lu Shang's punch was like a raging wave, and his defense was like a dam that was about to collapse, almost falling apart at the slightest touch. Oops! Although Lu Jin tried his best to resist, Lu Shang's fist still broke through his palm defense and hit his chest heavily. Lu Jin immediately felt an irresistible force surging over him. The whole person flew backwards, rolled several times on the ground, and finally stopped at the edge of the ring with difficulty. The Mianyun Jinyue palm can achieve the effect of moving a huge object with just a little force. But Wan Jin, can you still move it? Lu Shang said indifferently as he looked at Lu Jin, who stood up awkwardly. Damn, he's too strong, stronger than I could imagine. But I absolutely cannot lose this battle. If I lose, Lu Jintian will definitely abandon me, given his personality. Everything I have will be gone. I simply cannot afford such consequences. Lu Jin covered his chest, which was in so much pain that it felt like it was about to break. His handsome face looked ugly and pale. But the fighting spirit in his eyes not only did not die out, but burned even more fiercely. Yes, that's the look. You must keep it and don't throw it away. I haven't paid you back for all the suffering I've endured because of you over the years. Thinking of this, flames also ignited in Lu Shang's eyes, and he rushed towards Lu Jin again. Lu Jin was smarter this time. Seeing Lu Shang attacking him again, he quickly started to move around the ring very agilely. Naive, Lu Shang sneered. He just lightly tapped his feet and made a right-angle jump in an instant, just in time to block Lu Jin's way. What? Lu Jin was shocked, but it was too late to change direction. He watched helplessly as a powerful slap came straight towards his face. Bang! The sound was so crisp that it sounded like the crack of a whip. Lu Jin felt as if something flew out of his mouth, and his entire brain was instantly shut down. And Lu Shang would naturally not miss the great opportunity to confuse the opponent. He began to slap Lu Jin with his palms without stopping. His purpose was to cause pain to the other person, so he didn't use too much force. If the force was too great and seriously injured Lu Jin, forcing him to withdraw from the competition due to injury, that would be too easy for this grandson. Chapter 61, Complete Showdown. Is he still a human being? He is worse than an animal. Xiao Jin has called a brother for 3 years. How could he be so cruel? When Lu Qianru saw Lu Jin being beaten up by Lu Shang without any chance of fighting back, she felt so heartbroken that she almost broke. He can even treat his own brother like this. Will he treat us like this if he gets the chance in the future? It's no exaggeration to say that he is an ungrateful person. Lin Shuya was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Even if Xiao Jin did something wrong in the past, Xiao Sheng was too harsh this time. Lu Jiaxin, a fence-sitter, couldn't help but complain. Do you know that when the cane hits Xiao Sheng, his skin will be torn apart with every blow? Every time he was beaten by you, he was in so much pain that he couldn't sleep for several nights. Why is it that now it's Lu Jin's turn to be beaten? You can't stand it so quickly. Isn't Lu Sheng your biological son or brother? The double standards made by several people. So, he said with a cold face. Now she finally understood why Lu Sheng insisted on running away from home. Even though this younger brother has shown extraordinary talent that is much stronger than Lu Jin, the adopted son, his mother and sister still have this biased attitude towards him. She didn't know what kind of magic potion Lu Jin had fed these people. She only knew that if she were Lu Shang, it would be difficult for her to stay in such a home. What nonsense are you talking about? I did that to help him get rid of his bad habits. Shouldn't he be beaten if he did something wrong? Lin Shuya immediately retorted. Haha, is it really because of his bad habits? What kind of bad habits require being punished the same way as a criminal? Besides, many of the things that Xiao Sheng didn't do were blamed on him. I don't believe you really don't know where the problem lies. Lu Qinghan said with a sneer. Why is he blaming us for something he did wrong? Sister, did you take the wrong medicine today? Lu Qianru became furious when she heard that. Lu Jiaxin, Don't pretend to be deaf and dumb every time. You've read the diary, so tell me what the problem is. Lu Qinghan didn't bother to pay attention to Lu Qianru, who loved to make trouble. She turned around and directed her gun at Lu Jiesin, who made her extremely disappointed. This sucked. Lu Jiesin didn't expect that the old man would suddenly attack her. She looked at Lu Qinghan with an embarrassed look, then at her mother and sister, and for a moment she was speechless. What diary? Jiesin, just tell me boldly. I don't believe anyone can eat you after you tell it. Lu Jin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. When Xiaosheng left, he left a diary on his desk. He recorded every day of his experience after he came to the house. After watching it, I realized that many things that happened at home were not actually done by Xiaosheng. But, at first, with Lu Jintian's support, Lu Jiesin really plucked up her courage. But as she spoke later, her voice became smaller and smaller, and she looked so embarrassed that she was about to cry. She knew that if she said this, it would definitely offend both her mother and sister. More importantly, she was also involved in some of these things. You don't have the face to say it, so let me say it for you. Many things were not done by Xiaosheng at all, but were deliberately framed by Lu Jin. These two older sisters even knew that it was Lu Jin who did it, but they still tried to clear his name and then used coercion and bribery to shift the blame onto Xiaosheng. The main reason is that there's an old fool who believes everything they say, but never believes a word of Xiaosheng's explanation. Lu Qinghan finally decided not to count on Lu Jiesin anymore, and said in a cold voice, suppressing his anger, Sister, you are so unreasonable. Lu Sheng is just writing a diary. How can you be sure that he didn't make up stories or exaggerate? Lu Qianru was obviously feeling guilty, and started to get angry as if someone had been stepped on. Lu Qinghan, how dare you say that? I'm your mother. How dare you say that I'm old and confused? Where's your upbringing? Lin Shuya even avoided his gaze, knowing very well what her previous actions were all about. Therefore, he could only attack Lu Qinghan from a different angle, but his momentum was obviously not as strong as at the beginning. Making up nonsense? Exaggerating? Hee. Do you know why I stay in a monitoring room every day after I get off work recently? That's because I compared the dates in Xiaosheng's diary and used the video to verify every mistake you said he made day by day. It turns out that Xiaosheng is very honest. If he did it, he did it. If he didn't do it, he didn't do it. He wrote everything down very clearly in his diary. If any of you still think that I'm slandering you, you can go and see it when you go back. Lu Qinghan sneered again, and he was full of confidence when he spoke. Is this how you run the household when I'm gone? You're a person who is incapable of doing anything, but always causes trouble. Lu Jintian stared at Lin Shuya in shock and anger and scolded her. Lu Jintian had no doubt about the truthfulness of what Lu Qinghan said. After all, the real evidence was right at home, and there was no point in quibbling. He just couldn't believe the harmony and warmth he saw when he returned home every day. When he was not around, the situation became just like those ancient palace dramas, full of conspiracies and even frame-ups. He now understood why Lu Sheng left in anger. It must be that he really couldn't stay there anymore. The result is that now that Lu Sheng has shown such amazing talent, he, as the head of the family, may have to lower his posture to coax his son back. As a 7th-rank master, he felt ashamed just thinking about bowing to his own son. Ai, Tinting. Lin Xia looked at Lu Jintian with fear and grievance, and this time she really couldn't find any words to defend herself. At this moment, she also began to try hard to recall when she started to hate her own son so much. She remembered that when Lu Sheng had just returned home, she felt a little strange and distant towards her son, but not to the point of disgust. After that, it seemed that through one small incident after another, she began to hate Lu Sheng more and more. But why is it so annoying? Lin Shuya pondered over the details of each incident. But as she thought about it, her face began to become uglier and uglier, until she covered her mouth and sat down on the stool dejectedly and powerlessly. Chapter 62, The Opportunity Lu Jin has been waiting for. Lu Jin, cheer up. Aren't you Beixing's most powerful genius? Su Luoan noticed the confrontation between Lu Jin and Lu Sheng early on. One was her lover, and the other was the one who humiliated her. Therefore, she did not continue to match her opponent, but chose to watch the game. I thought Lu Jin would easily crush the trash who made her look bad, but I didn't expect that not long after the game started, the situation became one-sided. Lu Jin, whom she had high hopes for, turned out to be even worse off than her. Seeing her lover being beaten like this, she felt so painful that she could hardly breathe and was filled with resentment towards Lu Sheng. Grandpa, hasn't the result of Lu Sheng's cheating been found out yet? Why haven't you arrested him and handed him over to the police? She knew that she couldn't directly help Lu Jin on the ring, but she had other things to rely on. So he quickly called Su Yongqiang. Alas, the results are out. That kid didn't cheat. Grandpa can't do anything to him now. You should just focus on the exam and wait for a chance. Su Yongqiang sighed helplessly. Although Su Yongqiang also wanted to vent his anger for his granddaughter, he was really helpless now. My granddaughter has been bullied by him like that. Doesn't Grandpa feel any pain at all? I don't care. Grandpa must find a way to give him a good beating, or I will ignore you. However, Su Law did not intend to give up, and she continued to cry. Don't worry, dear. Grandpa will find a way for you. I think it will work, right? This granddaughter is the apple of Su Yongqiang's eye. He cannot bear to see her suffer any injustice. Seeing that his granddaughter was about to cry again, he hurriedly agreed. Grandpa is the best. Li Luo is waiting for your good news. Su Li Luo finally felt relieved and said in a sweet voice. After hanging up the phone, Su Yongqiang was very distressed. For the time being, he really didn't know how to control Lu Sheng. He could only frown and stare blankly at the fight between Lu Sheng and Lu Jin. Isn't that right? Aren't these two brothers? Why is Lu Sheng so cruel? It looks like there's some deep hatred going on. But at this moment, Su Yongqiang was suddenly startled and discovered something incredible. Fearing that he had seen it wrong before, he pulled out the two people's files on his phone and compared them word by word. That's right, their father is Lu Jintian, so they are definitely brothers. Logically speaking, in a formal fight like this, even if the fight is a bit fierce as long as no one dies, there's no problem. With the current medical level, it can be cured. But this Lu Sheng and Lu Jin are brothers. But he can be so cruel and ruthless. This is fratricide and moral corruption. Those prestigious colleges have extremely high requirements for students' character. No matter how talented a student is, they will never accept him if he has moral problems. After all, they learned a bloody lesson for this 20 years ago. With the strength Lu Sheng has shown now, he will definitely have no rivals after defeating Lu Jin. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be ranked first in the end. But if I tell anyone about this, the colleges will definitely not accept him after they know about it. But I still have to find the right method and time for this matter. Otherwise, if Lu Jintian finds out that it was me who prevented his son from attending a prestigious school, he will definitely not let it go. After this surprising discovery, Su Yongqiang's eyes couldn't help but become brighter and brighter. He felt that this matter had great potential and would be very fatal to Lu Sheng. Anyway, he will retire after this year's exam. Whether Lu Sheng can go to a prestigious school has no impact on him. The most important thing is to vent his granddaughter's anger. What's wrong? Aren't you a genius? Didn't you want me to finish the exam early? Why are you giving up so soon? Lu Sheng asked with a mocking look on his face as he kept hitting Lu Jin. Lu Jin's entire body was soaked with sweat, and his handsome face, which he was most proud of, was already bruised and swollen. One of his legs even became a little limp after Lu Sheng's fierce kick. He was like a candle in the wind, swaying constantly under Lu Sheng's uninterrupted offensive. But even so, the fighting spirit in Lu Jin's eyes remained unchanged. He was still looking for Lu Sheng's weakness, waiting for an opportunity to win with one strike. Although his numerous attacks before had not caused any harm to Lu Sheng, he firmly believed that he was not without a chance of winning. Because Lu Jintian once taught him a killing move belonging to the Mianyun Jinyue palm. Lu Jintian told him that if he encountered an opponent with extremely strong defense, so strong that he could not shake it, after finding the right opportunity, concentrate all your energy and blood to turn your palm into a cone. You just need to use the force of the shock to hit the opponent's heart, and that force will cause the opponent's heart to stop instantly. After cardiac arrest, the other party will not be able to resist at all, and may even die directly from a broken heart, unless the opponent has reached the fourth level and has tempered his heart to be extremely powerful. Bang, bang, bang. There's only 1 minute left. Just then, the examiner banged the gavel, loudly reminding the two of the remaining exam time. Why so fast? I haven't even had enough fun yet, and there's only 1 minute left. Lu Sheng was stunned when he heard the voice. He felt that he had only hit Lu Jin a few times, which was far from enough for him to vent his anger. Now! And at the moment when Lu Sheng was stunned, Lu Jin instantly caught the opportunity he had been waiting for from Lu Shang's eyes. He was limping and seemed to have great difficulty in moving. In just the blink of an eye, it exploded at such an astonishing speed that Lu Shang couldn't react. Dying. Lu Jin's face became extremely ferocious for a moment. His right hand was clenched tightly, and only the sharp protrusion of the index finger joint hit Lu Shang's atrium squarely. Lu Shang had relaxed his vigilance against Lu Jin because he was overwhelmingly defeated most of the time. He never expected that the opponent would have such a fierce move. He felt a sharp pain in his heart, and he took several steps back, holding his chest. His face turned pale. I succeeded. Seeing this, Lu Jin was immediately overjoyed. I just felt that all the humiliation I had endured before was finally rewarded. To him, Lu Shang was now just a punching bag with no ability to fight back. Naturally, he would not miss the great opportunity he had created with great difficulty, and immediately rushed towards Lu Shang with great excitement. Chapter 63, It's a Pity, but Not a Pity. I was careless. After being hit so hard by Lu Jin, Lu Shang's face turned pale at first, and then immediately turned red, and even his eyes were so bloodshot that it was scary. I just felt that the blood flowing through my heart was instantly squeezed throughout my body. But Lu Jin still underestimated Lu Shang's current strong physical fitness. By increasing his physical fitness, Lu Shang's body was strengthened in all aspects. Not only the muscles and bones, even extremely fragile and sensitive parts like the heart are strong beyond ordinary people's imagination. This means that he had already been practicing for some time, a step that warriors only start when they reach the 4th rank. Lu Jin thought that this method could have a fatal impact on Lu Shang, but in fact it only made Lu Shang pause for less than a second. Court death. Seeing that Lu Jin had come up to him, Lu Shang was completely enraged. Only then did he realize that the blow that had just hit his heart was intended to kill him. Those red eyes glared at him. Lu Jin was so frightened that his heart was in a knot. How is that possible? How can he still move? Lu Jin's face showed horror. He had planned for so long to inflict an effective blow to Lu Shang, but the result was something he could not accept at all. At this moment, Lu Shang, in a rage, officially launched a violent counterattack that was several times more violent than the original one. He no longer intended to continue to torture this person slowly. Instead, he should pour out all his anger on this person. In the previous few minutes, Lu Shang had been holding back and Lu Jin was unable to defend himself. Now that he was firing at full strength, how could he resist? He could only use his hands to protect his head. The heavy punches, so dense and fast that only after images could be seen, rained down on Lu Jin's body and head, forcing him to retreat continuously. The pain was so severe that he couldn't even breathe. All he could see in his eyes were golden stars twinkling. He had lost the ability to think. At this moment, he had only one thought. Why hadn't the exam ended yet? Why hadn't the examiner called a halt? Seeing that Lu Jin had retreated to the edge of the ring but had not fallen down yet. In a rage, Lu Shang first stopped his actions, then retreated and gathered his strength. Lu Jin felt that Lu Shang's attack had stopped, and he was about to fall down. Just as he was about to look up, he saw a fist with strong force coming straight toward his chest. It's finally over. This thought only flashed through Lu Jin's mind before he felt as if he was floating in the clouds. Lu Shang stood at the edge of the ring, looking down at Lu Jin, who was lying on the ground gushing blood. There was no expression on his face, and he was not as excited as he had imagined. I don't know if it's because I existed as a soul for many years in my previous life. Lu Shang's emotions are terrifyingly stable most of the time. He felt that there was no need to let his emotions get upset by defeating an opponent who was not worthy of being called an opponent. But with that punch just now, he really wanted to kill that bastard, but unfortunately, it was still a little short. With Longwa's medical technology, as long as the patient does not die on the spot, he can be saved as long as he is sent to the hospital alive. Pity. But it's not a pity. Lu Shang sighed in his heart, feeling it was a pity that he couldn't kill the man on the spot. But he felt that it wasn't that regrettable. As long as he is alive, he will have plenty of opportunities to kill this man. But if he were to kill someone in such an important public examination, it would have an absolutely terrible impact on his future development. Bring the stretcher over here. As expected, Jiang Yueru was the first to rush to the rescue. She has always been the team closest to Lu Shang. When Jiang Yueru saw Lu Shang starting to fight back violently, she already realized that Lu Jin was bound to be in serious trouble. because that was the first time she saw such an extremely angry expression on Lu Sheng's face in these few days. There was even some hatred mixed in with the anger. So he hurriedly ran over here with a first aid kit. As expected, before she arrived, Lu Jin had already flown more than 10 meters away and fell heavily on the open space between the arenas. Seeing Lu Jin gushing out blood, Jiang Yueru immediately realized that something was wrong. He skillfully took out a pair of scissors and quickly cut the clothes in front of Lu Jin. When Jiang Yueru saw Lu Jin's collapsed chest, she couldn't help but gasp. She could see that Lu Sheng really intended to kill her with that attack. Save me. I don't want to die. Lu Jin can be called a genius, and his vitality is quite strong. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still able to stay conscious and asked Jiang Yueru for help. Cheer up and use your qi and blood to protect your heart meridians. You will be fine. After Jiang Yueru quickly checked Lu Jin's injuries with instruments, she couldn't help but sigh that Lu Jin was lucky. A broken bone almost pierced the heart. If that had been the case, the person would have been dead by the time he was rushed to the hospital. After simple and effective fixation, Lu Jin was carried away on a stretcher. When the wheels started rolling, Lu Jin stared at the sky with numb eyes, tears already rolling down both sides of his cheeks like beads that had broken off the string. He never thought that he would lose to the person he once looked down upon the most. I never expected to lose so badly and so thoroughly. He knew that this time he lost not just a game, but his entire life. Lu Jintian has invested countless efforts in him over the years. But now he has lost to Lu Sheng, who grew up in an orphanage, and not only did he not have any resources, he couldn't even get enough food to eat. Given Lu Jintian's cold and utilitarian nature, he will definitely try every means to get Lu Sheng home after the exam. Once Lu Sheng returns home, the disparity in status between the two in the Lu family will immediately be reversed. Everything he has will belong to Lu Sheng. From now on, his life will be dark. You can settle any grudges off the court. It's not easy to get to this point. Don't you think about your future? After Lu Jin was taken away, Jiang Yueru still couldn't help but lecture Lu Sheng. So he's not dead. Jiang Yueru's tone was not very good, but Lu Sheng could still tell whether she was speaking good or bad. After his biggest worry was resolved, he actually smiled at Jiang Yueru, a rare moment. No one can stand up to you now. Don't hurt anyone in this last hour, you hear me? Jiang Yueru rolled her eyes in annoyance and said rudely with her hands on her hips, I'll try my best. Lu Sheng shrugged. Xiao Jin is going to die. Dad, look, Xiao Jin was beaten to death by Lu Sheng. He must be dying after spitting up so much blood. Why is Lu Sheng, this beast, so cruel? He's not even a human being. Seeing Lu Jin being beaten and flying more than 10 meters away, spitting out blood, Lu Qianru also panicked and started crying and shouting and cursing. Chapter 64, Lin Shuya's Memories. Lu Jintian's face also looked extremely ugly at this time. His original intention was to allow Lu Sheng and Lu Jin to enter the top colleges. However, I didn't expect that these two people would be more ruthless than each other. The killer move that Lu Jin used was taught by him personally, so he could naturally see it at a glance. Lu Jin was going to take Lu Sheng's life. Unexpectedly, Lu Sheng's physical fitness was so strong that not only did he act like nothing happened, but he showed his ruthless side after being provoked. Before, he even doubted what Lu Sheng said about Lu Jin hiring someone to kill him. But judging from Lu Jin's behavior, this matter is definitely not groundless. Now Lu Jin was seriously injured and sent to the hospital. There's only 1 hour of exam time left, so it is inevitable that he will be surpassed by others. What he had to do now was to find a way to get Lu Sheng home after the exam, so as to recover the losses as much as possible. As for Lu Jin's life or death, let's wait until he has settled this matter. Just shut up. I can see clearly who was the first to kill. I didn't know the truth before, and I always believed what you said. Now that you are under my nose, I will not allow you to confuse right and wrong. I'm reminding all of you, Sheng'er's aptitude is far stronger than Lu Jin's. He has a great chance of becoming a martial saint. He will definitely go home after today's exam. If I find out that any of you treat him differently again, get out of here as far as you can. The Lu family won't keep such people. Lu Jintian looked indifferent and didn't seem to care about Lu Jin's safety at all. He even released an invisible aura, sweeping a warning look at everyone. Lu Qianru's eyes were full of disbelief. She couldn't believe that her father, who had always doted on Lu Jin, could say such a thing. But under Lu Jintian's absolute dominance, she didn't dare to refute, but just kept crying. I understand, Dad. Lu Jiesin didn't even dare to raise her head and answered timidly. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Lu Qinghan didn't say anything, but sighed deeply in his heart. The only strange thing is Lin Shuya. If it had been before, seeing her most beloved adopted son being beaten severely to death by Lu Sheng, she would definitely be the most excited one. But at this moment, Lin Shuya seemed to have lost her mind, with her eyes staring blankly ahead without any focus, as if she had cut off all connection with the outside world. In fact, she heard everything Lu Jintian said clearly. But her heart was far from as calm as it appeared on the surface. It can even be said that a huge storm is brewing. Mom, do you dislike me any more now that my brother is back? Mom, let's give this big room to my brother. I'm just an adopted child, so I can just live in the guest room. Mom, you should give the new clothes to my brother. I am already content with the old ones. Mom, my brother must have never seen such a beautiful dress like yours, so he accidentally got it dirty. Don't blame him. Mom, my brother will definitely not do it again next time. Just say a few words to him. Mom, if my brother really likes that watch, I'll just give it to him. Don't get upset over such a small matter. Lin Shuya's mind kept recalling the scenes she had experienced in the past 3 years. When Lu Jin first learned that Lu Sheng had been found, he became very anxious, as if he was afraid that Lu Sheng would take away his family's love after he came back. Although he is an adopted son, they have lived together for more than 10 years after all, and the relationship between them is many times deeper than that between Lu Sheng and his biological son. Lin Shuya was afraid that treating Lu Sheng too well would cause Lu Jin to suffer from great psychological gap and even depression. That's why she deliberately showed coldness and even boredom towards Lu Sheng. Looking back now, even though she wanted to give Lu Sheng something far inferior to Lu Jin's every time, Lu Jin would still find ways to obstruct her. For example, at the beginning, she originally wanted to arrange for Lu Sheng to live in the guest room, and even had the servants clean up the room, waiting for Lu Sheng to move in. But one day, Lu Jin found her and offered to give his big house to Lu Sheng. She still remembers clearly how aggrieved and pitiful Lu Jin's expression and tone were at that time. It was as if Lu Sheng had taken his house away by taking advantage of his strength. In fact, Lu Sheng had not been taken back at that time. She didn't know what she was thinking at the time. Perhaps it was to prevent her adopted son from feeling that he had fallen out of favor. In the end, not only did they not let Lu Sheng live in the guest room, but they asked someone to clean up the smallest and most cramped storage room in the entire mansion, put the simplest furniture in it, and let Lu Sheng live there. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Lu Jin took the initiative to find her and say those words. That was clearly a move of retreat in order to advance, forcing her to choose between her adopted son and her biological son. And she also remembered that before Lu Sheng came back, Lu Jin's usual behavior was not as delicate as it was later. But after Lu Sheng came, he seemed to deliberately do everything to perfection. Even something as ordinary as eating can be made to be a pleasant experience. Lu Sheng grew up in an orphanage, so he naturally didn't realize these details. After being compared with others, everyone would think that Lu Sheng was vulgar and totally incompatible with the Lu family. Especially with her repeated critical and disdainful words, the other daughters followed suit and began to dislike Lu Sheng even more. Lin Shuya suddenly realized that it was under Lu Jin's deliberate guidance that she began to treat Lu Sheng worse and worse, beating and scolding him at every turn and even not allowing him to eat. Even the cane used to punish Lu Sheng, she remembered that it was only after Lu Jin repeatedly watched videos of punishing prisoners in front of her that she came up with the idea of buying it. The adults in their family were easily manipulated by a teenager. Thinking of this, Lin Shuya's clothes were soaked with cold sweat. My heart was filled with fear and regret. What I'm afraid of is that I didn't do anything unmanageable under Lu Jin's instigation. What she regretted was that she made repeated mistakes towards her own flesh and blood without even realizing it. When she thought about what she had done to Lu Sheng, she really wanted to slap herself in the face. Now she just wanted to apologize to her own flesh and blood and ask for his forgiveness. Mom, Xiao Jin was severely injured by Lu Sheng and was carried away with blood spitting out. Now we don't know whether he is alive or dead. Why didn't you say a word? Lin Shuya remained silent, which made Lu Qianru feel very strange. She was afraid that Lu Jintian would hear her, so she could only go up to Lin Shuya and ask in a low voice while crying. Really? Then you should go to the hospital first. If you want to have surgery, you need a family member's signature. But Lu Qianru never expected that her mother, who had always loved Lu Jin more than her, would just look at her calmly and speak in a very calm tone when she heard that Lu Jin was carried away with serious injuries and his life or death was unknown. It was as if she was talking about a person who had nothing to do with her and something that had nothing to do with her. Chapter 65, this is just the beginning. Mom, are you listening to me? Hear me, I'm talking about Lu Jin, our little Jin. He's dying now, why are you so indifferent? Lu Jintian's previous words were enough to make Lu Qianru feel completely chilled. Lin Shuya's reaction at this time almost made her collapse. I'm not deaf. Didn't I tell you to go to the hospital first? Lin Shuya frowned and turned her head away without looking at her daughter's expression. Does she really not feel bad? How is that possible? The feelings cultivated over more than 10 years of daily interactions would not disappear so easily in an instant. Even though no emotion could be heard when she spoke, her nails had already dug deeply into the flesh when she grabbed her thigh. But she heard very clearly what Lu Jintian had just said. Lu Sheng had a great chance of becoming a martial saint. Being able to marry someone like Lu Jintian, Lin Shuya naturally understood what it meant to have a martial saint in the family. If Lu Sheng can really become a martial saint, it will not only affect the Lu family and their relatives. Even their Lin family will be able to rise to the top and become the real upper class of Long Kingdom. What's more, Lu Sheng is her own flesh and blood. She can still weigh what is more important. Lu Qianru couldn't believe that these were the words her mother could say, especially Lin Shuya's current expression and tone, as if she were a complete stranger. She couldn't understand why her mother became like this without any warning. Ew, why have you all suddenly become so cold-blooded? Isn't Xiao Jin our family member? Can you really be so cruel as to ignore him? Lu Qianru asked with tears streaming down her face. I'm quite surprised to hear the word cold-blooded from your mouth. Isn't Xiao Sheng a family member? And how did you treat him? You can't stand being treated differently for the first time. Don't forget that Xiao Sheng has endured it for 3 full years. Lin Shuya's sudden change really surprised Lu Qinghan. Although Lu Qianru was still stubborn and didn't realize the problem, her current behavior made Lu Qinghan feel somewhat happy. Lu Qinghan's words made Lu Jintian's face even gloomier. Lin Shuya's facial expression was very unnatural. Lu Jiasin still kept her head down and remained silent. You guys, Lu Qianru finally couldn't stand Lu Qinghan's sarcasm any longer and left crying with her hands covering her mouth. In the remaining hour, no one could cause any trouble to Lu Sheng. Each game can be finished in a very short time, just like his state when he took the Class C exam. Perhaps it was because after severely injuring Lu Jin, the hostility in Lu Sheng's heart dissipated a lot. He did not let Jiang Yuer down again and made sure no one got hurt. Exam time is up. All candidates stop fighting. Exam time is up. All candidates stop fighting. When the broadcast in the examination center sounded again, everyone present looked at the standings hanging high up. Some people were dejected, while others were cheering. Some people waved their fists and cried with joy, while others broke down and cried on the spot. The first one is undoubtedly Lu Sheng. He is 33 points ahead of second-place Li Yonghen. However, what surprised Lu Sheng was that he missed the last hour of the exam. Lu Jin did not fall out of the top 10 and finally ranked 9th. Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng. At this moment, someone in the field suddenly shouted Lu Sheng's name. At the beginning, there were only a few sporadic voices, but what Lu Sheng did not expect was that more and more people joined in. As time passed, more and more people called out Lu Sheng's name, until it echoed throughout the entire examination center. Obviously, they were all paying tribute to him as the new top scholar. Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng is my student. Isn't that awesome? You know what? I taught Lu Sheng all by myself. Jiang Chunhua's face flushed with excitement. He kept waving his fists and shouting Lu Sheng's name, as happy as a child in his 40s. In the middle of the process, he did not forget to show off to others around him with a proud look on his face. Not to mention him, even Lu Sheng himself couldn't help but feel excited amid the waves of noise, recalling all the misfortunes that have happened to me. When he looked around the entire stadium, he felt as if he was living in a dream at that moment. This was the most wonderful moment of his 2 lives. But he also knew that this was just the beginning. He firmly believed that one day in the future, his name would resound throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and even throughout the world. Congratulations, Lu Sheng. Now you can definitely enter the Shengwu Academy that you have always dreamed of. Jiang Yuru put her hands behind her back, her smile as bright as the morning light. Thank you. Lu Sheng responded sincerely. Goodbye then. Oh no, I'm afraid we won't have a chance to see each other again in the future. The girl was still smiling, but there seemed to be a hint of regret in her tone. Don't be so absolute. Goodbye. For some reason, Lu Sheng always felt that this was not the last time he and Jiang Yuru would meet. Lu Sheng is so nice. You are the top pick. You are the undisputed strongest talent in Beijing. The teacher is really happy for you. Because it's just an exam, there is no reward activity like award ceremony. When the time was up, the candidates dispersed on their own accord. The moment she saw Lu Sheng, Jiang Chunhua could no longer control her emotions. She rushed over and hugged Lu Sheng tightly, tears streaming down her face. Although being hugged by an old man made Lu Sheng feel very uncomfortable. But when everyone was happy like this, he didn't do anything to spoil the fun. The following students, please go to the recruitment consultation room of the examination center after the 2-hour break. Those who are unable to attend in person due to injury will be replaced by their parents or teachers. Lu Sheng, Li Yongheng, Zhaoyang, Li Dongping. At this moment, the examination center's broadcast began to speak again. Teacher Jiang, shouldn't we go home directly after the exam? Lu Sheng had never considered taking the martial arts exam before because he didn't have the qualifications to do so. The decision to take the military exam was made just over 10 days ago. Therefore, some of the processes are not well understood. Hey, sorry, I was just too excited. I forgot to tell you before that after the A-level exam, the candidates who are favored by major colleges and universities will have a short break and meet with the admissions officers of the various schools. In order to attract talented students to join, the top 10 universities will show their sincerity. You can even ask them for anything you want. As long as it's not too extreme, they will generally agree, especially a top talent like you. Even the 3 top schools will spare no expense to compete for you. Just wait and see. The conditions they offer will definitely surprise you. When Jiang Chunhua heard the voice, he immediately let go of Lu Sheng, wiped his face with his sleeve, and laughed. Is very inconsistent with your character. So what does the sincerity that teacher Jiang mentioned mean? Lu Sheng asked. For example, money, a house, cultivation resources, or guidance from a famous teacher. Of course, the latter 2 are the most important. After all, as long as you have strong power, those material things will be within your reach. Jiang Chunhua explained with a beaming smile. Lu Sheng thought about it and felt that cultivation resources were not that important to him. Because as long as he has the opportunity to kill monsters, his strength will continue to improve. Guidance from famous teachers is naturally indispensable. After all, the panel currently only seems to improve his physical fitness. Only if you practice with the guidance of a big boss can your strength improve by leaps and bounds. However, it would be a bit strange to ask for the purpose of killing monsters now. It would be better to think of another way after arriving at the academy. Let's go and eat first, and then we can talk while we eat. Lu Sheng was already starving at this time and felt that he could eat a whole cow. Jiang Chunhua had accompanied him for a whole day and had only eaten some bread and other things during the trip. He was very hungry now, so he readily agreed. However, as soon as the 2 of them walked out the gate of the examination center, they saw Lu Jin and several women from the Lu family standing on the side of the road, looking inside. Lu Sheng guessed that they came to hold him accountable for severely injuring Lu Jin. Just when he was about to go around to get some peace and quiet, the sharp-eyed Lu Jin quickly locked onto him and walked over quickly. The other women of the Lu family followed closely behind. It doesn't matter if he's discovered, Lu Sheng won't be afraid. Lu Jin was a 7th rank master, so it was impossible for him to attack a child in public. Xiao Sheng, congratulations on your excellent performance in such an exam. Mom, Dad and your sisters are all very proud of you. But what surprised Lu Sheng was that there was no military action to blame as he had imagined. What he waited for was Lu Jin, who was smiling and spoke to him very kindly. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng froze in place, not knowing how to respond. However, this was not the most outrageous thing. Then, Lin Xia cried and complained. I am sorry, Xiao Sheng. Mom was wrong before. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Mom apologizes to you. Mom promises to treat you well in the future. Can you please give Mom a chance to make amends? Lin Xia's abnormal behavior let alone Lu Sheng. Even Lu Jin and his two daughters were dumbfounded for a moment. Lu Sheng only felt a chill and got goosebumps all over his body instantly. Lin Shuya's past sarcastic image still lingers in his mind. Now with this attitude, Lu Sheng seriously doubted whether this woman was also reborn. At this time, there were still many people walking out. This sudden scene immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Some people recognized the person involved in the incident, who turned out to be the first person to take the exam. They were so curious that they started pointing and whispering not far away. Lu Sheng took a quick glance and unexpectedly found Jiang Yueru among them again, but he just pretended not to see her. I'm very curious. Why did Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu suddenly stop me and start crying and laughing? What's going on? This is very inconsistent with your usual personality. Lu Sheng sneered and said in a gloomy tone, if a well-known person like Lu Jin can be so shameless, why would he, a lonely man, be afraid of being laughed at? In fact, he had probably guessed the purpose of these top-notch people, but he still wanted to see how far their drama would go. Xiao Sheng, this is not the place to talk. Can we go home? Whatever knots you have in your heart, go home and we will help you untie them. Lu Jin naturally could not care about his face. He felt very ashamed to be watched by so many people about his family's disgrace, so he smiled and said in a very amiable manner, home? Mr. Lu, you are joking. How can an orphan like me find a home? Just say whatever you want to say right here. Lu Sheng sneered. Xiao Sheng, what Mom did before was wrong. It broke your heart. Now that Mom knows she was wrong, can you forgive her just once? As long as you're willing to come home, Mom will definitely make it up to you. Lin Shuya was still crying, looking so pitiful that people who didn't know her might think that Lu Sheng had done something wrong to them. Xiao Sheng, my second sister also wants to say sorry to you. I've said a lot of unpleasant things to you before, and I'm really sorry. Lu Jiesin followed up. Lu Qinghan didn't say anything, but shook his head and sighed secretly. These people thought that they could be forgiven by apologizing to Lu Sheng, which was simply a pipe dream. If this was useful, Lu Sheng wouldn't have been so hostile to her these times, or even rejected her offer of help. No need to waste your breath. I made it very clear the day I left. From now on, I will have nothing to do with you. I will never be able to forgive you for the harm you have done to me. As expected, Lu Sheng said something coldly and turned to leave. Xiao Sheng, don't rush to refuse. The fact that you were able to get first place in a martial arts exam this time proves that you have a very high talent in martial arts. But you have to know that in the martial arts world, talent is only the foundation. If you want to improve your strength step by step to a higher level, you will inevitably have to spend a lot of cultivation resources. There are many geniuses who were amazing in the early stages, but because they could not keep up with the resources for cultivation in the later stages, they ended up being mediocre. That's why people often say that the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. It is now a foregone conclusion that you will be admitted to the top 3 colleges, and you will indeed receive support from the school. But you have to know that after you graduate, no one will provide you with cultivation resources for free. By then, you might go out hunting monsters just for a bottle of the cheapest blood-strengthening potion and face life-threatening situations at all times. You may also be able to work for some large companies, or even a large family, but then your cultivation will inevitably stagnate. But if you choose to go home, your elder sister and I will naturally solve all your worries. All you have to do is practice with peace of mind. With your talent, you will definitely be able to surpass my current achievements. Dad hopes you can be more rational and think about your future. Lu Jin saw Lu Sheng was about to leave. He stepped in front of him without seeing how he moved, and then tried to persuade Lu Sheng earnestly. Chapter 67, Lu Jin's Methods. Rational? If I were rational enough, I would still be in that huge cage, being abused and humiliated by you every day. How is it possible to achieve the results that we have now? You come to me now to apologize. It's nothing more than that you think I have good talents and have some value to you. Once I lose my value one day, I will be thrown away like trash by you like Lu Jin is now. I emphasize again that whether I am dead or alive has nothing to do with you. So stop harassing me. Lu Sheng had long seen through the true face of his family. How could he forget the humiliation and torture he had suffered just because of a little bit of temptation? He was too lazy to continue talking to these people and just walked past Lu Jin. Lu Sheng, I have lowered my posture today to talk to you so much. I have already given you enough face. Don't refuse my toast and drink a forfeit. Lu Sheng's repeated refusal immediately made Lu Jin growl in frustration. Whatever you want to do. Lu Sheng didn't even turn his head. Okay, you have guts. I'll make you regret it. Lu Jintian's face turned blue with anger. Xiao Sheng, Lin Shuya cried and tried to chase after him, but was stopped by Lu Jintian. That's enough, let him go. It won't be long before he comes back to beg me. Lu Jintian said, suppressing his anger. Seeing that there were still so many people watching, Lu Jintian felt extremely embarrassed and immediately asked a few people to leave this place of trouble. Oh my God, it turns out his family has been abusing and humiliating him. I wonder why he treats his family so badly. But he is so outstanding, why does his family treat him like that? Jiang Yueru covered her mouth with her hands in surprise after learning more about Lu Sheng's life experience. She simply couldn't understand why Lu Sheng's family would do that. Lu Shengyu. Alas, Jiang Chunhua wanted to persuade Lu Sheng, but seeing that Lu Sheng looked very bad, she just sighed in the end. You guys go to the hospital and take care of Lu Jin. Take good care of his emotions. Don't tell him a word about what just happened. I stayed behind to meet the people from the academy on his behalf. Lu Jintian stood on the side of the road and became angrier the more he thought about it. He is a dignified 7th-rank grandmaster, and he has already said so much. That rebellious son actually had no mercy at all. But after gradually calming down, he felt that he couldn't give up Lu Jin easily now. Lu Sheng is still unwilling to go home after he has tried every possible means. He will have someone to back him up. I got it, Dad. We'll be there right away. Lu Jiesin quickly agreed. I wasted a day today, and the company has a lot of backlogs, so I won't go over. Lu Qinghan was now annoyed when he saw Lu Jin. He was not willing to take care of him at all, and immediately found an excuse. Lin Shuya, on the other hand, kept sighing and looked sad. Lu Jintian didn't want to bother with so many other things anymore. His only thought now was that he must teach Lu Sheng a profound lesson, so that he knows that in this world, talent without growth is meaningless. Although it was still far from the 2 hours stipulated by the examination center, we had already found the meeting room. The so-called meeting room looks like a huge conference room, but it is different. There are small rooms scattered around the hall, with signs of various colleges and universities hanging on them. Admissions officers will talk to each candidate individually there. When Lu Jintian looked at the door, he saw dozens of admissions officers from various schools whispering to each other in the hall. Sir, there is still more than an hour before the admissions meeting. You cannot go in now. A young staff member at the door politely stopped Lu Jintian's way. I'm the father of number 1 Lu Sheng. Go tell your leader. I believe he will let me in. Lu Jintian said with a condescending attitude. When the staff heard that this man was the father of the first-place winner, they did not dare to neglect him and hurried in to report to Director Qin. The father of the first-place winner? It seems that this person must be Lu Jintian without a doubt. Let him in. Geniuses should have some privileges. Director Qin said after thinking for a while. Sir, our leader said you can come in. The staff member trotted over and said to Lu Jintian. Lu Jintian nodded and walked into the hall. He was originally extremely tall and strong, and as a 7th-rank master, he naturally exuded the aura of a superior. So as soon as he came in, he attracted everyone's attention. The admissions officers of various colleges and universities are all very capable. However, under their gaze, Lu Jintian still looked calm and composed. He glanced calmly at everyone present, and then slowly spoke. Hello, everyone. I am the father of Lu Sheng, the first-place winner of this martial arts exam. And the 9th one, Lu Jin, is also my son. The reason I came early is that there is something important I want you to know. Don't make wrong judgments without understanding the inside story. Lu Jintian's words really made everyone present look surprised. There was silence at first, and then an uproar broke out. What? Lu Sheng and Lu Jin are actually brothers. This person is amazing. He can actually raise 2 such outstanding sons. Is this the point? Have you forgotten how Lu Sheng treated Lu Jin on the stage just now? They were so cruel to their own brothers. I thought they had some deep hatred. Lu Sheng's last move was clearly intended to kill him. He was his brother. Isn't that too inhumane? Various accusations against Lu Sheng kept entering Lu Jintian's ears, but he felt inexplicably happy in his heart, because this was exactly the effect he wanted to achieve. To be honest, Lu Jin is not my biological child. He is the child I adopted after Lu Sheng went missing when he was 3 years old. When Lu Sheng was 15, I went through a lot of hardships to find him and brought him back home. But after growing up in an orphanage, his personality has become very different from that of a normal child. He has become selfish, sensitive, and cold-blooded. Our family tried every way to compensate him and train him, but it only made him arrogant. He asked us to kick Lu Jin out of the house and threatened to cut off ties with us if we didn't agree. Although Lu Jin is an adopted child, he has lived with our family day and night for more than 10 years and has long established a deep relationship with us. How could we bear to drive him away? I thought he was just trying to scare us, but he actually severed ties with us and resolutely chose to run away from home. As for what happened later, you should have seen it. He took out all his anger towards us on Lu Jin and almost beat him to death on the spot. The reason I say this is to make you think carefully about whether such an extreme and cold-blooded person can be vigorously cultivated. Chapter 68, Su Yongqiang finishes off. After Lu Jintian expressed his views with deep sorrow, the entire hall fell into dead silence. After getting to know Lu Sheng better, everyone looked at each other in surprise. We at Shengwu Academy won't accept students like this. The woman in black spoke slowly first. What a shame. What a shame. Such an amazing talent, but such a flaw in character. Tiangang Academy cannot accept such students either, the bald man said, shaking his head with regret. If you don't want it, how can we Xuanwu want it? Now Li Yongheng, you guys are not going to snatch it from me, are you? The burly man said in a muffled voice. Forget it. It's too risky to train such a student. Yeah, if he gets upset and starts killing people in school one day, no one will be able to bear it. If he could be so cruel to his own brothers, he would definitely not be merciful to the teachers and students in the school. We won't take it anyway, so whoever wants it can take it. As soon as these three big guys finished speaking, the other 7 of the top 10 colleges also expressed their opinions. However, the admissions officers of those second-rate colleges began to get restless at this time. Wait a moment. Everyone, wait a moment. Very low-key in school. He is also humble and polite. I believe it will never become a cancer as everyone worries. And there's more to his talent than meets the eye. I have a report in my hand. I tested Lu Sheng alone during the exam. This report shows that although Lu Sheng has completed 5 qi and blood temperings, he has not started the bone tempering. That means he has been unable to use his qi and blood power since the exam. I got the first place in this exam purely due to my amazing physical fitness. Such an amazing talent. Is it going to be abandoned just because of his personality problem? If that's the case, I think it will be a huge loss for all of us as a species. At this moment, Director Qin, whose hair had turned gray, suddenly stood on the table, waving 2 pieces of paper in his hands, and spoke loudly and excitedly. At this moment, he had to stand up. After all, Lu Sheng is the most gifted true genius in Beijing in recent years. If just because of this reason, Beijing's top martial arts exam winner was rejected by all colleges and universities, not only would he, the director of the Education Bureau, become a laughingstock, but the entire Beijing would become a complete joke. What? He hasn't even entered the first rank yet. Can a true warrior who uses his energy and blood be defeated by his physical body alone? Such a person is simply a monster. It's terrifying. Such talent is unheard of. No, there have been several such people in history. They are the top among the martial saints. If that's the case, it's not impossible to save it. Director Qin's words were like dropping a bombshell, and the entire hall became chaotic again. Lu Sheng's previous performance was still within the scope of understanding. But when Director Qin took out the report, everyone became uneasy. Even the heads of the top 10 colleges began to look hesitant. The woman in black frowned tightly. The bald man kept stroking the bald spot on his head with a very conflicted expression. The burly man hugged his strong arms, lowered his head, and no one knew what he was thinking. What? He hasn't even entered the first level yet. Lu Jintian was also quite shocked by the news. He never expected that he would underestimate Lu Sheng's terrifying talent again. For a moment, he regretted what he had just said. This old thing. How could you think of taking out the report at such a critical moment? Su Yongqiang, who had been mixed in the crowd, had a very gloomy face at this moment. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to quietly spread the news that Lu Sheng and Lu Jin were brothers. Unexpectedly, after Lu Jintian appeared, he did what he wanted to do, and it was done more perfectly than he had imagined. Just when he thought Lu Sheng would be finished, Director Qin suddenly came out to cause trouble. He noticed that after the contents of the report were leaked, The admissions officers of various colleges were obviously ready to make some kind of attempt. Some of them were even quick to react and had already taken out their phones to contact school executives. No, I will never let this kid get his wish. You want to go to a top college after slapping my granddaughter in the face? Dream on. Su Yongqiang gritted his teeth secretly. Have you forgotten the disaster of Han Xiao? While everyone was talking, Su Yongqiang, who was hiding in the crowd, suddenly uttered this in his pinched voice. After these words were spoken, the hall fell silent again. Forget it, forget it. Geniuses appear every year. It's better not to take such a risk. That's right. No matter how talented you are, what if you train another Han Xiao? Han Xiao. That is the eternal pain in the hearts of our top 10 academies. Don't waste your time. Wouldn't it be better to leave so many resources to geniuses with stable personalities and excellent moral qualities? The expressions of those who had been somewhat attracted to Lu Sheng before suddenly changed. Many people immediately made up their minds and said that they would never accept such a student. What does the disaster of Han Xiao mean? Why do so many people change color when talking about it? A younger woman asked curiously. Sister, it's normal for you to be ignorant at your age, because that matter has never been disclosed publicly. Back then, there was a student named Han Xiao who was abused by his family since he was a child and was not treated as a human being at all. But what their family didn't know was that this student was extremely talented. After years of enduring humiliation and trying to survive, he was admitted to Shengwu College as he wished. After entering the academy, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. At that time, he was considered the person with the greatest hope of achieving the status of martial saint before the age of 30. However, just when everyone had great expectations of him, he did 3 things that shocked the world. Before graduation, he sneaked back to his home, killed dozens of people in his home, and then burned the house down. Then, in the college competition that year, he brutally killed a large number of human geniuses. Afterwards, during the pursuit by various colleges, this person actually chose to join a demon emperor. After that, he often led the demon army to attack human cities, causing us extremely heavy losses. This incident has always been regarded as the greatest shame by Shengwu Academy, and it has also been used as a warning by all students. So after the Han Xiao incident, all colleges and universities put their top priority on students' character and morality. Chapter 69, Isn't This Our Chance? Su Yongqiang, you're a person who can't do anything good, but always makes trouble. Get out of here! Su Yongqiang thought he was hiding well, but Director Qin, who was standing on the table, found his location at a glance. When Director Qin threw out that report, Lu Sheng's situation had already taken a turn for the better. But it was because of Su Yongqiang's words that all Director Qin's efforts went to waste. The old director immediately pointed at Su Yongqiang, who was avoiding his gaze, and cursed him angrily. Su Yongqiang didn't dare to retort and left the hall in shame. You're really done now, Lu Sheng. But who can you blame? This is your own choice. Now that things have come to an end, Lu Jin said to himself with some emotion. Mr. Lu, your other son Lu Jin is very outstanding. Our Tiangang Academy would like to invite him to join. Why don't we go to the interview room to have a chat? Lu Sheng has now been abandoned by everyone, but enrollment has to continue. The bald man was the first to react and immediately came to Lu Jin with a smile on his face. Lu Jin has nothing to complain about in terms of character, personality, or talent. We really need to have a good talk. Lu Jin readily agreed and followed the bald man into the small room. What a pity. Such an outstanding talent, but with such a character flaw. Yueru has frequent contact with Lu Sheng, so it's best to remind her to stay away from this person. Jiang Zuozong, who had been standing at the edge of the hall, was now shaking his head and sighing with a look of regret. Then he thought of his daughter and decided to call her to remind her. Yueru, there is something your father wants to remind you of. Don't have any contact with Lu Sheng anymore. When Jiang Yueru received a call from her father, she thought it was about something else. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zuozong said this to her as soon as she picked up the phone. Dad, can you explain it more clearly? Why can't I contact Lu Sheng? Jiang Yueru frowned, somewhat confused about her father's intentions. This is what happened. Jiang Zuozong immediately told his daughter what he had just seen and heard. This is simply outrageous. Dad, listen to me. What happened to Lu Sheng is definitely not what you just heard. Lu Sheng's so-called father is completely confusing right and wrong and deliberately slandering others. After hearing what Jiang Zuozong said, Jiang Yueru almost exploded with anger and immediately shouted angrily into the phone. "Oh, is there some other hidden secret?" Jiang Zuozong didn't expect that his daughter would be so angry after hearing what had just happened. Judging from her daughter's reaction, it was obvious that she knew something. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes more than once, I would have believed what that person said. "Dad, you have no idea how hateful Lu Sheng's family members are." Jiang Yueru then angrily told her father about the two conflicts she had witnessed between Lu Sheng and his family, without any exaggeration. Is Lu Sheng really their biological child? Otherwise, how could real parents treat their children like this? As a father himself, Jiang Zuozong found it very difficult to understand why Lu Sheng's parents could be so vicious to their own child. It would be fine if he had been abused in the past. It was obvious that Lu Sheng was so talented, and his life had just started to improve. They would even go so far as to ruin their children's future by throwing dirty water on them. Such people are extremely hateful. What's so hard to understand about this? Dad, don't you know that there's a kind of people who will destroy everything they can't get? Jiang Yueru became angrier the more she thought about it. Alas, what a pity. At this point, Jiang Zuozong could only feel sorry for Lu Sheng's experience. Dad, are you stupid? Now that no other college wants Lu Sheng, isn't this our chance? What does it mean for Cambrian College to have such a top talent join? You must know, right? However, Jiang Zuozong's slow reaction made Jiang Yueru very anxious, and she hurriedly reminded him. But his character, Jiang Zuozong, did not think of this for a moment. However, after his daughter's reminder, he was still a little hesitant. According to what his daughter just said, Lu Sheng was also abused in that family. This is so similar to that Han Xiao. Although Lu Jin was exaggerating, Lu Sheng must have had some character flaws since he lived in a family like that. Dad, Lu Sheng is really not the kind of person you think. After these few days of contact, I can see that although he is not easy to get along with, he has no bad intentions. Many times when I gave him suggestions, even though he said he didn't accept them, he would actually adopt them in his actions. I believe such people can be changed. As long as we pay more attention, he will never become such a heinous person. Jiang Yueru also knew what her father was worried about, but she felt that her feeling was not wrong, so she tried her best to persuade her father. And his daughter's words did indeed make Jiang Zuozong somewhat moved. As an educator, he also does not believe that some people are born bad. The reason why many people become extremely evil is because of the constant influence of their living environment. He couldn't help but think back to Lu Sheng's games over the past 2 days. Apart from a few games where he couldn't stop, in most cases he just made his opponents unable to fight again, and the damage they suffered was actually not that great. Even after the battle with Li Yongheng, he would be very friendly and take the initiative to pull the other party up. As for the harsh treatment of Lu Jin, the daughter also said that it was because Lu Jin hired someone to kill someone and was discovered by Lu Sheng. He felt that any man with blood would not be able to swallow such a thing. It seems that accepting this child is not as bad as imagined. Even if there are some problems, it may not be impossible to get them on the right track. As he thought about it, Jiang Zuozong suddenly felt a surge of emotion. No one else in the hall knew about Lu Sheng's situation. When Lu Sheng arrives at the meeting room, he will definitely be treated coldly by the major colleges. By then, he believed that Lu Sheng would never refuse the olive branch he extended. Teacher Jiang, thank you for your care these 2 days. You go back and rest first. I will take care of the rest myself. If there is good news, I will tell you in time. At this time, Lu Sheng had no idea what happened in the examination center. Inviting Jiang Chunhua to dinner to express his gratitude, he planned to go to the meeting room. I think you have always wanted to join Shengwu College, so you might as well be more determined. Don't worry about the conditions proposed by other colleges. Just choose Shengwu College. This is the safest way, and there will be no accidents. Before leaving, Jiang Chunhua did not forget to make earnest suggestions. Chapter 70, Who is Lu Sheng? When Lu Sheng arrived at the door of the meeting room, he found that many students had already entered. Some people were communicating with the admissions officers of various schools. Some people were being taken into small rooms around the hall. Come in. What are you standing here for? At this moment, a big hand suddenly landed heavily on Lu Sheng's shoulder, which scared him. When he turned around, he saw Li Yongheng grinning at him. Yeah, I was just about to go in. Lu Sheng was not angry. He just said it in a calm tone. Have you decided where to choose? Contestants like us can be picked randomly from any college. Li Yongheng then winked at Lu Sheng. If nothing unexpected happens, It should be Shangwu. Lu Sheng still found it difficult to adapt to this kind of outgoing person. How could someone like you, whose physique is stronger than mine, go to Shunwu? Take my advice and follow me to Xuanwu. Xuanwu is a paradise for those who practice physical training. The better the physical talents, the more advantages people will have in going to Xuanwu. Li Yongheng obviously didn't think that Lu Sheng going to Shunwu was a good choice, so he tried to dissuade him. No, I still think Shunwu is better. Lu Sheng shook his head. Once he made a decision, he would rarely change it. Well, I was thinking that as alumni, we could show the power of Beijing people in Xuanwu, but now it seems that I can only rely on myself to fight. But it's okay. At least you won't have any regrets if you choose what you like. Let's go in together. Li Yongheng looked a little regretful, but he didn't insist too much. He put his arm around Lu Sheng's shoulder and walked into the hall. His figure was very eye-catching when standing next to Lu Sheng, and as soon as they entered the hall, they attracted a lot of attention. Some people's eyes are full of enthusiasm, but they always stop moving forward. And many people have gathered around with enthusiastic smiles on their faces. I'm Li Yunshen. I'm the admissions officer of Zhanglong College. Would it be convenient for you to chat with me? Student Li Yongheng. I'm from Mingzhu College. Can I have a word with you? Student Li Yongheng. Li Yongheng. Both Li Yongheng and Lu Sheng initially thought that these people were coming for both of them at the same time. But what is surprising is that everyone seems to have only Li Yongheng in their eyes. And Lu Sheng, standing aside, was like a ball of air and was completely ignored by them. Wait a minute. Don't you know the person next to me? He is Lu Sheng, the first-place winner of Beijing this time. What are you all doing surrounding me, the second kid? Lu Sheng has not yet realized the problem, but Li Yongheng is already a little dissatisfied. Who is Lu Sheng? We have never heard of him. So what do these rank first? Which school would dare to accept someone like him? Hey you, please move aside and stop blocking me from looking for classmate Li Yongheng. Go away, it's an eyesore. This time, even Lu Sheng noticed something was wrong. He thought that when he came here, he should get the same treatment as Li Yongheng. But looking at these people's disdainful attitude towards him, it was obviously not the case at all. He seriously suspected that something unexpected must have happened before his arrival. Not what do you mean? Can you please just speak your mind? What did Lu Sheng do wrong? Why are you treating him like this? Lu Sheng just frowned tightly, but Li Yongheng looked much more unhappy than him, and his face immediately darkened. This? Li Yongheng asked this, and the people surrounding him suddenly stammered and were unable to speak. Are there any people from Xuanwu College among you? If you're not from Xuanwu, just do what you should do. Li Yongheng has a quick and explosive temper, and he can't tolerate any injustice. These people were clearly targeting Lu Sheng, but when asked, they couldn't explain why. They waved their hands impatiently and pulled Lu Sheng away. In this exam, Lu Sheng ranked first and he ranked second. Li Yongheng not only did not hate his opponent who defeated him, but was very impressed by him. Now, these people don't take the person ranked first seriously, but come to flatter him, the second one, which makes Li Yongheng feel deeply insulted. Lu Sheng was being pulled by Li Yongheng like a puppet, but he was struggling to figure out what the problem was. Why do these people have such an attitude towards him who is number one? The 3 major colleges are over there. Let's go. Li Yongheng soon discovered the real purpose of this trip and couldn't wait to pull Lu Sheng and walk quickly. Hearing this, Lu Sheng looked up and saw 3 separate booths placed at the deepest part of the hall. The 3 booths were labeled Shunwu College, Tiangang College, and Xuanwu College respectively. Behind the booth sat a woman in black, a bald man, and a burly man who was several times taller and stronger than Li Yongheng. Hello, teacher. My name is Li Yongheng, and I'm the second place in this exam. When he arrived, Li Yongheng didn't even look at the other 2 people. He walked straight up to the burly man and spoke confidently. I finally waited for you. Come on, let's go inside and talk. The sturdy man stood up politely and shook hands with Li Yongheng and looked at Lu Sheng deeply with complicated eyes. Lu Sheng didn't understand why the other party looked at him like that. He just felt that the look didn't seem that friendly. You can talk to the teacher at Shunwu College. She shouldn't be as contemptuous as those people. Li Yongheng reminded Lu Sheng before leaving. Lu Sheng nodded, then turned to look at the people sitting behind the other 2 booths. The woman in black at the Shunwu College booth frowned as she looked at him, and there was an emotion in her eyes that Lu Sheng was very familiar with. It was a kind of disgust, a deep disgust, just like the way those people in his family looked at him in the past. Why? What went wrong? How he had offended these people when he just had a meal and did nothing else. Hello, teacher. I'm Lu Sheng, and and I'm the first place in this Beijing martial arts exam. If you don't understand, why not just ask the other person directly? Lu Sheng took a deep breath, then stood in front of the woman in black and spoke calmly. I know who you are, but I'm sorry, you don't meet the admission requirements of Shengwu College. The woman in black said in an unusually blunt tone. Then could you please tell me honestly where I don't meet your school's requirements? Such an unclear answer could not satisfy Lu Sheng. He asked, looking calmly into the woman's eyes. Chapter 71. Are you here to laugh at me too? Lu Sheng, let me tell you. At this moment, a slightly old but powerful voice suddenly sounded. When Lu Sheng turned around, he saw a white-haired old man walking towards him, with a middle-aged man beside him. Lu Sheng didn't know this old man, but he recognized the middle-aged man as the leader of the Education Bureau, who had spoken to him on the day of registration. I'd like to hear the details. There was already a fire burning in Lu Sheng's heart, but his tone remained calm. More than an hour ago, your father Lu Jin came here. He disclosed some very damaging information about you to all the admissions officers. He said that you grew up in an orphanage and have various personality defects. You are indifferent to your family members who love you, and you have taken the initiative to cut off ties with them. When he failed to get his family to drive Lu Jin away, he became jealous and killed Lu Jin. If you're applying to a liberal arts college, these aren't really that big of a problem. But the Martial Arts Academy has its own moral standards. Therefore, after learning about your situation, the major academies do not intend to recruit you. Alas, I tried to change their minds before, but unfortunately I failed. He felt really sad that Beijing's #1 student had no school to go to due to some subjective reasons. Lu Jin. Lu Sheng growled with bloodshot eyes, and the knuckles of his clenched fists turned white. A strong anger suddenly surged up from the bottom of his heart, making him so angry that his whole body began to tremble. He thought that Lu Jin would retaliate for his rejection, but he never expected that this man was so cruel that he would ruin his future by confusing right and wrong. Is this really something a father could do? He is worse than an animal. Lu Sheng, why don't you repeat your studies for a year? Applying to liberal arts college next year is also a solution. Director Qilin dissuaded him in a low voice with some reluctance. Isn't it just that no one wants it? What's the big deal? I'm used to this. There are thousands of roads in this world, and I don't believe there is no road I can take. Hee. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you for telling me this. Lu Sheng lowered his head, his entire face shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to see his expression. But what no one expected was that he suddenly burst into laughter at this moment. It was impossible to tell whether the laughter was sad or happy, but anyone who heard it felt a little chilly. You! Director Qilin was stunned. He didn't expect that a student would react like this after receiving such bad news. Originally, he somewhat disagreed with Lu Jintian's statement about the child, but now even he felt that this child might not only have character flaws, but might also be mentally abnormal. The reason why Lu Sheng laughed was that he was laughing at himself for not being worthy of getting so upset over such a small matter. What problem can be solved by being angry? Nothing can be solved. As for refuting, explaining, or proving himself, Lu Sheng didn't even have the slightest idea. Because he knows that this is how society is. What parents say is often more believable than what their children say. Is his explanation useful? It is useless. No one will believe his one-sided statement. What's more, he really couldn't produce any substantial evidence to refute Lu Jintian's slander. I got first place, but I have no school to go to. Are you disappointed? I am very disappointed. Very disappointed. But that's all. He had experienced so much disappointment in his previous life, even despair when he was on the verge of death. Compared to this, what is this? The most important thing is that he now has such a powerful golden finger. Even if he has no school to go to, he can still become stronger by killing monsters. He just didn't believe that he couldn't make a name for himself without relying on anyone. Blaming others and accusing God of being unfair, that was something he would have done in his previous life. I don't quite understand. How can you still laugh? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Lu Sheng looked up and saw that it was Jiang Yueru's father, Jiang Zuozong, the dean of Cambrian College, who was looking at him with a strange expression on his face. Are you here to laugh at me too? Lu Sheng sneered. You are wrong to blame me. I am ready to become a joke in the eyes of others together with you. Jiang Zuozong's eyes curved slightly behind his gold-rimmed glasses, and his face still had the same gentle smile that Lu Sheng had when they first met. What do you mean? Lu Sheng showed a confused expression for the first time. Of course, I want to invite you to join Cambrian. Jiang's Wazong put away his smile and spoke in a more serious tone than ever before. Dean Jiang, are you crazy? Everyone has been discussing this for so long, and you didn't listen to a word of it? President Jiang, you have to think carefully. Taking in a student like this is extremely risky. Jiang's Wazong, have you forgotten the disaster caused by Han Xiao? President Jiang, I advise you not to harbor such a fluke mentality, otherwise you will cry in the future. Lu Sheng was stunned. Everyone around who heard Jiang's Wazong's words was also stunned. Then everyone started to talk at once to dissuade Jiang's Wazong, and some even scolded him loudly. Dean Jiang, this joke is not funny at all. Lu Sheng lowered his head again, his tone neither happy nor sad. Just when everyone chose to abandon him once again, this man risked the world's condemnation and invited him again. Are you moved? If you say you're not moved, you are definitely lying. At this moment, Lu Sheng only felt a blockage in his throat. Was what I said not formal enough? Jiang's Wazong frowned and muttered to himself in confusion. The voices around him who tried to dissuade him were completely ignored by him. Ahem, classmate Lu Sheng, as the Dean of Cambrian College, I formally invite you and hope you can join Cambrian College. Then Jiang's Wazong stood in front of Lu Sheng straight ahead, cleared his throat, and spoke in a serious voice. There's a reason why Cambrian College has fallen into such a state of disgrace. If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer from hunger and cold. Since he won't listen to my advice, let him be. Haha, you were so smart that you thought you had found a big bargain, but you didn't know that you had actually found a big bomb. After the death of Dean Jiang, it was only a matter of time before Cambrian College closed down. Now, it is just a step ahead of schedule, so there is nothing to regret. Seeing that Jiang's Wazong was so stubborn, the people around him all started to mock him. Did you see that? Am I a joke now? Jiang's Wazong gave a helpless, bitter smile. Is there any method for quenching after the 5th quenching in Cambrian? If there is, I'll join. After a moment's silence, Lu Sheng finally spoke. But what he said made Jiang's Wazong particularly surprised. Chapter 72, The Extremely Destitute Cambrian. Let's go to the meeting room and talk. Jiang's Wazong didn't understand at first why Lu Sheng put forward such a condition. But he soon remembered that Lu Sheng had not yet entered the 1st level. This made Jiang's Wazong wonder whether this guy had planned from the beginning to use the quenching method after the 5th time as a condition for negotiating with other academies. Lu Sheng did not refuse and followed Jiang's Wazong into the exclusive meeting room of Cambrian College. To be honest, I not only have the method for the 6th tempering, I even have a method for the 7th. These are all the precious treasures left by my father. Except for the 3 major colleges and the Demon Suppression Bureau, there are no other places. After the two sat down face to face, Jiang's Wazong lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. The 7th time, Lu Sheng was also surprised when he heard this. Unable to enter the top academy, he thought that he would only be able to temper his chi and blood for the 5th time. I didn't expect that a little-known academy like Cambrian actually has such a secret method. It can be said that there's always light at the end of the tunnel. Don't think that Cambrian is down and out now. It was once glorious. But don't be too happy too soon. The 7th tempering is extremely difficult and requires a very high level of understanding. It can't be accomplished by just having a method. Those who have been able to complete 7 temperings in history and become martial saints are all top-notch beings, and there are no more than 10 of them in total. You will be 18 soon, right? You don't have a lot of time left. There seemed to be a flash of nostalgia in Jiang's Wazong's eyes, but then he poured a basin of cold water on Lu Sheng. Comprehension. Lu Sheng frowned slightly. In fact, he already felt very exhausted during the 5th tempering. He spent a long time pondering over many parts of what the teacher had taught before he slowly understood them. The 5th time was already so difficult, the 6th time will definitely not be any easier. I don't know how difficult it will be the 7th time. However, Lu Sheng did not back down. It was not his style to back down before experiencing it himself. It doesn't matter. I have confidence in myself. Lu Sheng said confidently. Okay, that's it. Jiang's Wazong smiled and nodded. He had deliberately made the 7 temperings sound so difficult just to see Lu Sheng's reaction. If Lu Sheng was really frightened, he would look down on him. Fortunately, Lu Sheng's reaction made him very satisfied. How can one become a martial saint without the courage to forge ahead? It is simply a foolish dream. Oh, by the way, besides that, let me tell you about some of the benefits that Cambrian is going to provide you. Tuition is completely waived, and you will receive a scholarship of 200,000 dragon coins per year. You will also receive a blood-strengthening potion that matches your grade every semester, as well as a single apartment. Cambrian is not as financially powerful as the top 10. This is the best sincerity I can offer. If you're not satisfied with something, we can discuss it again. Jiang Zuozong then said. When Jiang Zuozong was speaking, Lu Sheng listened carefully, his eyes fixed on the other person's eyes. The conditions offered by the other party did not seem very attractive to him. Tuition fees and scholarships are really pitiful. Although he has little use for the blood and qi strengthening potion, he can exchange it for money. He had searched online before and found that the scholarships for the geniuses recruited by the top 10 colleges all started at $1 million. Things like qi and blood-strengthening potions are distributed on a monthly basis. Especially the 3 major colleges specially recruit those special talents, and they have the opportunity to enter some blessed places for cultivation. In comparison, the conditions offered by Cambrian can be said to be extremely shabby. It's just that this man's tone was sincere and gentle when he spoke, and there was nothing but calmness in his eyes. There were no other unnecessary little movements or micro-expressions, and there was no sign of the mercenary attitude of a businessman who would bargain with you. Lu Sheng felt that unless this person was a Hall of Fame performing master, it would be impossible for him to perform so well. Therefore, Lu Sheng believed that this was indeed the greatest sincerity that Jiang Zuozong could show. However, this also made him curious about Cambrian College and why this college was so poor. Dean Jiang, can you tell me about Cambrian's situation? Lu Sheng did not rush to agree to the other party, but asked back. Cambrian is a local school in Beijing. You haven't never heard of it, have you? Jiang Zuozong looked strange. Well, I just planned to take the martial arts exam not long ago, so I don't know much. Lu Sheng was a little embarrassed. Not to mention Cambrian. Even most of the top prestigious schools he only knew the names of. When Jiang Shenhua taught, he actually gave a detailed account of colleges at all levels. But Lu Sheng had never thought that he would have the opportunity to study in the martial arts academy. Therefore, when it comes to content related to the martial arts exam, they basically just sleep on the table. Okay, then I'll tell you roughly first. Cambrian College has a history of 86 years. The specific location is 40 kilometers east of Beijing City. It covers an area of 5,600 acres and currently has more than 12,000 employees and students. More than a decade ago, Cambrian always had many martial saints and was in the middle of the top 10 academies. It's a pity that in the many years of war with the demons, the martial saints of the Cambrian tribe died one after another. Without the existence of a martial saint, the teaching resources available will become increasingly scarce. Lack of resources has caused those outstanding students to no longer consider Cambrian as an option. This formed a vicious cycle, and the Cambrian has gradually declined until now. Jiang Zuozong did not hesitate to tell Lu Shenghan's true situation. Find it by just searching on the internet. Why not build the school closer to the city? Wouldn't it be safer that way? Also, why did so many Cambrian martial saints die? I remember that there have been few news reports of major wars with the demon tribe in recent years. Lu Sheng immediately raised a new question. It seems that you really know nothing. Jiang Zuozong smiled helplessly and shook his head. In fact, all the major martial arts academies are built at a certain distance from the city, because the students in the martial arts academy are trained to fight against the demon race. It was built in such a location, first of all, so that students can grow as quickly as possible through more actual combat in a place surrounded by monsters. Secondly, when a big demon attacks, the demon suppression department and the strong men in the city will provide support in the shortest possible time at a distance of dozens of kilometers. In this way, the college becomes the first line of defense to protect the city and the millions of ordinary people there. As for your second question, think about what the reason might be. Chapter 73. Suffering in silence? Not true. Is it because Cambrian's martial saint is too weak? Lu Sheng thought for a moment and said, No. Quite the opposite. The martial saint of Cambrian is relatively above average among the martial saints. The main reason is that there are several powerful demon emperors entrenched around Beijing. Whenever these demon emperors attack, the demon suppression department will mobilize the martial saints of Cambrian to join the battle. Try to stop the demon army as far away from the city as possible, in order to prevent people living in the city from panicking too much. So, in the current news, there are very few reports about our war with the demons. You have to understand that the reason you can grow up in Beijing, a place bordering the demon tribe's territory, is because someone is carrying the burden for you. Although Lu Shang's answer seemed a bit presumptuous, Jiang Zuozong did not get angry. Instead, he patiently answered his questions. After listening to Jiang Zuozong's explanation, Lu Shang felt heavy in his heart for a moment. He suddenly understood that being stronger in this world does not mean you can do whatever you want, but that you will bear greater responsibilities. Understood. One last question. Can I go to school early? I don't have a home, so I can only live in a hotel or rent a house for the 3 months before school starts. Also, I want to make the most of my time to temper my qi and blood. Lu Shang nodded solemnly and then asked again. Of course. Didn't I say before that I would accept you as my last disciple? It doesn't matter if you leave school early. You can live in my house. This will also make it easier for me to give you guidance. Jiang Zuozong said with a smile. I have no further questions. Lu Shang no longer had any doubts. He had monsters to kill, a place to live, and teachers to teach him. Compared to his current situation, what could he be dissatisfied with? Welcome to the Cambrian. Jiang Zuozong let out a light breath, as if he had finally fulfilled a wish, then smiled and stretched out his hand to Lu Shang. Thank you, Dean Jiang, for opening the last door for me. Lu Shang said sincerely while holding Jiang Zuozong's hand. Oh, by the way, Dean Jiang, I still need a few days to deal with some personal issues. I'll contact you when I'm done. Before leaving, Lu Shang suddenly remembered something important. Just take care of it. I'll be waiting for you. If you need any help, you can tell me. Jiang Zuozong said. Amid many people's pointing and strange looks, Lu Shang left the examination center. He doesn't care what these people think of him now. I originally thought that after I sever my relationship with the Lu family, I would never have any contact with them again. But this time, Lu Jin actually used such despicable means to ruin his studies. Asking him to swallow this humiliation silently? That's impossible. Lu Jin, do you think you could be fearless just because you are stronger than me? Since you ruined my studies, your family and career will never have peace. Lu Shang swore secretly in his heart. When Lu Shang turned into a soul in his previous life, he followed Lu Jin a lot. He knew clearly about many of the things Lu Jin had done. First of all, Lu Jin currently has a woman outside. Chun Luoyan, the financial director of the Beijing branch of the Monster Hunter Guild. This woman is now pregnant with Lu Jin's son. More than half a year after Lu Shang died in his previous life, Chun Luoyan gave birth to a son for Lu Jin. The child was not discovered until he was 3 years old by Lu Jin, who then revealed it to Lin Shuya. Although Lin Shuya usually obeys Lu Jin, it is because she loves this man very much. But when an enemy who threatens her status and family appears, Lin Shuya immediately turns into a tigress. The Lin family behind Lin Shuya is not a soft persimmon that can be easily bullied. The father and brothers in the family are all masters of the 7th and 8th ranks. This is also the reason why Lu Jin only dared to secretly keep a woman outside. After learning about the existence of that woman and child in her previous life, Lin Shuya immediately returned home and cried. When her father and brother found out, they were furious and immediately brought the whole family to find Chun Luoyan. After the woman was secretly killed, no one knew where the child was sent to. After returning home, Lin Shuya's family members beat Lu Jin up again. At first, Lu Jin didn't know that his woman was dead and his son was sent away. When he found out, he was so angry that he vomited blood. However, at that time, Lu Jin was at the critical moment of breaking through to the 8th level, and he didn't even dare to mention divorce to Lin Shuya, so he could only swallow his anger. In addition, Lu Xing knew another thing about Lu Jin that could cause him serious damage. Monster Hunters Guild, he privately embezzled a large amount of the guild's public funds and purchased various high-end potions on the black market for his own practice. The one who helped him accomplish this was Chun Luoyan. In the previous life, this matter was not exposed until after the woman died. As a result, Lu Qinghan was forced to take out a large amount of money to help Lu Jin fill this hole. This caused the Continental Group to fall into decline, which was then taken advantage of by Lu Jin. What Lu Xing wants to do now is to detonate these 2 mines in advance. He believed that no matter which one it was, it would definitely make Lu Jin very uncomfortable. However, how to do it specifically still requires careful planning. In a clean and bright ward, Lu Jin slowly opened his eyes. When he saw that only Lu Qianru was sitting beside the bed, Lu Jin felt hopeless for a moment. He knew that he must have been completely abandoned by Lu Jintian, especially since Lin Shuya, who loved him the most, did not show up. He felt particularly sad. Xiao Jin, wake up. I was almost scared to death before. Seeing Lu Jin waking up, Lu Qianru burst into tears of joy. It's okay, I won't die. Lu Jin looked at the ceiling with empty eyes and said weakly, it's all that damn Lu Sheng's fault. He's worse than an animal. You can actually kill your own brother. Lu Qianru cried and cursed. But when hearing these insults, Lu Jin didn't feel happy at all. He just felt that Lu Qianru was like a crow, cawing in his ears and making him very irritated. Fourth sister, I want to be alone for a while, Lu Jin said in a weak voice. Well, okay then. Then I'll sit in the corridor outside the door and come in later. Lu Qianru also understood Lu Jin's mood at the moment, wiped her tears, and said. But just as Lu Qianru stood up and prepared to leave, the door of the ward was pushed open. The people who came in were Lin Shuya and Lu Jiesin. Mom, second sister. When he saw these two people coming in, a glimmer of light appeared in Lu Jin's originally empty eyes. Chapter 74. Lu Jin rekindles hope? What did the doctor say? Is the injury serious? How long will it take to recover? Lu Jiesin asked a barrage of questions as soon as she came in. The doctor said it was a broken sternum and some damage to the lungs. But after treatment, it's fine now. Xiao Jin has a very good physique. It will take more than a month for her to fully recover. Seeing her mother and sister come in, Lu Qianru no longer had any intention of leaving and replied honestly. It's okay. Lin Shuya glanced at Lu Jin, said a few words expressionlessly, and then sat down on the sofa. Lin Shuya sat on the sofa. She turned into a sculpture and stood motionless. He stared blankly out the window, not knowing what he was thinking about. It seemed that he had no intention of saying a word to Lu Jin. Lu Jin, who was originally a little excited, felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on him. If it were in the past, even if he just had a small cut on his hand, Lin Shuya would have made a fuss about it and shown him meticulous care. But at this moment, Lin Shuya's cold attitude really made Lu Jin a little unacceptable. Lu Jin just felt his nose was very sour. But in the end, I managed to suppress the strong urge to cry. Did Dad go to take care of guild matters? After a long while, Lu Jin asked softly tentatively, your final ranking is 9th. Dad has gone to help you meet the admissions officers of those colleges. Lu Jiesin replied. What? Lu Jin widened his eyes, unable to believe it for a moment. He thought that after losing to Lu Sheng, Lu Jintian would ignore him. However, he did not expect that Lu Jintian would personally handle the college application process for him, which rekindled hope in his heart. You are lying here, unable to move, so naturally you need your father to take care of you. Lu Jiesin felt a little strange about Lu Jin's reaction. After a long while, Lu Jintian finally came to the hospital. Although your results this time are not ideal, your strength is still obvious to all. 3 top colleges are very interested in you, and I have talked to them all in detail. Although Xuanwu and Tiangang offer very generous conditions, I still think Shangwu is your best choice. What do you think? Lu Jintian's attitude towards Lu Jin seemed neither enthusiastic nor cold. But just this made Lu Jin overjoyed, because Lu Jintian has always treated him like this, and like this to everyone else. Especially the encouragement and suggestions given by Lu Jintian. Let Lu Jin know that this man did not give up on him completely just because he lost this game. I'll listen to my dad and go to Shangwu. Lu Jin almost cried with joy. It doesn't matter if you lose this time. What I'm most afraid of is that you'll never be able to recover. Lu Sheng is just a small setback in your life. If you can't even withstand this little storm, don't even think about achieving greater success in the future. Just rest and recover during this period of time. After you reach Shunwu, practice with all your strength and don't have any worries. I will do my best to provide you with all the resources you need. Lu Jintian continued. Dad, I promise. I promise I will never let you down again next time. Lu Jin finally couldn't control his emotions anymore and said with tears streaming down his face. Lu Qianru was left alone in the hospital at night. Lu Jintian said he had something to deal with at the guild. Lin Shuya and Lu Jiesin went straight home. After returning home, Lin Shuya sat in the living room in a daze. She now urgently wanted to see what was recorded in Lu Sheng's diary. Qinghan, can you show Mom Xiaoxing's diary? Lin Shuya waited until late at night and as soon as Lu Qinghan walked into the door, she hurried to greet him and asked anxiously, "Good." Before, outside the examination center, Lin Shuya actually apologized to Lu Sheng in front of everyone. Lu Qinghan thought the sun had risen from the west at that time. She originally thought that it was some kind of disguise of Lin Shuya, but now it seemed not to be, so she agreed. April 22nd, sunny. I'm so happy that I am no longer an orphan. The sisters are as beautiful as fairies, and the brother is also very handsome. My mother is even more beautiful than I dreamed of. It's a pity that I didn't see my father. April 28th, sunny. I never knew what my mother's room looked like. So today I sneaked in my mother's room. Mom's bed is so soft, and it has the scent of her body. While I was lying on it, I was thinking that this should be similar to lying in my mother's arms. I thought my mother wouldn't know I was here, but I don't know how she found out about this. My mother scolded me severely and told me not to enter her room again. But I really just wanted to be closer to her. May 11th, cloudy. I always make noises when I eat too fast. My mother was very annoyed by my behavior, and this was not the first time she got angry about this. But she didn't know that when I was in the orphanage, I would go hungry if I ate too slowly, and the older children would even snatch my food away. That's why I developed this habit. But since my mother minds this kind of behavior, I will definitely correct it. I must be as elegant as my brother, so that I can be liked by my mother. May 26th, light rain. My mother had a very valuable dress, and it was soiled by someone. Mom suspected I did it, because I had snuck in her room before. But I swear I never went in there again after my mom got angry last time. My mother didn't believe me and thought I was quibbling, so she slapped me hard. My face hurt, but my heart hurt even more. June 7th, cloudy. I made the same mistake again today. I forgot to flush the toilet after peeing. My mother found a stick from somewhere and hit me hard on the back 3 times. I don't know what material the stick is made of. It really hurts when it hits my body. I have never felt such pain before. It was so severe that I couldn't sleep the whole night and had to lie on the bed. I know my mother wants to help me correct my bad habits. I'm not mad at her at all. December 2nd, sunny. Something went missing from my house again today. Everyone thought I stole it. I didn't defend myself anymore because I knew it was useless. Because this kind of thing has happened more than once or twice, and every time it is blamed on me without fail. How I wish my mother could believe me for once, but I know that is just wishful thinking, because she always thought I was a bad kid. Chapter 75, I'm not worthy of being his mother. Mom, I've been holding a question in my mind lately, and I want to ask you. Every one of us was wrong about Xiao Sheng. Especially you, the one who is most wrong. We all sisters have done this before, coming into your room, playing and fighting in your room, and sleeping in your bed. Even when Xiao Jin's already a teenager, he will make a fuss to sleep with you when Dad is not around. Xiao Sheng just stayed in there for a while, yet you harbor such strong malice towards him. So what does he mean to you? I noticed that Lin Shuya's expression became more and more struggling when she read the diary, and she even seemed a little painful. For some reason, Lu Qinghan became even angrier. Yeah, what on earth is he to me? When Lin Shuya heard Lu Qinghan's question, her body trembled suddenly. She felt a sharp pain in her heart, and tears began to roll down her face unconsciously. A few days ago, I went to the orphanage where Xiao Sheng used to live. I understand that most of the children there died because their parents were killed by monsters. A small number of them were abandoned by their parents. It can be said that those children have never enjoyed the love of their parents, and they don't even have any impression of their own parents. No one can desire family affection and parental love more than the children who grew up there. Xiao Sheng should be lucky because we found him when he was 15 years old. But in fact, he is the most unfortunate. Mingming has returned to the home he longed for, living with his parents and sister. But in this family, including me, no one has ever truly regarded him as a relative or a family member. He lives even more miserably in this home than in the orphanage. I don't understand what he did wrong to make all of us so mean and indifferent to him. If you knew this would happen, why did you bring him back? Lu Qinghan spoke, the more upset he felt, and in the end it turned into a tearful questioning. Well, Xiao Sheng, Mom is sorry for you. Mom was really wrong. I really don't know if I was possessed by a ghost to treat you like that. Mom promises she won't do that again. Can you give Mom another chance? Under Lu Qinghan's questioning, Lin Xia finally broke down on the spot, fell to the ground, and burst into tears. Mom, can I sit next to you? Stay away from me. I smell bad. Mom, look at this portrait I drew for you. It's so ugly. You're not allowed to draw me again. I'm sorry, Mom. I won't do it again next time. You're clearly trying to make me angry on purpose. I don't know why I brought you back. Whoa, mommy, please stop hitting me. It really hurts. How can you learn your lesson without a beating? I think you deserve a beating. She remembered that when Lu Sheng first looked at her, his eyes were full of anticipation and love. But later on, they were filled with fear and avoidance. Every scolding she gave Lu Sheng, every harsh treatment she gave him, every merciless beating he inflicted upon him over the years kept replaying in her mind like a scene from a movie. It was not until this time that Lin Shuya realized how many unforgivable things she had done over the years. Lu Sheng broke off relations with his family and ran away from home. The real culprit was her, his mother. I'm not a human. I'm not worthy of being his mother. Thinking of this, Lin Shuya suddenly raised her hand and slapped herself on the face like crazy. The sounds of crying and slapping continued to echo in Lu Qinghan's room. But Lu Qinghan did not say anything to comfort her, nor did he stop Lin Shuya. He just watched coldly from aside. Even Lin Shuya's slap on the face made her feel a little happy. She just felt that compared with the pain Lu Sheng had suffered, a few slaps were nothing. After a long time, Lin Shuya left Lu Qinghan's room in a daze and returned to her own room. While lying in bed, she suddenly remembered the words in Lu Sheng's diary. My face hurts, but my heart hurts more. It was already late at night when Lu Jintian returned home, but Lin Shuya still couldn't fall asleep. Why aren't you asleep yet? Seeing that his wife was still awake, Lu Jintian felt a little strange. Do you know which school Xiaosheng finally chose? Lin Shuya did not answer, but asked back. I'm afraid no school would want someone like him. Lu Jintian sneered. What's the meaning? Didn't he get first place in the martial arts exam? Why wouldn't any school want him? Lin Shuya was originally lying on the bed. When she heard Lu Jintian's words, she sat up and asked, staring at her husband. Those colleges know that Xiao Jin and that rebellious son are brothers. For someone who would kill his own brother, they all think that Lu Sheng does not meet their moral standards. Lu Jintian didn't even look at Lin Shuya and answered casually. How could it happen? Why did it suddenly become like this? What will happen to Xiaosheng in the future if no school accepts him? He is obviously so talented. Lin Shuya suddenly looked anxious. Hasn't he grown strong and become very capable? Why are you bothering about that? Lu Jintian seemed a little impatient. Wait, didn't you explain it to him? You are his biological father. Are you just going to watch your son fail to go to school? Lin Shuya suddenly thought of something and asked in disbelief. Explain? Why should I explain to him? He doesn't even recognize me as his father. What does it have to do with me whether he goes to school or not? Lu Jintian got angry and asked in a raised voice. He doesn't recognize us, and that's all because of us as parents. You have to understand one thing. We owe him, not him owes us. Lin Shuya's voice also rose a lot. We gave him his life, so what do we owe him? Stop being unreasonable here. Lu Jintian's voice turned into a low growl. Even animals know how to raise and protect their offspring, but we lost him for more than 10 years, and after finally finding him, he has never had a good day. I know that most of what has happened is my fault. I really regret it now. I really regret treating Xiaosheng the way I did before. So, can you please help Xiaosheng think of a way to at least let him go to school for my sake? Since getting married, Lin Shuya has never had such a dispute with Lu Jintian. Seeing that Lu Jintian was already very angry, her attitude softened again. Tears glistened in her eyes, and she pleaded with a look of deep regret. It's too late. The reason why Lu Sheng ended up without a school to go to is all because of me. At this point, there's basically no room for maneuver. But what shocked Lin Shuya was that Lu Jintian immediately said these words with an indifferent look on his face.